Welcome back, Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, Game 1 will be remade with the same picks and bans and starting items due to technical difficulties. So we're going to do a chrono break here and turn to minute 1 and 30. But it's going to be a Ascension now has the information. Both Mineski and Ascension have some information on how they play their early levels, early laning phase. So I am expecting an adaptation from both of these teams, and for Ascension to not lose the early game as they did, because James has been putting a lot of pressure.
That's right, and let's see in the 2-minute mark, we're seeing same rotations in the jungle. Not to mention the Gragas and Fiora matchup in the top lane.
And that's going to be Lloyd actually warding way too late earlier. Because every second in the jungle clear is gold. You really need to take the timing, and then him warding that way too late opened up for a gank. It seems like he won't make the same mistake here.
Maybe he did this time. He warded a bit too early, seeing that James is still in the wolves.
That's going to be clearing the wolves here. So even with the remake, it's going to be them adapting. While still sticking to their game plan, James still wants to pressure all of the lanes here. Kaigu.
Yes. Yeah, we were saying how the junglers really influence the laning phase of all lanes.
Yes.
And not to mention, seeing how Viper played, he really likes to take away resources from the enemy jungler by power farming. But James is more on pressuring lanes, which I think, in my opinion, has more impact.
It's more impact, yes. He's like Viper again, making
Same
the rotation. Bot.
Here comes James in for the leap, and that is a stun onto G4 with the leap closing into James, and that will be a first blood onto James.
Actually, that's going to be the first blood onto still Mineski. G4 being caught off guard, has to burn the heal. Exosen burning his own ghost, but that is going to be 400 gold to Syndra, and it's going to be very painful once he gets an item lead. It's going to be double Dorans and a control ward actually, and a refillable potion to help him stay in lane a lot longer than G4.
Yeah, right now it's first blood in the hands of James. No new things there, so let's see how James will... We saw how he went to the mid lane instead of the top lane.
Yeah, because that would be expected. Lloyd not risking to ward that brush. And repeat the same mistake from earlier, but that's going to be G4 getting caught off guard, as I said. Kaigu pushing Lloyd in. Look at all that damage. And still, without the lead, Kaigu still putting out a lot of pressure in the top lane.
And seeing how Exosen is itemizing the first blood assist, he goes with another Doran's ring plus a refilling potion.
To match the double Doran's ring as well from G4, but he is picking up the refillable potion. Those two charges actually recover more than the one potion G4 has left, and it's going to be more gold value for him the more he wants to roam around, the more he wants to go back to base and then push and then roam. It's going to be a lot more gold value for him.
And right now we see that G4 establishing a control ward in the left side of the brush, expecting James for another rotation, but he expects it too. He recalls back, picking up the Clawfield Hammer already completed.
And that's going to be a lot of gold from that initial gank, the first blood. Coffers a Warhammer, going to give him the CDR and the AD he needs to further clear his jungle, opting for that instead of building into one of the knives, one of the blades that are the jungle items. It's going to be Lloyd burning his teleport, so if ever a fight does break out bot lane, it will be Mineski with a lead.
Right now, we're seeing that Kaigu still has to teleport, but G4 is really conscious about Exosen. Here comes Viper for the gang, but Exo flashed away. That will be an escape and successful deny of the gang from Viper.
Yeah, I like the instant flash reaction as soon as Viper pounced. That means that the gap closer
very
will not
predictable
be there.
for a needle leader jungle. The ganks are very easy to read.
As well, after you get that javelin in, he will want to pounce with that swipe for the burst.
And if you flash away from the swipe, Viper has no damage left. So if you
miss... That does burn Exosen's flash though, even though his ghost will be back up very soon. James looking for something to steal, someone to catch out. Seems like nothing is there in the bot side jungle. He did establish a vision, a little sight ward there in the bot lane near the Krug's camp.
Right now.
Pinging for Ocean Drake.
Oh wow, that would be a very early Ocean Drake. 6 minutes and 16 seconds in the timer. We're seeing TG and James helping each other out with Ascension having no idea that Mineski is taking the Ocean
Drake. They're
Drake.
pinging the Dragon here. They're just pinging that they are missing. But now, there we go. They have an idea now. But that's going to be the Raptor Camp trade Viper for the Ocean Drake. That's much more worth for Mineski.
They have the early Ocean Drake, so that really helps in the laning phase.
And as you said earlier, it's
James
going to be
spotted on the bot side. Will opt for a dive, knowing that Malzahar Warlock is not yet level 6, but it is way too risky.
Yeah, way too risky to do that because they might get the level 6.
There is the scout.
That's going to be spotted out. But Viper is not there. They're going to trade Krug camps here.
It's interesting to see how James jungles. He almost mirrors Viper in a way.
Yeah, mirroring and always looking to apply more pressure than him.
And avoiding conflict.
He's mirroring the clears, mirroring the counter jungles, but right now he's applying a lot more pressure. The damage from his early lead that he gained is going to be pretty painful. Lots of pressure just from having more damage and more gold than Viper. So the mirror for the clear is a lot more dangerous for Ascension.
Right now we're seeing Kaiko starting again with the coming back from the base. 3 Doran's Ring plus a refilling potion. We're gonna expect that.
That's a lot of early stats.
Yes.
Very efficient. The Doran's items are very efficient, but they are dead-end items. But it seems like Kaigu wants to survive in the lane even more. Just oppress Lloyd for much longer.
That's right. And now with 2 mid laners having the blue buff, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be seeing a sped up mid lane. But knowing that the junglers are really aware of each other, I don't think G4 will make the same mistake.
I don't think G4 will be as aggressive as he was earlier, forcing a lot of trades that end up being unfavorable for him. He does have that heal for that short burst of speed, plus his flow flash, Kaigu. Okay, not opting to
well, it's more of a win on Kaigu's side if he permits Lloyd to recall, knowing that
that's a lot of XP and gold.
Yes, he does not have his teleport yet, and knowing that, seeing that Zensho already completing the Bilgewater Cutlass compared to No Way, who just picked up a dagger and a Vampiric Scepter.
Yeah, that's actually the timing on that is actually so bad because you want that Bilgewater Cutlass already for the active, for the combined
slow
item.
And the kite.
But just getting the Vampiric Scepter plus a dagger.
Oh, look at that ward placement. It's for James.
He really wants to catch him out.
Yes, great placement in terms of wards for G4.
Ascension really looking out for James, ensuring
Spotted
that
out.
G4 again does not get ganked again. But yeah, this will spot him out if ever he goes to that exit.
Viper spotted in the riverside of...
they're really just mirroring each other so far.
Yes, and you can see that
James is spotted out by that ward.
Spotted by ward.
Know.
Viper might opt for the
both of them are spotted out by wards.
The mirror matchup, the mirroring of the junglers is really interesting to see.
TG not opting for boots, not opting as well. It's because once he's already level 6, but it seems like Zensho and TG want to use the Abyssal Voyage to deliver James to get that gank to the bot lane.
Lloyd spotted in the riverside of Mineski.
That's just giving more time for
There
Kaigu
is
to
Viper.
farm his zone.
Yes.
He's going to get behind in a little bit of experience, but going back to the bot lane, it seems like TG wants to use his Abyssal Voyage as a delivery device for James to get those ganks. He can opt for a roam if he wants to, but he's a slow, waddling Tom Kench right now without those boots.
Yes,
even with Abyssal Voyage.
Yes, but the Abyssal Voyage is so versatile in a way that you can use it as a flanking tool, catching the opponent off guard. But let's see how it plays out, because it depends on Kaigu's teleport play.
It's really going to depend on the teleport plays of both these top laners.
Seeing James rotating to the top lane. Lloyd gets body slammed. There is the grand challenge. He is challenging Kaigu, taking all the Via spot, leaving one behind. And now Viper in the top lane gets spotted by the control ward.
Quite a preemptive leap on James' side. If he had saved, because he was predicting that Lloyd would flash away. Seems like that's way too early and actually denies them the kill there.
Yes, the arrow has been burnt by No Way. And seeing how Warlock is there with the Void Gaze, he spots it, flashes in for the Void Gaze, and a Shockwave to follow it up with Viper clearing the mid lane.
It's going to be a lot of pings there telling him to be careful, but in the end, just the flash Void Gaze is enough to take him out. That's a lot of crowd control on him.
But not to mention investing 3 members of Ascension Gaming onto the mid lane, leaving Zensho and Noe just to solo farm. If ever a duel does happen, who do you think will come up top?
Well, right now, it seems like Zensho wants to recall, get his own recurve bow, because the itemization timing there means that no way would have had the advantage if there was a fight. Seems like it's going to recall here. Both are pretty equal in gold, actually. Yeah, just like a...
There is the Abyssal Voyage. TG in the mid lane for the flash in. Also for G4. Flash in for Hamas. There is the scout. Not going to help much. Heal burnt by G4. There is the third stack. Devoured by TG with Hamas. Securing the kill and from the bottom lane. We see No Way responding. Skyaging to position with a heal burn. And Axosen responding for damage will not be enough with Warlock's Voidlings just chewing out Kaigu.
Now that was Mineski on the back foot there. The 80 carry, No Way, was there for the assist.
Trade.
Yeah, 2 for, yeah.
Look at that chain of corruptions is onto Warlock with Exozen in the back. Trying to tailgate Warlock will be disengage.
Yeah, doesn't disengage, also burns the ultimate for that. Seems like this is a lot more even of a game with Ascension actually taking the initiative there. In terms of the response. Now that was Zensho on the back foot for that fight, not able to immediately get to his team.
But looking at the CS, not much of a difference. But here is the replay.
They do get they commit a lot of resources to G4, leaving them open to a lot of damage. Now they are caught between Lloyd, Viper,
No Way
and Warlock.
was left untouched.
This is going to be a 3v3, but with a lot of lost health for Mineski. Zensho not at all there to help. Just going to his lane. Too slow for that.
And yes, that will be a kill in the hands of Lloyd to help in his itemization with the Mercurial Threads. But Mercury Threads, but with the Tiamat in the hands of Lloyd, I think he's gonna be pushing the lane more, forcing. We always see that Kaigo is the one under the turret, but this time it's not the case.
It's going to be Kaigo getting pushed in with a Tiamat. Buys the Bomby Cinder to endure in the lane more, to push back the wave clear coming from Lloyd. Also buys the Digitabis, very powerful item in general. Gonna help against No Way when he teleports, and Lloyd when they want to trade. Oh, Exosen.
Split second reaction to dodge that stun.
That would have been so good for G4. He did have his shockwave up. Yes. A lot of damage, free damage for G4.
We can see that in the No Way is really prioritizing the arrows for the mid lane.
Yeah, they really want G4 to snowball with Viper following it up. Because James and Exosen, they really want to. This be the second Ocean Break for Mineski if they take
uncontested yet again with those control wards blacking out the vision of Ascension, with Mineski having the second Ocean Drake.
That might be the timing from James, because Viper always likes mirroring to the other side.
Yes, we see that Viper likes to power farm, and the ganks in the mid lane were really good, but the fact that 3 members were already in the mid lane, why did they not go for the Ocean Drake?
Yeah, that was quite a missed opportunity. James, dangerous positioning.
There it is, Shockwave denies the leap, but there is James for the escape.
Yeah, there was no vision there for Mineski. That could easily have been dueled by G4, but with the mobility of Viper plus having no vision on that area, Mineski does not want to risk that. Calls it away.
Yes, that's very true. And now, 15 minutes into the game, we're seeing Viper get caught off guard. Unleash power is not enough because of the heal from Viper. Split second heal.
Really did, I think, made the difference for that kill.
And
Exosen still just casually going back to lane to push and pressure, leaving James a lot more open after he gets outside the jungle.
Kaigu really has the itemization, almost like 3 Doran's Ring and a Bami Cinder to really deny the true damage coming from those vile spots. But note that the way that Mineski is playing right now is very objective based. But on Ascension's side, we can see that they're really trying to delay the game to the late game, really farming it out, especially in the bot lane.
That could be dangerous. Of course, Fiora and Ashe, they really scale up. Warlock being able to set up these Void Gazes. But note that
there it is, Abyssal Voyage. TG goes in for the flag with No Way without his support in the riverside. James closing in for the gang, but that would get Chain of Corruption onto Warlock. And there's a swallow from Warlock. He flashes away with TG's thick skin active. There's the
G4
heal
alone.
board and G4 alone. Teleport coming in from the top lane with Kaigo in the scene. There is G4 caught off guard with Zencho picking up the kill. A flash over the wall for Kaigo in the Dragon Pit. TG slow with the tongue lash with Lloyd soaking so much damage.
That's going to be one kill with a lot of resources burned on both sides. But that is just going to be golden experience for Mineski because there is no Drake. They already took the Drake earlier. If the fight was around top lane instead, maybe it would have happened, but the Rift Herald would have been a juicy target.
Oh yes, that would help.
But that's going to be the mid lane turret actually.
Yes, and without the first turret in the hands of any team, I think Mineski will be taking down the first turret of the game. Oh wait, Zencho, there it is, the first turret, but he will be caught off guard. No, dodges the
Viper
javelin,
really wants that.
but TG gets in for the save with
man.
Zencho picking off Viper.
He got baited there. TG got Viper hook, line, and
Baited.
sinker, pouncing it in while immediately protecting
A
from
split-second reaction.
Yeah,
But
let's look at what happened here. G4 tried to roam down, but he was caught between a rock and a hard place. Kaigo, on the other hand, had his flash to get out of there, and that was way too dangerous to engage Ascension. So it's going to be in favor of Mineski for that.
And with the skill score with 3 to 5, 17 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, with the next Drake being the Ocean.
Another Ocean Drake.
That is going to spell disaster for Ascension if they allow Mineski to finalize the third stack.
That's a
on
lot
the
of
Ocean Drake.
regeneration.
So much
yeah,
regeneration.
in the itemization earlier, Kaigo was behind.
Right
he
now,
had to build 3 Doran's rings.
Yes.
But now with that regeneration, he can just trade fearlessly with the Grasp of the Undying, gives him that regeneration as well. Plus the Ocean
Super.
Drake.
And
Lets
not
him
to-
stay in lane for so much.
Yes. Without the pressure in Lloyd trying to push out the lane, the exploding casks does get used, but there will be no follow-up. That will just be a wave clear.
Because I don't think he expects to have any big fights anytime soon. There are no objectives bot lane. Both top laners don't have teleport. So burning that just to get some pressure and damage onto Lloyd, I think is okay.
There is the
Abyssal
Abyssal
Voyage,
Voyage.
though.
Oh, wow, no way. Dodging away the Chain of Corruption. Nicely timed. But that would be a save. Oh, let's see the
An
Crystal
arrow
Arrow.
from the mid
Will it connect?
Hits
And
him.
yes, it does. Onto Axel Zen. That's a very long stun. And for G4 to secure the kill.
That's free damage onto him a lot.
Oh, whoa. There is the 4K. TG gets caught off guard with Viper securing the kill, but giving G4 instead for that snowball.
Zencho in a dangerous position. He does not
Very
have
dangerous.
corrupting chains.
Dodges the javelin, but here comes James for to scare away members of Ascension. And now they are going to be taking down the bot lane outer turret.
This does extend their gold lead. Actually gives them the gold lead here. Around 800, 1,000 gold. I don't think it's enough to actually really make a difference. The Drakes on the side of Mineski, if they extend the lane, if they don't get caught and are able to stay in lane, they will be able to out-resource Ascension.
What matters right now is that they are giving G4 the resources for him
Yes.
to deal a lot of damage.
Resources getting 2 kills and 3 assists.
Yes.
He is a lot of utility, but with the items, he can pull out a lot of damage, and that's what's important. After getting his utility out, he can bring out lots of damage. The shockwave could be very dangerous.
To watch them fly.
Let's see how it will turn out with the 20-minute mark closing in. Right now, we'll be seeing that No Way and Lloyd will be spiking in damage. But the same goes for Exosen and Zencho. Right now, Kaigo is more of a disruptor. James did a good job in the jungle phase itself, but could not control the lane as effective as he could.
Yeah, not earlier. Without the first blood, he was not able to reach an early item lead that could just snowball the lane's pressure. It seems like the Ocean Drake will be the apple of the eye for these teams.
Yes,
They
and
do
now...
have- It's going to be a dance, a silent dance around this area.
There
Seems
it
like they
is.
don't want to risk it too much.
Mineski starting the Ocean Drake despite 4 members.
He's going to pull away from it.
Pulling away. Lloyd does have his teleport. Same with Kaigo.
But they are starting it, disregarding the ward. It is cancelled out by the control ward, but Ascension
Yeah,
knows
let's see what
what's
happens.
up.
Viper strikes Zencho with the javelin, dodges the crystal arrow, and there it is. The battle for the Ocean Drake. It would be Mineski securing the 3rd Ocean Drake.
But
And
that's
now
gonna be the
teleport
teleport.
coming
They're
in.
split apart.
But Exosen just unleashed his power onto Warlock. And now Zencho's left alone. He burned his heal, plus the speed boost from the Blade of the Ruined King. TG's there for the save, and with Kaigu approaching from the top lane, TG is very low, but there is the grand challenge. Lloyd is left alone without his allies. Exo Zen picks up the kill with Kaigu just zoning at the members. James going for that pincer attack with G4 in the shockwave of TG. Not enough with the piercing arrow, securing the kill. James very low. Kaigo goes in for the flash and body slam with Exo Zen is on a killing spree.
And that's going to be all of the most of the members of Mineski just ticking down. Look at that red health bar. But that's going to be 3 kills for them, outplaying Ascension as they continue. And okay, we're gonna have to see a replay of that later. But I like how they positioned, and look at this. It's going to be TG just saving Zensho here, pulling a lot of aggro from Lloyd. But at that point, Kaigo was already there. Lloyd was in way too deep. His team was not there to save him. So now Kaigo gets the opportunity to be the front line.
And Kaigo did a really good job on zoning out the members of G4.
And James being just there to flank the threat, forcing them into this kind of pathing, opens them up to more kills. And this is just Exo Sen and the rest of Mineski pushing their health bars to the limit.
Now, with that said, Mineski with the kill score of 5-9 with 3 Ocean Drakes in their hands. They have control of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they have control. 2k gold lead plus 3 Ocean Drakes. It might not be the Ocean Drake that they want,
but they still have to respect that G4 will deliver the damage. But in that clash, he got a bit too greedy.
Yeah, too greedy there, and really doesn't power of TG here. Instead of opting for, say, the QSS that the other Tom Kenches from the GPL.
There it is. Warlock gets caught apart, but he does catch the board, gets onto Zensho, but it is not enough.
Also burns the Crystal Arrow. So that's going to be another engage or
counter-engage
tool.
Trying to defend this wave of minions from Mineski. The top lane turret will be sieged, because we know that Ashes have such good utility in terms of wave clear.
They do have that. So this pushes off 3 members with 2 defending that top lane.
With that vision being denied from Mineski Ascension, they are not giving this turret up without a fight. But with 3 members of Mineski just not minding Viper and No Way, they are taking down this turret without a problem.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3v2. G4 actually way too late to the party there, so cannot try and take that away. Your pings to Baron. It's gonna be ambitious play for Ascension.
There is control ward.
They will be spotted out here, so has to just cancel
Should they start a Baron, knowing that Mineski does have the 3 Ocean Drakes? I know it's not enough, but still, it is a buff that will benefit a lot. I mean, the split-second heal, the regeneration, that would, the tiny bit left, that could change the flow of the fight.
Yeah, when they actually can disengage, get that healing. But it seems like that would have just been establishing some vision around Baron. I think Ascension knows that they are not in a position to take it just yet. Even a Blade of the Ruined King on No Way.
Right.
Just establishing some control there.
Yes, good establishment of control for Viper. Not to mention, No Way's itemization looks pretty good right now with the Rune and Target completed. But Zensho completing the QSS plus the Executioner's Calling for the supposedly for No Way, I bet.
Yeah, really it's really for No Way not to get his health regeneration and lifesteal, but it's also for Lloyd. Once he completes the grand challenge, that AoE healing, he will want to mitigate that. And also Viper getting those really minor split-second heals, but I think it's all about No Way's lifesteal and Lloyd's grand challenge.
And see that Kaigo itemized the Spirit Visage. That is gonna help a lot.
Look at that Ocean Drake.
Yes, 3 Ocean Drakes plus the Spirit Visage.
It's also going to help against Viper, No Way, and Warlock. They have some substantial
right now we can
damage.
see that on Ascension side, they have 3 AP dealing
Mineski
champions.
is making a establishing control over this Baron buff. They can't take it if Ascension isn't paying attention.
Starting the Baron. Damage. And we can see that in the map that Warlock and No Way is there.
They pull away from it after seeing, but that
Viper,
might be, Viper
barely dodging the stun. Really good sidestep right there.
Because Mineski has a lot of potential with a Baron. They can not finish it and just pull away.
But look at Lloyd in the bot lane, pressuring and push. We can see that Lloyd does have his teleport. Same with Kaigo, so they are allowed to split push, but Let's see, in the top lane, in a turret, and almost being pushed out.
It's gonna be Kaigo matching it.
Oh, looking at the life in the top lane though, we can see that Kaigo is really pushing away Lloyd, denying the split push they want.
It seems like Mineski pulls away from that top lane turret, backs off. It just establishes some vision in Ascension's jungle.
There's the Crystal Arrow.
Does
Not
hit
even
anything.
close.
Not even close, baby.
Mountain
That's just
Drake
gonna
will be live in 30 seconds.
But that's
though.
the dragon that both of these teams want, especially Mineski. Combining that Ocean Drake regeneration with that little bit of that 10% bonus to epic monsters and structures is going to help Mineski with their win conditions. If they're eyeing Baron, that Mountain Drake will help a lot. If they're eyeing the turrets, that will also help. And combining it with the regeneration just lets them split push and siege a lot better.
Let's see, the Mountain Drake is live right now. With vision not secured on either teams, but it would be Mineski starting the dragon. But we can see that Viper and the others are going to join in for the contest.
There are a lot of pings to the dragon pit right now. They will want to converge around here.
No
Viper
vision
is
yet.
looking for something.
The Mountain Drake is low health.
May want to flash pounce that, but
Not worth.
doesn't want to risk it.
4 Drakes in the hand of Mineski, and this will even allow them for a 5th Drake.
Yeah, 5th Drake.
I have
So
not
how-
seen 5th Drakes a lot.
Because as soon as the dragon spawns, if you take it, that might actually give you room for 5 Drakes before the Elder Dragon spawn.
And not to mention, they have started the Drakes at the 6-minute mark.
That was
I have
super
nev-
early.
Yes, it's really.
And that's actually a possibility with the Kha'Zix, especially if you're being helped out by TG and
Yes.
Zensho. So
5 Drakes.
that's going to be the value and the tempo on the side of Mineski here.
Yeah, you get an Elder Drake on top of that.
They still
What
have
does
to
that
respect the engage
spell?
from Ascension.
The
a lot.
regeneration, the true damage towards the turret is something Ascension has to prepare for. If ever the Elder Drake does spawn, they have to establish
Everyone
proper
has to be
control.
very careful with how they rotate
Not
and
too
how they
greedy.
work. Because even if Mineski has all these Drakes, the gold is still close, which means the itemization isn't too far off.
Yes.
The itemization isn't too far off, which means that if Ascension gets a good fight, and they can get a good fight, imagine long-range Enchanted Crystal Arrow, transition that into Shockwave with Warlock locking down someone important. It's going to be
Look at
Lloyd
that.
and Noe having a feast in that team fight.
Members of both teams really trying to control the Baron pit, knowing that if Ascension gets this Baron, that's what they need to come back from this 4 Drakes loss, taking away the Baron from Mineski and giving Ascension a lot of pushing power, knowing that there is a Fiora, there's Lloyd, really trying to pressure the lanes.
Yeah, Mineski can take the lead in this dance, in this Baron dance. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Blade of the Ruined King from Zensho, so they will be the ones taking the steps for that Baron. It's up to Ascension to ward them off just by, say, Hawkshot is actually a lot of threat. Can't stop it even if it doesn't deal damage, doesn't CC. The vision gained from that, the information is huge if Ascension spots him out doing the Baron.
Seeing the itemization of G4, pure raw damage. Fort Staff, Morello, and a Leander's Torment. Whereas Exozen getting a Luling's Echo for that mobility. Morello for the O. Make that another Void Staff too. So Exo is has a defensive item compared to G4.
Yeah, a little bit of a defensive itemization here. He does have the Sorcerer's Shoes, so that does give him a little bit of leeway with more defensive itemization with his magic penetration.
I mean, the burn and the penetration is still, despite being giving health, I still think it's a damage. A lot of damage to United. Knowing that it's an Orianna that has a slow, will proc it really well.
Proc it really well indeed. The constant damage getting into Mineski. Constant damage going onto Mineski. If G4 can keep going with that, the Leandris will just stack up. The Leandris damage will stack up. The DOT damage over time is going to be pretty painful.
Lloyd still sticking in the bot lane. He does have the Black Cleaver. He can duel it out. The Crystal Arrow is gone.
So that's in the neck, and within the cooldown period of that Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Mineski's threat for that Baron is a lot bigger, and they are making some aggressive plays here, knowing that is down.
Oh,
positioning.
Zensho.
Yeah, Zensho can just easily position like that. because of the
Danger
Devour.
close, very dangerous.
But the Devour
Let's
there
see.
to save him.
Ascension is doing their best to deny the Baron from Mineski going down without a fight. Right now, the composition
They
is
have to-
showing.
They have to mind themselves though. Without the Enchanted Crystal Arrow for the next minute or so,
They don't have that strong frontliner. That's why Ascension is having such a hard time engaging the
engaging.
fight.
even if Lloyd goes in, if he gets bursted down, even if he has
Oh
to
wow,
pause, if he hits
Lesky
parry,
starting the Baron.
it's gonna be very quick. Gets spotted
Yeah.
out. Has to pull away.
Zencho misses the piercing arrow. Then that would be a disengage, not
Yeah,
risking.
James, they don't want James to be stuck in the middle of a fight, even if they get Baron, if they get Ace, because James can't go in and deal his damage. It's not going to be worth it.
The gold deficit is just 2,008. It's anyone's game with Ascension slowly backing up from the rough start, but with Mineski with the lead from the early game, carrying it on to the late game in terms of objectives.
The objective game is really Mineski's right now. Just a little back and forth, the dancing with the Baron, but with Baron vision here. Now it's quite on a standstill, as it seems like Mineski
Very
wants
stagnant.
to-
It's a
yeah.
stagnant Baron contest.
Might open up a decision later once the Mountain Drake spawns. Yeah, it's gonna be the dance of vision around around the Baron. It's because it's gonna be Ascension can do this dance pretty well because Viper can just easily go and leap in, pounce in, clear the wards, put down their own vision, and then pounce out.
And we're seeing that Viper is building defensive.
Mm.
Rods of the Ages and the Iceborne Gauntlets.
Really
So
does not want to get instantly taken down by James. Wants to stay in the fight for longer.
it's really scary to see Lloyd. Look at the itemization. So tanky, so defensive. Can Kaigo even try dueling Lloyd?
I
Knowing
don't
that
think so. He has the true damage straight from his kit.
Wow.
So Kaigo will definitely have a
Lloyd will be a
disadvantage.
huge threat in the late game.
But that's going to be up to his teleport plays. I mean, he is exerting a lot of pressure, taking down another turret for Ascension. But it's going to be James
It's
establishing
going to be
vision
the
here in
Mountain
Drake.
Drake being live next, with James securing the shrine in the river. Let us see. The Crystal Arrow is available for Norway to use in case Ascension wants to engage a fight. Lloyd, fresh from the base, goes to the top lane to pressure. There are wards placed all over the riverside
It
for
seems like Kaigo
Lloyd
is
to
staying with
teleport.
his team.
Yes.
Because if a team fight does happen there, they're
There's
gonna sacrifice their first tier turret for to ensure the security of this
The
Drake.
decision making is happening right
just
now with Mineski securing their 5th Ocean Drake, and there's the
Gonna
flag
be
from
a
TG.
voyage, though.
There is
Oh,
Kaigo
no
onto
way.
Noe, but the shockwave is just too much damage. Exozen misses the Sky of the Week with Noe free to hit, and here comes Lloyd with the grand challenge onto Zencho, forcing out his heal and flash.
Man, Kaigo getting into that voyage was a death sentence. They went in too deep there.
Too deep and
Dove in
too
too
uncalled
deep,
for.
because that actually gives the Baron control onto Ascension side after all
Yes.
that effort from Mineski to take those Drakes. That was way. I mean, I think TG was getting ahead of himself.
Yes, that's
Abyssal
very
voyaging in there, getting caught between 4 members of the team. James was not there, Exosin was not there, and especially Zensho was not there for the Corrupting Change follow-up. So even if so also did not have the explosive cast there to split the team apart in preparation for James and
Yes,
Exosin's
the
arrival.
Abyssal Voyage was questionable, and with that, Ascension took down 2 members of Mineski, and Lloyd, the Grand Challenge is just too much, despite him building pure 3
Yeah, 'cause
defensive
all
items.
that- all
He's
that-
dealing
yeah.
so much damage.
All that armor, despite all that armor, the Black Cleaver is going to shred it down.
Yes.
Plus the true damage
TG
from the
dies
vitals.
way too fast.
And TG also dies way too fast indeed. And I think that has something to do with how he's diving with the Abyssal Voyage. I mean, yes, that's one way to that is the way to use it at this stage of the game. However, diving in too deep without your team's immediate support is asking for trouble.
Lloyd staying in for the attempt in case Zencho wants to push out that lane.
Yeah, Zensho does not want to risk that. Recalls back, buys an item,
Recalls back and still
finishes
has-
his Infinity Edge.
Yes.
Would be ahead of No Way in terms of itemization, having to build the Lord Dominic's Regards there for against the armor, has to use that. While on the other hand, Zensho has a lot of in general damage with the crits. if they get into a firefight. Of course, they have to get a solid front line in before Zensho, with his usual positioning, can get those free hits.
TG has to be a bit more beefy if he wants to survive the burst coming in from G4.
He can also try making smarter engagements. That's going to be
Lloyd
caught
gets
out.
caught off guard with a flash burn onto him. Kaigu trying to push it out, but
Exo
EXO left all alone. He gets carried away. 3-man stun. Backs away, leaving TG alone. There is the redemption. And Thick Skin, will it be enough? He flashes over the wall, and now that would be probably a back away from Mineski. Close call, and with Ascension quick to draw, knowing that Exozen is alone.
And Exozen flashing away from everything, using all he can. The Scatter the Weak was actually pretty good to prevent his death. But still, being positioned like that, trying to flank as a mid laner Syndra, is very dangerous, considering you've got the Void Gaze, you've got everything else that can be pushed out onto you. The CC would be way too much.
So many vision is being invested in the Baron.
Yeah, Mineski really has to fix how they position themselves.
Seeing that there were 2 recalls, Mineski tempted to start the Baron, knowing that they do have the 2 Mountain Drakes, but it is still very risky.
Yeah, the Hawk Shot denies so much.
Yes.
Even though it's not just vision, it is the vision that will give Ascension the information when they want to go in, the health of the Baron, if it's worth it to go.
Yes.
So it's going to be just that one spell coming from No Way is going to push them off of the Baron.
Not to mention, TG has a lot of armor, but not enough health. That is why he's so easy to burst down. He does have the Thick Skin, but he needs to pick up, let's say, more, maybe a Sunfire would help, but I'm not pretty sure. He will still finish up the Locket of the Iron Solari, which is a better support item.
Yeah, that would help his team a lot in the team fighting, but without that, it is going to be the Aegis for now. Once he finishes that Solari, a Locket of the Iron Solari, it's going to be a lot of value for Mineski.
Look at Lloyd making it to the late game with the Guardian's Angel in his hand. 4
really
items locked
want
in.
To die. And even if he does, that's a lot of free time for Ascension to take out the rest of Mineski after he gets his initial damage in.
Right now, I think the game will be decided. Whoever takes the Baron, that's going to spell a really big lead.
The Baron will dictate how this, especially how they dance the Baron. Seems like Mineski
They're
will
starting
start
it.
this.
No wards placed. They know they don't have vision. Look at how the fast the Baron is taking out. Then show Exozen gets stunned out. Hamas still sticking to the Baron. Very risky with Kaigo playing out Viper, zoning it out with G4 bursting out the member. There's the redemption. Hamas still loyal to the Baron. Will it be enough? He does get exhausted, really betting all in.
Oh no, the lead.
He misses the lead, but
the
still
Baron
secures the Baron, and now Zensho left to fend for himself. Members of Mineski just falling behind. Kaigo flashes over the wall. Body slams away. There is the blast gun for the quick escape. With 3 members down, Mineski still got the Baron.
But that was such a bad call for them. They do get Baron on 2 members of their team, but what is Ascension going to do? They look at how that bot lane turret is just falling apart. Zensho with the wave clear, but that's going to be 4 members.
The turret goes down without any trouble. Right now, Ascension, knowing that 2 members are still under death timers, they have taken the first inhibitor of the game.
Wow, Mineski getting so impatient with a Baron. And even with the vision, even if they were caught out by the vision from the Farseer ward, they still force it, and that cost them 3 lives, even with James getting that smite.
But the Elder Drake will be live in less than 5 seconds. Could this be the redemption that Mineski is looking for? There is the shockwave of 2 members. TG pops the Thick Skin. Kaigo, not even love, he gets bursted down with the members of Ascension. 2 members down for the cat, and with Elder up for grabs. Ascension makes their way.
Mineski just falling apart after losing that big team fight in the top lane, giving away the Elder Drake to Ascension.
Oh boy.
Does not want to
an easy
that.
Elder Drake for Ascension, taking away the 5 stacks of Drakes from Mineski.
Man, that's just Mineski. After losing that, they lost control of their own jungle, and they tried to establish again control, but that was G4 waiting in the brush, takes them out.
The burst coming in is something you have to respect. And there is the replay.
Let's look at the replay here. It's going to be Zensho and Exozen. Those are the 2 priority targets for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and this actually splits it apart. Kaigo, what is Kaigo doing here? He is not being the front line. He's trying to duel Viper, but that is not the best way to do things when you're one of the few frontliners of your team. James doing a lot. hiding behind the Baron to delay them damage. Even if he gets a smite though, it's not really worth it.
Yes, and look how Lloyd is having so much impact in the late game. Still has the Guardian Angel.
Yeah, it has not been popped just yet. Still 2-1-1, but that's a lot of pressure and damage coming from him. And really, Mineski forcing that was huge. And Kaigu, yes, TG is pretty tanky at this point, but has not built the Iron Solari yet. So
He
he's not
built the Quicksilver Slash, though.
Quicksilver Sash will help him a little bit. The tankiness did give him a lot more value.
Oh, look how fast the turret's taking down. Ascension picks up their 7th turret for the game.
There's a team with the Baron buff on the defensive. But even then, look at how much damage that Ascension can bring out on this turret, on these waves.
Kaigo, Lloyd is doing so much pressure.
Yeah, just
in
being
the
there.
mid lane.
Kaigo cannot duel him, so they would need 2 members or more to take down Lloyd. Especially with a Elder Drake buff, it's going to be very hard for them to match it. Has to take this.
Wow, look at the turret taken
taking
down really quickly. Viper barely makes it out, and now Lloyd still in the mid lane, pressuring Kaigo.
Yeah, because it's so hard. You have the bot lane getting pushed in by the super minions. You
Oh,
have
look
Lloyd.
at the Nexus turret
no.
on the base. That's a lot of that's like 2 super minions. They have to fend that
So
off.
they are really under pressure here. 5 Drakes, but okay, so they
The Chakras Arrow does miss with Ascension, taking away the turret. Now Hamas going for the flag, going for Noe. Viper is very low, and Lloyd just intercepts Hamas. Exozen is very low. TG is very low too. There is the shockwave for the cleanup, and was actually picked up by the Javelin from Viper. 2 members of Mineski now makes that 3, with Zencho only left for the count. Now how will it happen? Hamas could not even intercept Ascension.
At that point, everyone was the utility, the shields, and the CC.
That would be game
Warlock.
set. Knowing that 3
that
members
would
are
be game
down.
set. Mineski losing their first game of the best of 5 against Ascension from Thailand.
There you guys have it, with Ascension securing the first victory of the best of 5 series. Congratulations for Ascension for securing a victory in their first game of match 1.
They have the momentum.
They have the momentum, but Mineski, they had a great start in the Ocean, the
Lots
Drake
of
controls.
drinks.
But when it came to the late game, Lloyd was just too much.
Yeah, I think they were trying to force the objectives way too much later in the game. They had 2 Mountain Drakes, but the Baron still very beefy. And the biggest thing there was Exosen and Zensho were caught out by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not frontlining for them, not being the disruptor, trying to duel Viper. There was no reason for that. He should have just disrupted for his team, peeled for Zensho and Exosen. They just fell apart after that. The Baron meant nothing. They weren't able to use it, had no value from it, no tempo even, and that's just them falling apart in the late game.
The late game really just shined for Ascension because of their
Lloyd.
lineup. Noe and Lloyd. Not to mention
And
G4.
G4.
If despite being locked down in the
There was
mid lane,
so much damage coming from the
so
Shockwave.
much burst coming from the Shockwave because he had the Void Staff. So guys, there you have it. That was game 1 of match 1 of Mineski versus Ascension in the best of 5 series, with Ascension securing the first victory. We'll be having a 15-minute break after the highlights. Stay tuned for the next game 2 between Mineski versus Ascension. Will they come back, or will Ascension keep up the momentum and secure another victory?
We've been your Shoutcasters. I am Atlas. With me is Vulcan. We'll be seeing you after the break.
In for the flash in, also for G4, flash in for Hamas. There is the scout, not gonna help much. Heal burnt by G4. There is the 3rd stack, devoured by TG with Hamas securing the kill. And from the ball lane, we see Noe responding, Skying to position
Exosen.
with the heal burn, and Exosen responding for damage will not be enough with Warlock's Boardlings just chewing out for the gang, but that will get Gina Corruption onto Warlock. And there's a solo from Warlock. He flashes away with TG's Thick Skin active. There's the
G4
heal
alone.
forward, and G4 alone. Teleport coming in from the top lane with Kaigo in the scene. There is G4 caught off guard with Zencho picking up the kill. A flash over the wall for Kaigo in the ground pit. TG slow with the tongue lash with Lloyd soaking so much damage. Viper strikes Zencho with the Javelin, dodges the Crystal Arrow, and there it is. the battle for the Ocean Drake. It would be Mineski securing the third Ocean Drake. And now teleport coming in, but Exozen just unleashed his power onto Warlock, and now Zancho's left alone. He burned his heal, plus the speed boost from the Blade of the Ruined King. TG's there for the save, and with Kaigu approaching from the top lane, TG is very low, but there is the grand challenge. Lord is left alone without his allies. Exozen picks up the kill with Kaigu just zoning at the members. James going for that pincer attack with G4 in the shockwave of TG. Not enough for the piercing arrow, securing the kill. James very low. Kaigu goes in for the flash and body slam with Exozen is on a killing spree.
That's gonna be all.
Warlock gets cut apart, but he does catch the forward gets onto Zencho. But it is not enough. With Kaigu splitting out Viper, zoning it out. With G4 bursting out, remember there's the redemption. James still loyal to the Baron. Will it be enough? He does get exhausted, really betting all in.
No, the lead.
He misses the lead, but
the
still
Baron
secures the Baron, and now Zencho left to fend for himself. Members of Mineski just falling behind. Kaigu flashes over the wall, body slams away. There is the blast gun for the quick escape. With 3 members down, Mineski still got the Baron.
But
oh wait, Viper is very low, and Lloyd just intercepts James. Exozen is very low, TG is very low too. There is the shockwave for the cleanup, and with Axel picked up by the javelin from Viper. 2 members of Mineski now make that 3, with Zencho only left for the count. Now how will it happen? James could not even intercept Ascension.
At that point, everyone was utility, the shields, and the CC.
That would be game set, knowing that 3 members are down.
Mineski losing their first game, the best of 5 against Ascension from Thailand.
There you guys have it, with Ascension securing the first victory of the best of 5.
The new high-performance RIG 500 headset from Plantronics is designed to match the skills of an aspiring esport player with the gear they need to win. The new modular system gives you the power to adapt, upgrade, and personalize your headset for the task at hand. The RIG 500 series of gaming headsets are engineered to deliver the perfect combination of durable lightweight comfort in an immersive audio environment. 7.1 surround sound and 24-bit audio provide a stunning 360-degree sound field with directional audio. 40mm drivers with low-frequency resonators provide crisp highs and boosted bass. Clear voice noise-canceling technology provides clear communication to your teammates. From the headset company that equips the pros, the 500 series was crafted to meet the needs of esports and competitive players around the world. The new RIG 500 series of headsets from Plantronics. Respect the training. Reactions win.
fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, the challenge.
All right, so we're back once again, guys. Again, this is the Garena Premier League 2017. I'm Master Ryan. Here with me is Iconic. And what a game one that was.
Exactly.
I mean, we really can't, what do you call this? Ignore the fact that it was a remake.
Yeah.
That second game one was kind of, I don't know, it just felt like Mineski were kind of trying too hard.
Yeah, one of the things that you can't avoid is technical difficulties. It is actually a part of, competitive play. Some things you just can't avoid. So
Yeah.
it was kind of disheartening for Mineski having to remake after coming out from a really big lead that first game before it was remade. But they actually did pretty well last game.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good. I mean, James was all over the place. I mean, not all over the place that it was bad. It was all over the place that was, he was getting kills, putting pressure on the lanes, which was also nice.
Exactly, and that Baron smite that actually got them the Baron. Even though it was a bad Baron call,
Yeah.
they were still able to secure the Baron and actually hold out a little bit longer.
All right, so I mean, aside from looking into game one, there was a lot of good plays for Ascension's side, and then Mineski. What do you think like Ascension needs to do to maybe get a smoother early game for themselves? Because that's I think what they kind of lacked. But then Mineski had a much more, I think, like drastic drop in performance in the late game.
What's actually interesting was that Mineski changed their playstyle, and Ascension wasn't ready for it. As you could see during the first game, it was a very unlikely gank at mid, but it still happened, and Ascension didn't expect it. That's why G4 actually paid the price in mid lane. But if they try to figure out like where the jungler actually starts, like where the Hamed starts or where Nixta will start, they will actually have a better understanding of where the jungler might gank first, and that will help Ascension not give up first blood that easily.
So early wordings invades into the jungle of your opponent. Getting that early scout off definitely going to be important here for Ascension, just to spot out, because right now I've seen like I think it's almost all junglers here in the GPL who are like super aggressive. They're gonna go for just the all out ganks in the early game.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that Southeast Asia has that not a lot of regions have is crazy aggressive junglers where they actually trust their team to back them up all the time, and sometimes it doesn't actually pan out as well as it plans, but if they do execute it pretty well, they can start to get the ball rolling for a lane, and it'll start snowballing towards for their team.
Yeah, I mean, it just snowballs into a huge lead, and then nobody can stop them. I think like when I watched the Thailand finals with, I think that was Ascension and Bangkok Titans, that was where Ascension Gaming was on top. Like every time I saw Viper just going in, it was G4 picking up the slack with the Orianna, with the Victor, with the Jace, just everything. And then let's just see how Mineski can actually counter that out, because there was like this one game, I think that was yesterday with Fortius Gaming, wherein Exo actually went for a Twisted Fate. He was trying to make a lot of plays, but then I guess it was just like bad clarity of like how much mana he has, because every time he Destinies in, he had no mana at all.
Yeah, so like that Twisted Fate pick didn't actually work. So if they do pick Twisted Fate again up against Ascension, I'm sure Ascension will actually know how to deal with it, because one of the reasons why Twisted Fate doesn't see a lot of play anymore is he's easily countered by good teamwork, good communication, and as we saw in the previous game, Ascension Gaming actually have really good teamwork where they know when just to let Lloyd keep on split pushing, attract all the pressure, and sadly Mineski couldn't do anything about it, and Mineski got so impatient that they started the Baron, which resulted in their loss.
That's true. But of course, while we are still waiting for the drafting phase to go, we'll just show you an interview, guys, of our players here. So here it is.
ถ้าถามว่ามั่นใจแค่ไหนที่ต้องเจอทีมมินเนสกี้พวกนี้ผมตอบว่าถ้าไม่มั่นใจผมคงไม่มาที่นี่หรอกพวกนี้ที่ผมต้องเจอเอ็กโซซินพวกนี้จะเป็นยังไงเหรอครับเอาจริงก็ยังไม่รู้จักเขาเท่าไหร่เลยทำไมทีมผมถึงจะชนะมินเนสกี้พวกนี้เหรอครับน่าจะเป็นเพราะการฝึกซ้อมที่แบบฝึกมาด้วยกันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับมากกว่าเพราะว่าซ้อมมาเยอะมาก
excited na nervous. Siyempre, may experience din si G4 eh. Alam ko, nakatapat niya na si Faker, kaya alam ko magaling siya, so di ko na siya underestimate. Confident kaming makakalaban namin yung Ascension bukas kasi marami kaming champion na pwedeng gamitin. Pero ang lamang namin sa Ascension is marami na kaming pinagdaan ng adversity, so alam na namin yung mga dapat namin gawin. Tapos, yung team bonding namin, yung trust sa isa't isa, sobrang laki, kaya yun lang.
Wow, so, we wouldn't be comfortable if we weren't respective of Mineski to actually come in the turf. You're in our turf now.
Yeah.
But of course, they got game 1, and now we're going to be starting game 2 drafting phase. Mineski's going to be on the blue team, and of course, if it's not going to be 100% ban, it's going to be 100% pick.
Camille, yeah. So Camille's super strong in 7.6. They didn't nerf. The nerf from 7.7 haven't implemented yet, so super strong in the current meta, and can actually fulfill the position of Fiora as well. They don't want Lloyd's hands on that Camille.
Yeah, we saw how strong he was when it was that match between Bangkok Titans. Ash to be followed up here, so no way. Not going to be able to have his hands on the Frost Archer.
Yeah, as well as the Jin ban coming out from Ascension. They don't want Zensha on that Jin at all. After his performance the last few days.
Yeah, it's like I think like I saw the social media posts of the Mineski members. They were like the one-trick pony Zensha on a Jin.
But Zensho has been doing pretty well even with other champions as well.
It's just like it was just like a joke that they were passing because he was like just totally dominating on the Jin. Rengar, so not really too much difference here or like big bans. It's all standard. First pick for Mineski here is gonna be the Malzahar for TG.
Very smart actually because they know that Lulu is banned. So Malzahar is pretty strong when Lulu is out of the picture because Lulu can actually deal with the Voidling super easily with her empowered auto attacks from picks. So it actually doesn't give away that much as well on what Mineski wants to build on.
Yeah, and it looks like Ascension here just to counter maybe the aggressive combo of possibly a Malzahar Varus. They immediately took Varus for no way.
Yeah, because Ash is also banned away. So one of the champions that you want with the utility AD carries is the Varus. So they take it away straight up from Mineski.
Yeah, and to complement that in the bottom lane, it's gonna be Warlock playing the Zyra, and of course Mineski has done wonders with this one. James yet again on the Kha'Zix. I think Ascension still hasn't thought of it as too much of a threat, so they're just letting it slip away in the in this first picking phase for Mineski.
Yeah, but what's interesting here is that they aren't the Ascension Gaming didn't actually ban out the Warwick during the first rotation when they did the last game. So does that mean that Lloyd is actually gaining confidence against Kaigu and is willing to let them pick the Warwick? But sadly, we didn't see it this first pick rotation, but still, it is still up there.
I think Mineski is just gonna be looking for possibly the more stabler champions for now, and then just decide if they want to go for that top lane Warwick. And at the same time, I mean, just at the start of that best of 5, I mean, the game 1, maybe the confidence for Lloyd, but then it is the Gragas versus the Fiora. I mean, that's not really a heavy solo top intensive matchup. So I don't know what Ascension are thinking about that.
Yeah, but the Rumble banned out because with how the meta is shaped towards team fights, Rumble is one of the best top laners now.
True
like
that.
I like that Ascension Gaming already banned it out. Kennen is also banned out because Kennen on hit Kennen is actually a super strong split pusher as well, which plays to the attributes of Lloyd as a top laner.
So we'll just see. I mean, Lloyd definitely looking for those top lane heavy impact champions. More on damage, the better. But then still, look at this. Mid lane bans have not actually been touched at all. So there's a Syndra, there's an Orianna, possibly even a Vladimir here for maybe G4.
Exactly.
Great
One of the
pick
things
there,
that the 7.6 brings to the table is super healthy mid lane and top lane champion pools.
Oh.
So even with these 4 bans, it doesn't really mean that much because there are so many alternatives, like a Kled, for example, super strong at skirmishing, dueling 1v1, and does super well against melee matchups. So what will what will Mineski be bringing to the
choose counter
table?
that. I mean, how about you, in your opinion? What is a good counter to a Kled?
Warwick does pretty well against Kled actually. Warwick does pretty well, as well
Okay.
as another option would be the Fizz. Fizz also does pretty well against Kled. So there are a lot of options right now for Mineski's top laner. They already lock in the Echo for the mid lane because
Yeah.
we don't see top lane Echo anymore.
Yeah, curiously enough, these are like champions who are viable in terms of, you know, if a player uses them and then uses them in the lane. But then at the same time, if I remember the stats that I saw correctly before, there was only maybe less than 50% pick rate overall in Echo in all of like the regions, and then for Kled it's like less than 5%.
Yeah, because Kled is actually hasn't seen that much play aside from in NALCS where CLG ran it, and there isn't that much room for error for Kled. If you don't get a really good laning phase and bully your laner, you're gonna have a really hard time.
Yeah, and it seems that Lloyd might actually be in a bit of a pickle here, as it's going to be Kaigu with the Fizz top lane.
Exactly.
So there you go.
So Fizz top lane does pretty well against Kled. And the reason why they chose the Echo is Echo and Orianna are the most blind pickable mid laners right now in 7.6. So what you can expect from Ascension Gaming is very heavy AD. Like, only the Nidalee and the Zyra will be bringing magic damage to the table. But what I like about the composition of Ascension Gaming, they win the game from level 1, but they descale really, really hard into the late game as compared to Mineski's composition, where they have a super strong AD carry, a super strong mid laner, and a super strong top laner. But I'd like to talk about is Fizz actually getting Ignite.
Well, we have seen it before. I mean, when TG was top lane before for Mineski, he actually got that teleport Ignite combo. So, you know, having, I guess, the extra kill potential with the burn is kind of good.
Yeah, which is interesting because some top laners in the LCK have opted to not get the Ignite, but instead go for Flash instead. So it's just you can expect a lot of early aggression coming out from Kaigu in the top lane,
Yeah.
and it's super strong against remounting Kled because he will apply a DOT onto Kled, and his base HP on Kled is super low because it doesn't scale with bonus HP.
Yeah. And there you have it, guys. Our lineup for Game 2. Mineski bringing out, or actually having no stops at all in the picks, and Ascension might be in a little bit of a pickle here, as there is, of course, the Fizz, the Echo, as well as, of course, as Ezreal to be worrisome. But, of course, Ascension do have the Jace as well as the Kled, even the Nidalee to an extent, and, of course, that Varus.
One thing that also was interesting was that Viper compared to James during the first game, Viper was super focused on counter jungling instead, while James was the one who's super aggressive. So that is the matchup to see right now.
All right, so we'll be showing to you guys a little bit of a matchup video. So be sure to check that out. Hashtag MSK win, hashtag ASC win. The Summoner's Rift back at it again for Game 2, Mineski versus Ascension Gaming. So let's have a rundown of our players as we're waiting. Again, guys, hashtag MSK win for that Filipino pride. And of course, if you're a fan of G4 or the other members of Ascension Gaming, hashtag ASC win. Let's have it here for Mineski on the blue team, Kaigu in the top lane with the Fizz. Hame is going to be on the... Hold that thought. It's going to just be a little bit of a tussle between Lloyd and Kaigu. Alright, so Ham is going to be on the Kha'Zix, Exozen, or Exo, going to be on that Echo bottom lane duo with Zensho and TG playing the Ezreal as well as the Malzahar.
And for Ascension Gaming, we have ASC Lloyd on the top lane Kled, ASC Viper on the jungle Nidalee, ASC G4 on the mid lane Jace. And for the bottom lane, we have ASC No Way and ASC Warlock on the Varus and the Zyra respectively.
Alright, so earlier this game, looking at where these junglers are going to be starting, or at least just, you know, how this early game is going to be panning out, which lane would you think is going to be primal here for either team to actually focus on to get an advantage.
Actually, I feel like ASE already has the advantage just by how the lanes have started. As you can see, they have no idea where... They have an idea... Mineski has an idea of where Viper started, which is Raptors, because both lanes did show up. Both top lane and bottom lane of Ascension did show up early. So they should have an idea of where the Nidalee started, but they don't know if the Nidalee actually is going to go for red first or go towards Raptors, Wolves, Blue. So they have no information whatsoever where Viper will start as compared to Ascension, where they know that as a Kha'Zix, you can only start blue or red. Blue, Wolves, red, or red, blue, Wolves, blue. Because Raptors hurt too much and Krugs take way too long to take as a Kha'Zix.
Yeah,
so
there's no spamming skill, so it's kind of obvious where he's gonna be starting from.
Exactly. So as you can see, Lloyd already shoving the wave in. He's gonna have that wave reset back into the middle of the lane, but he knows that the right side is actually the stronger side. That's why he's pushing the wave in super early so that it'll start pushing back towards him, so that it'll be safe for him from any jungle ganks.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of learned that, you know, when starting to play as a solo top, having that lane equilibrium is very important. So just you don't overextend and kind of like, you know, keep yourself vulnerable in the top lane for too long of an extended period. So you're gonna see a little bit of a ping here, and Viper actually connecting a spear, looking into James, but not gonna decide to actually go in aggressive. So G4 versus EXO with the Echo and the Jace. What do you think about this matchup?
EXO is actually doing pretty well in this matchup because he is only 3 CS behind, possibly 3 CS to if he gets those 3 minions. Usually as a Jace, you'd want to push your lead in really hard, so you'd expect to be like 10 CS ahead. So EXO is holding on there. He has lost all his potions. Also Zensho in the bottom side, he also used his potions as well, taking a bad trade. So it's very scary right now for Mineski because as we talked about earlier in the matchups, Ascension win from level 1 onto up to the mid game. So if Mineski will be at a deficit in all lanes, you can expect that. Maybe a chance of being even in the top lane, but it's up to James to actually alleviate some of the pressure, and it's up to Viper to actually choose which lane he can snowball off of, because all 3 lanes are winning lanes. He has the initiative to either counter jungle against James or score first blood.
Yeah, true that. Kaigu, some fancy footwork in the top lane, but Lloyd, actually here in the mid lane, it's gonna be G4 forced away to flash as James with the correct timing on that response, saving EXO before he does get into the clutches of G4. So there you go. Like you said, James alleviating the pressure. Interestingly enough, Kaigu actually gonna go in. Lloyd has to respect this guy. Oh, actually no. Kaigu went back for flash.
Yeah, he did change back into the flash in
notice.
the last second.
I didn't notice.
Champ Select. Had he had Ignite, that would have been a kill.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, I thought he had Ignite. Where's the burn?
Exactly, but this is... You can see how Viper plays. Viper plays very slow in terms of jungling, while James is crazy aggressive. And you can see right now that the pressure alleviation from mid lane, it now puts G4 on the back foot because Exosen is running teleport.
Yeah.
He was able to take the trade force the wave into the minion, and then minion wave into the turret, and then teleport back. And now he has the EXP advantage because G4 will be forced to back.
Yeah, plus as well as the mana, so you know G4 can't really do anything too much in the mid lane. There's gonna be the connection here for Viper, but not gonna be enough. Exo does actually have the ultimate to be able to get back his HP and almost gets a double kill into Viper. Look at this mechanical mid laner from the Philippines showing off his prowess in our game 2.
Again, this is because Viper is not doing as much as he should be. His playstyle, he should change his playstyle up because they have a time limit to when this comp actually works properly, and they will descale pretty hard.
Oh, that thought Warlock here into the mid lane might actually be trying to just give some support for Viper. I thought he was gonna go aggressive and put some thorns, but not gonna be the case here into the top lane. 40 to 36 CS, a little bit of a lead for Kaigu. So here,
as you can see, Exosen realizes that he's about to hit level 6, so he goes super aggressive and then knows his limits. He's gonna take the kill. Flash was already burned. Hits level 6 off of this last hit.
Oh, even with the heal from Viper, it wasn't enough. It's too much of a, how do you call this, like a minuscule heal. So now that's gonna at least give Mineski here the first blood, but there is still that 200 gold lead accumulated here by Ascension. That's probably because of the bottom lane
and the jungle.
Yeah. just from basically the CS. No
So-
way though.
It's actually, I find it super interesting that Kaigu's actually winning the top lane matchup. Based on how the matchup's supposed to go, Kled does win the first few levels, but the moment Fizz hits level 6, Kled's gonna lose out against the Fizz.
Yeah. Maybe it's Lloyd just not knowing the matchup itself, or Kaigu, you know, showing his mechanical prowess as well. Having the timely playful slash trickster, the hops really, you know, detrimenting, I think, the damage potential that Lloyd has in the top lane.
Yeah, one of the things that makes the Fizz versus Kled matchup really good is Fizz has a very small model size, so it's really hard to land that bear trap on a rope.
Yeah.
It's also hard to land your fourth strike of your W. It makes, because Fizz has so much reduced damage from his passive with the Nimble Fighter, and he
Yeah.
also has his Playful Trickster as well to mitigate a ton of damage coming out from Lloyd.
That's true, and if Lloyd is maybe in kill range, you can also use that third skill to actually hop away, or even the first skill if he's, you know, in the away direction.
Exactly. So it's pretty stacked against Lloyd. Lloyd pushed the wave in too early. It was smart because he prevented James from ganking him, but right now it's not working out for him anymore.
That's true. But at least that hasn't translated in terms of the CS. It's still 58 to 59. Now Viper here into the top lane, setting something up for Lloyd. He does have the ultimate, but at the same time, Kaigu is kind of slippery. Flash almost up. He's going to dash in, put a little bit of harass, but Viper still has no clear shot. The minions in his way, so he has to be a little bit careful. But then at the same time, where is James? Back at base, maybe buying himself more items, Clawfield's Hammer, and the Tracker's, Tracker Knife, I think, yeah.
So the first gank attack coming out from Viper not successful at all. But you can see just by the gold itself, Viper is 400 gold ahead of James, and even though the gold lead is practically zero already, you can still see that there's a really big gold lead between the jungler and the bottom lane of Ascension versus Mineski.
Yeah, but then at the same time, hasn't translated yet to anything, of course. Still have to wait, but here it comes into the bottom lane. No way has to be flashed as well as healed, but there's a Stranglethorns from Warlock. Look at the auto attacks from Sencho, actually going to be able to pick the ADC of Ascension off. Oh my goodness, Warlock is burning. He's almost about to die. Runs away, but here comes EXO into the bottom lane. Flashes in, dashes in, gets the kill, and we will be able to use that ultimate to get on out of there. G4 slapping him back into the fight. Parallel Convergence trying to get the stun, but not going to be enough damage from Ascension. Too strong. Still, 2-for-1 trade.
So much aggression coming out from Mineski. The moment TG hits level 6, they go all in. They planned it together with James. They were all on the same page. Even EXO already rotated the moment they started that fight. G4 luckily gets a straddler kill, but in most situations, Warlock would have died already had Mineski gone.
Yeah, just a faster initiation.
Yes, exactly. If they did it a little bit cleaner, they wouldn't have had EXO die.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason exactly why they banned out the Lulu. It's just because if you think about it in a defensive sense, Stranglethorns compared to Wild Growth, like in prolonging the life of someone who's targeted by maybe the Nether Grasp of that Malzahar, is just too valuable. And the Stranglethorns isn't enough. I mean, yeah, he got like a 3-man Stranglethorns, but then the chase potential was still on there because, you know, Arcane Shift in, there's the jump of James, and even TG could just flash in and maybe, you know, connect some shots. And now they're going to be able, or actually Ascension's still going to be able to get the Dragon though.
Yeah, dragons haven't been the first dragons in this series haven't been contested at all. So you can So red team always seems to prioritize the dragon first. Next Cloud Drake is also Cloud, so we might see a triple Cloud Drake, double Infernal this game to be the alternative of last game.
Oh, but Lloyd here actually in a bit of trouble. Does have at least the extra HP to soak up the damage. James looking actually ripe for the gank there, or for the tower dive, but to no avail. 1700 to 1700, or 17k to 70k in terms of the gold. It really isn't looking too out of control here for Ascension. Mineski have been initiating and have been getting the results, and Ascension have been getting the scraps.
Exactly. So Kaigu just uses TP advantage into TP back into the top lane, probably looking to freeze. But it looks
Viper here though. mean, there is an ultimate here, Chrono Break for EXO, so he's going to be able to, you know, just get back that damage unless they have enough lockdown or enough damage output to get that snipe onto him. Parallel Convergence, just a little bit for scouting.
Yeah, but right now we already see the Nether Grasp up. We might see another fight into the bot lane after Zensho backs because Zensho just uses his ultimate into the lane just to shove the wave in. They might be looking to set up another gank. James is on the right side right here.
That's true. But he is hovering in the mid lane, so it could be a gank onto G4. You have to be still pretty afraid. I mean, Power Convergence does take some time, but then at the same time, if you're that overextended, you might not be able to escape. There we go, 2v1 situation, G4 trying to run away. This is like the slowest chase ever, but he's gonna try to re-engage James. Oh my goodness, why did Exo actually leave his jungler to die there? Here comes Lloyd with the teleport, but he won't be able to save G4. Viper on the sidelines, Dragon Pit actually, but he won't be able to leap over and provide some harassment. But here we go, Kled, Lloyd going in, nobody to follow through. He's just playing Ring Around the Rosie in this stone area. Dives in from Exo. There is the Fizz ultimate, getting the knock-up. Damage onto Viper is surreal, but then at the same time, here it is, Stranglethorns plus No Ways. Chain of Corruption, and that's going to be the pick-off that I think Ascension were looking for.
A lot of these aggressive plays are calculated, but there are a lot of miscalculations right now.
It's like, why did Exo leave James? I don't know. I mean, was there like a... What's the mindset to that? What do you think was the mindset to that?
I feel like they should have actually hard committed onto G4, but G4 had no reason to actually move that far up into the mid lane.
That's true, but I guess sometimes logic can be outbalanced by mechanical prowess, because that's how G4 does it. Like, you don't think he was going to be able to get the kill, but then I saw like a match when they were going up against BKT and he was using a Victor that you don't actually think that he's going to get the kill, but he does. But now he's going to do the same thing. He doesn't have a flash anymore, trying to run away. Slaps back Exo. Parallel Convergence will not connect to this guys. Here comes Lloyd as well as Viper, so Cavalry has given G4 some backup. And that will just be a little bit of a taste of aggression from Ascension.
But Mineski realizes that Warlock was already roaming from the bottom lane to that skirmish, so they actually back off instead.
Yeah, so I kind of like this from, wait, hold that thought. James, bit of low in HP. They're just going to be able to seal that blue buff. No, he gets a smite.
James with the smite steals this.
Chum the waters, there's the rabbit. Viper trying to run away. Kaigu still hot on his tracks. Lloyd is actually here. Gonna be able to dash. Leaves his mount, but Nethergrass will finalize the kill, and that's gonna be another pick off here for the side of Mineski. Maybe the Rift Herald? That's gonna be a no.
TG being first to roam actually, because Warlock already moved back towards the bottom lane, but instead TG still hard committed to that skirmish because they knew that blue was being stolen by Ascension Gaming.
Yeah. I guess you can actually, maybe even if you can't see Viper, Lloyd, or G4, you can actually have a little bit of indication, because Warlock always roams up when there's going to be some sort of flash there for Ascension. So I think they should at least mix that up, maybe delay his response a little bit, just because it's going to be too obvious for Mineski here. No Way, though, has to use his ultimate so that he will be able to get away from the clutches of Exo, but at the same time, the other members of Ascension are going to be able to get that mid-tier 1.
That is actually way more important for Ascension Gaming to get that mid-tier 1. Even though Mineski does get the first turret gold, Ascension Gaming still is ahead in gold. And with a red side Varus together with a red side Jace, they can stop any possible Baron attempts coming out from Mineski.
And now Exo actually shifting up to the bottom lane, but he has to be careful. 4 members of Ascension are here. Will he actually go in? There's the Grasping Roots. Teleport coming in from Kaigu. He's a little bit too over-aggressive there. Has to back away as he was immediately bursted down to 1/4 HP as he comes out from the teleport animation. And look at this, Ascension actually getting some value. Look at the top tier 1 almost taken down by Lloyd.
But Kaigu was able to burn 2 summoner spells coming out from Ascension, which was the Ignite of the Jace and also the Exhaust coming out from Warlock. So technically 2 summoners per 1, it was still worth it for Mineski to take the trade. But Ascension Gaming trade top T1 now for their mid T1.
And looks like Ascension are going to be fighting for this mid lane. EXO had to use the Chrono Break. Going to be trying to escape, but here from the silence is no way. He might be a little bit too out of position here, so he has to respect that Mineski might actually engage upon him, but that's going to be a no. Warlock does get the Nether Grasp. Here's the hop from James. Takes a shutdown onto Viper, and Noe has to respect him. Very low in HP. I don't know what's going on. Why is Ascension actually going in low HP onto this one? 4 members have gone down already, and G4 is just going to stand and not stand his ground, basically, because he just wanted for Mineski to get the wipeout.
That was a beautiful play coming out from Mineski, waiting, realizing that Lloyd was on his way. They knew where direction he was coming from and where his ult was targeted, so they actually darted out away from Lloyd. And then the moment his ultimate stopped, they suddenly turned with the parallel convergence. And they take the first dragon plus possible mid T2 as well.
Yeah. Interesting enough from Warlock, he actually flashed in and tried to connect a grasping root.
Yeah, but super aggressive. As you can see in the team fight.
Let's check it out.
You have Lloyd coming in, but they already realized that Lloyd's there. Lloyd tries to E over the wall. Warlock, super aggressive. And then the parallel convergence zones them out. James takes out the entire backline of Ascension Gaming. Lloyd cannot do anything because he's in the front line while G4 isn't helping him kill the backline of Mineski.
Yeah, G4 just wanting to give some support to Noe, but Noe was very low in HP already there from, James' assassination attempts. So that's going to be, Mineski getting an 11-4, 2,000 gold lead, and I think a Cloud Drake as well.
Cloud Drake as well. And a lot of chunk damage into the mid T1. The mid T2. One of the things that you want to have as a red side Varus and a red side Jace is to not lose your mid tier 2. Because if you lose the mid tier 2, you lose a lot of access to your left side jungle, which then makes it harder for you to defend Baron.
True enough. And now, item check. We're actually going to see a Trinity Force already here for Kaigu. And Kaigu actually going to be activating Chum the Waters. No way, forced to use his heal before Chum the Waters. QSS just to be able to get away. And here's an Nethergrass onto Warlock, as well as the Ezreal ultimate. There you go. And another pick off here for Mineski. Catching off Ascension and G4 trying to pick up something. But he's going to be dueling against EXO, who is a little bit too tanky for his taste. Lloyd going to go in, actually overshoots EXO. But here comes Viper. This is just chased down onto EXO with 3 members of Ascension. Finally, they get the kill. That could have been a little bit too worrisome as Lloyd kind of overshot.
And we also have pings towards Rift Herald when it's about to despawn in 20 seconds. Will they be able to take this in time? Because James and PG are on their way. They spot this out.
Oh, this is not good. G4 is very low in HP, and they are just catching every single out-of-position member here of Ascension. Viper has to run away, but here comes TG. Flashes in, gets the kill, and he is going to be able to deny the Rift Herald as the Baron has summoned himself into the pit. There he is.
But yeah, like starting Rift Herald at 1930 isn't exactly the smartest idea, especially when you don't know where most of your enemies are. One of the things you'd have to take note of as Ascension Gaming is that the enemy team is also running a pick comp and they're executing it better than Team Ascension. The thing is, Lloyd's ultimates haven't connected at all this entire game. All 3 attempts to land his ultimate, either he overshoots, he falls short, or he just outright missed. And they need Lloyd to start hitting his ultimates so that they can get these really good team fights in.
True enough. And at the same time, you do have to question Ascension for starting these objectives when they don't have the manpower. Plus, at the same time, they were coming out of a fight. They were injured already at that point. So they had like lower HPs, and when Mineski spotted him out, well, they really can't do too much.
Exactly, and you only had 30 seconds to kill the Rift Herald. They would have made it, but it was too close for comfort.
Yeah, Mineski got a little bit of a sniff of that, and took a little bit of the action. I mean, it wasn't Rift Herald, but it was kills, so they'll happily get that one for themselves.
They could have gotten the Rift Herald as well if both they turned on the Rift Herald with 2000 HP and not let it reset. So it could have been worse for Ascension Gaming. Luckily, they didn't. James wasn't able to get the Rift Herald, and well,
yeah.
Ascension Gaming right now on the clock. They have to pick their fight smart and make sure that they get objectives out of them and not just these random kills.
Yeah. So let's get a little bit back into the item check as I was rudely interrupted by our teams. It's Trinity Force already for Kaigu. There is the TBC for James. Mid lane, EXO is going to be happy with the Proto Belt as well as the Zonia's Hourglass, but Mineski is going to be starting off the Baron. And Ascension do spot this out. They do have the wardings to actually see right in front of their eyes. But then at the same time, do they have the strength, the team fight power here to force out Mineski, or even if like Mineski is gonna get the last hit on the Baron, can they actually fight for it?
And this is pretty similar to what Ascension Gaming did last game, where they ran a...
Okay, actually gonna be chased down here by G4. He does actually use the Zonia's Hourglass. Does he have the Chrono Break? Yes, but his HP is very low. G4 flashing in, dashes away from EXO. Time Winder. G4, one more auto attack. Warlock, please don't do it! And Warlock's gonna get the last hit. KS, kill secured.
Yeah, this is what Ascension Gaming did last game, where they have one of their team members split push bottom lane. But what Mineski didn't do last game was they sent another person to actually deal with the split pusher. And you have an Echo split pushing instead of a Fiora, not one of the best split pushers in the game. So G4 being able to capitalize on that punishes EXO. But still, it's gonna happen again because EXO still has his teleport up. Kaigu still has his teleport up. We might see a 1-3-1 or a 0-4-1 coming out from Mineski.
So I guess the possible thing here for Ascension to stop that is to either split push themselves or, you know, pick off these split pushes before they do something else in terms of the objectives. G4 looking to actually get this spot tier 1 and just a couple more shots and he will be able to. But the problem is, James as well as another teleport, I think it's going to be Kaigu and EXO. This is very aggressive coming in for Mineski, but at the same time, Ascension got a little bit of a sniff of that one. Though this is a 3v2 situation, G4 way out of position here. Here comes EXO, and there you go, that's the kill. And Lloyd activating his ultimate, but didn't do too much for his mid laner. And here comes Mineski once more. Chum the waters onto Viper, the knock up, the last hit, the kill. 2-0, and maybe even the Dragon. It's gonna be a Mountain Drake too.
Ascension has no business whatsoever with the bottom side. They should be playing for these picks instead because they have the stronger pick comp. They have better burst damage coming out from the Nidalee Javelin Toss and the empowered shock blast coming out from Jace. So they actually can poke out Mineski, but allocating the Jace to the bottom side when their enemy team has double teleport is very risky. Now they lose their jungler and the Jace is too far away that they can't actually contest this Baron.
They do have a lot of AoE to work with. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption. Lloyd goes in, Stranglethorns as well, gets a shutdown onto TG. X is on very low in HP, but there you go. That's going to be the Baron here for the side of Mineski. Here comes G4. Finally, the cavalry has arrived. Goes in with the Shock Blast. Look at that. It's going to be a buffet in the Baron pit, but every single member of Mineski actually going over. And now Chase comes here from Ascension. Double kill for Lloyd. G4 spotting out Kaigu. There's going to be Chum the Waters, but he can't go in. Too much damage output coming in from Ascension here. And will they actually chase, spot out either Kaigu or Zensha? That's going to be a no, but Baron goes to Mineski. Lots of the kills go to Ascension.
Lloyd's Kled actually baited James and Exocet out of the Baron pit. As you can see, it's a very beautiful ultimate setup coming out from Ascension Gaming. They were able to kill TG outright even before the Baron was taken. And then as you can see, Lloyd does hop over the pit. But then Exocet and James being greedy, landing the pocket pistol and gets the kill onto James. Exo then goes in as well because G4 is chasing him. Tries to kill Lloyd, but Lloyd is just way too tanky.
Yeah, he had that bait extra HP coming out. I mean, he's like super low. One breeze of a bullet and he would have died. But then, nah.
Skarl being the MVP there.
So bait potential here, and it's going to be another aggressive take in here by Ascension. Ham is way out of position. It's going to be the jungler taking down Nether Grasp on TG, but it's not going to be enough. Kaiga going in, falls deep into the opposing team, but will he actually get the kill onto No Way? That's going to be a yes, but at the same time, look at Lloyd as well as Viper taking down the core members of Mineski. Kaiga the only one to remain as well as EXO, but can they re-engage or will they just look at Ascension and say, hey guys, you took our members, you took some, but it looks like you won.
Yeah, so as we were talking about earlier, Lloyd needs to land his ultimates. When he lands his ultimates, they win team fights because they can force 5v4s like that where EXO was still doing something in their left side jungle. They were able to catch 4 members of Mineski out and win the fight 3-for-1.
Yeah.
But they haven't translated it to anything. But it still still slows down Mineski in terms of their ramping up.
And I guess that like cherry on top of the pick-off Sunday that Ascension had was, you know, they got the Gene of Corruption onto, I believe that was James.
Yeah.
So, you know, getting off this, taking out this Kha'Zix is definitely a good pick-off starter for Ascension.
But there's still 2 Baron buffs for Mineski, but still, that fight actually helped them stall the game out a little bit longer by delaying any kind of slow push setup coming out from Mineski.
And with that in mind, it looks like Ascension, they kind of lost a little bit in the mid-game. And that was also shown in the goal, but now it's kind of neck and neck. 3 towers to 3. 2 dragons for Mineski. That's gonna be the Cloud Drake and Mountain. And Ascension here does have the Cloud, but in terms of who does have the faster trigger, it's been showing recently for the side of Ascension with the help from Lloyd's ultimate.
So now you can see that Warlock is fighting for vision control over Dragon being the next objective. They need to secure the vision control so that Mineski will be going in blind and Ascension Gaming will have the upper hand to force a fight.
Yeah, and we could, even if we did say that, you know, Ascension will drop somewhat, it's not showing too much right now just because they have that 5v4 situation in these recent fights.
Aside from that, just remember how dominant they were in the laning phase. It still transitions to the gold lead. Even though Mineski is 4 kills ahead, it doesn't matter because of how high the CS discrepancies are.
Actually, that's true.
All lanes are actually ahead or equal right now for Ascension Gaming.
Yeah, just a low. Only checking the ADC, it's Zensho versus the 40 plus CS advantage of Noe. And now, yeah, Dragon.
And you also have 2 items completed already. 2.5 items completed for Noe compared to Zensho's 2.5 items as well. But Iceborne Gauntlet being the choice for the Ezreal instead. We might...
Yeah, it's not too damage heavy, but here into the top lane, Axel gonna be chased down by Lloyd. He's gonna be very aggressive here as TG as well as Zensho actually going over the line of behind enemy lines to maybe get the catch off onto the top lane of Ascension, but then at the same time, you have to see that Ascension were responding too quickly. They have to back off and respect that they might be biting off more than they can chew.
Yeah, so you can see that they're now backing just in time for the Dragon timers, forcing Ascension to play to the tune, having to set up waves in the top lane and in the bottom lane, making Lloyd's back timer super awkward. So he'll have a lot of gold up, but he needs to back first to actually get his get more items. Items. So he has a choice whether he should back now and then force his TP or his charge into the Dragon Pit.
It looks like he's gonna check or use the ladder, choose the ladder and join his team. Oh, sorry. As he'll be getting himself a chain vest. Dragon taking quite a bit of poke here from Ascension, and Mineski onto the bottom side of the Dragon River. Teleport being commenced here by Exo. Here it comes. Nethergrass, but oh my goodness, Strangleforce Swell's Chain of Corruption just decimating the members of Mineski. 2 straight kills for Noe, and it's going to be Exo trying to go into the black line. G4 as well as Viper, very low in HP, but then at the same time, Lloyd is on to the side, maybe dealing the damage though. Even though the fight actually went in favor early on for Ascension, they got too much damage from Mineski, and Mineski are actually cleaning up 4 or actually 3-2.
Yeah, that was a really good fight. It was a really good fight set up by Ascension. Oh, a Straggler kill coming out from G4 gets Exosen in the mid lane. But again, it was a really good setup coming out from Ascension, but Kaigu wasn't there at the start of the fight, so they didn't act. It was again a 5v4. That's why Ascension won. But when it became a full-on 5v5, Mineski actually pulls on through. Ascension Gaming, they lack this sustained damage that Mineski has because they have an Ezreal. They have
let's actually check out the fight because I'm really curious how Ascension, the Prime members, actually got too much damage in their carries.
So as you can see, James takes all of the frontline damage, all of the burst coming out from Ascension. But remember that Mineski has way better sustained damage coming out from a super tanky Fizz. They have Exo. Exo gets the kill onto Noe. Kaigu for some reason thought that Warlock was still there. Zensho super aggressive, flashes in.
And he does get the finalizing kill on the Viper. Not too good, but look at this. There's going to be Ascension coming back at it again with 2 kills, and Mineski now this time cannot actually go for the respawn.
Yeah, so Mineski probably was trying to get vision control of the left side jungle of the red team. Sadly, they got caught out by Team Ascension Gaming.
Yeah, again, that's just, you know, Ascension's, I guess, playstyle as their comp dictates. If you're a little bit out of position, we're just initiate, and you really can't respond to that, and that's where they get these kills. Kaiju gonna be in the top lane, spotting out Viper, but will he engage? I think that's gonna be a no. He's gonna have to respect that this is still the territory of Ascension.
Especially with the composition of Ascension Gaming, you overstep, they can punish you immediately with the Kled ult. They have the Chains of Corruptions. They have Warlock as well with the flash root. It's really scary right now. And Mineski, using both TPs for that dragon fight, do not have teleport advantage.
Look at EXO getting depleted there just by G4's auto attacks. He actually uses the Zonias, but then will it be enough? Oh my goodness, he uses ultimate, but then TG gets caught up. Zensho gets caught up here. Here comes Lloyd from the sidelines, and that's going to be a double kill for Viper. James can only see his teammates fall all around him. Mid-tier 2 taken down, and now Ascension are knocking into the mid-tier 3 tower of Mineski, knocking onto the base, and will Mineski actually answer? That's gonna be a no. It gets taken down, and the inhibitor is exposed. Kai doing the best that he can, but he is just a fish, or I don't know, an Easter egg, an Easter bunny fish, whatever you want to call him, trying to defend, but it's not enough, and looks like Ascension are wanting to end this fight once and for all for Game 2, but will they? Kaigu is doing actually a sufficient job of at least being somewhat of a defender here for the last turret on that Nexus.
Yeah, Ascension actually overstaying it, but they did get one Nexus turret. It was okay. It was really scary though, because if they did get collapsed on by Mineski, but luckily the death timers were just way too long.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were looking at the death timers, and my goodness,
The chain of events.
Yeah, I mean, EXO, he just wanted to survive for as long as possible, but then at the same time, when he chrono break out, TG was so exposed, and then it was Zensho on the bottom side of that mid-tier 2, spotted out by No Way, and he just, like, you know, ultied him, and then they just got 3 follow-up kills that just led them so much. But
so you
now,
can see Baron started already, but
Lloyd activated the ultimate, Pyro Converge is connected up onto him, EXO gets the last hit onto the Baron, but the damage too much onto Mineski here! There's gonna be at least the ultimate used by EXO, but 2 of them have faltered now. G4 with the chase, that's gonna be the acceleration, actually giving Mineski, or Ascension rather, lots of chase potential here. Viper just pouncing in, getting the kills, and only James is left as the smoke clears, as the dust clears. The problem is, that is 30 seconds average on 4 members of Mineski. James is the only one to defend.
James trying to pull the minion wave away from Warlock and the rest of the Ascension squad, but James that won't work for him, and gets the executioner kill. Some KDA padding for the game,
but
that's already game for
GG.
Ascension Gaming.
Oh my goodness. Mineski tried to get the Baron in before Ascension could actually respond to it, but then no, Lloyd's ultimate just gives them so much gap closer.
Yeah, especially when Lloyd started landing his ultimates. That was when the script was flipped and Ascension Gaming started winning the game.
That's when it got real for Ascension, man.
Yeah, like when Lloyd started landing those ults, starting those fights 5v4 against Mineski. Even they weren't able to take down the 2 members. Remember, after that replay, they were able to take 2 members. Then they started taking EXO and TG in the mid lane.
Yeah.
It all started from there, with Lloyd actually getting the momentum, I guess.
I guess he was just like adjusting to how aggressive Mineski were playing. Plus, then maybe he wasn't accustomed to the Kled pick into Kaigu's Fizz. But then, you know, once they kind of ended the laning phase, once they got into the team fight phase, or, you know, objective phase, that's when he found the openings. That's when Ascension came together and then just got all things correct in their, I guess, in their win condition.
Exactly. It was really scary the way they started that fight for that second Mountain Drake, where they allocated both TPs coming out from Mineski's side. Those double TPs used in that fight caused them to lose their TP advantage, letting Lloyd split push the bottom lane while his 4 teammates were busy catching out EXO in the mid lane. Lloyd then, having his ultimate, could straight up charge into the mid lane to help his teammates while Kaigu was still in the top lane. So just the miscalculation of resources allocated for that dragon. They should have backed earlier and should have prepared for that second Mountain Drake in time to not actually waste their double TP.
Yeah, that catch off into mid lane really wrecked it for Mineski as their inhibitor was exposed and they were kind of short on what options they had to go for. I think like one of them was the Baron. They tried to, but again, Lloyd's ultimate too fast for the gap closer, so no luck there. So guys, there you have it. Game 2 already done. One more, and it's gonna be Ascension going to the finals on Sunday. I mean, can Mineski go for the reverse sweep, or will they just allow Ascension to run rampant in this best of 5?
Maybe it's time to change playstyles, change player, maybe bring in Nixta. Yeah, because Nixta has been one of the junglers for Mineski that helped them reverse sweep against IPT. So Mineski not new to reverse sweeps as well. So maybe but Ascension Gaming, they just have to keep their feet on the ground, their heads on the ground as well, because they are performing really well. That if they just do what they're already doing, they actually played the red side Varus way better than Mineski as well, where they don't actually start the Baron and instead just wait for Mineski to start the Baron and then punish them while they're doing Baron.
Yeah, so be sure to stay tuned, guys. Game 3 will be underway in a couple of minutes. Again, I'm Asrai here with Iconic, and you're watching the Garena Premier League 2017. So we'll see you in a bit. As well as heal, but there's a Stranglethorns from Warlock. Look at the auto attacks from Sencho, actually going to be able to pick the ADC of Ascension up. Oh my goodness, Warlock is burning. He's almost about to die. Runs away, but here comes EXO into the bottom lane. Flashes in, dashes in, gets the kill, and we will be able to use that ultimate to get on out of there. G4 slapping him back into the fight. Carlton fighting for this mid lane. EXO had to use the Chrono Break. Gonna be trying to escape, but here from the silence is no way. He might be a little bit too out of position here, so he has to respect that Mineski may actually engage upon him, but that's gonna be a no. Warlock does get the Nether Grasp. Here's the hop from James. Takes a shutdown onto Viper, and Noe has to respect him. Very low in HP. I don't know what's going on. Why is Ascension actually going in low HP onto this one? 4 members have gone down already, and G4 is just very low in HP, and they are just catching every single out of position member here of Ascension. Viper has to run away, but here comes TG. Flashes in, gets the kill, and he is going to be able to deny the Rift Herald as the Baron has summoned himself into the pit. There he is. Same time, Ascension got a little bit of a sniff of that one, though this is a 3v2 situation. G4 way out of position here. Here comes Axo, and there you go, that's the kill. And Lloyd activating his ultimate, but didn't do too much for his mid laner. And here comes Mineski once more. Jump the waters onto Viper, the knock-up, the last hit kill to work with. There's going to be the Chain of Corruption. Lloyd goes in, Stranglethorns as well, gets a shutdown onto TG. Excellent, very low in HP, but there you go, that's going to be the Baron here for the side of Mineski. Here comes G4, finally the cavalry has arrived. Goes in with the Shock Blast, look at that. It's going to be a buffet in the Baron pit, but every single member of Mineski actually going over. And now Chase comes here from Ascension, double kill for Lloyd. G4 spotting out Kaigu, there's going to be a Chunk the Waters, but he can't go in too much damage. Be another aggressive take in here by Ascension. Ham is way out of position, it's going to be the jungler taken down. Nether Grasp on TG, but it's not going to be enough. Kaigu going in, falls deep into the opposing team, but will he actually get the kill onto No Way? That's going to be a yes, but at the same time, look at Lloyd as well as Viper taking down the core members of Mineski. Kaigu, the only one to remain here by EXO. Here it comes. Nether Grasp, but oh my goodness, Stranglethorn swells Chain of Corruption, just decimating the members of Mineski. 2 straight kills for No Way, and it's going to be EXO trying to go into the black line. G4 as well as Viper, very low in HP, but then at the same time, Lloyd is on to the side, maybe dealing the damage though. Even though the fight actually went in favor early on for Ascension, they got too much damage from Mineski, and Mineski are actually cleaning up. Activated the ultimate, Carlton Bridges connected up onto him. EXO gets the last hit onto the Baron, but the damage too much onto Mineski here. There's going to be at least the ultimate used by EXO, but 2 of them have faltered now. G4 with the chase, that's going to be the acceleration. They're actually giving Mineski, or Ascension rather, lots of chase potential here. Viper just pouncing in, getting the... Oh my goodness. Mineski tried to get the Baron in before Ascension could actually respond to it. But then, no.
It's more than nuts and bolts. Beyond hardware and software. Beyond ideas and innovation. It's trust and peace of mind. The connections we've made, the partnerships we've nurtured, the changes we've embraced. Together, let's go further. Work smarter. Play harder. Dream bigger. Changing the way you do business.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Galio, the Colossus.
Battle, yes. Let's do this then.
Galio's passive is Colossal Smash. His next basic attack deals bonus damage in an area, scaling with his magic resist. Colossal Smash's cooldown is reduced whenever Galio hits enemy champions with his abilities. Galio's Q is Winds of War. He fires 2 gusts of wind in converging arcs that damage all enemies hit. When the blasts converge, they form a vortex for a few seconds that continuously deals damage in a small area. When combined with his passive, Winds of War lets Galio shred minion waves in seconds. Just make sure your positioning is solid. Line up the wind to hit both the front and back line. Galio's W is Shield of Durand, and it does a few things. First, it passively grants Galio a magic damage shield that refreshes if he avoids taking damage for a moderate period. Second, activating Shield of Durand causes Galio to enter a defensive stance for a short period of time. As long as the key is held down, he gains damage reduction and moves slowly. When the W key is ultimately released, Galio taunts all nearby enemy champions. Range and duration extend based on how long the stance was held. While Galio's charging Shield of Durand, the channel cannot be interrupted by crowd control, though Galio himself is still affected. There's no better way to start a fight than a flash taunt. Here, Galio preps Shield of Durand and moves in, using his defensive stance to weather damage from Varus and Ahri. With the taunt fully charged, he flashes in for a brief but brutal skirmish. Rock solid. Galio's E is Justice Punch. When activated, Galio jumps back, winding up for a big ol' punch. After a brief delay, he lunges forward, knocking up and damaging the first, and only the first, enemy champion hit. Galio cannot punch his way over walls, but he can flash them. Justice Punch is great for starting fights, but Galio will run into trouble if he's trying to punch his way out of a brawl. Here, Shyvana steps in front of the big fella while he winds up, blocking his dash so Caitlyn can serve up a little justice of her own. Galio's ultimate is Hero's Entrance. Galio chooses an ally to save, granting them Shield of Duran's damage reduction and flying to their current location, knocking up and damaging all enemies in the area when he lands. The knockup lasts longer for those in the center of the landing zone. Galio flies specifically to the spot the ally was when he activated the ability. It does not follow them. This ability can only be interrupted by crowd control before Galio takes to the air. Afterward, he's immune. Hero's Entrance's damage reduction kicks in the moment Galio casts it. Use it to give your buddies a little extra oomph when they're diving for the big play. 5 bot. Properly fighting as Galio requires you order your abilities correctly. Justice Punch closed the gap for the first use of Colossal Smash. Shield of Duran sets up for an unmissable Winds of War. By landing your abilities, Colossal Smash should be back up for your final bit of damage. When his lane's pushed, Galio's free to roam within a stone's throw of bot lane. Even though Caitlyn can see the indicator, Zyra's root holds her down for Galio's big entrance. The knockup allows for an easy chaining of Shield Durand into Winds of War, which wins the war.
Going somewhere? Too easy.
Hero's Entrance can get buddies out of tight spots, but only if he gets the timing right. With Vayne already inches from death, Galio is unable to save her. And since the landing zone is based on where his ally was, he finds himself surrounded by big, scary-looking dudes. And also Ezreal.
A legendary Friday afternoon, Southeast Asia, as we are back here on what could be potentially the final game of, the first half of the knockout stage of the Garena Premier League Spring 2017. We're gonna be your shoutcasters. I am Shinbu with 1-4-9, and with me is Azurai. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time since I've casted with you, my friend. And let's go, ladies and gentlemen, as we have Ascension Gaming. If you could see onto our schedule and standings, that in this Best of 5 series, they have already snagged 2 games. 2 victories against Mineski. That means that they are on game set. And of course, this is going to be a very, very tight spot for Mineski.
Yeah, definitely. One more game and it's going to be Ascension into the finals. I mean, that game 2 looks so good for Mineski in the early game.
Yes.
But then at the same time, it just mutated mid-game to late game because of Lloyd's charges on that Kled, allowing the gap close, the insane gap close for Ascension, and then, like what Iconic said, 5v4 pickoffs, and then Mineski couldn't really find an answer to that.
Yes.
And then they kind of like went for Baron.
Yes, questionable Baron calls.
Or objectives that kind of seemed forced, and at the end, and that kind of translated into, just Ascension, how you say this, Ascension responding, and then Mineski not really having too much HP because they already took damage from the Baron, or they were either out of position or caught out of position.
Yes, definitely, man. Yeah. And, well, there is that, ladies and gentlemen, as we head in through the drafting phase. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, it cannot be denied. This is a very tight spot for Mineski. But still, it cannot be denied that, who knows, we might have a remake of the PGS 2017 Spring Finals where Mineski actually reverse sweep their rival IPT on this one, that possibility of that instance remaking in this game would be possible as well. And of course, that would be the wish of the Filipino supporters for their country's representative. You know, as our country, we're very used to fighting losing battles, historically speaking, you know, so it's nothing really new for us, ladies and gentlemen. What would be new? What would be new is for us to unite in supporting our own representative now.
I guess like the catchphrase or the saying that you want to relay here for our players is, I don't know if you guys know this, or you know, if it's in Tagalog, it's called Rak na itu.
Yes.
So it just means ready to fight.
Yes,
something like that in the English translation.
There is some merit on, you know, when a Filipino is being pushed, you know, with his back against the wall. So on the drafting phase, first set of bans here coming in from Ascension Game is going to be the Jean, Graves, and Rumble. Observably, a lot of damage to be removed in the hands of Mineski. Could be the backline damage, you know. Graves, Jean, despite Graves' awkward range for auto attacks, he's still able to deal damage into the backline. Not to mention that the equalizer of the Rumble as well. Not to mention the ultimate of Jean here with a curtain call. So that's what they don't want. It's very likely, I'd be assuming Ascension Gaming would be rolling a very mobile composition here with lots of pokes to be available, and as explained by the Varus pickup here for the ADC. Now, for Mineski's ban, we're going to be seeing the Nidalee not going to allow Viper to pick that one anymore, and Ash as well, removing one main form of initiation here against Ascension Gaming and the Rengar. For the picks of course, to catch up, we got, as we mentioned, a Lulu, Kha'Zix, and Varus. This is not surprising, although the Kha'Zix so far with the running trend here in the GPL, very aggressive junglers, you won't be surprised in seeing that.
So the picks here for Ascension definitely just going to be the safe picks. Finally, Viper gets himself the Kha'Zix, takes it away from James, but these three picks of Mineski, I mean, of course, Elise is still in the meta, and then TG going to be playing his Thresh. We all know TG, before, he was the top lane of Mineski.
Yes.
He was such a good top lane, but then he kind of faltered off, and then after a couple of months of, let's say, downward spiral in that lane, he shifted back into his position, his old position, the support role, and he just showed us a hell of a good Thresh, and that is what they're going to be doing right now, the comfort picks. This is a Caitlyn that Zensho loves to use. This is one of the champions that he's most comfortable with, aside from the Ashe, if I'm not mistaken, like watching him from way back.
Yes.
But finally, it looks like she has actually gotten through the ban hammers.
Alright,
it's the Camille.
It's the Camille. Actually, I'm really interested about the drafts that Kaigo has rolled out on the GPL. We got a Warwick top lane. He has shown that in the BGS. But you know, so far for the record, Kaigo has played a conservative roles in the top lane, taking up for the most part a tank position, not necessarily a duelist one, or even set up players like the Fizz or even the Warwick really, or even this Camille. Interestingly, now continuing with the bans here, what happened here is that Kaigo's gonna be denied of his Camille. Also the Renekton, two main power players here in the top lane to be removed, just so they could allow Lloyd, who had a really nice performance on the Kled earlier, which is a good explanation why this one still has been is big up as well. Now that's gonna be the Echo to be denied against Exocen. I really thought that's really damaging for Exocen. Now we get a Camille, as you mentioned, of course, passing through the banning phase. Mineski, though, after denying that Fiora and Kennen against Ascension Gaming, we have a Taliyah here. Now, I'm really curious how will the Taliyah fit in this competition, because in my opinion, Taliyah has very conditional damage. Has a good control when it comes to the early game skirmishes. Really synergizes well with the Camille, but I would really suggest, you know, take someone with more consistent damage. Yes, go for that Orianna. You could just shield the Camille or any backline engages that can be pulled up by the top lane here, as we mentioned, Camille, or on this Elise.
I guess the only reason why they opted for maybe Exo on this Orianna is just because of that shockwave. Having at least another team fight ultimate would definitely tilt a little bit, you know, the clashes in the favor for Mineski. So Ascension Gaming, like you said, they already picked off the G4 on the Echo. This is actually going to be kind of a first time for him, because I've never seen him on this champion before.
Yeah.
So this is like I guess, a mystery pick for Ascension, because Mineski don't know the playstyle of it.
Yes.
And then at the same time, I'm just kind of curious, just because, again, there was Zensho picking the Caitlyn, but that's kind of like a different champion here in the meta, wherein most ADCs would build a Blade of the Ruined King first. I think if you buy that for a Caitlyn, it kind of seems awkward, because you want to get that BF sword into maybe early Rune Sword King. Yeah, exactly. So we'll just see how this pans out for Mineski. There's definitely somewhat of their comfort picks, and then for Ascension, I think it's just like a mix of comfort, of what's in the meta, plus at the same time, what counters or what they get away from what Mineski can actually pick for themselves.
Yes. A good reason if you're going to be picking up Echo, it really works nice on a poke-oriented composition because Echo is a very good champion when it comes to disrupting the backline and even reaching the backline. All you need is to actually build that proto belt in, allows you to have more of that mobility just so you could get your objective. Of course, build the Zonia's Argos as well just for that added security for diving. But now Mineski, diving the backline is not really that rewarding anymore, or actually, there's an added risk for diving the backline. You see that on Orianna, the whole thing about picking up an Orianna, especially with the likes of a Kha'Zix, is that Kha'Zix wants isolation damage. So this is only a matter of Exocen responding to anyone who is isolated by the Kha'Zix here, and it's going to be very punishing. This is seen on the game by Mineski against Forces Gaming, where Mekon made a mistake of diving Exocen after receiving an enchanted crystal arrow, and that shockwave was very punishing. Not to mention the trash, diving for your ADC. Diving for your ADC, it is going to be very threatening as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, brace yourselves because this could be it, especially for our viewers from Thailand. Let's go for our game.
I imagine with that rock intro, there would be someone like growling in the background. You know how like all hardcore metal songs are? Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
So here we are, guys. Game 3, Ascension versus Mineski. Let's have a rundown for Ascension. Lloyd in the top lane. Again, went to Kled. Viper on the Kha'Zix. G4 going to be on the Echo. No Way and Warlock playing the duo bot of Varus and the Lulu.
Not to mention, of course, in the red side, Mineski, their final, their final stand. They need to take this one if they want to open up for the remake of that PGS 2017 Spring Split. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, in the top lane, you got Kaigo, it's Camille. Ham is playing the Elise. In the jungle, it's in the mid lane, rather. It's going to be Exocen or Rihanna. And the bottom of the is going to be played by Zensho on this Caitlyn ADZ and TG on his stress support. We are live at gaming.youtube.com/phgarena/live. So for all of our viewers, especially to those who are just watching, don't forget to log in your Gmail accounts and interact with us via chat. Tell us your insights, tell us your thoughts. Show your support by putting in those hashtags for your respective teams. Ascension, of course, ASC win, or it could be Mineski MSK win.
True enough, and there are no exhausts on these two teams. Plus, at the same time, we do have 2 teleports on Ascension and only 1 for Mineski here. So that response on the opposite side of the map is going to be a little bit more prevalent here for the side of Ascension.
My guess here is that Ascension may have their eyes set here in the bot lane. And, there would be a lot that's going to be at stake in TG's hands here if ever Ascension is targeting the other half of that bot lane, which is Zensho. So right now, pretty standard setups, pretty standard itemizations. Interestingly though, No Way is opting on Doran's Blade here. Okay?
I guess that's
away
fine.
from the meta of starting a longsword. Of course, the default one really is actually the Doran's Blade, but so far we have an unobservable pattern of this ADC gonna go for that longsword early.
Yeah, longsword.
Yeah?
I guess one of the reasoning behind that is just because there is that headshot harass from Zensho's passive. So, once you get hit by that, that's actually a lot of damage. Not really gonna expend any mana.
Yes.
So basically just having that hit life points back plus extra HP is kind of good in terms of the safety.
Not to mention that after the updates, it's actually...
James here to the bottom lane. He goes TG with the Flay. Gonna go in. And he
Whoa!
connects it. Predictions here by TG.
Yeah.
And there you go. Pulling out no stops. It's gonna be Mineski with the first blood given greatly into the hands of Zensho.
Definitely, there's a good reason why people are banning the Thresh against TG. TG is like, one of the hook lords here in PH.
Oh, he knows.
There's the vision.
Does connect the Cocoon. This is 3 members. Teleport
Kaigu.
coming in from Kaigu. And now Ascension are kind of a bit of a pickle here.
they
They'll
have
be
the bird
forced to
flash.
actually flash. But no, Warlock almost getting connected there. That was actually a Cocoon, I believe.
Yes.
And
They're
dire
like trying to buy time actually, so that G4 could still respond. But with that kind of position, especially with the Cloud Drake it is a sure flash burn. Summoner spells burn denied here by Mineski against Ascension. What's interesting there is that had it been that, you know, the Mineski hit that Cloud Drake, could have contributed.
Could
The added
yeah.
damage to those two guys of Ascension that is in the Drake kit, and maybe like pop them quickly before they could even have the opportunity to use that flash. So right now, this is a usual scenario.
I guess the other thing there that kind of like ruined it for Ascension was Viper was actually hitting Taunty or the Scuttler.
Yes.
And James just saw it was actually damaged, so he knew already that Viper was just standing on the brush. He didn't need any extra vision.
Yeah.
But now he's gonna go again for the bottom lane, and No Way has to sidestep, probably in the sights of TG's hook, but a little bit out of position. It's still fine.
It's actually TG predicting the sidestep from No Way, because if you really want to like dodge that, actually No Way's positioning, had it been that TG just defaulted on that
angle,
proper angle or usual angle of the death sentence, it would have connected to No Way. I'm really surprised that No Way dodged did not dodge that death sentence. So
that's fine. I mean, in the end of the day, it's at least him not dying
yes.
too quickly from like the first initial death.
And here we go again. Usual early game lead by Mineski in terms of control, in terms of laning, and actually can be said as well in terms of CS for the side here of their mid lane and bot lane, slightly, of course. But look at that.
With the damage though. Look at Lloyd.
Lloyd
having to
will
back away
have
from
Scarl back.
the Camille here, but Viper on the sidelines. Lloyd gonna be having that extra HP. Goes in onto Kaigu. Kaigu a little bit out of position here, but there is James, like you said.
Oh!
Sakun onto Viper, and he is way out of position, way overextended. Lloyd cannot do too much.
Oh no!
Back away, and that's gonna be a kill spotted by Mineski.
So it looks like it was Camille who's actually baiting Lloyd there, when it seems that Lloyd will have Scarl back with his passive deflated here.
Yeah.
So now what happens? On the first back here, we are going to be seeing Kaigo actually with a longsword advantage against Lloyd here. Alright, considering that trade up, both junglers has the tracker snipe available, so let's observe for the later part when will they where will they put those vision. And observing the mid lane here, pretty standard pickups, no Negatron cloaks, no magic resistances. Won't be expecting that, especially if G4 may want to rush that revolver. But look at that, Exocet gets bursted here by the ultimate.
The damage, just too much there in the mid lane, but then at the same time, there's not really too much commitment from G4. Hold that thought, that was a little bit. That did force out Exo to use his heal, but that didn't result in the kill, though one Summoner Spell burnt for Exo.
It was an instant ultimate as well from G4, spiking at level 6 or hitting level 6. As you could see that only under turret, Exo did receive his shockwave to be available. So right now,
wait,
oh no.
Exo does have his flash, but he has to be very careful as three members actually of Ascension were there. Shockwave being used maybe for the re-engage, though it wasn't used in time, and that's going to be Ascension with the one kill.
Lloyd is a very big threat on this Gled. Clearly, there's no read there by Mineski, anticipating that, yes, of course, the 3-man gank is very much possible. So, had it been that James responded there and did not account for Warlock as well to be there, it would be very bad for Mineski, this phase of the game. So, do take note that for this game, we'll be seeing a lot of casualty as both of these two teams has no exhaust. Okay.
True that, and of course, both of them have these really nice pick-off compositions. Of course, with Elise starting it off, maybe even having that somewhat of a ball delivery system. We do like to see that when you do have an Orianna in your composition. Plus, TG back on his Thresh. So you gotta be careful from those hooks, and if you do let him, he will translate that into a kill for Mineski.
Mentioning as well that all summoner spells are available in this bot lane, but if you account for kill potential, so long as you dodge that ultimate by No Way, this is gonna be a lane to be won by Mineski.
Yeah.
Just so because there's really lots of pressure and crowd control available in the kits of a Caitlyn and the Thresh.
So it looks like
Blade of the Ruin.
Zencho here gonna be building at fourth. It is gonna, I guess, delay his damage output, but then at the same time, he's going to keep himself healthier with, of course, the lifesteal plus the slow potential. And then when you do get the Runan's Hurricane, it does add that interaction with the Caitlyn wherein those 3 hits actually accumulate with 3 hits on your passive. So, like, 2 hits with the Ruden's Hurricane, then the next one will actually be an auto attack crit, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So that's actually pretty good when
And-
you're going to be using that on a Caitlyn.
Well, just to understand, my opinion tells me that I still think Zenshi should have opted on more raw damage just for the mid-game fights, but because it is also safer. But seeing this kind of itemization, my guess here is that Zensho would want to get that quick burst coming in from that Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, the extra 100 damage.
Yeah, additional damage because if you account for the quick upfront burst, the Blade of the Ruined King active is better compared to the build of BF Sword and Runa 1. So this is quicker upfront damage but lower long or sustained damage for Zensho's Caitlyn. So right now in this game as well, we can see that we got Kaigu really rolling nice on this. We got the Tiamat completed as well.
Plus, I think if you think about it, it just seems that Zensho has a lot of faith in TG because he's going to be looking for TG to get the pickoffs, plus, you know, the zoning with his skill set, just so that Zensho will be able to get the free hit at a safe range. And this is what they're trying to do again. He did slash in, but that did force at least the chain of corruption from No Way.
Yeah, sorry, not VR, but rather a Camille in the top lane. We got Lloyd once again on his Kled, actually scouting the mid lane. Exosen is very wary of him. He is actually scouting where Lloyd might be, knowing that Kaigu have reported that this Commodore General is missing. So far, yes.
You think like Fled is the sign from Napoleon, but Holmat thought it's going to be an engage into the mid lane with the Shockwave connecting onto G4. He does use his flash, but he didn't use anything else, so I guess that was an okay gank into or engage into the mid lane.
He has a lot of similarities.
Yeah, G4 escapes with his life.
I mean, Kled to Napoleon.
I guess, right?
Both of them are short. You know, both of them are great commanders and conquerors. You know, Kled is actually like a high-ranking official in the Noxian army.
Yeah, but I heard.
But I have no idea. I'm yet to make a reading
of course.
Is Napoleon like a pet lover? Didn't pass by that info because clearly here.
History lesson.
Yeah, definitely Kled loves Carl a lot. He's just too shy to deny it.
And you know who loves the top lane? It's going to be both Viper and James, but now Kaigu taking a crap ton of damage, has to back away. Lloyd gets the kill, and James a little bit too late to the party. It looks like Lloyd is hungry for more. He's going to go in, doesn't have a flash anymore to actually get on out of there, but he does at least get away from the aggression of the tower.
Liv is actually 7 seconds on cooldown as well by the time that James has flashed. Right now, what they're
Here goes Exo, though.
Yeah, this is gonna be dangerous though for Viper if he receives a full combo on top of that Cocoon Smite battle.
Smite for Smite.
Yeah.
And that'll at least allow Lloyd to get some okay damage in the top lane, plus of course alleviating the pressure that Kaigu did give when he got that first blood onto, I believe that was Viper.
Yeah, what would Mineski want is an opener, an opening clash that they could win for the mid-game phase because clearly this early game phase, this laning phase is about to reach its end. As you can see, it's only a matter of taking an outer turret that would allow a few members to really group up, take skirmishes like with involving more than 4 players in the field. So
although if you kind of think about it, unless either of these two teams have enough damage output to get that quick kickoff, they won't really commit to tower dives, just because if you think about it, they're very squishy.
They're very squishy for
ends.
tower dives, definitely.
Yeah.
So that's why outer turrets needs to be removed for this game.
Yeah. So it's either you siege or you get enough quick, fast trigger pickoffs for an easy siege.
And you know, among all of these champions here in the Summonership, the most capable of doing that quick pickoffs, that quick response would be on Lloyd. Kled, you know, one of Kled's power and strength actually lies on rotating between the top lane and the mid lane, just with his ultimate, a very, very powerful initiate tool.
It's gonna scare Ring.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna connect.
Yeah, not gonna connect.
A little bit of a small character model there for Warlock. So.
But it was actually TG just guessing it. They have no vision on that brush. There was a control ward on the brush where Warlock was actually standing and, you know, to put up that second brush nearing the red side. And so they may have an idea. I saw a ping there, which is an idea that Viper might be there as well.
Yeah.
Plus, TG knows there's a ward on this spot here, on this
But-
side brush here, and
yeah,
he gets scouted. He gets seen by that.
They should
Black
also know that EXO was going to go to the bottom lane. I think the wave was still not finished when he was actually trying to roam down there.
Yep.
G4 going to be spotting him out. He does have the proto belt already, so lots of dash potential here for G4. Look at the damage, just a couple of auto attacks, and EXO has to respect a little bit this Echo. Here comes James, goes in, and that doesn't allow G4 to actually use his ultimate. Lloyd going to go in 2v1 situation under tower.
Yeah, too complacent, man.
Yeah, right, and that's just going to prompt him to back away. And that's just going to be it.
But that's clearly a statement as well against Mineski that, oh my god, Lloyd is this aggressive. It's like, you know, we said that for the most part, all of these champions are kind of squishy in pulling off tower dives, but the closest one on pulling off a tower dive would be Lloyd. I'm really interested because look at that, instantly Lloyd rotated again in the top lane. That's just how easy he can roam around. He can respond. But let's see.
But
Maybe
the
this
prowess
Kaigu's
from
turn.
him roaming around is no match to Kaigu's damage output. But here into the bottom lane, a little bit of a tussle, and once again TG connecting his ultimate. James gonna go in a little bit aggressive here, and he does get the kill, but that's the one-for-one trade, and here is Lloyd as well. Exosen does not have the ultimate. Lloyd going in has no HP at all, has to back away. Where is his mount? Not gonna be there in time.
Oh, the box!
The box activated by TG just for the zoning potential. G4 is here, but the slowing potential is just too damn much for him. He's gonna go in, uses his ultimate to get out of the fight, just get that zoning away. Warlock gonna actually flash in, and that gives an opening for G4 to clean up house. TG has to get the kill, but no, the snare trap.
And
G4
there's
gonna be
Kaigu.
chasing. All right, that's gonna be the kill already for TG. Onto TG. G4 cannot escape the clutches of Kaigu, and that is going to be a 4-4-3. 4-4-3.
Oh yeah, 4-4-3.
Yeah. Favor of Mineski and Warlock.
Well,
Alright, okay.
Yeah, I think Warlock did not really disconnect. He'll be back in this game because we will have definitely a pause if we see a player disconnecting. Anyway, there is that 6-8, ladies and gentlemen, a really close and neck to neck fight here in this bot lane. Kaigu has to walk from the top lane, from the far edge of the map just to get into that fight. Now let's get into the replay. As you can see here, what's really the number ratio here. As we mentioned, that these two teams are too squishy to pull off tower dives. Good thing that James is not the one taking third hits. Had it been that he's the one taking third hits, it should be bad for Mineski. And that's a big problem. I was curious, really. Zensho did not auto-attack quickly Lloyd there when he was in range. And I was curious as well that the Yordle Snap Trap earlier did not connect onto the Barus. So
maybe it's just like it was still in charging time.
Yeah, charging times.
Yeah.
That's the big problem there. And that's the thing. Right now, I mentioned that G4, or rather an Echo, is a very good champion in disrupting the back line. Given that, there is enough damage for G4 if ever, or for an Echo if ever he wants to die. But on this case, for that case, it seems that Mineski on that 2v1 scenario, take note, 2v2 scenario, but that one is a support. G4 definitely out-damage Zensho there, or mentioning Exosen there.
Yeah, though it was kind of awkward for, I think the other thing that I noticed there, it was very awkward for Lloyd because you saw that he teleported there, but I was actually looking at the river. There was no vision at all for Ascension, and he expected only 2 members of Mineski to be there. He didn't expect EXO to actually slam him with the ball.
That's the problem.
And
look at that.
force him to actually back away with very little HP. So
Yeah.
I think if he knew that EXO was there, he could have sidestepped. Maybe he had enough HP to make it a little bit in favor of Ascension. But at least they do get themselves the bot tier 1. I think that is the first of the game. Yeah, that is. So extra gold for them as well. So
I'm observing
pretty good
that
for Ascension.
This is a mix-up rotation as well from Mineski. We're seeing TG in the top lane. Okay, instead of someone that can actually stop this push by Lloyd, because my thoughts tells me that Lloyd can actually dive TG here if ever TG overstayed in the top lane. So it's
look at that.
It is macro mixed up here by Mineski.
He's
What
basically
happened there?
just breaking down towers.
Yeah.
G4's gonna, well, just a little bit of harass. Basically
Yes.
that's it.
Right now, and that is the main reason why we'd want a BF sword on Zensho. And now Zensho is having difficulties in really dealing consistent damage. Had it been that he has raw damage there, should help a lot. But one reason as well why Blade of the Rune King was picked up is you're picking up Rune once just so for the added wave clear as well, and that is kind of a redundancy for Mineski's composition because they have nice wave clear in the hands of Exosen on this
Yeah.
Oriana. But right now, whatever is the reason for that Blade of the Ruined King to be picked up, and my guess is that's for the quick burst of the active, it's not really paying off, especially for that fight. I think what should be needed, especially when you're dealing with an Echo, is the consistent high sustained damage from the BF Sword and Rune ones.
But then I have to agree on that one, but then at the same time, there is that threat of like G4 bypassing every single member of Minaski going in onto Zensho. So if he's kind of exposed like that, having the Blade of the Ruined King
but slow
with the added slow and survivability with the life steal actually just give you some leeway to maybe get back into the fight. But this is going to be a blown out clash here. Minaski going to starting off with a hook coming out from PG. Hex Tech ultimate used by Kaigu, but not going to be enough as Viper shuts him down quick as he used this ultimate.
I really just have a bad feeling that Mineski is lacking in damage right now. Yes, they have an Oriana, but I think Aruna ones would be better for that kind of fight. So let's see, ladies and gents, because it is 8-8. And
it seems like Mineski kind of wanted to use Kaigo's ultimate to push back Ascension to have a little bit of opening for them to get a catch-off, but then it was just, I think Ascension have body blocking all the way with the help from as well as Warlock's Wild Growth. That kind of stopped Mineski in their tracks. They kind of didn't have the force that they wanted, and that kind of backfired because they was just outside of their kill zone. Outside of their, of how they can get the kill onto Ascension.
Yes, right now, itemizations as an update, you got the Trinity Force completed onto Kaigo. Definitely observing that fight on that river side for the needing the Drake Pit. There is a call for Kaigo to might be build a little bit of defensive itemization.
Zensho is actually pretty aggressive here as well.
That's going to be a nice spot for them.
Members of Mineski with the response teleport coming in from Lloyd, and he's actually going to go in with the help of G4.
Yeah, that's a double teleport cheese there.
They're kind of out of position here, but Lloyd is still going in aggressive, tower diving as well. He has to be very careful as Warlock was spotted out. He got caught off guard, and Mineski, I don't know what was that from Ascension.
Yeah, obviously a mistake there by Ascension.
That was too greedy.
Yeah, that's too greedy. Pulling off tower dives like that. Had they committed fully, it would be very dangerous for them. Do take note, the Shockwave is still available on this one. All they need is to set up on No Way here, or rather on G4, just so we can pop the ultimate.
EXO still has his ultimate here. They are damaging this mid-tier one quite well, but Ascension at the same time is doing a good job at actually defending their tower.
But they're gonna recall, interestingly. Are they predicting that?
It's 21 minutes in, so they have at least the home guard buff to get back really quick.
Yeah, and they're accounting for the bounce of the waves as well. So there should be enough people to actually respond still in this mid lane, knowing that No Way is still there. The Q should be able to clear this wave. Mentioning the Q as well of the Echo, that's gonna be a signal. Shockwave is on cooldown.
This could be it. The hook onto G4, very low in HP.
Oh!
He didn't actually have the time, or no, his ultimate was already used. Ham is very low as well, but the shutdown comes in from No Way. Here's the chase. Lloyd and No Way have to back off. That was a beautiful timing on the dissonance by EXO. So the 1-for-1 trade, but it's more important here for Mineski as they do get the mid laner of Ascension.
This fight, it would be really rewarding if Zensho has more raw damage here, but of course, nonetheless, he's 4-1-4 and he's on his way for the Brunoans. They may go for the push here!
From TG, connecting onto Lloyd. He had to dismantle Skarl for the meantime just to save his own skin, but it's alright. Skarl's gonna come back.
Wow, look at that. Look at Zensho.
A little bit later.
Oh my god, Zensho!
Well, it's against No Way, so I think he can just, outrange him if you wanted to. No Way has no mana.
But that is very dangerous. They should account that by that time, Kled ultimate could be there, but of course he has no health. But there's the bar for Skarl to return. Anyway, there is that 9-10 still in our scoreboard, and we should be expecting Zensho on completing that Runoance on his next back. Accounting for the itemizations as well here by Ascension. You can see that actually G4 is going to be opting on building Leechbane instead of the Zonya's Hourglass. Not going to be forcing things against Mineski.
Right now, I think they really need the extra damage here. That extra oomph in his slaps with that, how do you call his weapon? Like a cricket bat or something?
Yeah, especially against Kaigu.
Yeah, exactly. Because
I think that is actually the Barbatos weapon. No, referencing to the Iron-Blooded Orphan series.
Actually, it does look like
the paddle from that Barbatos Gundam.
Yeah, the first engagement.
Yep.
Yeah, but the reason I think why they went for the Lich Bane is because No Way is kind of lacking in damage. It's either he's lacking on damage or he's not getting in range to deal the damage.
Yes, and actually, not just getting in range to deal damage, the cooldown on Q is very punishing for this fight.
Oh, this could be bad for No Way.
Yeah.
He was forced to use his own ultimate there just to save his own skin.
Yeah, he has
that was fine. It's on a fairly quick cooldown, 1 minute and 30 seconds.
And that actually signals Mineski to just go at it on G4. Ascension should push this mid lane.
Ascension is very out of position here, but then at the same time, it's going to be G4 battering down by 4 members of Mineski. He's actually going to go in onto Sancho here, but he doesn't get the kill. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, Kaigu spotted out, and he will get shut down. That's going to be the 1-for-1 charade. And who's going to get a follow-up?
They should be able to pick up something here in the mid lane.
Ascension running
Not
away.
anymore.
Alright.
Alright, that's very dangerous.
No way for Ascension to work with in the bottom lane either.
Yeah, no way, no way. They actually forced things against Kaigu, knowing that multiple members of Mineski is in the top lane. They just went at it on Kaigu in that bottom lane, despite the minion not necessarily being near on Kaigu, ladies and gentlemen. So now, for this game, as we head on to the post, my guess is there's another technical difficulty. We got actually Viper building up that Hex Drinker, which is going to be good against EXO if ever he wants to aim for that dive. So far, despite the 3-2-3, haven't seen really any stellar plays. I mean, the main stellar player here by Ascension would be on G4. G4, mentioning as well on Lloyd. Had it been that there's a Zhonya's Arglas, there would be a lot of more room for G4 to outplay members of Mineski here.
Yeah.
And there's really a call for Ascension's ADC here to follow up with the damage.
But it seems like with G4's itemization, going for that second item, Lich Bane.
Yes.
You saw his positioning in the top lane. He was just trying to get these solo pickoffs just because he wants to maybe find an opening for Ascension here. Although it kind of didn't pan out well for him on that first try, it seems that that's what he's going to be doing for the rest of this match until he probably gets his Zonians for more teamfight potential. It's really kind of scary for Ascension right now just because Mineski do have the threat of EXO really connecting with his Shockwave. And I did see this. Mineski are going to be pushing their limit and gonna be going for that Baron.
We all did see this.
Redemption.
The Baron and Mineski has the worst relationship so far.
No Way has an ultimate though.
Yeah.
Box used by DG. They're gonna be trying to at least poke at the choke.
Maybe things are gonna be different right now.
The snipe. There was a teleport somewhere there. The hook! But it will not connect. Kaigo actually was the one who teleported.
Yeah. And Warlock there. I didn't correct that. Could be a very nice win there. Pick up by Mineski. But this is, a big change for their run in this knockout stage. So far, they've taken the Baron without that much casualty. Clearly, information that Ascension did not account for any macro rotation that was pulled up here by Mineski, opening up for that Baron.
This positioning is kind of good for Ascension as they can actually just, again, poke at the choke where Mineski are trying to retreat and unretreat, you can say. But Sancho has dropped down the Yorgo Snap Traps.
Yes.
Where can you go? A GG
G4
though.
is here. This is gonna be
Let's get the ultimate. G4 on the sidelines is gonna go in onto Axel here, forcing onto this Orianna. Does get the shockwave to Viper, though you can see at the opposite side of the spectrum into this fight that Lloyd is just running rampant. Slap on the left, slap on the right. He gets himself a 4-kill for his team. Zencho trying to run away, but I don't think this Caitlyn can do too much as, you know what, here's Commander Kled. He gets the ace, and Lloyd once again shining for Ascension.
Definitely, I think, if you account for that, Kha'Zix mentioning No Way as well and Warlock in the backline that gets tagged by Kaigo and James, they'd be lacking in damage.
Yeah.
Mentioning TJ as well. So that's the big problem here by Mineski. They cannot afford to fight separately during that
Exactly.
clash.
Basically, that was this beautiful splitting from Ascension. Let's just see the fight, because I really like what G4 did here.
Yeah.
He didn't overcommit onto Exo, so Exo didn't get a 2-man shockwave, just the 1-man. You see here, the damage.
TG was actually buffed
look
too
at that.
low. Look at that. The box was actually on cooldown for that fight. And observing as well that there's really none to peel for Zensho. There was one, but that is the worst member to peel for for Zensho, which is EXO, the Orianna. Two crucial members here by Mineski getting caught out and be left for dead on that split clash done there by Ascension against
And
Mineski.
because they got caught out, because they were left for quote-unquote dead, they didn't deal any sort of damage in the fight. Plus, of course, we were talking about how EXO is going to be crucial in this team fight because if they can hit like a 2-man, 3-man shockwave, that'll definitely put a good tilt in the favor of Mineski. But, you know, just standard splitting or flanking maneuver for Ascension, and, you know, it kind of, you saw my hand expressions, but yeah, it just went really well for them.
Yes, so far observing this, so right now, Mineski is kind of lacking in damage during these fights. One protocol if you're lacking in damage is that you have to really group up. You have to really fight as a team. You have to allow that backline champions to really consistently deal damage. So that would require you to take extended fights. Now, if you want extended fights, then that would call for tankiness in the front line. And that's the thing. So far, observing TG's itemization, he actually has mobility boots, if I'm not mistaken, compared to a Ninja Tabay or even the Merc Threads. Mobility boots is still okay, is always okay for the support. But right now, they may need an additional front line aside Kaigu, because this Camille is not ramping up.
Yeah, but also if you think about it, the other problem here for Mineski is that their supposed peeler for the fights, you know, someone who's supposed to push back these backline champions for Ascension, ergo ergo Viper, ergo G4, is supposed to be TG, but he's in the front line trying to get the hooks, the flays on Lloyd, but that's not really where it's all at. It's supposed to be you defending EXO, you defending Zensho, but it didn't happen. Of course, at the same time, they didn't have, you know, the box like you said, so that was definitely one thing that kind of, again, scaled the fight in favor of Ascension. And so let's just see if that's going to replicate, or will Mineski find a better way to approach his fight, or if TG can feel a bit more defensive rather than offensive.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, Ham is actually built offensively. He's just on his way in building defensively here, prioritizing the Liandry. So he's opting more on the burst here, but you cannot necessarily burst Lloyd, and that's the problem. If you like burn all your spells on someone like Lloyd, or even on someone like G4, there are reset mechanics for them, and you're gonna be gone with any. You won't have any bullets. For those fights.
Ascension is probably one of the best support champions right in this meta. That Lulu, Wild Growth just mitigates
a lot of damage.
A lot of the damage, exactly. You know, plus if Lloyd's in a good position, that extra knockup is good CC for a possible re-engage that Ascension can thrive in. Mineski really has to find that good balance.
And they have to delay this game because there's just lots of condition for Mineski to be fulfilled should ever they want to get back in this game. Because for Ascension, one of their win conditions really is to get that fight against Mineski right now. You know, by definition, 5v5 stacks, it's going to be on Ascension's hand. That's just my guess for this fight.
Although we'll just have to wait. I think what Mineski is going to do right now is just maybe find these side towers first. Get those pickoffs. I mean, easy objectives. And then when the fight starts to happen, EXO, I think, is supposed to be the most protected member of Mineski, because if he gets out without, or he gets taken down without using a shockwave, that's a huge team fight ultimate already out for the count of Mineski.
There's a huge power spike here coming in from Zensho. Do take note that there is actually a relatively low armor available here. Let's see.
This could be it. The damage. There is the ultimate from EXO. That was the pickoff from Zensho. The -1, like you said, Noah is going to be going aggressive. TG with the Savior Dark Passage. But here comes Kled with the charge. Going in, gets the pickoff on the G4, but he has an ultimate to just get on out of there. Does use the Zonias.
And Kaigu is not here for this fight. Oh, the boss mechanics. Are we going to be seeing another? I really thought this is going to rotate into another remake, you know?
No.
So, so
gotta believe it's a no, man.
Yeah. And so my guess here, Peacemaker was actually landed on top of G4 using the Zhonya's Argla. So I'm really curious what could be the next thing to throw here by Mineski just so they could kill G4. As far as I know, G4's ultimate is still available. So all he needs is, even by this time, even the game is actually in pause time, G4 might be spamming R.
we'll just see. But I think he will, yeah. Okay, EXO's...
Kaigu's not there for that fight, by the way.
Alright.
But that's a 4v5.
I think this is just a bug on the pause, because I was looking at the ultimate of EXO. It was up. It was just like on cooldown still. So I don't know if it's really up or not. But
yeah, that's been used earlier. You know,
exactly.
below the Raptor.
Just to get the pick off onto Viper.
Now
So
I'm curious, really, if that might be a bug, a visual bug as well on G4. G4 might have. No,
I think he has.
I'm seeing the aura. I'm seeing the aura there.
Yeah,
So
he should have.
G4 has an ultimate available. So right now, this is a very intense setup. We are actually analyzing it, as you can see on our screen here. There. Oh my God. Since when did we?
It's supposed to be the right one. Yeah, there you go.
Since when did we do this?
I think it was our first
2 years ago.
Yeah, first year of casting, dude.
It's been so long. Man.
What's our Asubu?
yeah. Okay. So anyway, going back, analyzing this game. So far for the conditions, right now Lloyd's ultimate is not available. This is actually a nice spot, a very easy spot to protect Zensho. Guys, you should observe the available ultimates here by Mineski. Zensho has a lot of freedom to be aggressive. Seriously. Ultimate by the Lulu. If I'm not mistaken, ultimate by Lulu is also available.
Ultimate by Lulu.
Actually, all ultimates are available right now. So
well. Yeah, except for only maybe Lloyd's charge, but that's about it. So.
I haven't seen the box though earlier. Did you see the box?
No, it's still up for TG.
So it might be up. And actually on this position, on this spot, knowing that brush there, Ascension has no vision. This should be a signal for Mineski to be aggressive. All they need, because the big threat here is that is a narrow corridor, by the way. That is a narrow corridor. If it works really well for Zensho, it should work well for No Way. Okay? So they should watch out for that piercing arrow. It's gonna be very punishing.
We're almost about to start. Let's just see what happens here.
What will unfold here, guys? Let's have a mini game.
Kaigo's actually in the back line and he's full HP. He is ready to roll. So.
Yeah, he can actually bypass that Raptor wall.
Yeah.
And get into the back line, disrupt ASC, then bam! Mineski could actually pick up isolated targets. James should know how to chain his cocoon here, because there is a very high chance that he can connect this cocoon. Look at that. That's a very small window, really, for you to miss your cocoon. So let's see, guys.
This could go either way, but I'm looking more in favor of Ascension. For me, because even though there is that choke point for Mineski, there is that threat of the Chain of Corruption.
Ready your play by play.
Or No Way. Yeah, it's still up right here. They're going to be going to engage. G4 uses the ultimate. Warlock gets caught off. Kaigo's actually taking a bit of damage, but oh my goodness, look at that. No Way. Burst it down a little bit, has to flash back.
Oh,
built over.
Oh!
Kaigo coming in from Zensho. They get the hook in, reeling in this Kled, and that's going to be a clean off for Mineski. Does have the GA.
You have to kill Kled 3 times.
Yeah.
no Scarl there. So
thought it was going to be for Mineski, but it's alright.
Yeah.
Damage from Kaigo just obliterating Ascension there.
Yes, there's really a visual bug from the boss. Warlock's ultimate shouldn't be available by now, even by now.
Yeah,
so,
let's just
so right now that's gonna be an inner mid lane turret here by Mineski, and that's how it is done. That is actually a fight taken by Ascension, not accounting that Zensho has his IE available. For the most part, during those fights, Mineski, Zensho is not dealing consistent damage. Let me say that, Zensho is not dealing, not necessarily consistent, but enough and sufficient damage there. But with this IE, there is a very heavy call for Ascension to pick up another defensive item. I would recommend really Lloyd to have that Blade of the Ruined King. Gonna be very rewarding if ever he wants to slice through and reach Zensho there. Of course, he has to bypass
Actually,
TG and
if you think about it, even if you say like Zensho doesn't deal consistent damage, if you can hit like a couple of shots, that is still pretty worse for Mineski, because I'm checking right now, Ascension does not have a lot of armor items, even on Lloyd or Viper.
Yeah, exactly. My point earlier, it was actually during those fights early that Zensho is not dealing consistent damage. But on that fight, on that red side, by the red side of Mineski, Zensho already has his IE available. And I think there's really no heavy lead here by Ascension when they took that fight. So, observing the available objectives here, this is an observable spike as well for Mineski. Look at that. James pick up a rush defensive item. When we say rush, is actually just an instant spike in the defensive stats, mentioning that you will get another chance at life with this Guardian Angel. But really, all they need is to take the fight. Take the fight with Zensho. Just protect Zensho here. Because if they are always with Zensho, they can fight as a unit. They got enough movement speed. They got nice engage as well. Nobody can really dive Zensho without suffering a lot of crowd control. But they can. That's the big problem here. They might be out-rotated. Because when you group up, the next strategy for you is divide and conquer.
Fairness up.
I mean, against you is divide and conquer.
Mineski did get the Ocean Drake, and Ascension are looking for a sneaky, beaky
Yes.
pickoff.
Yes, an international Southeast Asian face check if ever. But, you know, Mineski wouldn't fall for that.
They sniffed it. They put in the volatile spiders.
Yes.
Just to scout it out a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, and we actually have a lot of, how can I say this, impostor clans. So many GAs, really, for this game. Just so Mineski knows that they have an advantage when sustained team fights happens.
It's going to be difficult for Ascension just because, like you said, 2 Guardian Eagles on the Mineski side. So it's going to be possibly like
oh my God.
6 times they have to kill the whole of Mineski. Or like 2 times on those 2 champions.
Or maybe Mineski could like call another awkward Baron.
Well, I don't think they'll do that.
I really hope they don't.
Yeah,
we really hope they don't.
They have a pretty good control of the game
Yes.
already. So,
Yes.
and they know that they don't really have to go for Baron. All they gotta do is just poke a little bit, see if Essential will go aggressive again, like they've been doing all throughout this game, and maybe look for other objectives that isn't as detrimental as losing a Baron.
But I really like this about Ascension. They've actually toned down with their engages. They're actually trying to read what happened. Why did we lose that fight on that red side jungle? You know, in a nutshell, once again, they toned down a bit. So this is like a chess game for these 2 teams. Right now, the game dragged on enough for Mineski to mitigate whatever deficit they have early on. 33 minutes, the Baron is live. In a few minutes, Elder Drake should be available. But here, that's the big problem. Ascension might be baited in sending Lloyd here in the bot lane. That should signal Mineski if they have an idea that G4 is top lane, or take out other members of Ascension. Okay, so other turrets got here.
Both Lloyd and Kaigo do have their teleports up. Kaigo is going to be able to bully out Lloyd here. He does have the Trinity Force and that Titanic Hydra, so the damage definitely in his favor.
Patience is a virtue.
Lloyd, like you said, patience is a virtue. He's just waiting for the ripe moment to actually dive and get that pickoff.
Who will be
does
doing?
Viper know?
Who will be doing the Southeast Asian legendary face check on this Pixel Brush? I really doubt it. That Pixel Brush is very threatening. Really.
This is very scary for Warlock.
Now
but
this
Mineski
is
have to get out of that brush because they've wasted too much time, and G4 is actually going to get that top tier too, but they spot this out.
Another legendary Baron. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen.
Noe is way out of position.
Yeah, this is an easy Baron at least.
Wait, G4, no, never mind. I thought G4 was going to like flash in, dash in, get a 1-slap shot.
And Lloyd died on Kaigo. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Kaigo's too strong.
Kaigo has his spike now. Yeah. I recall this one. Actually, we observed Mineski trying to play early games, trying to play short games in this PGS 2017 split here in our local league. But right now, I'm pretty sure one of the character of Mineski historically is that they're very good at playing long games. You know, they're when they wait, we got a replay here of what happened. Really, it's because Kaigo has more confidence compared to Lloyd, knowing that he has his GA available. I'm hearing things right now. Mineski's knocking the doors of Ascension.
Low in HP, had to use his ultimate Wild Growth as well, activated by Warlock.
Wow!
But look at Sencho melting the Nexus turret.
Oh my God!
This is a fight, but this is also a clear shutdown by Mineski, getting the final shot on that Nexus. And we are going to game 4. Mineski still hanging on by a thread, 2 more games, and they're looking for that reverse sweep.
Might be looking for that remake of that finals in our local league, ladies and gents. That's really interesting. I'm really not expecting for that to happen. I'm just thinking that for this phase of the game, Mineski is getting their advantage, but not in a sense, not instantly that they go for that push. But actually, if you think about it, an IE completed on top of that Blade of the Ruin King. It's just the itemization sequence of Zencho. I'm really curious about that. I would really suggest still taking up IE and Runeons or BF Sword Runeons early on. But that item advantage, if you got the IE completed on that Caitlyn mentioned the Runeons as well, plus the Baron, and
it's just
you start pushing. Yeah. And actually, I think when Lloyd was dead, that's very punishing to you. Nobody is there to engage and initiate for Ascension.
Aside from that, before this game actually started, when the drafting phase commenced, that's I think when Mineski won, because all of their picks did not seem to be forced in a way. Like all these picks, we know that Mineski plays. All of these picks on some of the players of Mineski are comfort picks. TG on the Thresh, Zensho on the Caitlyn, and You let Ascension let a Camille slip through their fingers and go into Kaigu's hands. What are you supposed to do?
That's the thing. My guess is that's gonna be another ban for
Yeah, the
against
next
Kaigu
game.
in the next game. Anyway, guys, I'm very sure Thailand Ascension is very capable of taking this one victory if ever they want to go for that finals. But so far, the curtains has been open for Mineski. This is their first victory in this best of 5 series. Again, as I mentioned, this is like a remake of our local league here, where Mineski actually reverse sweep IPT. It could be another reverse sweep for us, and of course for the cheers of the Filipino viewers, of course for our Filipino viewers who supporting Mineski. This might be the game set or the tempo that we need, mga bodies. Our bodies.
The
there.
dream is still alive.
Yes, of course.
And of course, you have to remember, guys, that if you win GPL, that is a direct invite to MSI
Yes.
mid-season invitation.
Yes, of course, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure, there are some guys here in the chat that actually just really cheered for Mineski despite, them being short by 2 games. Let's see. Still really anybody's game. It's about how you still execute. So far, observing Ascension, they may need to watch out for their spikes. So far, Mineski has a good read of that Kled. My guess here, I'm confident that Ascension has something still in their pocket really to reveal on top of this Kled. And of course, Mineski, they just need to work on their Baron calls. Because so far we have better Baron calls here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be our time for this game. This is game 3 and we will proceed to a game 4. 2-1 for the status between these two teams. Thailand versus Philippines. Ascension Gaming versus Mineski. We have been your shoutcasters for this game. I am Shinbu with a 1 for an I, and with me is Asherai. Ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the conclusion for the game 3 of the Garena Premier League Spring 2017, and we'll see you guys at game 4.
A bit of a tussle, and once again, TG connecting his ultimate. Hama is going to go in a little bit aggressive here, and he does get the kill, but that's the one-for-one trade, and here is Lloyd as well. Exorcist does not have the ultimate. Lloyd going in has no HP at all. Has to back away. Where is his mount? Not going to be there in time.
Oh, the box!
The box activated by TG just for the zoning potential. G4 is here, but the slowing potential is just too damn much for him. He's going to go in, use his ultimate to get out of the fight, just get that zoning away. Warlock gonna actually flash in, and that gives an opening for G4 to clean up house. TG has to get the kill, but no, the snare trap.
And there's Kaigu.
Alright, that's gonna be the kill already for TG. Onto TG. G4 cannot escape the clutch. This is gonna be a blown out clash here. Mineski gonna starting off with the hook coming out from TG. Hex Tech ultimate used by Kaigu, but not gonna be enough as Viper shuts him down quick as he used this ultimate.
I really just have a bad feeling that Mineski is lacking in damage.
Get the ultimate.
Yes, the
G4 on the sidelines is going to go in onto Axel here, forcing onto this Orianna. Does get the shockwave to Viper, though you can see at the opposite side of the spectrum into this fight that Lloyd is just running rampant. There is the ultimate from Exo. That was the pick off from Zensho. The -1, like you said, is going to be going aggressive. TG with the Savior Dark Passage, but here comes Kled with the charge, going in, gets the pick off onto G4, but he has an ultimate to just get on out of there. Does use the Zonias.
And Kaigu is not here for this fight. Oh, the boss mechanics doing things right now. Mineski's knocking the doors of this section.
Low on HP, had to use his ultimate, Wild Growth as well, activated by Warlock, but look at Zensho melting the Nexus turret.
Oh my god.
This is a fight, but this is also a clear shutdown by Mineski, getting the final shot on that Nexus, and we are going to game 4. Mineski still hanging on by a thread, 2 more games.
The new high-performance RIG 500 headset from Plantronics is designed to match the skills of an aspiring esport player with the gear they need to win. The new modular system gives you the power to adapt, upgrade, and personalize your headset for the task at hand. The RIG 500 series of gaming headsets are engineered to deliver the perfect combination of durable lightweight comfort in an immersive audio environment. 7.1 surround sound and 24-bit audio provide a stunning 360-degree sound field with directional audio. 40mm drivers with low-frequency resonators provide crisp highs and boosted bass. Clear voice noise canceling technology provides clear communication to your teammates. From the headset company that equips the pros, the 500 series was crafted to meet the needs of esports and competitive players around the world. The new Rig 500 series of headsets from Plantronics. Respect the training. Reactions win.
Fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, the challenge.
Good afternoon, Southeast Asia. You are watching the Garena Premier League 2017 Spring. We are on our third day, the semifinals. We will be your shotcasters for Game 4. I am Vulcan, and joining with me is my co-caster, Iconic, coming in from Game 3. What a comeback for Mineski.
Yeah, the solo kill coming out from Kaiku that allowed them to get Baron was game-changing.
I mean, the fact that Lloyd was removed from the possible re-engage, that opened up a lot of opportunities for Mineski.
Exactly. Lloyd was looking to back so that he could teleport into that Baron fight, but Kaigu was able to catch him with his pants down and just solo killed him.
And wow, just because of those minor plays, Mineski comes back with a 2-1, possibly, maybe sweeping, maybe a reverse sweep for this game, or will it be what's the team?
Or will it be?
Yes, will it be 3-1 or 2-2 for this game?
So right now the question we have in our minds is, will this be the Cinderella story that Mineski will have over Ascension Gaming, or is the clock about to strike 12 midnight for Mineski? Ascension Gaming, will they close it out 3-1 for Mineski?
And here is the schedule right now. Right now it's 3:57 with match 1 of Game 4, Ascension versus Mineski. And for match 2, it will be a bit moved since we are actually reaching Game 4 in our best of 5 for the match 1. And right now, The pressure is on to Mineski for them to win this game. If they do not, they will give Ascension the spot in the finals.
Exactly. So it was actually very similar, the compositions that Ascension has been running throughout games 1, 2, and 3. So we might see something new kind of composition being introduced by Ascension Gaming this coming game 4.
Yeah, but we always we always see that Mineski started the Baron, but in the end, why is it majority of the time they always lose in the Baron pit? Especially when they start the Baron, they do not have enough health for them to fight back Ascension.
See, what happened the first 2 games for Mineski was they didn't play their compositions right. They had a red Varus, so they had no business starting Baron. And then the second game, their enemy team had red Varus plus red Jace, so they should have opted for a pick onto the Jace and Varus first before they started Baron. So game 3, it actually worked because Kaigu got the solo kill onto Lloyd. That was the reason why they were able to secure the Baron. And as you can see with the picks and bans right now, Zensho still not getting the Jin. Zensho has been doing pretty well with other AD carries, but if you were to compare his performance right now compared to his Jin, I would say that his Jin is a league above all of his other AD carries.
And that is why Ascension is prioritizing that ban. But right now, Mineski leaving open the Camille for Lloyd to take it in. And right now, Mineski hovering on that Renekton. How do you fare? If ever Kaigu locks in that Renekton, how will it fare against the Camille?
So in this kind of matchup, if he does lock in the Renekton does win the first few minutes of the game. Kind of had a harder time in the mid to late game, but they actually offer the Malzahar instead. But again, this is a Camille that was going to be 100% pick or ban throughout the entire GPL. I'm actually surprised that Mineski, being on red team, did not ban out Camille, because Camille is actually mostly banned on the red side because you won't want the blue team to first pick the Camille. So they're actually respecting the Ashe and the Nidalee more than the Camille. So this is very, very scary for Mineski, giving up one of the strongest champions in 7.6 over to Ascension Gaming.
Things are looking pretty good for Ascension's drafting right now. Hovering on the Caitlyn, we did see Zensho on the Caitlyn. Right now, the ADC pool is getting smaller and smaller. So what possible ADC can Zensho get? Knowing that the Ashe is banned, his Jin, and not to mention the support Lulu, that will complement a lot of meta ADCs.
I'm actually thinking that Ascension Gaming here will ban out Varus, because red side Varus has been a common theme that has been throughout this series. Tahm Kench is banned out for Mineski. Like, it's an okay pick. I'm actually confused why they would ban out Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench does pretty well against Malzahar, but in theory, Mineski could have picked up Tahm Kench instead to counter Lloyd's Camille.
Oh yeah?
Because the moment she lands her ultimate onto someone, you can just eat them out of the zone.
Well, is that possible?
So that's actually one of the counter plays that Tahm Kench brings into the table against the Camille.
So right now,
they can opt for a Malzahar instead, but if Lloyd itemizes towards the QSS, then he's gonna have free reign over the enemy backline. So you see that that Zyra was banned, also Ezreal. So again, Varus might be the last ban, because again, mid lane super healthy. You can expect a lot of blind picks coming out from Mineski and Ascension Gaming. So this looks very interesting. Lucian banned out.
And not to mention, Zensho didn't even perform that well on the Varus. So what can you say? The Lucian is now banned, but the Varus is left open, but he wasn't that consistent in the laning phase.
Exactly, but the thing is, with the composition of how Mineski's building, they need the red side Varus more than an Ezreal, more than a Lucian. These picks are, I feel like these bans coming out from Ascension Gaming were wasted. They could have actually been targeted towards the mid lane instead and punished Exosen more, because Exosen's champion pool isn't exactly as big as G4's. So they can put him in a very awkward spot. So as we were talking about the red side Varus, it is picked up by Mineski. Even though they didn't execute it properly, maybe during they learned from game 2 on how to actually execute the red side Varus when Ascension Gaming ran the red side Varus Jace. So maybe Mineski can pull out the win with and change their playstyle.
And change their playstyle and complement it this time for the Virus. Right now, this would be Ascension Gaming's last pick, and that would be a mid Cassiopeia in possibly one of the last games for Mineski to even come back from a 2-1, and also for Ascension Gaming to secure their spot in the final for April 16 at SM Aura Hall, Samsung Hall.
Yeah, so we can see that Oriana probably might be picked. Another champion that would be pretty good in this matchup would be the Syndra or Ryze. Ryze hasn't seen as much play after the nerfs, but still is a really good counter against Cassiopeia.
Here it is, the final lockdown. It will be a mid Oriana against a Cassiopeia who is a beast in the late game, same as the Camille. Whereas Mineski's lineup right now, the Renekton will fall off really bad in the late game. But I wouldn't say the same for an Elise and a Malzahar.
Yeah, so as you can see, like in the early game, you can expect Lloyd to have a hard time versus this Renekton. Whoever hits level 2 first can dictate like the first few levels, but Renekton will be stronger than Lloyd in the up to the mid game, maybe even up to the transition to late game, because Lloyd needs those items while Renekton is a lane bully that can destroy the lane phase. But for the bottom lane of Ascension Gaming, I would give it towards Ascension because they have the more poke-oriented bottom lane, where they don't have to. There isn't that much risk compared to Mineski's bottom lane.
So with the all final lockdown, this is going to be a high-stake game for both teams. Ascension with a record of 2-1, whereas Mineski, they have to secure this win if they want to still move on to the finals. Right now, this is the lineup. Really interesting to see a Renekton against the Camille, and not to mention a return of the Virus for Zencho, despite not performing that well.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen possibly is Viper will gank mid or top as his first gank of the game, or continue with his playstyle where he just continues to farm up. You don't actually expect that from a Kha'Zix because he doesn't clear Raptors and Krugs that well. But based on how Viper has been playing throughout this series, he's actually less gank oriented and more power farming oriented. So we'll see how the switch up happens. James still doing pretty well as on Elise. So we'll see what's gonna happen when we get into the game.
That's right. Right now, this is Game 4, Ascension on the blue side versus Mineski on the red side, which may be the last game for both teams. If Mineski wins this game, there will be a Game 5.
So the question now in everyone's mind, is it going to be a reverse sweep or is it game, set, and match for Mineski?
How does it look for right now in the top lane? In the early game, obviously, Kaigu will have an advantage, but come to the late game, who is the player that Mineski has to shoulder, has to protect in order to win this game?
Yeah, so as you can see, during the mid, we didn't actually touch on the mid lane matchup as much, but if EXO wins the laning phase against G4, he can set up these wombo combos because they do have two forms of ball delivery system, which is the Elise and also the Renekton. So he has been doing pretty well, better than his Twisted Fate a few days ago. So G4, it's all up to him as well to be the damage because Ascension Gaming has a ton of damage in their kit. But as you can see, the blue start coming out from the Kha'Zix, very standard.
And right now, the lineup itself, has EXO been performing as a key player all throughout the game?
He has been doing pretty well, but I feel like we can expect more from EXO. He isn't the same EXO that we had in PGS. Maybe it's just the nerves getting to him or the games.
So right now in the lane phase, we would be seeing Tichi on the Malzahar. Let's hope that this time it won't be Tichi getting the majority of the kills, but instead his ADC Zencho will need those gold in order for him to itemize very well into the mid to late game.
So as you can see, there's actually an item difference between our two AD carries. We have Doran's Blade coming out of...
Oh wait, hold that thought. James, our level 3 gank secures the stun onto Warlock. The heal won't be enough. Zencho flashing in, but it will be James getting the first blood.
Yeah, that is one of the openings that Mineski can play against because they have a Caitlyn Karma. They will push up the lane against Varus and Malzahar. One of the things that Zensho has been doing as well is he hasn't been spamming his piercing arrows onto the wave to allow the minions to actually push up and allow James to gank.
And not to mention, we were talking about the Virus picking up the long start. Obviously, he will be really rushing the blade of the Ruin King, whereas No Way still has the comfort of still farming safely due to the range and maybe perhaps getting a BF sword right now. Lord in the red side of Mineski with James still skeptical. Did he take my red buff? Maybe not. We can see the G4 responding in but gets spotted by a ward.
Yeah, so Zensho actually taking the smarter itemization. Both of them actually making the smarter itemization choices. Because the Caitlyn is confident that she won't get poked out by Zensho and PG because she has the Karma shields, she opted for a more lane dominant start to actually get the CS leads rolling for the bottom lane. Zensho, on the other hand, realizes that the enemy bottom lane will poke him down. That's why he opts for the longsword 3 potion start.
Look at that, he has Fury Bar up, but here comes Viper for the gang. Kaigo chugging on the potion, goes in for the flash, and the Call of the Mig won't finish him off. He has no form of escape, and now giving a kill. Maybe not, but still onto Viper. Very close for Lloyd.
Yeah, but as you can see, James is slowly creeping around. They do have vision of him. Ascension Gaming, what are they gonna do with James?
Oh no, James flushes away, goes onto Viper, he's very low! James secures the kill, but takes on a turret.
The minions.
Will it be the red buff? Oh yes, it's a double kill thanks to the Spiderling!
James lingering there. That is so good for Mineski right now. It is not smart for Lloyd to fight James under his minions. Aside from that, we also have Kaigo teleporting back in, going to reset this gigantic wave, denying all of these minions from Lloyd because Lloyd does not have teleport anymore. He is even going to proxy this wave, take that wave and then back and then go buy more items and reset the wave.
And note that Lloyd still had his flash, really grabbing onto it, costing him to give James the double kill.
That was very well played from Lloyd as well, not using his...
Oh no! Kaigo very overextended. We see that Viper is in the top lane. Kaigo should now start establishing vision in his own lane.
That is very smart coming out from Kaigo, forcing Viper and Lloyd to go back to the top lane. As we were talking about in terms of wave management, this wave is going to reset in the middle point and slowly push towards Kaigo when Kaigo gets back into lane. So net win is still for Mineski because Viper wasting time in the left side jungle where he has no more
Creates no more farm, no more objectives, right? So that's something, a penalty for Viper for even responding to the top lane. And right now, James looking pretty good with a KDA of 300, but in the bot lane, look how No Way is still in the laning phase itself, being untouched, really staying in the lane as long as he can, picking up a pickaxe to help in last hitting.
Exactly, and as you can see, there's already a CS lead for the Caitlyn over Zensho. Even though they won the initial skirmish at the bottom lane, it's still the fact that their bottom lane composition is super dominant in the laning phase. Zensho is gonna still have to take the back foot in terms of playing this laning phase out.
So right now we see G4 just clearing out vision, with the Mountain Drake being the first Drake. Both teams should really think carefully before even starting a Mountain Drake, knowing that that is the tankiest Drake among all the Drakes.
Yeah, but we have seen a trend that red team always gets the first dragon in this series. So we might see James actually hovering over the bot lane.
Things looking pretty sneaky for Viper. Not spotted yet by the members of Mineski. There is a ward though, so if ever Viper goes through that brush, TG will get a signal to fall back, but we see that Viper, not wasting any more time, goes back to his jungle.
Yeah, but you do have to take note that Mineski's bottom lane is stronger at level 6, considering that they have all their summoners up already while No Way still has no flash.
And right now, I think seeing two Doran's blades on the top laners, what can you expect from this? More on lane aggression?
It's very good for Kaigo. It's better for Kaigo than it is for Lloyd because this 450 gold that Lloyd has invested into the Doran's blade. It takes him 450 gold away from his Trinity Force, from his Titanic Hydra, while Kaigu can still make use of the Doran's blade more because he's not as item reliant as Camille.
And look at that. James stealing the red buff from Viper. So that's a clean escape. And now transitioning towards the Mountain Drake. Right now we see that Viper is on the red side of Mineski. He did get spotted by a ward, signaling Mineski. It is an okay green light signal for them to start the Mountain Drake.
I like how Mineski timed this Dragon Take according to the mid and back timers. But you have to take note of this very important item. G4 has Quicksilver Sash, so it mitigates any roam potential coming out from TG unless they commit James as well.
And look at that, Viper in the very close to the Crocs, and we can see that Kaiku going out, delaying Lloyd's recall, but we see Viper rotating in a bit, but still, he's very low on health. It will be risky for him to even gank top lane.
So this is really scary right now for Viper. If James does path towards it,
he does not. So that would be a safe escape for Viper. And why rush a QSS? Won't that delay G4's damage even more? Knowing that a Cassiopeia relies on itemization the most?
yeah, that is a but it is a very smart defensive choice because it means that they have to allocate 3 people to actually get a kill onto G4 because he still has his 2 summoner spells up.
Ah, right.
And it'll take either a Flash Nether Grasp or a Flash Cocoon.
And now we see that James rotating to the blue side of Ascension. Very dark, but there's nothing for him to get, so he is just scouting out information and see that he takes away the wolf, landing the cocoon and proccing his decree, but not enough for him to even follow it up, knowing that there is G4.
Yeah, but G4 already burning his ghost just to trade for the shockwave coming out from Exocet. This is a possible gank attempt, but again, QSS is still up for G4.
It'll be a bit too short for him to even try ganking a G4. Knowing that he does have his QSS, the next Drake would be out the Ocean Drake, and we can see Zencho and TG okay to the mid lane. G4 soaking so much damage. James just gets slowed by the Petrifying Gaze. There is the re-engage, but a shutdown gold does go to G4. A trade-off and kill. Exo picks the kill.
That's really good for G4 because he did get the shutdown gold. But again, this is a lot of chunk damage onto the mid lane if Exo so chooses because he does have the red buff.
We does see that G4, the QSS, he used it, so it's really worth investment, denying James' ganks. But you can see that Chain of Corruption does land onto Norway. There is the Petrifying Gaze and the 2 teleports coming in. Zencho is very low. He gets taken out by Viper. Lloyd from the top lane, same as Kaigu. There is the Hextech ultimatum. He cannot escape the grasp of Ascension. That would be a kill for Norway.
Yeah, it was actually very peculiar that they started that fight without having any idea where Viper was. Aside from that, James was just way too far. He just came from base, and they started at 2v2 and it eventually became a 4v3 in favor of Ascension. Ascension even gets all the Ascension gets all the kills. They get it on very key members where they gave it to the jungler and to the AD carry.
And yeah, the bounty will be really rewarding for Ascension to catch up, and not to mention Zencho did miss the Chain of Corruption, and it was the Void Gaze that really did the work for Norway, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, and as you can see, this is very peculiar because Norway actually itemized towards the Berserker Greaves instead of Ninja Tabis, considering that Kaigu is on a Renekton and Zencho is on, well, a very strong auto-attack hyper carry as well, like Varus. This is very risky for him, but I wonder if he can make use of it.
He really has to land those key skill shots, especially his Chain of Corruption, if Mineski hopes to win a clash and to control whoever goes in and out, especially a really slippery target like Lloyd.
But I like how a lot of the snowball potential coming out from the top lane has been mitigated because of how Viper has been playing, how Kaigu got ganked the first time and then he took a bad teleport play as well.
If a trade-off going in, Lloyd is really outtraining Kaigu. The sustain will be enough for Kaigu to stay in lane, but in terms of trade-off, it is all onto Lloyd. And we can see that Viper really investing his time in the top lane.
Yeah, but as you can see, this is what we were talking about in this matchup, where if the Renekton is only strong for the first few levels, but now as we are approaching mid-game, Camille will do
There
better.
is the chain of corruption and the Vortex onto Norway and the piercing arrow combo for the burst. Warlock is very low, forcing out his flash.
Zensho shooting that piercing arrow point blank into the face of Noe.
That was very satisfying, and to think that he landed point blank, not to mention connecting with the Vortex in the chain of corruption, giving him a kill. Let's hope that is enough for him to make the Blade of the Ruined King. But on Noe's side, he did pick up the Bia sword. I think he'll be rushing the Infinity Head.
Yeah, as you can see, like that kind of build has been super outdated already. You already have Orianna rotating towards bot lane as well. They know that the next fight's going to be around the bottom side because Dragon is respawning in 40 seconds. Again, Mineski has very good objective control as we've seen throughout the series.
Yes, but let's hope they keep it that way and not be too greedy, especially when it comes to Baron play.
Exactly. This is also really good for the composition of Mineski because they have Zensho on the Varus who uses Ocean Drake more effectively than, let's say, a Caitlyn.
And not to mention, we do have the Renekton who can also use the Mountain Drake very effectively, but it is very difficult right now. We see EXO burning his flash. I think Lloyd is happy with that.
Yeah, but sadly G4 also used his Ghost, hoping that Lloyd would also match the flash and use the Hextech Ultimatum onto Exocen.
Here comes the Ocean Drake start. Despite Ascension not having any vision control, they will not bother, knowing that they still have not a huge lead, but still the Ocean Drake will help a lot if Mineski uses it effectively and positions Zensho in a way that he can also free hit without a problem. Not to mention when it comes to a team fight, they cannot overcommit.
That was very unwise of Viper to actually use the Blast Cone to blast himself towards the Krugs instead of... while Dragon is an objective and Mineski likes taking... knowing that Mineski likes taking Dragons the moment they spawn. So, I don't know what Viper is actually thinking right now, but I'm sure that they are looking to scale because they do somewhat scale better than the composition of Mineski.
Right now in the bot lane, there is a control ward in the brush if a teleport play does happen. Kaigu is available. Same with Lloyd. Let's see how it goes. So there's the flash in Vortex, and there is the exhaust onto Zensho. Not enough damage. Hammers in for the flash, and Cocoon does not land. Still going all into Norway. There is the shockwave!
And again, the ball delivery system that we were talking about, Elise being the ball deliverer to actually set up that beautiful shockwave onto the bottom lane of Ascension. This could be the tier 2 turret as well because you have a cannon wave moving towards the bottom lane. Kaigu needs to back to defend his top T1.
Yes, but that will be not a problem. G4 gets spotted by War. Kaigu was able to recall, and now Viper and G4 just watching their turret get destroyed will back away. Not wanting to start a fight. We see that Lloyd does not have his teleport.
So as you can see, top T1 being returned, but 2-for-1 turret exchange for Ascension. Lloyd will somehow get it if Kaigu takes a longer time.
And we can see that the Renekton is going to be finishing the Black Cleaver pretty soon. But we see that Lloyd has the Tiamat and the Phage. A really delay on the Trinity Force.
Yeah.
No doubt. I mean, you would expect that Camille would get a Tiamat, then a Sheen.
Yeah. But again, that Doran's Blade, as we were talking about earlier, is more efficient on Renekton.
Oh, Shockwave burn onto Exos and not landing any key targets.
So as you can see, Zensho is rotating towards the top lane because they see that it is an objective. As you can see, the gold lead, Zensho is actually ahead by 600 gold against his counterpart.
Oh, barely making out alive. Really close, but I think in a way, Hamas is relieved that G4 did use the Petrifying Engage and now a rotation in the top lane. Mineski securing 3 turrets into the game with Ascension still 0. But the top lane is really low in health.
Yeah, also the bottom T1 for the red team, it's also super low. So Mineski has to be wary of that top T1. But as you can see, when you run a red side Varus, it's okay to give up your T1 turrets as long as you don't give up your mid and top T2. So they shouldn't actually be focusing as much onto the bottom lane as... But it's smart that they rotated EXO to actually deny any global gold for Ascension Gaming.
There is some wave clear coming in from G4, but will it be enough? Knowing that 3 members of Mineski are investing on this mid lane outer turret, that would be a safeguard from Ascension.
Yeah, so there's now a slow push coming out for the bottom side from Mineski, so they are looking to siege mid T1 for them to actually crack the map open. So Mineski, as you can see, having four people at the top lane. The sad thing is there's a ton of wave clear coming out from Ascension, but the poke coming out from Zensho is just way too much, forces them off of this mid T1, and someone from Ascension has to match that bottom wave, or else they're going to lose a lot of gold, and they're gonna get their bottom T3 chunked as well.
I think it's about time Zensho picks up. Let's say last Whisper, we know that the previous patches before, the lethality virus was so powerful despite the nerfs. Right now with the Q and all this kit, but what is the next item logical after Blade of the Ruin came?
He's probably looking into the Runans. There's no point yet in building Last Whisper because there isn't that much armor coming out from Ascension Gaming.
True,
they're still working towards their power spikes like the Trinity Force and the Titanic Hydra. So Zensho has all the time in the world right now to build his Runans and then possibly build Infinity Edge as well.
Very effective itemization coming from Mineski, but same as Ascension, they know what to prioritize. Right now we see that Lloyd picking up the Sheet, a key component to the Trinity Force, and right now the Rift Herald will be taken out for Mineski. That's gonna help a lot in terms of pushing.
Exactly, and as you can see, the next rotation coming out from Mineski, they will be looking towards this Dragon again. So you can expect them to send Kaigu into the top lane, start another slow push, back in time for him to back and buy item spikes, and then set up a TP play at Dragon. So what Ascension Gaming should do is they should send someone as well to the top lane to catch that wave, probably Lloyd, and then use their TP advantage as well.
G4 gets silenced. There is the 4K's engine corruption, but he does cleanse it out. There's a damage output, not enough. TG picks it off.
Zensho with that beautiful look away, fade away from the spectrifying gaze.
Wow.
Doesn't get stunned. Perfect mechanical outplay coming out from Zensho. Read it like a book. Kills G4 for it.
Wow, here's the replay here. Let's see it again. Right now we can see there is the Chain of Corruption missing again. And look at that split. Second decision. Whoop! He looks away.
Yeah, exactly. Something Faker-esque in the terms of mechanical play. Zensho right now is on point. He is carrying Mineski with the way he is playing.
But I still hope that Zensho will still land his Chain of Corruption. He really keeps missing it majority of the time. And right now Kaigu gets out spotted, slice, and
Kaigu
dices away.
smells something fishy.
Smells something fishy, but it's a Viper, a smell of cockroach in the air. But right now in the bot side, Dragon is being taken by Mineski, uncontested yet again.
Again, this is very, very important to note that Mineski can give up that top T1. It's relevant to their composition. It's actually better if they give it up because that gives them more leeway for them to actually give Zensho and Kaigu more farm.
Yeah,
so that's a happy exchange for them where they get the Mountain Drake in exchange for their top T1.
And right now, you would expect, there's a flash in from TG, 4Ks, plus Shockwave combo. He does cleanse it out, but will not survive. 3 members just using all of their resources to just delete G4.
Yeah, so Ascension Gaming should take note that Mineski is running a stronger pick comp.
This time, it is a Baron start. Will it succeed this time? Here comes the teleport from Kaigu. But we don't see a teleport from Lloyd. There is the teleport from the back line. Who will stay in the Baron? No, Mineski still nabs it in. But right now, we see Lloyd battling out with Kaigu. Warlock is very low. Speeds up with the Inspire. Will not be enough. Kaigu finishes off Lloyd. And with 4 members down on Ascension, this is a free push.
Yeah, this is gonna be possibly mid T2, maybe even mid T3 for Mineski. So that fight, it was all caused by that pick onto G4 at the mid lane. Again, pick comp coming out from Mineski, so they should G4 shouldn't play that far up.
Look at that Baron play, right? Being done correctly this time on game 4 for Mineski. G4 should watch out. Getting picked up a lot. He is the focus of Mineski right now. And right now the inhibitor is taken down. Mineski looking pretty good, but they cannot be complacent. The late game will be in favor for Ascension if they permit it.
So as you can see in that team fight, Ascension Gaming, they have Lloyd go into the backline, but Lloyd tries to kill James first before actually trying to steal the Baron, which is smart, but then gets stuck in the pit 1v1 versus Kaigu, and then the Mineski squad just catching out Warlock and the rest of the squad earlier on.
Satisfying indeed for Mineski. Let's hope they repeat that same miracle play, knowing that this time the Baron play did succeed at the first try. But note that it is now 23 minutes into the game. The next Drake will be the Infernal, and right now Lloyd finishing up that Trinity Force. They cannot permit anymore that Ascension to scale up to the late game. It's going to spell deadly if G4 and Lloyd will make up.
Yeah, so it's really scary right now for...
There is the Hextech ultimatum onto Lloyd. He cannot escape. Exozen is unstoppable.
Yeah,
There's
so
the pick off.
again, you have Kaigu knocking down the doors of the inhibitor turret.
Oh boy.
Making
The Rift Herald is gonna be helping in that push. No way just to left alone, but Kaigo is like, not minding him.
Yeah, and again, Berserker
Here
Greaves
comes
coming
the
out.
clash in the jungle side. TG catches up G4, and now Viper gets stunned. And here's the pickup. He does burn his flash, but will it be enough? Redemption for the kill? Maybe? No!
Oh, that was so close. It had the and the piercing arrow as well misses. But then again, this is Kaigu just beating down the inhibitor, the bottom inhibitor of Ascension
Oh
Gaming.
man, here comes the second inhibitor being taken down by Kaigo. Here comes Zensha for the assist with death timers very low onto G4. 15 seconds left. I think Mineski should wrap up or at least destroy 2 turrets. But note that they cannot be too greedy. But they're going all in right now. Kaigo going on dominance. Goes for the turret. Now the Nexus is exposed. Take me! Take the Nexus! But here comes Lloyd going for the re-engage. Will not be enough. Mineski takes the swing. 2-2. We are going on to game 5.
Wow, beautiful gameplay coming out from Mineski, just pressure cooking Ascension Gaming, forcing them to commit these kinds of mistakes. Remember how we talked about the QSS first item? They need to allocate 3 people, but when Mineski allocates 3 people onto G4, it suddenly becomes a Baron. It suddenly becomes more objectives than Ascension Gaming want to give up. That's why they should have played it smarter by realizing that the enemies were running pick comps and shouldn't play that far up without vision control.
We saw how they were picked up in the jungle because of the lack of vision control, and not to mention, in terms of objective, they are doing it right this time in game 4. They did have a clean Baron play, transitioning to the Mountain Drake, but I think on Team Ascension side, their composition was too late scaling, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of their champions, you only have a winning bot lane, and your jungler didn't actually do much as Kha'Zix. Against an Elise as well, Kha'Zix into Elise, it's a really hard matchup for Kha'Zix to do well. He can't counter jungle as well because if the Elise catches him, he's dead. So it was really stacked up against them where Ascension needed their bottom lane to win. But since they lost that initial 2v2, it was just really downhill from there.
And guys, there you have it. We'll be having a short break after our highlights. We have been your shoutcasters for Game 4. I am Vulcan, and joining with me was my co-caster, Iconic. You just witnessed Mineski going 2-2 with Ascension in the best of 5, going to the last game, Game 5. Will Mineski move on to the finals, or will it be Ascension? Stay tuned after the highlights. For the flash in, Cocoon and does not land. Still going all into no way. There is the shockwave!
And again, the ball delivery system that
Teleport
we were
from Lloyd.
talking.
There is the teleport from the back line. Who will stay in the Baron? No, Mineski still nabs it in. But right now we see Lloyd battling out with Kaigo. Warlock is very low. Speeds up with the Inspire. Will not be enough. Kaigo finishes off Lloyd. And with 4 members down on the jungle side, TG catches up G4, and now Viper gets stunned. And here's the pickup. He does burn his flash, but will it be enough? Redemption for the kill? Maybe? No!
Oh, that was so close. It had the and the piercing arrow as well misses. But then again, This is Kaigu just beating down the
Going on
inhibitors.
Dominus! Goes for the turret. Now the Nexus is exposed. Take me! Take the Nexus, but here comes Lloyd. Going for the re-engage. Will not be enough. Mineski takes the sweep. 2-2. We are going on to game 5!
Wow. Beautifully.
Fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, a challenge.
like a bullet train. Moving like the speed of sound. Feet can't keep on the ground. Can't stay in one place. Keep moving like a bullet train. Like a bullet train. Moving like the speed of sound. Feet can't keep on the ground. Can't stay in one place. Keep moving like a bullet train. Like a bullet train. Like a bullet train. Like a bullet train.
Good afternoon, Southeast Asia. As all roads and all of the 4 games converges here, this is the Game 5 of the first knockout match for the GPL Spring 2017. We're gonna be your shoutcasters. I am Shinfu with the 1, 4, and I, and with me is Atlas to play for this final game between Ascension Gaming of Thailand and of course Mineski of the Philippines.
Man, it was so exciting. This entire series has been intense. There are a few hiccups from both teams, and this just culminates to the 5th game.
Yeah.
And it's just the first series we have for today, and it's already so intense. And I'm looking forward to if the Mineski can keep the momentum up, or if Ascension can just roadblock them and then go to the finals.
Gonna be denied that Ascension did outclass Mineski in the first 2 games, making the proper decisions on and on, especially in contesting Mineski when they try to pull up Barons.
Yes.
Right?
Every time Mineski would do a Baron, it would just end badly for them because of the Kled.
Not to mention of Lloyd's performance as well.
Lloyd's performance in the top lane
as well. But still, the clear threat comes in here from the Philippines. Mentioning Hammers' consistency and threat early on, always securing the first set of kills of the game, not just for himself but also for his teammates.
Especially for his team. That's the most important thing.
Crazy, man. Not to mention that Zen Show, despite a lot of champions, crazy. I think that's around close to 5, if not 5 ban against the ADC of Mineski here, only opting and defaulting to the Varus, actually the most nerfed down meta ADC.
He's
for the
still doing
7.6
pretty well on that Varus.
He really did pretty well on that Varus.
And I think even if you ban out Zensho, they really need to focus their draft around James. Because if James doesn't get the champions he wants, if he's relegated to these subpar in the meta champions, that means that Zensho won't pop off. He won't receive the pressure. That also means that Kaigo will have a much harder time, especially Exosen in the 1-to-1 matchup there. Without the pressure from the jungler, is just going to suffer. So I think really center it around, center your strategy against Mineski by banning out and pressuring James.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to think what else is to be denied against Mineski by Ascension Gaming here, just so they get that juicy victory, you know, so that they can proceed to the finals, ladies and gentlemen.
The momentum is on the side of Mineski.
Yeah, what are the adjustments that can come in here from Thailand? Again, drop everything that you know, but because this is the Game 5.
Oh, man.
After 1 game, we will know who will proceed to the finals. The road to SM Aura, to the Samsung Hall.
Indeed, and this is also culminating the finals
Yes.
towards the Mid-Season Invitational 2017.
Yes.
Yeah, GPL really challenges what you know here.
This is coming Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Now for the drafts, your thoughts here, Atlas.
So far, it's going to be Jin always. They don't want to deal with Zensho's Jin.
Okay.
That is always going to be banned out. So is Lulu, which actually might clue that Ascension Gaming might be looking for
Aggressive
aggressive
assassins.
composition, maybe even Assassin. Mineski reads this. Mineski actually predicts this. Goes for the Rengar ban. Yeah, there's going to be a least ban against James. Here, very high pressure.
Very high
being able to
pressure.
just clear the jungle very effectively while putting out lots of pressure. The web, the rappel,
I
all
like
of that.
the way
tools.
Ascension Gaming is rolling their bans here, clearly making a statement that in this Game 5, we're very willing to fight.
Yeah, and they're taking away the utility AD carry as well from No Way. This will be Ashe ban away, plus the Nidalee from Viper is not going to be in this battle. It's going to be the first pick, the Malzahar.
Wow.
Yeah, taking it away from TG. On its own, it's a very powerful support, being able to lock down with a Void Gaze.
Yes, it can be denied. It can be denied. Look at that previous bans there by Ascension Gaming. A lot has been denied. That is not for TG. That is just for Zensho. Look at that, Lucian, Ezreal.
Even the Lulu is a ban against Zensho there.
Lots of damage to be removed there by Ascension Gaming, and they don't actually a high damage composition. But problem there is this actually lacks a lot of crowd control. I mean the previous picks here. But, you know, compared to the previous picks there by Mineski.
Lots of utility and CC available just to keep Zensho safe.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be Mineski picking up the Graves for James. So this is going to be 2 high damage threats coming from Mineski. Might mean that they need something more frontliney for the rest of their picks.
And without the
Camille
Lulu
as well, taking it away.
Yeah, without the Lulu, they're not even going to be picking up the Caitlyn. Going to go for the Varus here on Mineski's side. Camille, very threatening coming in from Ascension.
I guess they're very confident in facing the Camille because, as Iconic said, is a very high threat top laner, able to scale up once she gets her items. But they are confident here, not banning it out and not taking it even when Malzahar was the first pick against Mineski, instead opting for the Varus plus the Graves. So they're not afraid of the Camille, and they're also not afraid of the Oriana here.
Ascension is just on the move of denying a lot from Mineski here. So
Yes.
far, these are the picks that was ruled by Mineski in their previous games, of course.
Definitely that is one strategy that they can do for their draft.
Yes.
Is ban them out and then pick away their champions. But it's going to be Exocen on that RE. Okay. So it's just going to be a hover over that. It's going to be the Tom Kench, the bot lane for Mineski.
My thoughts is there are inherent weaknesses for an Ari. You would want to, Tom Kench, why not? Because you could actually, Tom Kench heavily counters the threat that can come in from the Malzahar.
Yes.
What I'm very curious here is that Ascension Gaming is not revealing their ADC yet.
So far, not yet, but it is the Malzahar. It is the support that dictates most of how the lane is played. So it's definitely going to be something with a strong level 6 power spike as well. But the Ashe is banned away. And Varus as well without the chain of corruptions for Ascension Gaming. We're going to see what kind of bot laner they will pick up with that level 6 power spike. Might even be the Ezreal.
Mineski removed the Caitlyn here. Okay.
They also removed the Caitlyn. Okay, so actually also removing the Ezreal, predicting that Ezreal has a very strong level 6 power spike in terms of damage.
What should be left here would be short range champion.
Yes.
Ashe is removed. Lucian is the only one available.
I would not like to see no way on Lucian, especially considering the state of the compositions they have so far. They do ban away completely against Kaigu for the second rotation.
What would be
very wise, I think.
Yeah, well, nice draft here by Mineski. What would be the ADC here of Ascension?
In terms of the strong
That's the
champions.
Poppy. That's the Poppy. The only way, if they defaulted to Lucian, Poppy heavily counters that Lucian.
Yeah, being able to stop the relentless pursuit as well, being such a very powerful bodyguard for Mineski's composition here. It seems like they will want to focus all of their protection against James, for James and Zensho here. It's going to be the Lucian lock-in for No Way. Very risky, but really, what else can he pull out here?
Yeah.
It's going to be the Lucian.
My guess is actually Exo could pick up Syndra for this game.
Syndra just able to unleash the power and strike
Lucian
down Lucian, who only has 500 range. So already within the range of the unleashed power. Once
nice front line.
Once Exocen is able to click that unleashed power onto No Way, even a relentless pursuit won't save him. And the support that he has, there's no Lulu in this game, so the Malzahar won't be able to do anything. Ooh, it's going to be
Thalia's lock.
Talia, the lock-in for Mineski.
Oh my god. Very
lots of... Talia very strong.
Talia is strong
one of the
when it
highest
comes to the early game pressure.
Pick rates for the entire world.
Yeah.
Talia is pretty high up there.
But, of course, can't be denied the damage there. I mean, Talia's set of damage is kind of conditional compared to Oriana.
The defended body does hurt, though.
Yes, and Oriana has a lot of utility compared to the Talia. I mean, if the game drags on, it leans more in favor of an Oriana. But, the inherent disadvantage here by Ascension Gaming is they definitely need to get near and up close to Mineski
up close,
just so they can deal damage.
Plus, their damage dealers, yes, the damage dealers are supposed to go up close. That brings them a lot of risk to getting stunned by the Tongue Lash, getting hero charge into a wall, and let's say Weaver's Wall into a combination of spells that just CC, especially, and plus the end of the line, plus the Weaver's Wall. Just instantly take the damage while they're trapped within the Weaver's Wall.
Okay, yes.
That's one possibility.
That's one possibility.
It's not the main thing of their composition.
Not to mention, Lucian is totally disabled in this game. By the draft, you cannot dash on the Unraveled Earth.
Yes.
You cannot dash on the
it's going to hurt you so bad.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous.
And if you can't dash out of it, that leaves you open for the Seismic Shove coming from Exocen. So I really like this Talia pickup coming from Mineski.
Yeah,
but you can't deny that Ascension Gaming's composition, lots of utility, solid front line.
Not to mention Lloyd here on a Camille. I have very high expectations here.
Because Kaigu on that Poppy can easily take down the hook shot.
Yes.
So that's a lot of actual CC and damage away from Lloyd, knocking him up, leaving him open for a short trade.
Yeah, clearly this is a game that is going to be determined by the team fights, and let's see who will be victorious. Ladies and gentlemen, players, viewers, and summoners, everybody make some noise as we head on to the final game of this series, the semifinals, the knockout stage played between Thailand, Ascension Gaming versus Philippines Mineski, who will come out victorious, who will reign supreme in the Summoner's Rift, and who will proceed to the Garena Premier League Spring 2017 Finals.
Definitely going to be super exciting here, and right now this is a crucial game. You can see our top laners having some emote fun there in the top lane, but they are defending the entrances of their jungle. They don't want to get invaded. They also don't want to invade and invest too much time in that. Really playing it safe. It's really funny about best of fives.
Yes.
The game 1, everyone plays it safe. They
Yes,
want
yes,
to
yes.
learn, they want to strategize.
Yeah.
For the game 5, if it reaches game 5, they're also playing it very safe. Don't want to overcommit.
Yes, yes.
Don't want to lose the game. You're at game 5, you're playing not to lose.
Yes, yes.
You're not playing to win. You're playing not to lose.
Yeah. For game 1, you're playing to win. That's the thing. You want to establish the early tempo.
Yes.
Actually, the crucial phases of the game here would be game 1, game 3, game 4, and of course, obviously, game 5.
I think, I think really game 4 would be the turning point for the tempo for this
for a team who's
series.
actually opting for a reverse sweep. It cannot be denied here that the pressure is on Ascension Gaming. It's going to be very disturbing for them if they take this game 5 because, you know, coming out from that threatening reverse sweep with Mineski entering this game 5 with a very
Mineski
clear
is a
momentum.
team that is known to turn the momentum on its head.
Yeah.
But we're going to see if Ascension can transcend that kind of formula and just take this final win for the series. Looking at the clear of the junglers, it seems like Viper opting for going for Raptors red, Wolves into blue. That's going to be almost a full clear of his jungle, just leaving the Krugs there.
Can be denied. These two teams gonna be playing for the long game. James not picking up an elite is gonna be, denied of his elite is gonna be playing that waves. Would just be, you know, going for that standard. He's actually might be rushing for the padding of a level 4 rush. That's
a level 4 rush indeed. Just being able to get those levels up, get the tunnel, being able to gank. And once you're closer to your Void Rush, you have a lot more pressure around the map once you set up your tunnels. That's going to be the game plan for Viper, it seems, with the way he's clearing. Might even get the Scuttle Crab as well.
Cannot be denied as well that in the bot lane, it is falling. It is steadily in favor of Ascension Gaming because we know how threatening Illusion can be early on.
Definitely.
He deals crazy amount of damage early on, and especially in terms of dueling, just because of that Light Slinger passive, but plus, you know, he got that mobility for dueling. Not to mention, 2 of his skills are like combat-oriented.
Combat-oriented as well.
To deal direct damage.
The Piercing Light will allow him to deal a little bit of burst. Ardent Blaze
Ardent
lets
Blaze.
him just chase down
And
the
on top of
targets
that,
on the run away.
top of that, the Light Slinger passive. You know, double hits everywhere.
That's really the core of his kit, really. With the way you people build Lucian right now, getting that Blade of the Ruined King.
Yes.
The Light Slinger is really the core of your kit. It's going to be
comes
James
James
with a gank here.
Yes, it's about early game. When you speak about James, it's going to be, of course, Vic throwing in just to black lip out of Lloyd. Steadfast presence. And that's how Lloyd is denied of his early game.
And that's going to be good. That was
In the bot lane though, that's going to be the tunnel coming in from Viper. Nice passing, but nice flashing as well coming in from TG.
Just the Devour plus flashing away means that he can just easily get out of there safely. The mirror, rather the
mirror gank.
The gank for the top and the gank for the bot lane. It ended up much better for Mineski because they were able to deny the escapes of Lloyd. The hookshot just canceled by the steadfast presence. Classic for ganks for Poppy. On the other hand, the Devour plus flash is a pretty low resource escape. It does burn your flash.
If you account for the bot lane and the top lane, these are 2 secured lanes here by Mineski with, you know, very effective counterplay mechanic. James is actually spotted there, not just by the ward, but also by the Tremor Sense. This is going to be very threatening, but of course, the mid laners cannot respond. So that's the thing, because it cannot be denied. Yes, Kaigu may have very low kill potential on the Poppy, but you heavily countered Lloyd here. I'm really curious if can the Hextech Ultimatum be countered by the Steadfast Presence, because actually one useful kit by Lloyd here is already denied to him, and that is the hook shot.
Yeah, the hookshot is definitely one way that the trades are going to be in favor of Lloyd. But even with the Steadfast Presence, though, Lloyd can bring out a lot of lane dominance even without the stun from the hookshot. Look at the CS he has right now. Just dominates Kaigu, pushing him into his own turret.
Definitely.
And
Early on.
Yeah.
Terminator there. Can he get the end of the line?
Yep.
All right.
He does get a little bit of damage. It's just the pressure to let. Also, really putting out the pressure on G4, making it known to him that he's not going to let him just farm up in the mid lane there.
Lloyd has to do something with this kind of early advantage because this is just a matter of time for Kaigo. All he needs is a bounty Cinder, and he can offset that CS deficit.
Even if he
against,
can,
Lloyd.
though, it's going to be very difficult for Kaigo to actually match when Lloyd gets a good trade.
Yes.
Getting into the tactical sweeps, healing, plus the entire rest of Camille's kit is just built around destroying
dueling
solo.
and actually touching the backline. Yes, of course, of Hextech Ultimatum is, a single target spell with effect for an AoE knockback. There, Seismic Shove on top of that Unraveled Earth. Okay.
That's a lot of pressure against G4 here. That turret, that's still going to be James, an 80 carry technically, so gonna take that down very fast if they want to.
Yes, of course.
But that's going to be, look at Warlock transitioning here to the mid lane. Not really much.
I think this is not really that rewarding rotation coming in from Mineski. I think they could do better with this one. Do take note that with this kind of composition coming in from Ascension Gaming and the complacency from Mineski, there's actually a relentless pursuit here and a breakout fight here in the bot lane. Polemic Visions on TG. That time catch is hurting. James here, though, has clearly established dominance on the red side jungle by Ascension Gaming.
I really like how James is consistently aggressive. Looking at it now, he was so confident in going for the red buff steal there that because he knew that Exosen had a Weaver's Wall, he was pushing G4 into his own turret. So if ever there was a fight there near the jungle, Exosen could just easily cut while respond to help James while cutting off G4. That was one of the potential outcomes if they really needed that mid lane presence. Exosen with a wave clear, respectable wave clear from the threaded volley, and the Unraveled Earth just able to pressure G4 to his own lane. Plus, yeah, G4 had no mana for that fight if ever it happened.
Not to mention, Exosen is steadily looking on taking that mid-game fight. Gonna be opting in rushing the Morello Nomicon, and if you rush the Morello Nomicon, you lose more reason in actually building Rod of Ages.
Yes.
So because you want the stacks of Rod of Ages, there's really no reason of building Rod of Ages.
Oh, look at how
very little
aggressive they
reason
are
of building Rod of
here.
Ages for the second item. So wow, James again. He's the one who's setting up this early game for his teammates.
It's going to be an easy blue buff for Exosen.
That's going to be nice
And
for
you can
the
actually
Thalia.
transition this into a gank here. Maybe
Their
a
ultimate
dive
is
for the bot
available.
lane.
Actually, Weaver's Wall with a Poppy.
Yeah, I don't think he is going to go for that though. Opts instead to go back to his mid lane and clear the waves.
There's a teleport though. But yeah, Kaigo just walk away. Exosen.
Will Lloyd
would
want this? That is going to be the steadfast presence. See, denying an all-in that would have been resulting in a kill for Camille and if it were any other champion except maybe Renekton.
Yeah.
So
they've spotted.
Poppy.
James actually showed himself in the top lane, which easily rotated James.
no.
I mean, the mid laner here and also the jungler to go for James. They may aim for the shutdown kill. All they need is Lloyd without any assist. Here comes Kaigo. They may get their second shield. The shockwave is still available. There's the ultimate. He gets sent home. Rather, the jungler, G4 will go for the dive. One last Q. Can he make that kill? It's too risky. There's the shield. And Lloyd would secure his second kill. Nicely done there by Ascension Gaming.
That's going to be James giving away his position.
Yeah.
And then that's going to be the bot lane trade-off though if they want to.
Yes, of course, Exosen has his ultimate available. They just devour. No way here. And no way he can escape this 3-man engage by Mineski. More like Harlock will be included as well to aid his ADC in the afterlife. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. Rather, it's a 2-for-1 exchange. Kaigo managed to escape top lane in favor of Mineski on the side lanes.
No, that was indeed a 2-for-2.
2-for-2, Kaigo did it.
Imagine the resources that Ascension
Lloyd secured the kill.
The resources that Ascension invested for those 2 kills. That was 4 people there, actually giving away the control to the Mountain Drake. One of the most important Drakes you can take in the game is going to Mineski's side.
Yeah, and they got the range for it. They got the range to make those siege.
Yeah, definitely. 280 carries, the respectable wave clear, a good front line. G4 gonna try to be cheeky here.
James, does he have his mind? Yeah,
definitely not even a contest there, but I think that was worth it for Mineski.
Yes.
Very worth it.
The Mountain Drake.
Because considering the resources that both parties used, Mineski really was more efficient there. And those 2 kills in the bot lane, wow.
Yes, that is the bot lane you're putting behind. That is a Lucian.
I also like Exos and how he angled his threaded volley to predict the flash coming from Warlock, giving them the kill.
Yes, and you know, you just killed. Well, killing Ham is gonna be rewarding for for Ascension, but killing Kaigu, not really. You know.
Yeah, because Kaigu is effective even without a lot of items.
What makes that engaged by Ascension Gaming, if ever they would account for their reward in the top lane, is that Lloyd get the 2 kills.
Yes.
And you know, every kill given on a Camille is very rewarding.
Gives them more items. There's gonna be another 3-man here in the top lane. Will Kaigu will be able to just scares him off just by walking out of turret.
And that's not good. That actually burns and gives a lot of info for Mineski.
On the positioning of Viper, indeed. This might actually transition that into this turret. It's quite low. TG also rotating up in case a fight happens.
Yeah, Exocet can easily, interpolate that. The Orianna will go
TG
there, but of course TG is in trouble. There are lots of Void Leaks. The ultimate though gets caught, and good thing TG has his Grey Health still available there.
Yeah, was that worth it? That's definitely not worth it for Warlock to burn such an important cooldown on TG, the support.
But of course, there are just big questions here for Mineski. What can we take from those advantages so far?
They could be able to force something here. Weaver's Wall is again up.
That's one.
Warlock does not have his flash. No way. Even if he no way has his flash, there's gonna be a relentless pursuit over that wall. So it's gonna be might be Warlock the target here. Maybe Lloyd. For the roam from Exocen. Exocen on that barrier as well. Does not want to get bursted down by the Thunderlords of G4.
Yeah, gonna make this added survivability for the Talia, because you know, Talia's kit really just ensures you with the lane. It works much like Victor, where you have really nice wave clear. Yeah, you don't expect to be pushed out that easily. Give a nice explanation of why that bot lane, mid lane, outer turret there by Ascension is already low. That's just, you know, a few scratches away from being destroyed.
And that might be a huge swing in gold here to separate. It's now 400 gold separating both of these teams. That's nothing. But if they can snowball that, get the first turret and transition that gold lead and say, in the map control more importantly, to get more turrets, more fights, more favorable skirmishes. Whichever team gets that, and it seems like Mineski might be the one more poised to take down his turrets for control. Whoever gets that will dictate how the mid game is played.
And it's really nice showing here by Mineski that they have the patience really of not forcing things despite them having the advantage in terms of Summoner Spell earlier, and of course in terms of ultimates, because lots has been burned there by Ascension. Indeed, this actually coincides with your thoughts that you play Game 5 not to lose.
Yeah, you really play Game 5 in a very controlled way.
Yes.
You don't want to go too deep and go face, because that's just going to make you run out of steam too quickly. And like we said right at the start of the day, a best of 5 is a test of spirit for both teams involved.
So there's pretty much a reset here, much like the same early game laning phase that we have, except that these monsters already have, you know, all of their ultimates available. Not to mention there's some spells and items as well. Yeah, my guess is the next fight would be explosive. The next Drake as well.
Yeah, the next Drake's definitely going to be explosive. I expect that the next big fight might be around the Drake. Yeah. It's going to be a few minutes before that, though. For now, both teams want to just chill.
Yeah, the next fight, the explosiveness of that fight is actually ballooning, you know, for this game. And yeah, so far, checking the itemizations once again. We got that Sunfire Shade completed for Kaigu. So
now he can match the wave here from the Tiamat of Lloyd.
He can actually keep Lloyd in check. He has to magnet Lloyd in the top lane.
And he can actually match Lloyd in terms of these short, medium length trades.
Yes.
There in the top lane.
Yes.
Because there is a point in time where Camille gets the advantage in the short trade, but if you get the trade for too long, it's gonna be Camille. So there's that sweet spot. That might be TG looking for the sweet spot against No Way.
Oh, that's the exhaust. One summoner spell burned there against TG in exchange though of the flash.
The flash is going to be hurting Mineski in the next fight.
I mean,
if someone gets out of position,
the
TG
flash will hurt Ascension. Flash by No Way.
But the flash by TG will also hurt Mineski.
The flash of TG
rather the exhaust.
The exhaust.
Not having the exhaust there for any huge bursts of damage.
We're seeing EXO in the top lane, but rather in the bot lane. Warlock's gonna go all in at it. The Shockwave though did not translate to kill. No way! No way can he get the kill here. And yes, he still did. 1-for-1. Support for the ADC. Kaigu is here. Heroic charge on Viper. But of course, there's really not much damage there. Where is James? Here is James. Gonna go for G4. Will there be any slow? He gets the movement speed from the dissonance, and Warlock still there. No ultimate. This is the support. ExoSen is now on his way. Here comes your mid lane. Actually took the conservative path of unloading in the battle in the Drake pit there. But James exploded in the face of Warlock. Just in time might be for the Infernal Drake, which will spawn in 10 seconds here. Let's see, will they really take that one? Yeah.
And the Mineski blowing a load there can get this Infernal Drake.
Not gonna go for it. Their jungler is still there. Okay.
Yeah. It might be too risky. Viper does have his smite up, but okay, G4 dangerous position here if he goes for it. Checks the brush smartly, but that's not gonna be smart. Tapping there, he has his flash to actual. Okay, the wing buffet from the Infernal Drake did save him there.
Oh yeah, that's not rough. That's not roughly in favor of
look at this. James does not have his smite for a few seconds. Now he does.
Yes, can they secure it? That's going to be James getting the Infernal Drake. Now on Mineski's side, this is looking gloomy for them despite taking the Infernal Drake as James is going so low. No obvious frontliner here for Mineski.
They don't want to fight that.
Ascension, again with the mantra of that Game 5, do not play to win, rather play not to lose. So, not going to go for that full-on engage.
That would have been too deep.
That's
but it could have been in favor of Ascension.
Yes, I guess as well.
had the Chain of Corruption. However, Ascension had the Shockwave, had the Culling, had the Void Gaze ready there if they wanted to.
They can take the outer bottling turret as well. My thoughts, so far the Infernal Drake would actually help, Mineski a lot here.
Yeah, imagine, it's going to multiply the damage from James, ExoSen, and Zensho.
That should be like a free component item. That 8% bonus coming in.
Yeah, the 8% bonus at this point, it's probably going to be around 15 AD?
Yes.
Yeah, so 15 AD for James at least. More for the Zensho, I believe. So that's actually almost equivalent to a longsword.
So let's see what can be done here by Ascension Gaming, because here comes the block coming in from Kaigu. Duman knockout with the ultimate and Shockwave. 3 members from Mineski. The damage is not there. Here comes the Great Wall of Mineski. Just in time to be in range and take this Ultra Mid-Ranger. And then that's the combo. Kaigu with a heroic charge onto the Weaver's Wall. 2 members in the pocket of Mineski as Ascension is being pushed into a wall, literally.
And that's going to be the first turret in the hands of Mineski, making their goal lead 3K on top of 2 Drakes, and they are poised to take another one and another one.
Yeah.
Here. They have 2 damage threats plus a mounted Drake.
That's
going to be a quick demolition job. And
Ascension would want to invest heavily on the wave clear and visions here.
I kind of felt bad for Viper there. He already burned his burrow. So he was not able to get out of there, just gets charged in by a really scary small Poppy.
Yes.
That's quite scary. That's going to be, and more importantly, the control for around the map and the side of Mineski for now.
What a heavily countering draft here by Mineski. Just my thoughts.
They left the Camille open, they banned out and picked away even the most nerfed AD carry. But that also means that Noe has to pick into something that's strong yet countered.
What happened in the draft was the chess game for the ADC
Yes.
dragged on. Picking up the battles early on was very rewarding for Mineski. Ascension still doesn't want to really release show their ADC. And the Rift Herald was denied.
They do not get the buff for that. Unfortunately for Ascension, it would have been super good for Lloyd.
Yes.
Being able to get that Rift Herald buff makes his time against Kaigo a lot easier.
Yeah. What I want to mention here is that, that was, again, in the draft, the chess game, I think Ascension got elated in playing and focusing too much tunnel visioning on investing or making a composition for the ADC role. But hold on, it's going to be Exo Sen easily getting bombed. This is the power of Ascension as they ascended here in the mid lane. That would be pulled down by Mineski. There's going to be the shockwave in the back line. Devour onto Sencho. Can he reposition him on a nice spot so that he can engage? Lloyd has no ultimate available. Hammett still has that collateral damage, and Kaigu is a consistent front line. They have no vision here. No way will join this fight, and no way can Mineski escape this one. Re-engaged on here by Ascension Gaming as they take down Hammett. They might take down the second ADC here. No Devour for Sencho, and Kaigu's trying to do his work for no way. The shield is there to sustain him, and things went down so fast and so bad for Mineski. Ascension Gaming with a 4-4-0 exchange.
4-4-0 indeed. They already lost one of the members of their team, and they still tried to commit to that. They might lose 2 turrets off of this, but yeah, that was definitely not a fight that Mineski should have taken.
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely looked good for them first, but then once Ascension came to them as a 5v4 instead of a 4v4, that's when it started going down for them.
One pick off on EXO. It's very hard for them. Right now, Zensho has conditional damage. It's not like he has this raw AD really, so that his Qs would be rewarding. I know there's, of course, higher AD for the Blade of the Ruined King, but really, you know, the Varus is not the same Varus we've known, which spams Q a lot.
The replay
collateral
here.
damage has been missed.
Collateral damage missed. It seems like because Ascension burned a lot of really powerful cooldowns, they thought that they could take the fight. But now, Zensho zoned away from the initial fight.
Yes, they lack damage here.
And Kaigu just trying to go in too deep. And when Noe arrived, James was just taken down by Lloyd, called by Noe, and Zensho with no one to protect him.
Clearly a
Kaigu
mistake
a little
there.
bit too late there.
Clearly a mistake there by Mineski. They in those fights.
Overcommitment.
Kaigu should have saved. Kaigu should have saved his ultimate.
That was when they tried to pull the trigger and it backfired on them. Like a classic Looney Tunes moment where Ascension puts his finger in the hole of the gun, and then when Mineski pulls the trigger, it blows back onto themselves. Lloyd might be in trouble here though. Blastcone. Actually, not his own auto attack triggering that.
Yeah, I'm really curious here, but Lloyd will be receiving the first tank of this shrimp. Can he actually lobster? Can he? Well, there's no debar. He managed to escape.
The hook shot is so much
really,
mobility.
Yeah,
the
lots
versatility of that spell is just way too much. But that's going to be Mountain Drake on the hands of Mineski. Rather, in the vision control in the hands of Mineski here.
Mineski's actually setting up.
Gonna
go for the mid lane.
The mid lane here will be their focus, but what might be too deep for that.
Yes.
Even if they are going to pressure the wave, that's still a very far inhibitor turret.
That 4-0 is very big for Ascension Gaming. Can't be denied that for this game,
a lot of it went to Lloyd as well.
The momentum can be said despite having same goal, you know, held here by this
team. Be a little reset of the fight. All of our champions do have their ultimates up. The most notable ones are going to be the Threaded Ball, rather the Weaver's Wall. Oh, it's going to be Kaigu caught out, maybe?
Yes.
Very tanky guy.
Is that really worth it? Ultimate on Kaigu?
That's a lot of cooldowns.
That's a lot of cooldowns burned. Yeah.
So there might be an opportunity for Mineski.
Yeah, that is a mistake there by Ascension.
Another cooldown burnt on Kaigu and TG. It's going to be the Weaver's Wall to try and divide and conquer. Really nothing to be done there.
I'm curious what would be the next itemizations here by Zensho. I would be recommending added help for him, maybe in the form of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. I'm curious if he can
for Exosen?
Yeah, make aggressive plays and pick up Zhonya's Argus, but my thoughts tell me that it could be rewarding if you pick up the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Rylai's Crystal Scepter will be pretty good for Exosen. G4 as well, but doesn't really have the Leandros to take advantage of that. But for Exosen's side, yes, Rylai's, but it seems like QSS will pick up here. We did see him getting caught quite a lot by the Void Gaze. It might be worth it for him.
It's going to be showing G4 who uses the quick QSS better.
Oh man, that would be BM, but it seems like Ascension has to control over the objective here in the top lane. Zensho has to keep his distance.
Yeah. And actually, Lloyd is ramping up. Do take note of what happened in that game. I think that is on Game 3. That actually Kaigu, despite having an awkward start with this Camille, still
able to scale up
once he scaled
fast. Once he got those kills, it's going to be the teleport burn to push Kaigu off the bot lane. I really think that Kaigu should wait. Mineski can't really engage. They can try.
Yeah, that's the.
But both of their front lines are meant for bodyguarding roles.
Yes.
So they have to wait for Ascension to dive in with Lloyd. Oh,
now
it's going to be a Baron call.
Yes.
Might be risky.
But this is actually a nice terrain for Mineski. Look at the zone control coming in here from Mineski. All you need is to land one nice ultimate. There's the block. There's the wall. Smite there. Ascension Gaming goes big as they get a Baron. But G4 is already gone. Zonya, rather, that's going to be the GA pop for Zencho. He is gone as Viper, rather, on Viper has the GA. Now that's going to be the full members of Ascension. They're gonna fight here. Kaigu, he cannot deal damage. He cannot withstand this damage as well. And that is the Baron again in the hands of Ascension with 2 members of Mineski.
Yeah, that's a food 2 for 2, but that's heavily in favor of Ascension. Getting that Baron buff denies any of the split push from Kaigu, denies the push coming from Exosen and Zensho and James. And that was way too ambitious from Mineski. Of course, the teleport from Lloyd was burned. But that was way too ambitious. The risk was way too high, and the payoff was not there for them. The Weaver's Wall, let's look at the replay here. They are doing this pretty quickly. They have 280 carries, one with a Blade of the Ruined King. And Exosen tries to cut them off, but at that point, all the important members of Ascension were already within the pit. Or rather, the most important one for that would be Viper, being able to get the steal.
And Zencho actually was removed from that fight early on. I'm really curious. They have a lot of ultimate feeling here. I think this is not played in an optimal manner.
Yeah, not played optimally. Kaigu had his keeper's verdict for a long time. It could have been used to say block away Viper's smite or even G4 from that fight. Especially Lloyd would have been one of the biggest ones. Biggest ones would be Viper and then Lloyd to push out of the fight.
Yeah, lots of skills to zone out members.
So
all you need is to send one member to zone out members of Ascension there away from the Baron, and Mineski did not do it. That is badly executed.
So it's going to be Mineski on the back foot, on the defensive here.
Yeah, and they're going to be punished here so bad. But
look at a push from Lloyd.
Oh, yes.
Just
and that's the problem.
Ignoring Kaigu.
They may have a low vision here on the blue side jungle, and Kaigu.
Precision Protocol making quick work with the Triforce and on that turret.
So let's see, man. So here we go. All that Ascension needs to do is bring no way near a turret. Actually, drop that. All they need to do is actually have a 4-1. Just allow Lloyd to split push, because right now Kaigu is having troubles dealing with this Camille.
Yeah, definitely not able to match, not able to duel Camille at this point means Kaigu is going to be always on the defensive there when being split pushed, even with the Hammer Shock, even with the Sunfire Cape. Not enough, especially with Baron empowered minions. It's going to be just more gold leads for Ascension as they're building it up with those turrets they are taking right now. It's going to be 4K gold lead. If they take this inner turret for the top lane, it's going to turn into a 6K gold lead, 5K gold lead rather.
Yes, there's going to be G4. Collateral damage has been used just so they can clear this minion wave.
Oh.
Shockwave there for the 3 members on top of the gold. Zensho, oh my god.
Man.
That's going to be an inner top lane turret gone there against Mineski.
That is going to extend the lead to 5K.
Yeah,
the Weaver's Wall to really block. They really are wanting to block away any sort of push from Ascension. That's going to be Kaigu.
3 turrets instantly in the hands of Ascension.
Making good work.
That still is very punishing.
Oh, this is the big one.
Yeah.
The mid lane inhibitor turret G4.
Shockwave is not available though, and G4 is gone. He gets popped. There goes Viper, and this is the momentum for Mineski. Can they turn things around here? PG puts in the leak onto Warlock. Second leak there. Warlock stops just so he can land the ultimate. Zencho gets collapsed on here. Massive damage is gone here for Mineski, but James would be the secondary ADC. Ascension would call it quits. Their base is still open. A minion is hitting the inhibitor, and their bot lane inhibitor is bleeding.
That is indeed the push off from the siege of Ascension, and actually they are able to save their objectives here. The most important thing for Mineski, the inhibitors, even if the turret falls, that's actually big, but the inhibitor is the most important thing to not lose. And they actually transition this into an Ocean Drake, and Mineski getting a lot of gold value from the Ocean Drake. I don't think it can, at this point, I don't think it can match the 5K that Ascension has built. It's going to be Viper as well. This is going to be a 50-50 to go for it. Viper scared away by the teleport.
At least they're going to get the Ocean Drake here. That's one thing that is sure. Again, The big problem here as well would be ExoSense QSS. It's not anymore a battle of really picking up isolated targets. It's actually, I think G4 has the damage advantage here against ExoSense.
QSS, even with a little bit of magic resistance it gives, it's like ExoSen.
Lots of pushing power coming in here.
Yeah, they're no longer looking for ExoSen here. They are looking for Zensho. Zensho was the one they focused in the fight where it seemed like Ascension was going to lose. 2 for 1, pushed off to the defense. Zensho, losing Zensho would be the most painful thing for Mineski defending this.
Mineski would want to recalibrate their approach in this game because so far they need to really stop any advance coming in from Ascension.
Not really do anything.
Yes. At the very least, you know,
pushes him off.
Yes, and the thing about reverse wall anyway is that it's not a damage ultimate, so the damage distribution or the damage to be out there by ExoSen is still there in the form of his other skills. All you need is to land that nice setup against No Way or even on G4.
Mind the ball placement.
Yeah. Right now, Zensho cannot really get near just because of the presence of Lloyd on this GA. Ultimate has been used, Viper there, and Lloyd gets stopped. That's gonna be the Hextech ultimatum. What can Zensho do? The backline has been punished here against Mineski, and this could be the game for them as Zensho is already gone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very tight play against Mineski. The death timers falls around 30 seconds. There's a recall
might
from
have
Lloyd.
Enough time for this.
Yes, this is No Way. All you need to actually do is land your Light Slinger passives. Rather, what would Camille do? Lloyd here is teleport at the minion just so he can extend his fight. Can ExoSen stop this fight? The dead timers are doing punishing, and all of them to just focus this Nexus down. The night of the finals, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be the Thailand team. Ascension Gaming will go to the GPL 2017 Spring Finals. Nicely done there by the Thailand team.
Yes, indeed. Being able to just split Mineski apart and take away the objective. That Baron was really what turned everything around.
The siege as well.
I'm really wondering what was Mineski doing. They were trying to go in deep, but and that means the front line was not there. For Zensho.
I cannot count if it's around 5 to 6 Baron attempts really. But definitely out of all those battle attempts, the one that were only successful is I think 1 to 2. And you know, that is too much. That is clearly a statement of really Mineski is very capable of, you know, pulling these things off. But they are doing the same mistakes.
The Baron calls are super shaky. Not only that, but they're not playing to how their composition is. They have the Weaver's Wall. They are using it to block it away. But the important thing here is Kaigu and TG. You see, a lot of times Zensho gets the Hextech ultimatum on him, and he gets instantly taken down.
And I really doubt, you know, that the reverse wall.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's all about TG and Kaigu not being there as a bodyguard for Zensho, which means Camille can just get on him, burst him down, and there's no safety coming from him. No refuge within the belly of Tom Kench.
No, it did not become a real threat really for that team. So maybe the Talia is an excess counter against No Way. I think all you need to do is just have Kaigo in the front line and add more damage because I feel like the damage from Mineski would be lacking in there. Again, the Q from Varus
They really just need to keep
a very high cooldown.
Zensho alive there.
Yes.
He has a lot of percent health damage to take down the front line, has a consistent crit and attack speed.
Yes, of
but
course.
if he's dead because no one is peeling for him, then
Can be
gonna
denied.
fall apart.
Can't be denied as well of how Thailand Ascension Gaming did capitalize on these mistakes by Mineski. Lloyd, solid performance.
Just going in, hookshot, dive.
Yes, all for the whole totality of this series, not to mention his Kled play as well. Clearly a very powerful force in the top lane that really pushed Mineski away from this semi-finals on this knockout stage. Not to mention, I would like to comment as well G4.
Yes, G4.
Multiple targets on that shockwave.
Definitely an impactful mid laner that makes shockwaves throughout the map.
Yes, and of course, that settles everything for Thailand. The biggest congratulations, Ascension Gaming did ascend for the first log in the finals. Later this afternoon, after this match, we will have proceed to the next branch of our knockout stage, which is going to be played by Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus Vietnam's Marines, Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, that's going to be Gigabyte Marines against Malaysia's Kuala Lumpur Hunters. definitely going to be exciting.
Yes.
I think it's going to be explosive as much as it was for the first series
Yes.
today.
I'm really looking forward towards Optimus. All of the players so far in GPL.
I really want to see Optimus,
Yeah.
but I also want to see Archie.
Yes.
Archie playing on that
Yes.
support, knows how to really push the limits of his champion, his resources. We're going to see that in our second best of 5 for today.
Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the conclusion of this match. Once again, Mineski versus Thailand Ascension Gaming. The biggest congratulations to Ascension Gaming. We'll see them on Sunday on the GPL Spring 2017 Finals. Samsung Hall, SM Aura. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our sponsors as well. Plantronics PLDT and Korean Gate iCafe, official partner cafe of the GPL Spring 2017. We have been your shoutcasters for this game. I am Shinbu with a 1, 4, and I, and with me is, of course, Atlas. It's an honor to always shoutcast for you guys, but we'll see each other on the next best of 5. Guys, stay right there, and of course, have a wonderful day. Far, no way here, and no way he can escape this 3-man engage by Mineski. More like Harlock will be included as well to aid his ADC in the afterlife. It's a 2-for-1 exchange. Is now on his way. Here comes your mid lane. Actually took the conservative path of unloading in the battle in the snake pit there. But Hannes exploded in the face of Warlock. Here comes the block coming in from Kaiku to Maneka with the ultimate and shockwave. 3 members from Mineski. The damage is not there. Here comes the great ball of Mineski. Just in time to be in range and take this Ultra Finisher, and then that's the combo. Kaiku with a heroic charge onto the Weaver's
He's not available though,
and G4 is gone. He gets popped. There goes Viper, and this is the momentum for Mineski. Can they turn 6 around here? PG puts in the link onto Warlock. Second link there. Warlock stops just so he can land the ultimate. Zencho gets collapsed on here. Massive damage is gone here for Mineski, but Hammers will be the secondary ADC. Ascension would call it quits there.
It's more than nuts and bolts. Beyond hardware and software. Beyond ideas and innovation. It's trust and peace of mind. The connections we've made. The partnerships we've nurtured. The changes we've embraced. Together, let's go further. Work smarter. Play harder. Dream bigger. Changing the way you do business.
Welcome to the League of Legends Champion Spotlight, featuring Galio, the Colossus.
Battle, yes. Let's do this then.
Galio's passive is Colossal Smash. His next basic attack deals bonus damage in an area, scaling with his magic resist. Colossal Smash's cooldown is reduced whenever Galio hits enemy champions with his abilities. Galio's Q is Winds of War. He fires 2 gusts of wind in converging arcs that damage all enemies hit. When the blasts converge, they form a vortex for a few seconds that continuously deals damage in a small area. When combined with his passive, Winds of War lets Galio shred minion waves in seconds. Just make sure your positioning is solid. Line up the wind to hit both the front and back line. Galio's W is Shield of Durand, and it does a few things. First, it passively grants Galio a magic damage shield that refreshes if he avoids taking damage for a moderate period. Second, activating Shield of Durand causes Galio to enter a defensive stance for a short period of time. As long as the key is held down, he gains damage reduction and moves slowly. When the W key is ultimately released, Galio taunts all nearby enemy champions. Range and duration extend based on how long the stance was held. While Galio's charging Shield of Durand, the channel cannot be interrupted by crowd control, though Galio himself is still affected. There's no better way to start a fight than a flash taunt. Here, Galio preps Shield of Durand and moves in, using his defensive stance to weather damage from Varus and Ahri. With the taunt fully charged, he flashes in for a brief but brutal skirmish. Rock solid. Galio's E is Justice Punch. When activated, Galio jumps back, winding up for a big ol' punch. After a brief delay, he lunges forward, knocking up and damaging the first, and only the first, enemy champion hit. Galio cannot punch his way over walls, but he can flash them. Justice Punch is great for starting fights, but Galio will run into trouble if he's trying to punch his way out of a brawl. Here, Shyvana steps in front of the big fella while he winds up, blocking his dash so Caitlyn can serve up a little justice of her own. Galio's ultimate is Hero's Entrance. Galio chooses an ally to save, granting them Shield of Durand's damage reduction and flying to their current location, knocking up and damaging all enemies in the area when he lands. The knockup lasts longer for those in the center of the landing zone. Galio flies specifically to the spot the ally was when he activated the ability. It does not follow them. This ability can only be interrupted by crowd control before Galio takes to the air. Afterward, he's immune. Hero's Entrance's damage reduction kicks in the moment Galio casts it. Use it to give your buddies a little extra oomph when they're diving for the big play. 5 bot. Properly fighting as Galio requires you order your abilities correctly. Justice Punch closed the gap for the first use of Colossal Smash. Shield of Durand sets up for an unmissable Winds of War. By landing your abilities, Colossal Smash should be back up for your final bit of damage. When his lane's pushed, Galio's free to roam within a stone's throw of bot lane. Even though Caitlyn can see the indicator, Zyra's root holds her down for Galio's big entrance. The knockup allows for an easy chaining of Shield Durand into Winds of War, which wins the war.
Going somewhere? Too easy.
Hero's Entrance can get buddies out of tight spots, but only if he gets the timing right. With Vayne already inches from death, Galio is unable to save her. And since the landing zone is based on where his ally was, he finds himself surrounded by big, scary-looking dudes. And also Ezreal. If he had made a Hero's Entrance beside Nami, potentially he could have achieved a different outcome. When you're a tanky Warden, you can stroll straight into a battle. Garen's silence cannot stop Galio from catching his foes with a massive taunt via Shield of Durand. When Braum gets low, Galio busts out his own ultimate in the middle of the fight to show Garen his own special brand of Demacian justice. After Justice punching to close the gap, Galio caps the fight with 2 final kills thanks to an empowered Shield of Durand plus Flash to catch Ezreal and Thresh. Thanks for watching the Galio Champion Spotlight. Learn more about Demacia's Colossus by clicking the links below.
Well, hello there, handsome.
The new high-performance Rig 500 headset from Plantronics is designed to match the skills of an aspiring esport player with the gear they need to win. The new modular system gives you the power to adapt, upgrade, and personalize your headset for the task at hand. The RIG 500 series of gaming headsets are engineered to deliver the perfect combination of durable lightweight comfort in an immersive audio environment. 7.1 surround sound and 24-bit audio provide a stunning 360-degree sound field with directional audio. 40mm drivers with low-frequency resonators provide crisp highs and boosted bass. Clear voice noise canceling technology provides clear communication to your teammates. From the headset company that equips the pros, the 500 series was crafted to meet the needs of esports and competitive players around the world. The new RIG 500 series of headsets from Plantronics. Respect the training. Reactions win.
Fight me, if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, the challenge.
Hello, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the Garena Premier League 26-17 Spring. You are watching the semifinals this time. Match 2 between Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus Gigabyte Marines. Wow, it's come from match 1. We saw that Mineski fought back from a 2-0 and ended with a 3-2. How did you feel about that?
Honestly, I really thought it was either teams win na nung Game 5, but then it just spiraled way out of control in the hands of Ascension when they lost that Baron Clash.
And here it is, the knockout stage. We know that we are in the best of 5 series with Ascension coming up top against Mineski, and congratulations to Ascension for moving on to the finals. And whereas in match 2, we will see the match between Gigabit Marines versus KLH.
Yeah, so now I'm kind of thinking this should be around a 3-1, 3-0, heavily favoring Gigabyte Marines, just because they are the titans of this matchup, undefeated in their own region, and then coming into this one, just waiting in the semifinals. And then Kuala Lumpur Hunters, I think came in second to Mineski in the group stage. They kind of seem a little bit shaky, but let's just see if they can go up against Optimus and his own, Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt that Vietnam has been performing exceptionally well in the past 2 years of GPL, securing their first hit in the knockout stage. So let's see how Kuala Lumpur Hunters will fare against one of the titans in the GPL, the Gigabyte Marines, where they have to watch out for Optimus in the mid lane.
True that. And if I'm not mistaken, like, one of the things that kind of they asked Optimus was, do you think you're gonna have a difficult time against Kuala Lumpur Hunters? And then who's the mid laner of Kuala Lumpur Hunters or KLH? They said Arhedge. He said, who's that?
Yeah, we can clearly. Oh wow! What can you say about that?
It basically just says that he doesn't know who this mid laner is from KLH. So maybe he doesn't know what this person or this mid laner will bring. At the same time, his
identity itself.
Yeah, or at the opposite side of the spectrum, he's not yet that of a threat to.
Oh, wow, the confidence.
Yeah, to the Gigabyte Marines. But we'll just see.
Yeah, we'll see after this team reveal, and after that, we'll be going through the drafting phase.
Ta đang lao thẳng vào Devan, dùng chiều cuối thành cá sấu được mở và Stark chọn Venet. Venet thoát đi được, Stark đang phải cố gắng lùi ra. Đại băng tiện bắn tới, nó trúng vào Devan. Stark vẫn sống, Stark nằm xuống, nhưng đó là 1 đội 1, đó là 2 đội 1, có lợi cho Gigabyte Marine. Nét vẽ và mở sân khấu, Stark đang bị giữ lại. Stark vẫn chưa hồi lại giáp thiên thần. Optimus hỗ trợ rất tốt, AG đứng phía ngoài này, Neon truy đuổi Optimus đánh thẳng không nổ, thoát được, quay ngược trở lại với giặc của phía bên này. Stark truy đuổi Nevan đã phải nằm xuống, 1 điểm hạ gục cho Gigabyte Marine. Kén nhanh không của Levi, anh ta vẫn lao vào, Optimus vẫn lao vào. Gigabyte Marine nhận thấy rằng họ có thể thắng trong qua giao tranh này. Naun lặn xuống hồ mẫu, nổ thần công Venet quá yếu, anh ta tốc biến lên hạ gục được một người nhưng cũng nằm xuống. Và Trung là người duy nhất của YG còn đang tồn tại, anh ta cũng nằm xuống. Và Gigabyte Marine là nhà vô địch mới của Liên minh huyền thoại Việt Nam.
Trouble is a party in the ball lane, and members of Swestic are Rexion. Why does he low? The equalizer pop. Rexion can't escape. The double kill goes over to it. To CO4. Ghost Dance. He's gonna go down. No, he's not. He's dangerously low. It's gonna be the second transfusion charge. Oh my goodness! What is happening? They won't be able to get it out. Hextech ultimatum. Kirito goes into Ignivia, and this is bad. CO4 is dominating. He gets a kill onto Snatcher. Another redemption. Oh my God! Caspiel gets popped out. Oh no! Ghost Dance is most likely gonna go down. Oh, Bipolar comes in with the double kill. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, the Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
So right now, from the team reveal, straight into the drafting phase of
Yeah.
Game 1 of the Match 2 between Kuala Lumpur Hunters on the blue side versus Gigabyte Marines on the red side.
So it's going to be Kuala Lumpur Hunters with the first pick here. They're going to be banning out the Malzahar and Syndra. Definitely just, standard picks here.
Yes.
They don't want to show off too much of their hand or what they would actually go up against Gigabyte Marines. I'm kind of curious to see which champion they'll be picking in their first rotation. That might dictate the pace of the game, so let's just see how that does transition.
It's
Lucian
going to
and
be,
Lucian.
it's a matter of who to focus ban right now, actually. I mean, Gigabyte Marines as a team itself, they're really strong, but the highlight player right now would be Optimus. No
Yeah,
doubt,
obviously.
in the mid lane. So we can see some standard bans in one of the most big champions, let's say the Cinder in the mid lane. Ash has been showing itself constantly as the ADC thanks to the recent rework of the Warriors Bloodlust.
True that. And going back to what you said on Optimus is, well, I mean, having this guy, like I think I heard Iconic say it, that he's one of the top 200 players in League of Legends. So, how can you ban someone who can play a lot of champions?
Yeah, the champion pool of Optimus is pretty big.
Yeah.
And being one of the top 200 players in the whole League of Legends, that is a statement. And that is why Vietnam, the Gigabyte Marines, have been representing before the GPL, and they've been coming on top the past 2 years.
Yeah.
So it would be really of an understatement to see, it would be a mistake to underestimate Gigabyte Marines clearly entering this game as one of the top dogs.
Yeah, because I remember, I wasn't, I guess a few years back, I wasn't really that knowledgeable in the Green and Premier League, environment on, who the players were. But this name always comes up, Optimus, Optimus, Optimus. Before, you just, joke around that he was, Optimus Prime and stuff like that. But then, his name stuck, and now he's one of the top players to look out for. Kuala Lumpur Hunters going to be picking the Camille. So, straight off the bat, they'll look for the 100% pick or banned champion in our series, or I think overall in the 7.6 meta.
Yeah, and not to mention, being on the red side, you would clearly ban out the Camille, because you won't be able to get it. And right now, the Gigabyte Marines just leaving it open for KLH to take, and not to mention Caspiel on that Rengar. We've seen how KLH played. The shot caller would be Caspiel, and for the engage, a Rengar would be decent, but a follow-up from a Camille would be pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Their name is Kuala Lumpur Hunters. If they went for something who doesn't hunt in the jungle, I don't think they'll be, giving justice to their name.
Not to mention, we've seen Caspiel on the Graves too, but it's been taken away on the Gigabyte Marines side. And now, interestingly, we're seeing a Kalista. Know that Kalista has been buffed way back, and now we're seeing it return right now in the semifinals for the GPL.
I mean, she could be that pocket pick that KLH is going to be showing Game 1.
I think because of Kalista has been buffed, but let's see how it will deal out against Gigabyte Marines. What can you say right now for the Varus pickup? It's always the ADC that you pick up as the comfort pick in a way.
Yeah, I think basically you just want to have one ADC who can have that CC. If Ash is banned, Varus would definitely be your second pick. So that's just about it. And then maybe another follow-up on this one. I think that's going to be the Karma for Archie. So there's going to be a lot of hope for the duo bot of Gigabyte Marines. I'm kind of curious what KLH will actually bring to the support of CO4 here. Because if you're going to go for a Kalista as your ADC, you kind of want to have that opposite side of the spectrum, like vice versa, wherein you either pick a engaged tank who you just throw with your ultimate, or you want to go for a heavy poke type support, wherein if she gets in danger, you just pick her up with your ultimate as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. But now in the second banning phase, we see that clearly. Removing the one you just said, Braum and Thresh would be one of the key supports to complement that. But that's being removed by Gigabyte Marines. But on KLH's side, removing a Renekton, obviously, if a Renekton does snowball, it will spell trouble for the top lane right now. The last ban would be Nautilus, a heavy ban on the top laners, where on Gigabyte Marine's side, it would be the support lane.
Yeah, I'm thinking just that rotation, because we saw the previous Best of 5 series between Mineski and Ascension was the one who was able to counter, I think that was Shiro on the Camille, was when Kaigu went for the Renekton, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess it's just the same matchup. They don't want any of that shenanigans to happen. They want Shiro to have as much freedom in the top lane as possible. Maybe a Gragas for the top lane here if Gigabyte manages to close off their composition, but at least that would be probably as deadly as a Renekton, or maybe as CC heavy on the top lane as the Nautilus, so that, you know, if ever Graves comes into the top lane, there's no amount of good lockdown that a Nautilus would give, you know, compared to a Gragas.
And compared to a Camille also, the lockdown is something you have to watch
of
out
course,
for, because we are on our fast 7.6 where Camille is still very strong with a clear to 100% ban rate or a pick rate. So right now, calling for Hunters, locking in that Vladimir. That would be the last pick, would be the support role still open. Let's see what support will complement KLH's composition so far.
An Alistar would be actually nice.
Yeah,
but
Alistar would be solid.
I don't really know. I mean, it could be good, but against a poke-heavy composition.
We would be seeing a top Rumble and the Camille support of KLH.
Alright.
We've seen this in their last group stage, so
okay.
now we're going to be seeing it again. Very effective.
Pulling out one from under our noses.
Wow, look at that lineup from KLH.
This actually makes a lot of sense, because I was talking about how you just want to throw someone into the fight, and then having that Hextech ultimatum is actually a pretty good ultimate to, you know, follow up when the Kalista throws you into the brunt of the opposing team, and then just spread everyone away.
Spread everyone away. Plus, there is also the equalizer in case they want to stop the Camille from trying to burst out their ADC, which would be that virus. Seeing that virus has no decent escape, clearly the ban on the prominent Thresh would be very punishing, but a karma for a virus is somehow understandable. It's still decent. And now we will be seeing one of the current trends in the LCK, a top Ignite Fizz. Maybe he's going to be running, obviously, in the fervor of battle.
That's true, and aside from that, it's gonna just be, I think, a respect pick of the summoner spells for Stark and Optimus, just so that our Harhedge cannot utilize his, you know, his Hemo Mage in that mid lane. You know, stacking up the heal is gonna be very taxing to go up against in the sustained fight, so at least mitigating that with Ignite would definitely help them out.
And now, just looking at the composition, what do you guys think about KLH's side and how about Gigabit Marines' side? Let us know in the chat box. You can, you know, share your thoughts and say who's gonna win, who are you rooting for. There it is. We are live in gaming.youtube.com/phgarena/live. And we would like to thank our major sponsors, Plantronics, PLDT, and Corian.
Yeah, actually I have one of those Plantronics headsets myself. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Light and comfortable in your head.
And now we will be loading up the screen pretty soon.
Yeah.
And let's see how Gigabit Marines will play this game, because they've left the Camille open. Maybe they baited out. They know that KLH does have the Camille support.
That's true, and it kind of like sets up that versatility wherein you thought that your opponent was going to go for a Camille top and you try to counter that, but then KLH just goes, hey, we're going to go for a Rumble. And there you go, guys. Hashtag KLH win or hashtag GAM win. Show your support by typing that in the chat, or, you know, sharing the stream and putting that in your postings.
This is going to be the last match, so stay tuned for this game. We are now loaded onto the Rift. Oh, and that will be game 1 of match 2 between Kuala Lumpur Hunters on the blue side against Gigabit Marines on the red side.
I like that, the squaw in the GPL. Squaw! Alright, so let's have a rundown of our players here for the blue side. Like Vulcan said, Kuala Lumpur Hunters Shiro on that Rumble in the jungle. Caspiel, the hunter himself, on the Rengar. Arhedge, the man to step up against Optimus, playing the Vladimir. And in the bottom lane duo, we're going to be having CO4 with the Kalista, and his support will be Bipolar, playing the Camille.
I've never seen that Kalista skin, but yeah, Anyway, that kind of intriguing read. I've never seen that skin. So going back to the game itself, yeah, we can see that on the blue side of KLH, they're trying to deny some invasion, some invade or warding, so that they'll know where Caspiel is starting. Because Caspiel is known for invading the jungle, removing resources.
Yeah, I kind of remember going back to what you said about the Callista. I think it was around 2 to 3 seasons ago, wherein there was this niche type of build path with the Callista where you want to go for Blade of the Ruined King and into that Ruinous Hurricane. So now that it's actually a pretty strong build, it kind of makes sense that you would somehow use a Callista. I mean, it does allow you to set up team fights pretty well when you do activate that ultimate.
And now,
especially again with the Camille, that should be an interesting interaction in the team fights.
Yes, we are seeing that the Gigabyte Marines trying to take some of the small minions from the Raptor camp, so it hopes on reaching the level 6, but a level 2 spike. But we see now Caspiel invading the space of Gigabyte Marines. Not much happening in the mid lane. Some trading have happened. It will be really interesting to see how a Rengar will fare against a Graze in the early phase of the jungle. Note that I think Caspiel will be expecting some heavy level 3 ganks.
To the bottom lane, I'm really not expecting KLH's duo to actually make anything happen here. It's just too much poke potential from Archie and Slay. They have to at least adjust before Caspiel goes for that initial gank into the bottom lane. But it looks like Levy's going to be stopping that with a little bit of harass himself, but it looks like Caspiel may actually get it.
Oh, he did
And
steal the
now
red! Levy
Levy
flashing away! Blast
Not
out for
good.
save! The Cloud Drake did not catch the ball. Sorry. If that did, Levy would have been in big trouble.
Big misplay there from Caspiel. You saw that he actually flashed, but then got a little bit interrupted by the
auto attack. He was actually loading up, but really in the nick of time, he did hit it just in the right time.
Yeah. Kind of bad, but then Levy does escape with his life. Though that was a little bit of a bad trade since he didn't get the red buff. That did kind of like reduce or destroy his time in the jungle, and now Caspiel's gonna be able to bully him out, at least get some counter jungling, but Levy still gets his double buff.
Right now, we can see how Caspiel is lurking around the jungle, trying to nab Levi's resources, seeing how his CS right now is just 8. But note that Caspiel, he is returning the favor of what Levi did to him. I mean, you touch my buff, I'll touch all your jungle camps.
Yeah, touch my buff.
Right now in the bot lane, not much aggression coming in from Gambit Marines, but we see that Caspiel in the bot side just visiting, just saying hello to his team and giving some moral support. No, I mean, it's going to be really, you'll be in your highest performance, your prime, knowing that you are fighting the first seed of the knockout stage. That is Vietnam.
Looks like we do see Stark coming back up into the lane with a ward plus the Dark Seal. Shiro might be able to check this out and destroy that before Levy goes to top lane, but no joy.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Stark, we know that the top teleport with Ignite Fist works because it is running the Fervor of Battle, but this time it would be the Undying Grasp. So I'm not sure how effective will it be. We know that the Urgent Strike would be the main damage trading, and you can get a really easy first blood because of the damage over time.
That's true. Well, I guess the reason why he went for that is just he just wants to
sustain the lane. Though. We can see that he already picked up the Dark Seal, more sustain from that pop.
And now Levy.
Oh, look at that.
On the gang to Shiro, but he gets spotted out.
Going for it.
Nice timing on the ward though. He's gonna be spotting it out. Levy gonna be helping Stark here to top lane. Does have the ignite. Has to be very careful. One more auto attack, and that's gonna be Levy able to use the buckshot, or at least the shotgun.
Really effective. Shiro did not have his flash, so that gave Levy a lot of information saying that, hey, he does not have flash. What a free kill. Hooray for me. And with that, he secured the first blood for his team.
Even though Levy got bullied a little bit by Caspiel, it shows that Gigabyte Marines are not going to be you know, phased at all by that early aggression from KLH.
Right now, look how the mid lanes are
Levi.
moving. Yeah, they're putting the words in. They do not want to overextend, be too comfortable. Right now, Optimus.
Optimus with the connection on the tether, but just backs away and puts a little bit of hurt into the face of our hedge.
It's the delay in the Sigil of Malice that really will give the opponent a lot of reaction time. But right now in the bot lane.
Speaking of reaction time, Slay a little bit
boy.
slow on the one as he is getting
Caspiel.
engaged upon by Bipolar. No escape at all. Archie, oh, where's the Rend? Just for a little bit of the extra damage.
Come on.
But no, nothing at all.
Peekaboo. There is Optimus to say hello to Caspiel to save his opponents. But right now, that will be a kill for KLH's jungler, Caspiel. The mid
Here
lane.
goes a little bit of aggression from Optimus.
Oh,
Stark into the
Caspiel.
bottom lane, actually using his teleport. Usage of the wars, but hits nothing at all. No one at all.
Oh, pretty
Little bit of
close. Oh, there it
misplay.
is. Bonus strike.
It's going to be the Bola Strike. They're trying to re-engage, but do they actually have the damage to win the fight against Gigabyte Marines? I think the answer to that will be no, but at the opposite side of the spectrum, Shiro will be having a lot of fun times in the top lane.
And right now we see how our hedge is trying to control Optimus, but it's not really gonna be a sure thing that just because you pick a Vlad, you are safe from the burst from the LeBlanc. Knowing that Optimus is one of the strongest mid laners in Vietnam, you would expect that he will have some, timing well placed for our hedge. Look at that.
Optimus
Ignites
underpowered.
up.
He wants blood
Oh,
right
no.
now, but then Bipolar is giving Arhenge a little
There's
bit
the
of
hook
support.
shot.
What is
Wow.
this rotation coming in from KLH? Shiro was, I didn't even see him come from top lane, and that's going to be 2 kills already for KLH. Strong start for the Hunters.
3 members converging to the mid lane to shut down Optimus. Now that Stark is left alone in top lane, the pressure is on the mid lane. They really want to control Optimus, especially knowing that that is a LeBlanc.
Yeah. Also pretty smart, I would say, mindset from KLH. They knew that Stark already used his teleport, so it would just make sense that Shiro can actually just go to the mid lane without any, let's say, threat of Stark just, teleporting to the side of Optimus to maybe give him a little bit of hand. So, just KLH doing these small rotational things that are giving them these slight leads.
And looking at the itemization, we can see that CO4 prioritize their recurve bow to help with the last hitting, but we would expect that picking up a long term will transition to the Blade of the Ruined King. Right now, Stark just establishing some control wards so that he can fend off Caspiel if ever he feels hungry and looking out for some prey. Note that Rengar is a type of champion who scales pretty well to the mid game, to the late game for the both two stacks.
Yeah, Caspiel has an ultimate right now, so the hunt is on. Who will his first prey be? I mean, yeah, he got the 1 kill, but that's not a big deal. I want to see the Rengar leaves, man.
And right now, the reason why, obviously, that CO4 picked up the recurve bow, that is a Kalista, heavily relying on attack speed and to reposition. That is the passive you want to capitalize. So, instead of a Cutlass for more lifesteal, a recurve bow still has that passive where you have an easier time or still deal damage. So, it's a nice pickup.
Yeah.
Caspiel.
And, Caspiel actually jumping in, spots out Archie, forces Slay to actually use his ultimate, but they have the lockdown onto the support of GAM, and that's gonna be another shutdown here.
Oh, in the top lane! Wow! Damage
There's
over
gonna be
time.
another follow-up from Caspiel. The throw, there's gonna be the Hextech ultimatum, and Levy has no chance of escaping. 2-to-1 trade. I mean, top lane-wise, yeah, it's Stark, but it's gonna be KLH with open arms to get this dragon.
That's what happened if you do not respect Caspiel's pathing and the respect from his teams and his fate. Right now, 4 members taking down the Cloud Drake in 10-minute mark. That would be uncontested. Will help Caspiel a lot in roaming around the map.
Yeah, aside from maybe, the stacking damage of CO4 on that Kalista. Wait, hold that thought. It's going to be actually
teleport
Optimus.
in! He may just go back to the
Shiro,
base!
oh my goodness, this guy has been just the brunt of bullying from
boy.
GAM. One more attack.
Oh, wait!
But wait! Optimus, what are you doing? He left Stark to actually get the last hit, but he paid the price for the 1-for-1 trade. That was supposed to be a freebie.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay. The trade-off was pretty in favor for Shiro. He did use his teleport to get a trade for a 1-for-1, but obviously that is the result that Gam did not want. So let's hope that Optimus very generous to give his team a bit of a lead, but I think when it comes to a rumble, you will have to respect the yellow bar. That's gonna deal a lot of damage.
That's true. Yeah, the Spitfire, a bit too strong if you let it, just deal
So
or
much
stay in
doesn't-
your face.
Mhm.
But bipolar here on the
my
side.
God.
He's looking.
And he's looking at Levi, wants to go for
Although
him.
this might be like the first game here, right, for Gigabyte Marines and Kuala Lumpur Hunters. So the slow start possibly for Optimus. I mean, he has been making some very questionable plays, but that's gonna be GAM picking up the slack, and they spot the one.
5
here on the
members.
side. Bipolar has no chance of
Caspiel
escaping.
going in.
Caspiel is such a beast that he's gonna go in 5-man against
Go
GAM.
big!
Oh no!
3
Go big
members
or go
down.
home.
3 members down. It will be a 3-for-1 trade in favor of the Gigabyte Marines, and that's why the Camille support works. You have that CCN gap closer, and not to mention the Hexa Ultimata will benefit so well for the Kalista, knowing that Kalista needs to have that huge gap for the kiting to be super effective.
Yeah, but at least the silver lining there for KLH is that they get top tier 1 from Shiro's pushing, though that still is, what, 1,000 gold lead here for GM 30-minute on the 30-minute mark.
Right now they're the ones to group up first, but right now KLH has to respond by also grouping out. Right now the turrets have been destroyed, the first tier turrets. You would expect that Gigabit Marines would be rotating more now, seeing that objectives would be open up more.
A little bit scary pick off there from Optimus. And it looks like Gigabyte Marines rotating to the mid lane after they get that bottom tower down.
Now it would be we see the bot lane of Gigabyte Marines, Bipolar, just trying to see the opportunity. We now see 4 members in the mid lane trying to take this down. Let's see how it turns out. Here it comes, the Equalizer!
It's going to be the Equalizer, followed up by the Hemo Plague. It's going to be Arhen trying to set it
There
up
it
for the
is.
side of KLH.
Levi!
Very low on HP, and Caspiel shuts him down. He's going to be using his Hunter prowess to get the kill onto his counterpart. But that was just the 1 kill for so many ultimates.
So many resources was spent. Arhedge did flash and Ghost is removed. Not to mention the Equalizer and 3 ultimates, not in fact. So on Levi, but I think it's pretty worth. But in the top lane,
Caspiel has used it. Hunter in the night.
wow, he dodged it.
He
There it
wants
is.
some fried fish tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to roast it with the help from Shiro. The jump, there's going to be the bullet strike, and there you have it. Caspiel bags another kill. This Hunter gets a lot of trophies in consecutive tries. KLH gonna be going for a little bit of the jungle invade, and they do spot out a freebie red buff.
That would be a red buff in the hands of CO4, will help immensely in his kiting. But we can see that in the bot lane, Shy already completing the Blade of the Ruined King because of that CS lead. Look at that, 121 compared to 79, despite having a KD of 213. It's not enough for CO4 to complete his first.
But in terms of the both net worth of our teams, 24,000 to 24,000, not far ahead of just 100 gold difference. Though in terms of the towers, also the same. But we'll just see what happens. It has been CO4 and Bipolar working well. I mean, it was just probably the 1 catch up onto Bipolar, and then that's about it.
Right now, we're going to be seeing the Fizz itemizing for the Trinity Force. I think it would have worked better. It was the Fervor of Battle, like the one they used in the LCK, but right now we're seeing the Undying. So it won't be a lot of damage coming in from the basic attacks, but we'll see when it comes to the late game. We did see Kaigu on the Fizz stuff dealing a lot of damage. So
yeah, and the thing that kind of made him not get the kills was because he didn't get the Ignite.
So right now, the Ocean Drake will be live in less than 35 seconds. There is some visions being established. First by KLH. There it is. Fate's Call!
Not gonna be any follow-up from Bipolar. It was too close to the tower. But Caspiel, though, 4-1-2. He's looking pretty menacing.
Pretty stacked up. Look at that KDA. 4-1-2, not to mention finishing up the Warriors Enchantment plus the Black Cleaver will be pretty up soon for Caspiel. So, in terms of team fights, it would be Caspiel to reveal the locations of high priority targets, followed by Shiro's Equalizer if ever Caspiel decides to go in. But they also have to account for Bipolar's Hexet Ultimatum. Not to mention that it's going to be a really great lockdown tool. So, if they want to remove, let's say, Sky, that would be an easy target.
Oh,
but
now
here,
Stark bit off more than he can chew. Caspiel back for
blood.
round 2. He has the hop, goes in and activates the Chum the Waters, but it is not enough.
Wow.
And Caspiel bags himself another kill. He is just racking it up, around 80% kill participation for his whole team in this game 1.
But right now, we can see that the Gigabyte Marines, they are prioritizing and seeing how the Caspiel is in the top lane. They'll be going for the Ocean Drake uncontested.
So with that, just the 1 kill for another objective. At least it's the Ocean Drake here.
You can see that Levi is having a hard time, but here he comes! The
Equalizer
lockdown!
plus the Hextech Ultimatum. Beautiful kill ball, alternate kill ball here coming in from KLH. And look as the bodies drop, the bodies hit the floor, and KLH bags himself 2 more kills plus this mid-tier 1.
And that would be 2 turrets in the hands of KLH with the kill score for 11-6, with Caspiel being really menacing with that Rengar, not to mention, even though Shiro is behind in terms of itemization compared to the other, his teammates, there is Caspiel for the burst.
Yeah, as long as you have that Leander's Torment plus the help from the Abyssal Scepter, he's alright.
Oh boy,
RH though,
taking so much damage, but
yeah, he does have the
Abyssal Scepter,
yeah,
so
to
he'll
absorb
be
the
able to
damage.
survive that.
I just remembered something. This composition of KLH is like an alternate to the old school Jarvan plus Rumble combo, where you have the Demacian Colosseum and then just the Rumble ultimate to flambe everyone in the middle. So that's kind of like the same concept with the Hextech Ultimatum.
Yes, that's really a nice point because Camille behaves like, in my opinion, I think they mixed up Jarvan's ultimate with Fiora's ultimate. Because we know that when the Hextech Ultimate gets there, it's like that invisible wall, but right now, Stark! Another target for Caspiel.
Stark's so poor here in the top lane. He has no flash to get away, but here comes Levi with the support. It's gonna be the Chum the Waters just for the delay, but Stark is eating a whole lot. Here comes Bipolar. Does he have the ultimate?
CO4
That's
too.
not even gonna be needed as CO4 is there for the taking. There was at least a chain of corruption, but it was not enough. Here into the bottom lane, Arhedge was spotted out by Optimus, but can he actually translate this into a bot tier through 2? Well, this is a LeBlanc, so maybe no joy
in
in
terms
that.
of in terms of wave killer, he can, but in terms of taking out a turret, I don't think so. And right now, seeing that it's going to be nearing the 20-minute mark, we can see that Caspiel adapting to it by picking up the Giant Spell, a defensive item. So right now, his effectiveness is really good right now, but he has to deal defensively.
Forces the flash away from Levi. Caspiel is exhausted here, so that'll save a little bit of the bloodlust from this Rengar. Maybe the Titanic Kyber?
For the Rengar, I'm not pretty sure. I would recommend, let's say, a Deadman's Blade. Here comes
Maybe.
Drill on the hunt. Stark gets spotted.
Stark once again. Oh my gosh, this guy has been
Levi!
such a poor... Oh, the damage!
Equalizer!
Oh, the Equalizer! That's gonna be too much for Slay to handle. Levi has no more flash, has to back away, but Hextech Ultimatum locks him down. Stark right here. Optimus trying to get some support for his teammates, but he is just a little bit too late to the party. 3 kills already here for the side of KLH. Optimus trying to be the hero. He's actually dealing a sufficient amount of damage.
Wait!
Can he actually deal it? He gets a triple!
Yes!
Optimus!
Yes!
Can he go for the Quadra onto Caspiel? Can he get the shutdown into this Rengar?
Holy!
No! No, Arhedge! He gives it. He gets the kill, shuts down Optimus, but that was just the mid laner of GAM. Solo getting it back. Solo getting back the kills for his team.
A trade-off. Wow. The
Oh my goodness.
The burst and the Signal of Malice, you have to respect that. Seeing that Optimus does has the Morello and the Abyssal Scepter. What a clutch.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's the
it was just
replay
a
here.
simple
Okay, this is what happened. I mean, they focus all of their resources onto Slay. But when it comes to the point in terms of cleaning up they didn't have any more
Bipolar.
resources. See, they even used the Hex and Ultimate on a already low health target. And here comes Optimus for the cleanup. Seeing how the members are really low, it was easier for him to channel off his burst. See, Bipolar is very low, and that would be just a connection. See how the cleanup starts? They did not respect the Signal of Malice. Signal of Malice for the burst. And there it is, guys. Wow.
Well, that's
and
what
the,
you
and the flash play too. Did you see the split-second flash?
Yeah.
And that was not enough, though. Optimus was still up to catch up.
It was spotted out by the ward. Plus, I mean, you call it Sigil of Malice, not Sigil of Cuddliness. So, you know, you gotta read into the lines.
With that said, Optimus is now 4-2-3 with the Baron now live. Caspiel 8-1-7 picks up the chain bits. Obviously, would be the Deadman's Blade. One of the really good items on a Rengar, provides movement speed and additional attack. Note that when you are on the thrill on the hunt, you deal critical strike damage, and that's going to complement so well with the Deadman's Blade. Not to mention a defensive item.
Yeah, TBC definitely a good item here for Caspiel. And now KLH are feeling pretty comfortable to actually force the Baron. It looks like Optimus is a little bit too away from the party. Should be seeing him in mid lane right now, but do Gigabyte Marines have enough time to actually steal this? Can they get it? No!
KLH secure the Baron.
Bipolar very low in HP. That is going to be Fate's Call just to get back Bipolar.
Equalizer's there.
Equalizer is there. Burning. Shiro is dealing the damage with the Spitfire. Shut down already by Slay. But Caspiel wrecking it.
Optimus again!
This could be the Hextech Ultimatum. And Caspiel, they have unleashed the beast. This Rengar is hunting everybody. Oh my goodness, where's Arnold Schwarzenegger? How can you shut down this Predator? He's already with the Quadra. He's going crazy. Damn.
Damn, 12-1-7 with a quadra kill. Let's see the replay.
Can't even get the steal.
Yeah, they got the Baron, but what happened here is, I see, they overstayed, but still looking at Caspiel, he is very healthy. None of the members are even touching him, and he was in the brush for him to keep jumping between targets. And see how Slay was still trying to finish up Bipolar, not even trying to deal damage to Caspiel. He was not the focus of the fire, and that's why the cleanup was in favor for KLH.
I think it was also a hero attempt by Arhenge, especially Shiro, because his Q was just melting everyone down, making it so easy for Caspiel
the Black
for the
Cleaver
cleanup.
really complements it, and not to mention Guardian's Angel. He is not gonna go down that easily. So looking at the kill score,
so difficult.
He's
not gonna go easy, but Levi is one more on attack. He's gonna
flashes in.
He don't even care.
And the redemption for the attempted
They have the Baron
execution.
up now, and this is gonna be an easy mid-tier 3 for KLH. Optimus is gonna be doing the best that he can to maybe delay this, maybe get the pick off, but he has no opening. Fate's Call gonna be able to set Bipolar up, save him, or even initiate on him. Stark though.
What is he doing?
Shut the waters. The knock-up. Does he have enough damage?
He's all
Steel
alone.
Force a little bit
There's the
exposed,
lockdown.
but locked down too much.
What was he thinking in hiding in the brush? Did he think that he was able to burst out the members of KLH, knowing that he does not have enough damage?
Yeah, and I mean, come on, if you think about it, right now KLH's wall around CO4 is like a spiked wall. If you try to go around it, you will take a lot of damage, and basically that's it. And Optimus trying
for the
to look for it, setting up Bipolar. Caspiel is legendary. They're chasing them. They don't even care that they're just playing ring around the rosy, around the base of Gigabyte Marines. Top tier 3 is exposed. Bipolar is still here.
Wow, the bait from the
Can't
Sonya.
even get a kill. Optimus does not have a break right now. And, I mean, he asked, who is Arhenge? He doesn't know, but you know who's he's gonna be noticing now? Caspiel.
Say my name. My name is Arhenge, and remember me. Right now, KLH dominating the first game of match 2. Turrets are going down really quickly, and there it is. The Nexus will be exposed. There's the redemption. Members of KLH still very low. They are not stopping. They are still in the Nexus, but they're so low.
I think they can actually.
Can they finish it?
GA is here for Caspiel. One more Q could be it, and that's gonna be
game set.
All right, he got it.
KLH.
I thought they were gonna be like, extending this a little bit longer, but You know, the clutch last hit for Caspian.
The Guardian's Angel winning up the last
man.
hit for the Nexus. The other game it was Kuala Lumpur Hunter snowballing with that Rengar.
I'm pretty sure next game it's going to be an first banner Rengar against Caspian, or at least taking that away from his hands, maybe giving it to Levi.
So with that said, guys, what a game it was, with KLH securing the first victory of Game 1 of Match 2 of the semifinals for the Grand Premier League 2017 Spain. Oh wow, the game it was. I mean, looking at Caspiel's KDA, 12-1, I bet he's fully stacked on necklaces.
We never really thought that KLH will actually get this first game. Maybe it was Gigabyte Marines, because we really looked at Optimus to be that linchpin for Gigabyte Marines to
man.
snowball, but nah, it was just Caspiel all the way.
It was Caspiel bringing in the snowball. And I have to mention, I don't know why the Gigabyte Marines were not even focusing on the Caspiel, knowing that he's so tanky, does so much damage, yet he's very tanky. So guys, what a game it was. Wow, what an intense game. I mean, there was a lot of clutches going on, but guys, there you have it. Game 1 with KLH securing the victory against Gigabyte Marines on Match 2 of the semifinals. We have been your shotcasters for this game. I am Vulcan, and joining with me was my co-caster, Azurai.
Yeah.
We'll be back after a short break with the highlights.
Bye! Oh, the damage!
Equalizer!
Oh, the equalizer! That's gonna be too much for Slay to handle. Levi has no more flash, has to back away, but Hextech Ultimatum locks him down. Stark right here. Optimus trying to get some support for his teammates, but he is just a little bit too late to the party. 3 kills already here for the side of KLH. Optimus trying to be the hero. He's actually dealing sufficient amount of damage.
Wait!
Can he actually deal it? He gets a triple!
Yes!
Optimus!
Yes!
Can he go for the Quadra on Caspiel? Can he get the shutdown into this rank?
Holy!
No! No, Arhead actually steal this. Can they get it? No!
KLH secured the barrel.
Bipolar very low in HP. That is going to be Fate's call just to get back Bipolar.
Equalizer's there.
Equalizer is there. Burning! Shiro is dealing the damage with the Spitfire. Shut down already by Slay. But Caspiel wrecking it.
Optimus again!
This will be the Hextech Ultimatum. And Caspiel, they have unleashed for it. Setting up Bipolar. Caspiel is legendary. They're chasing them. They don't even care that they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie up the base of Gigabyte Marines. Top tier 3 is exposed. Bipolar is still here.
Wow, the bait from the Sonya.
Can't even get a kill. Optimus does not have a break right now. And, I mean, he asked, who's our hedge? He doesn't know, but you know who's he's gonna be.
Say my name. My name is Arhedge, and remember me. Right now, KLH dominating the first game of match 2. Turrets are going down really quickly, and there it is. The Nexus will be exposed. There's the redemption. Members of KLH still very low. They're not stopping. They're still aiming the Nexus, but they're so low.
I think they can actually
they finish it?
GA is here for Caspiel. One more Q could be it, and that's gonna be
yeah, game set.
All right, he got it. He got it.
KLH.
I thought they were gonna be like, extending this a little bit longer, but.
The new high-performance Rig 500 headset from Plantronics is designed to match the skills of an aspiring esport player with the gear they need to win. The new modular system gives you the power to adapt, upgrade, and personalize your headset for the task at hand. The Rig 500 series of gaming headsets are engineered to deliver the perfect combination of durable lightweight comfort in an immersive audio environment. 7.1 surround sound and 24-bit audio provide a stunning 360-degree sound field with directional audio. 40mm drivers with low-frequency resonators provide crisp highs and boosted bass. Clear voice noise-canceling technology provides clear communication to your teammates. From the headset company that equips the pros, the 500 series was crafted to meet the needs of esports and competitive players around the world. The new Rig 500 series of headsets from Plantronics. Respect the training. Reactions win.
Fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, a challenge.
Welcome back, Southeast Asia. You're still watching the semifinals of the Garena Premier League Spring 2017. And this is going to be Game 2 between the Kuala Lumpur Hunters from Malaysia and the Gigabyte Marines from Vietnam.
Yeah.
We just finished that last game where Kuala Lumpur Hunters got the first win for the series.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. Caspiel solo carrying the game.
Yeah, he was a beast, a predator in that game.
Exactly, but Optimus as well. Given the opportunities, he could have carried the game
I
as
think
well.
there was one point where he could have had the 1v5 Penta.
Yeah, he could, because his LeBlanc actually outranges the Vladimir. If he manages to kite him out.
Yeah, unfortunately, the vision was against him in that team fight, in that skirmish. So that's going to be with Kuala Lumpur Hunters with a momentum for this, even though Optimus and the rest of Gigabyte Marines, statistically, they have the advantage in terms of the power rankings that everyone has constructed. But it seems like Kuala Lumpur Hunters really stepping up from the group stages.
Exactly. So like their performance just keeps getting better and better, especially starting from group stages. So we have yet to see what they can bring and what Vietnam is going to respond.
Yeah, Vietnam still hasn't put out all of their ace cards, while Kuala Lumpur Hunters has put out one of their picks, the Camille support with a Callista AD carry. Really, the delivery service for that ultimatum is potent as a tool to really work for their win conditions.
Exactly, and like one of my biggest questions during that game was, how did these champions get through? What happened during Champ Select? And what kind of mind games happened that you would see this amount of super strong champions getting picked?
Yes, so that draft was, it all ended up with so many strong champions picked up, not getting banned. And I think also for the Game 1, I think it's acceptable not to ban the Camille and the Callista there yet, because I mean the Camille might have been a proper ban considering the power levels, but we're gonna see the thoughts of our players on the matchup, on everything, as we get into the interviews in a while. So we're just gonna have to wait for those videos. But looking at it right now, the matchup right now, yeah, Kuala Lumpur Hunters has the momentum, but looking at their finals games, what do you think that Gigabyte Marines can pull out for this?
Optimus has
I think we are quite confident going into the match to play against Vietnam, because we already played like 6 games in the group stage, and they will come in without any experience or game, as they have yet to play any game on the stage. And I trust my team that we can win this game.
How do you think we prepare against them?
I will do the unexpected. That everybody think that Optimus will win, but I will show them the unexpected.
What do you think is the quality of your team that will help you beat Vietnam?
I think the best quality of my team to beat Vietnam is we are very close together and we play a lot together, and we will show that our teamwork is stronger than them and our micro and macro gameplay is better than them. I think I will beat Optimus in lane and snowball my lead to other lane together.
Khi mà được mọi người đánh giá cao ở vị trí mấy laner thì mình nghĩ đó là thành quả của những thời gian mà mình đã phối hợp tập luyện và cũng như những gì mà mình đã thể hiện trong những mùa giải vừa qua, và mình nghĩ rằng là mình xứng đáng với việc mà được mọi người coi trọng. Ở thời điểm hiện tại thì ở khu vực GPL mình đánh giá rằng là đội tuyển GPL Marine đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam của bọn mình nhỉnh hơn hầu hết các khu vực khác trong khu vực GPL một tí, bởi vì xuyên suốt khoảng thời gian dài thì bọn mình đã được tập luyện có thể nói là ở một môi trường tốt hơn, cũng như rằng là ở những khu vực khác như Thái Lan và Indonesia hiện tại cũng có những tuyển thủ đến từ Việt Nam, và mình nghĩ việc đó đã gây một chút khó khăn cho việc giao tiếp của bọn họ, và từ đó họ trở nên yếu đi, nên mình rất tự tin vào việc là đội tuyển GPL Marine có thể giành được chức vô địch trong GPL lần này. Bởi vì đối đầu với người đi đường giữa của Kuala Lumpur Hunter thì mình nghĩ rằng là mình sẽ giành chiến thắng với anh ấy, bởi vì anh ấy chưa hề xuất hiện ở GPL, cũng như rằng là những gì anh ấy đã thể hiện ở vòng bảng thì mình đánh giá không cao lắm.
Okay, that's going to be our hedge. Really confident here going to this game as a go-getter, while Optimus, the one who's right now sitting on the throne, entering this game with a cool head, entering this matchup with a cool head. And the question from earlier on what Gigabyte Marines can pull out for this game to counter Kuala Lumpur Hunters will be answered in the drafting phase.
Exactly. So as you can see, Lucian is banned out. Like Lucian, you rarely see Lucian banned out in 7.6 in other regions. So again, this kind of shows you why there were a lot of power picks coming out during the first game, because a lot of these bans are very unusual. Like in the previous game, you had Thresh, Braum, Lucian banned out, and you also have the Syndra banned out from Optimus. So like this enables a lot of these super strong picks to get into the game, and then sadly a blue side Rengar is super scary.
Yeah, that's going to be very scary indeed.
Exactly.
Getting the ganks out, and as soon as he reaches level 6, the pressure, the paranoia that catches you and when you're going to get ganked. The first 6 bans for our banning phases are going to be the Malzahar, Syndra, very standard. The Ashe as well. The utility, they don't want to deal with the utility. Rengar also banned out. Camille, a flexible ban against Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what I was talking about. You'd have to ban the Rengar on red side. You have to ban the Camille on red side, because you can't allow the blue team to first pick these champions. I'm actually surprised that Graves still got through.
Yeah, maybe still one of the most powerful junglers.
Yeah, especially without Rengar in the picture, it's going to put the jungler disadvantage onto Levi.
Levi is going to be on the back foot from the start of the game, considering how the draft has played out so far. The first pick coming from Gigabyte Marines will be the Varus. We're going to see how their second pick is. They might opt to reveal their bot lane. They already have one half of that. Might be, it's going to be one of two. It's going to be the Lulu.
I like how Gigabyte Marines actually opted for the Varus and the Lulu, because Varus and Lulu are especially a red side Varus. Like it has been the theme of the previous series, where if you execute red side Varus perfectly, you can stop and actually turn Baron attempts from the blue team.
Yes, just the blue team, obviously, from the way the map is structured, they have a natural advantage of getting that Baron, getting to that Baron as well. And while that chain of corruptions and everything else that Varus has, as you said, if played correctly, can put a hamper on those efforts, bait the other team into getting that Baron, and maybe counter that with Varus's kit. Let's see the response here. The Karma will be for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters, plus the Caitlyn.
Yeah, we saw this a few games ago as well, about how strong Caitlyn and Karma are at poking down and shoving the wave in. So this is Levi's cue to actually take a look at ganking the bottom lane of Gigabyte Marines first.
Looks like the tool he's going to use to gank the bot lane, Levi's going to be picking up that Lee Sin to try and pressure the early game.
Exactly, because if you go for a Kha'Zix, your first ganks are usually mid and top when you're a red side Kha'Zix. So if you choose a Kha'Zix, it's going to really make it hard for your bot lane to actually survive the laning phase. I like the Lee Sin pick because Lee Sin's jungle starts are super flexible. He can start
versatile.
Raptors, he can start red, he can start blue. So he has a lot of options, and usually you'd either expect Levi to alleviate the pressure from bottom lane or try to get Optimus rolling, because Stark has been a very consistent jungler, top laner in the Vietnam region. So you would expect Optimus or the bottom lane to actually be the one snowballed for the Gigabyte Marines.
And with the top lane and mid lane open for both teams, the banning phase seems to be centered around the top lane so far, with Shen banned against Kuala Lumpur Hunters, with the Nautilus Kuala Lumpur Hunters ban against GAM.
Yeah, so they want to ban out the top lane. Even it's super healthy. They want to get away. They want Stark off of a tank to actually make it harder for Gigabyte Marines to set up. But one thing you have to take note of is Gigabyte Marines actually have last pick, so Optimus has that opportunity to counter pick whatever Kuala Lumpur brings to the table. So I'm actually surprised that Kuala Lumpur isn't considering banning out more mid laners just to make it a more volatile matchup in their favor.
Optimus, really consistent, very powerful. Banning a champion, even one champion or two against him would put a hamper and make his lane a lot more volatile, makes his picks maybe a little more narrowed down, which will allow Kuala Lumpur Hunters to prepare a lot more for that.
Yeah, it looks like Kuala Lumpur's actually listened to us and actually banned away the Orianna. So Orianna is a super safe pick, super safe blind pick, but I expected the Orianna ban to come out from Gigabyte Marines because they don't want Kuala Lumpur to easily blind pick Orianna into whatever Optimus will bring to the table.
Yeah,
they do lock in the Rumble though.
The Rumble will be the lock-in for Gigabyte Marines in the top lane. Very powerful. And as you said, that how Slay can just disrupt so many Barons with the Varus. That's going to add to that with Stark's Rumble.
This is looking to be a beautiful team fighting composition that is super beneficial on the red side.
It's gonna be the last two picks of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Gonna be locking in the Renekton against that Rumble.
So, again, one way you can run a Rumble, or fight a Rumble, is to counter him with another lane bully, like Renekton. Renekton can actually outlane the Rumble in the early game.
Bully the bully.
Yeah, exactly.
That's gonna be the game plan for KLH.
The matchup to watch because you already know that bot lane is going to push in towards Gigabyte Marines.
Yes.
But top lane, it's going to be interesting because jungler pressure as well is super important.
And jungler pressure is going to be the main thing in a lot of the games here in 7.6 in the GPL because everything the jungle does affects all the other lanes. All the other lanes, what they do affects the jungle. So we're going to see here, looks like Optimus might be pulling out the Jace mid. That's a lot of physical damage, but also with Stark on that Rumble evens it out.
Yeah, I like how the option to hover over this Jace is because one thing that you'd expect the Vladimir to do is rush towards his Spirit Visage, but going for an AD mid forces him to itemize towards his Zhonya's first and it gives him lesser sustain, in the laning phase. So far, the compositions coming out from Gigabyte Marines is very well balanced with evenly split AP and AD damage, while for Kuala Lumpur, it's actually more AD-centric, so we can expect to see a lot of Ninja Tabis coming out from Gigabyte Marines just to hinder the damage output of
such
all
a powerful
AD.
item.
Exactly.
Just that Ninja Tabis, the boots, giving you that armor, and plus the passive as well, blocking out some auto attack damage is going to be useful for Gigabyte Marines. It seems like early in the game, Levi really wants to pressure. He really wants to snowball the lanes and then transition into their front line coming into late game.
Yeah, so again, we have to take a look at the jungler pathings. That's what's going to dictate the pace of the game, where Levi starts, because Levi has more options than Caspiel does right now.
And looking at it, yeah, it does seem like Levi has a lot more tools to work with in the early game. So we're going to see how all of that plays out later once the game's actually loaded. And looking into the pathing of the junglers and their timing is really one of the most important things as a jungler, is to mind the timing and your clear paths. Optimize time because every single second is gold, even diamond. But so far, what do you think of the matchups? Each matchup here, looking at it from the loading screen, what do you think of the matchups and composition so far?
Gigabyte Marines has a better composition geared towards objectives, but Kuala Lumpur probably has a decent engaged composition where they have the Mantra shield coming out from Bipolar to help them either disengage or re-engage against Gigabyte Marines. Because when Gigabyte Marines expends all of their ultimates and Kuala Lumpurs are able to dip out and then go back in, it's going to probably be a one-team fight for Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
They can win that easily if they play to that strength indeed. I'm also looking to, because bot lane of course is going to push against Slay and Archie, as you said. But I've noticed how Archie really maximizes his resources, especially health. Health is a resource that not a lot of people pay attention to. Of course, it's important to not die, but it's also important to maximize every single point of it, to gain value from it, to gain tempo from it. And I think Archie, looking at the finals of Vietnam, he's really good at that, baiting out with just one sliver of health and surviving that to counter the re-engage coming from the enemy. So I'm really looking forward to those plays as well in the bot lane coming from Archie of Gigabyte Marines. So do you think that the level ones, do you think they're just going to have standard lines of scrimmage? Do you think that Levi might want to lead the charge to an invade.
One of the most important things right now in level 1 is not the 5-man stack invade someone's jungle, because you lose out on so much warding coverage and scouting information. So I think you just see like defensive splits with like small attempts at trying to get wards to figure out where the junglers actually start.
So that's going to be the start for the team. Actually, that's been the trend for the entirety of the GPL. Don't want to stack that 5-man into the jungle.
Yeah.
You're losing a lot of information. You might get that first blood. That's just a sliver of a chance compared to the information, the surefire information that you're going to get. So all of that from the jungle is in the jungle side. And talking all about this, the jungle really is one of the most central roles coming into GPL 7.6 and the meta in general, even in solo queue in 7.7, 7.8, incoming 7.8. So really important.
Yeah.
And the relationship between the mid laner and the jungler has been seen in the GPL. We're going to see the Levi Optimus probably, but what we've seen is the Caspiel plus the mid laner combination for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Very potent.
Yeah. So one thing that you can expect is Graves can start Raptors as well, but there's a chance that it's either going to be slow or they won't actually do it at all. So we have a video for you right now. It's about...
It's going to be just a matchup between the two teams facing up against them. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
So we have loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 of the second match of the semifinals for the Garena Premier League Spring 2017 between the Kuala Lumpur Hunters on blue side and the Gigabyte Marines on the red side. We're going to see that bird's eye view of Summoner's Rift, and as expected, is going to be just defensive lines of scrimmage here, but it's going to be Optimus trying to go for a bit of damage on Caspiel. The Ignite will be burned, has to burn the flash. Optimus still going for it, Levi as well, that this will be the first blood against Caspiel. Shiro also in duress here, has to flash away. Man, that was not an invade, but rather just catching Caspiel out in a position that was unexpected.
Yeah, exactly. Remember how we were talking about like we'd have this defensive lines? The moment Caspiel tries to check out, crosses the defensive line of Gigabyte Marines, Optimus instantly jumps onto him and punishes him, burns their flash, 2 flashes for 3, but still first blood goes to Optimus.
And not losing any sort of information from that too. Maybe they might get cheesed here in the bot lane by Bipolar and CO4, but they have the minion wave to protect them from any sort of that.
Yes, but what this actually means for Gigabyte Marines is that they know that the Grave started on blue because the Renekton leashed, while they have no idea if the Lee Sin started Raptors or if the Lee Sin started red buff. So there's a lot of options right now.
Yeah, adding that to the versatility of the clear from Levi on that Lee Sin, definitely KLH does not have a lot of not any information on where Levi is going to start and going to next after his red buff here.
Yeah, but as you can see, he goes for the Raptors red, Wolves blue. Possibly a Gromp or Scuttler into bottom lane. That's what I expect right now.
Yeah, I guess CO4 and Bipolar are pushing Slay and Archie in.
Yeah,
this might be an opportunity.
As you can see, Optimus already has mid lane priority, pushes the wave into the turret of our hedge, gets the ward onto the red. They now know where Caspiel is, and they have a general idea of Caspiel's pathing. I see some few pings as well onto the Raptor camp. They know that Caspiel is doing his Raptor camp. This is super key to allowing Stark to play as aggressively as he wants in the top lane, because he knows that there is no jungler whatsoever.
Just bully Shiro, out-bullied the Renekton here. Has to stay around his own turret. And the pings earlier as well onto the Gromp camp of Gigabyte Marines. It seems like Kuala Lumpur Hunters also had an idea that he would be there around that timing and decides to pull the lane back to their side.
Yeah, and as you can see, KLH have no idea where Levi is right now, so this could be an opportunity for another kill for Gigabyte Marines if Levi plays it smart.
It seems like he might be playing it around the river, establishing some control over vision here. Does not find any wards. Might be an opportunity for him in the top lane. Shiro really being bullied there. We're going to have Roast Crocodile in the top lane tonight, it seems, if this keeps up.
Exactly. Now you see that Levi is playing towards his left side. They are picking the top lane, but he spots out Caspiel.
That's going to be a lot of information for both teams. The jungler's positioning finally has been revealed for Gigabyte Marines. Just seems like he's just going to go back to his own camps.
It is super unlucky for Levi to be spotted out right there. They now know where he will be patting. He has 13 CS, so the only camp that he can actually take now is the Krugs, which he is doing right now. Caspiel is actually ahead of him.
Seems like Stark is going to be the recipient of a gank from Caspiel. Does not get the end of the line damage. The safeguard is there, but not enough to protect him from death. It seems like Shiro and Caspiel will be getting the second blood of the game, matching the first blood that happened earlier.
Yeah, so Levi shouldn't have gone for the Krugs. He could have read it better that Graves only had this Krugs available. He did have red buff. So when you do have red buff as Graves, that's when you're strongest. It's the opportunity where you can gank and actually lead up to a kill.
The slow is actually substantial.
Exactly. So Levi could have read it better and counter ganked for Stark against Caspiel
like a little bit
and
too late
Shiro.
to the party.
Yeah, a little too late because Krugs takes just way too much time.
There's so much time. It splits apart. There's the animation for it splitting apart as well. Each one is like a Russian doll. It's really taking so much time. Costed Levi that death here of Stark for the top lane. Seems like now he's just going to recall, get his item. He has cleared that after all. Nothing to take on his side of the jungle.
So I like how Optimus is opting for the Tear of the Goddess. You remember how we were talking about the red side Varus? It's also red side Jace, and it plays exactly to that strength.
Where they can just disrupt so many Barons and objectives in general, being that artillery, the ordnance coming from Gigabyte Marines will be powerful once they build up their damage items. Stark
exactly.
might
Gigabyte
encounter
Marines.
Caspiel. It's going to be sneaky Caspiel here.
He has no idea that
it's going to be the Ruthless Predator onto Stark. He's under duress here. He seems to be running forward instead, trying. He knows he's dead, so he's trying to get a little bit more CS, get more value out of his death. It's going to be Shiro again with a kill against Stark.
Yeah, but as you can see, Levi is also positioning towards the bottom lane, but they do know better. Optimus is there though.
And he's not spotted out. This might be dangerous for CO4 and Bipolar. Seems like Bipolar is going to ward that brush. It's going to be Optimus actually positioning himself as it's going to be 1v2 here in the bot lane. It's going to be the teleport coming from Shiro. Might be dangerous for GAM. Levi trapped there. Has to flash away. That's a lot of damage coming from Shiro. He flashes in. Also, Arhedge is here. Levi safeguards, but that's going to be the Hemoblade taking him out. Now it's Archie under attack. Double kill for Shiro. That's going to be feeding that Crocodile. It's going to be 3 kills. 2 kills for Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Gigabyte Marines being super ambitious. They did not have the TP advantage, and Shiro did get fed from the repeated ganks on the top lane, so it's very scary right now. Even though they secured first blood, it's been downhill pretty much in terms of for Gigabyte Marines. The gold lead has come back to Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
It gives them the Infernal Drake as well, and considering the composition they have, this is going to be really delicious for Shiro and Caspiel and SCO4 as well.
Yeah, it's a double-edged. It's beneficial in 2 different aspects. One is you're denying it from the enemy composition that also needs the Infernal Drake.
They appreciate that so much.
Yeah, and then they also get it for their composition, which benefits greatly from it because they have a Graves, and then they have a Vladimir, they have a Caitlyn.
Seems like Levi, one of those junglers that likes stealing away from the camps when he can, gives away the blue buff to Optimus. Yep. There's going to be a blue buff stolen away from Caspiel. But, yeah.
I also find it very interesting that Stark hasn't opted for the Seeker's Arm Guard to itemize against the enemy composition because their jungler is AD and his enemy top laner is also AD. Seeker's Arm Guard would be worth its weight in gold.
Especially since he's been the recipient of so many ganks coming from Caspiel, indeed. But it does seem like we have a lot of pings in the bot side river. They are pinging their teammates that the jungler is there. be the positions for both of these junglers important. Pings onto the blue buff as well. Optimus might be saving that for himself later.
Yeah, so you can see like Optimus, he's doing pretty decently. Like they don't have to take these kinds of necessary
Caspiel trying
dives.
to gank. Not really, just some pressure on him. Do not let him push in the lane against R-Hedge.
Gigabyte Marines don't actually need to force dives like those earlier on. They just have to wait and scale, and they can win a team fight in the a little bit later on when they can. They should be the ones setting up the conditions for their team fights, not forcing conditions when they don't have TP advantage. Because the Rumble teleport ultimate is super important to their damage output. Considering that most of their damage output is
there's gonna be a
AD.
teleport coming from Stark. He has the equalizer. Here comes Levi. He also has a Dragon's Rage. Will he go for it? It just seems like they both the equalizer burnt, so they can take this bot lane turret. It will be the first turn of the game if they get it. Seems like CO4 and Bipolar do not want to let this go without a fight, poking away at Stark. But that's gonna be Slay trying to slay down that turret. Here comes Optimus waiting by the wings. Just
One thing you can
down
take
R-Hedge.
note of is that Shiro has one-on-one time with the outer turret.
And that's huge. It's going to be CO4, the recipient of the corrupting chains. It seems like right now, with Shiro having a lot of alone time there, he is going to take that turret down before Gigabyte Marines can. They're investing a lot of time here in the bot lane. No value gained from them.
Yeah, first turret gold coming to Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
That play did not pay off for Gigabyte Marines.
Again, they have to stop forcing these engages where they can't actually get something out of it. Like they only got chunk damage on the bottom outer turret, and that doesn't actually mean much because they are a composition that wants to fight around Barons and Dragons, and wasting your TP advantage on that isn't exactly ideal. Next, when the dragon spawns, Stark won't have his teleport, and that gives an opportunity for Shiro to start up a slow push at top lane, and it's going to be problematic for Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, the timing for everything is just against Gigabyte Marines and how they've been using their resources. It doesn't seem like they will not have that teleport once the Mountain Drake spawns, and that Mountain Drake, both of these teams want it, and they want to deny it from the other, as you said. Mountain Drake, one of the highest impact Drakes you can have in the game. It's going to be the next one. Pings coming down to the river to establish some vision, and a little bit of roam coming from Optimus. Him re-establishing vision around that area.
Yeah, it looks like Gigabyte Vietnam really want that bottom lane outer turret, but they keep investing so many resources into this investment, and it's not gonna pan out for them. They should just slowly slow the game down a little bit more. Stop the bleeding and start trying to get back into the game.
Yeah, they have to lick their wounds here to stop the bleeding, let it heal. But it seems like they are forcing it. They have been trying to force the objectives, and that just makes the wound bleed even harder. We're gonna see all of this culminating in the next minute. When the Mountain Drake spawns, that's going to be one opportunity for Gigabyte Marines to set up their win conditions.
Yeah, so as you can see, Shiro is pressuring Stark in the top lane, and he does have his teleport advantage over Stark, so Stark has no chance of canceling it. It looks like Mountain Drake is it's either gonna be Mountain Drake or top inner turret for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Those are the two objectives that they should be eyeing right now. As you can see, the Graves is hovering towards the left side jungle. He does see that
trying to look for a gank here. The flash, Chains of Corruption. That's going to be a lot of burst onto CO4. And it's going to be Bipolar on the defensive here. They might get the turret they are looking for. Bipolar does have some respectable wave clear. There are no teammates for Bipolar near this objective.
Yeah, so they
teleport.
end up using the teleport advantage to save their bot outer turret.
And this might actually give some time for Stark to recharge his teleport, considering that Shiro has to recall. This might be an opportunity for Gigabyte Marines, as you said, to take this objective that they want.
Exactly. That wasn't an opportune moment for Shiro to actually teleport because he still hadn't based and bought his items. So, and he is being prevented from basing because of the amount of pressure.
Oh, there's going to be Optimus. I think that will be his death with a Hemoplague plus the collateral damage taking him down. That's Caspiel and R-Hedge trying to take down this mid turret.
Yeah,
Just a
but
little bit of pressure
as
onto
we're saying
start.
that, you can see that Gigabyte Marines wanted to get that bottom lane out the turret, but are now rotating towards mid, maybe even a dragon.
Yeah, so much threat coming from Caspiel and Arhedge here. Having to pull all of those resources to try and defend that mid lane, defend the Raptor camp as well. It seems like they just tried and clear this. The Mountain Drake, of course, delayed for both of these teams. And that's going to be control of the bot lane turret on the side of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, backing off. They do not have a lot of vision around that area, do not want to risk it too much.
Had they had better vision control, they would have realized that Optimus and Slay actually backed off. It could have resulted in them getting the Mountain Drake as well. This is really good vision denial coming out from Archie and from Optimus. Optimus has been a main contributor with his control wards. Every time he backs and he has the opportunity to get a control ward, he buys one and then drops it immediately. Denies vision.
Yeah, 75
from Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
75 gold investment on those control wards is really keeping them in this game, being able to just deny the vision, prevent Kuala Lumpur Hunters from making these objective plays. Now they are on the initiative here for this Mountain Drake. Doesn't seem like Caspiel is there. No, he will not be there for the contest. Mountain Drake onto Gigabyte Marines for sure.
Yeah, because even though Gigabyte Marines had an awkward back timer, so did Kuala Lumpur Hunters, but this time Gigabyte Marines actually take advantage of it.
They are. That is one of the, as you said, the opportunities that they had for that for the objective game, and that really is where they want to center their win conditions around. Looks like Archie, again, as you said, lots of vision control here. It's going to be very dangerous for KLH to rotate around the map without their vision, with Archie and Optimus laying down so much control.
Exactly. Aside from that, we had 4 control wards in the inventories of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, but it's about also the efficiency of these control wards. How many wards have they denied, and what have they done with the vision?
And placing these wards in important spots. Look at Optimus just taking out another control ward to take away further value from Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Arhedge pushing it constantly in. He is a resourceless champion. He can just constantly just clear the waves with the tides of blood and their transfusion. Caspiel looking for something, just stealing away some blast cone potential from GAM.
Yeah, just making sure that CO4 is actually safe in the bottom lane, even though it is still risky that CO4 is at the bottom lane.
Yeah, not having that blast cone means no sneaky ganks, but might be too dangerous if Optimus is the one he's facing there. It seems like Optimus, looking at the minimap, is trying to go for him. That's going to be the siege in the mid lane. KLH wants this. The wave clear coming from GAM, substantial.
I'm actually surprised that they haven't rotated Arhedge as well to the bottom lane and let the AD carries both wave clear at mid lane, because CO4 has better wave clear than Arhedge because his abilities require him to be a little bit up forward into the minion wave to actually wave clear, which is very dangerous, especially when you have a Virus and a Lulu.
They can just knock you up and then snare you. And Arhedge here, fearless though, but that is the danger, getting chunked down a little bit, and the healing that you get from his kit is going to be mitigated by the tainted terrain that the Rain of Arrows gives.
Exactly.
That's gonna be
so now
Optimus
gets the first turret as well, but take a look at Shiro and Caspiel pressuring the inner turret of the top.
Stark, the low half, has to pull Levi to his side. Oh, Arhedge, very dangerous plan there. Trying to 1v2 the Ignite plus the Grievous Wounds from the Rain of Arrows will push him away, but that's a lot of healing.
That was a smart play coming out from Arhedge because he did realize that Slay was out of mana.
Yes.
Had he had more free time, he could have probably double killed them. Just because Slay wasn't using his
that's the power of Arhedge on that Vladimir. So much sustain, can fearlessly do that 2v1, but of course doesn't have enough time. Might have been too dangerous to stay there for too long. Just pushes Slay and Archie away.
So as you can see, like the Zhonya's Hourglass slowly coming out of Stark. He does realize that he needs to itemize for this armor. I'm surprised that he actually even completed the Haunting guys.
That's way too late.
Yeah,
in terms of the itemization.
Especially when he was again the recipient of multiple ganks. He could get more efficiency out of the Seeker's Armlet, Arm Guard plus the Ninja Tabis had he rushed it in the early game.
Yeah, it would have been a very different story when he keeps getting ganked, but there was also his positioning that really spelled his death a lot of times in the top lane. So now Shiro with a 301 advantage. really pressuring him, bullying him deep into his own turret.
Yeah, but now we have things a little slowing down a little bit. Both
That's what
both
GAM
top laners.
wants.
Yeah, that's what GAM actually wants, and we both have both top laners have their teleports, so we will see who will pull the trigger first.
It's gonna be a trigger pull, and might be here in the bot lane as they're trying to go for that corrupting change onto Caspiel. Slay is between rock and a hard place, so that's a lot of burst, but that's going to be wild growth on him. Ardhedge is fearlessly going in. Tides of Blood plus Sanguine Pool gets kicked away by Levi. Now that's going to be Shiro in the middle of everything. He's a very powerful beast, but not against 3. Optimus flashes away, has to rely on the Shock Blast for further damage. Archie and Levi just cleaning up here. It's going to be Stark chasing after Caspiel, and that's going to be the Flamethrower, the Flame Spitter here, and it's going to be Archie to finish it off. Does not have mana for it, however.
Yeah, but that is 2 turrets come for Gigabyte Marines. Beautiful team fight. Caspiel getting a little bit antsy right there, greeding for a control ward, ends up costing his team 4 deaths and a gigantic gold lead swing and 2 turrets. Exactly.
2K on the side of GAM after this. And yeah, the positioning for Caspiel. We know that, yes, let's look at the replay.
So as you can see, Caspiel greeding for that ward.
It's going to be Slay almost dying here, but Caspiel really cost it a lot for his team. Ardhedge, Shiro here left alone. You got the DPS coming from everything, the Equalizer as well. It is going to take him down.
Yeah, the sad thing in those fights were that Caspiel and CO4 were way too far. Were way too far for it to happen, to be able to deal damage.
It's going to be clean coming from Gigabyte Marines there.
So yeah, like gigantic gold swing for Gigabyte Marines.
They really needed that. Seems like the art transition gets into even more. Caspiel gets kicked into the rest of the team. Polymorph as well. And all of that damage coming from that Ardhedge is now in the back line. Left alone against 3. The Hemoplague deals so much damage, but that's not going to be enough. And that's more kills. That's more kills for Gigabyte Marines.
And this could be Baron because they do have the Mounted Drake. This will be a relatively fast Dragon. The only thing Shiro can do is shove mid lane up and probably rotate to the bottom lane. This looks really bad for Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Man, it seems like to mitigate that, Optimus is also rotating to the mid lane, pushes off Shiro. Even with a shove, it's going to be no resources lost for JM. It's going to look at the replay.
So as you can see, Caspiel gets out, and then suddenly the ward.
Oh man, that was smooth.
The ward jump into, even though he used his ultimate. Beautiful kick coming out from Levi, and then they just stomped over the rest of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Ardhedge way too ambitious there, getting that Vladimir 1v3. Dealt a lot of damage, but not quite enough doing the 1v3. That was clean coming from JM. I really like the seamless transition from the Resonating Strike into the Safeguard into the Dragon's Rage. Mechanical coming from Levi. That was an insect play right there.
So you can see now that they have a lot of
Optimus
options as well.
It's going to be just bursted down by Caspiel. Straight up dangerous.
Optimus trying to go for an assassination play when they should be grouping because they have really good siege. There are still two top turrets for the top lane and then 1 outer turret for the bottom lane. They could have set something up. They just needed mid lane priority.
It's going to be Levi under pressure here. Gets the Resonating Strike onto the Gromp for a little bit of safety, but Bipolar might be continuing the chase. No, just pokes him out.
Yeah, so like Gigabyte Marines right now, it looks like they don't know where to go. And Kuala Lumpur Hunters, even though they are at a deficit and they don't have Baron buff, they still know what to do. They're picking people off and actually they're the ones taking the turrets away
Why
from.
are they the ones pressuring the turrets when Gigabyte Marines has the Baron buff? This Levi, what is that dangerous position? The turret falls down. Shiro is left alone against 3. Seems like he will be Crocodile left for dead here. Levi again knocking up people with the help of Archie. Seems like now Caspiel is on the run. Gets the Sonic Wave onto him. That's a lot of damage coming from Caspiel, however, but Optimus is there for the assist. Another Sonic Wave hits while Bipolar gets executed on the other side of that wall. It's going to be Optimus taking the kill against Caspiel.
Yeah, that was over ambitious from Shiro going in. They should have darted out after they got the turret, but then Shiro went in all by himself, costing the team 3 more deaths. But the silver lining is Gigabyte Marines might only be able to take 1 turret out of that play.
It seems like they're trying to take 2 without death timers ticking out. It's going to be the bottom lane second tier turret plus Stark trying to cannot actually match the wave clear of our hedge and the sustain he has. So definitely with how Gigabyte Marines played their Baron buff, it seems like they were playing as if the Baron buff didn't exist.
Yeah, but Stark almost killing Arhen gets the kill.
Cool guys don't walk away from explosions. That's going to be Stark walking away, sends those missiles hurling towards our hedge, gets the kill.
Yeah, so it's now a really good opportunity for Gigabyte Marines to take the top lane turrets as well.
But it seems like they're not rotating for it right now. A lot of pings coming to mid lane rather than top lane, which is
again another viable option because they do have very good siege, and since our hedge is down, they have only 2 sources of wave clear, which is 3 sources of wave clear. The Graves.
They're really trying to go for it. That's going to be the Dragon's Rage against Caspiel with Optimus helping with a DPS. Caspiel is trying to run away. The teleport from Stark is going to come in. Equalizer not available, but that's a lot of damage with his items. That's going to be Caspiel cornered, walking the wrong direction. Oh, look at that damage coming from Stark and Slay, and they're just ganging up on Shiro right now. There's going to be 3 kills for Gigabyte Marines. Now they can transition to the top lane.
Yeah, it could have been their inhibitor, but instead they brought the Gigabyte Marines over to the top lane, and it's just going to cost them 2 turrets instead.
They're going to extend their gold lead with more kills and these objectives. Now they're using the Baron buff. It seems like it has depleted for these 3 members.
They actually, Gigabyte Marines also sent 2 people to the mid lane, slowly chunking down that mid lane.
Yeah, and look, not just chunking down, this is a demolition job for them with the attack speed coming from all of his items. Slay really shredding these. This might be the chase coming from our hedge. Ghost is burned. Now his target is going to be the support. Archie seems like not the right one. He just gets polymorphed and scared away.
Yeah, that's 2 open inhibitors now. For the side of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, they have to step up their defense.
Let's look at the replay on how all of that transpired. It's going to be
Levi actually going for Caspiel. They weren't able to collapse fast enough, and the exhaust stopping a lot of damage coming out from Optimus. But then they just got ran down by the entire team of Gigabyte Marines. Being first to the rotation, and aside from that, that also happened because our hedge died a little bit earlier.
So really, everything in Gigabyte Marines' hands now. A pretty shaky start, but seems like they've collected themselves. Now playing to their win conditions. It's going to be Optimus. They are setting up for this Mountain Drake. Imagine this composition. Gigabyte Marines, good siege with 3 Mountain Drakes. That's going to be extremely scary. Archie's going to be caught out here. Wild Growth himself. Shiro is doing a lot of damage. The shield's keeping him a little bit alive, but that's just setting everything up for the Equalizer. There's a lot of value gained from that Equalizer. Levi has to safeguard away, but the rest of the team of Kuala Lumpur Hunters falling apart. Slay just free hitting with so much attack speed. Look at him go. That's going to be a triple kill for him. Okay, that's going to be Bipolar running away, but that just leaves mid lane and top lane open for them.
That was a beautiful ultimate coming out from our hedge, getting the entire team of Gigabyte Marines with his Hemo Plague. But still, it wasn't enough for them to actually turn the fight around.
Because Stark, look at that Equalizer, just so much damage in that choke point. They were stuck there. This actually opens up the inhibitors for Gigabyte Marines.
Very interesting as well is that it was technically a 5v4 because Archie did nothing the entire fight.
Just got caught out and then destroyed. Seems like Bipolar is enough to scare them away. Let's look at the replay on how all of that happened.
But as you can see, Archie walks off even though he knows that there's enemies there. Practically gets insta-gift during that fight. The Equalizer lands, it's pretty good. Splits the enemy team into 2, but then you can see Arhead re-engages with the Hemo Plague onto the front line, lands his Tides of Blood, Sanguine Pool as well, slowing them down.
Look at
Slay,
though.
Slay is untouched this entire fight and just destroys everyone. Destroys Arhead, destroyed Caspiel, destroyed CO4. Could have also gotten Bipolar as well.
Yeah, just has to turn tail with that Inspire, movement speed, and shield. And wow, maybe Archie getting into that was a bait, maybe all planned, because as soon as Archie got caught out, they walked backwards. It seems like they were leading him into the coral, And just the equalizer positioning there was perfect.
Probably. And now third Mountain Drake for the side of Gigabyte Marines.
Man.
They can take this Baron really quick. It doesn't matter if they're red side Varus because they have almost a 7k gold lead ahead of Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
KLH really investing a lot of time here. They do have a little bit of vision control around the area, but it doesn't seem like Gigabyte Marines is falling for it.
Yeah, they have to back off now because the mid lane is actually pushing towards them. Gigabyte Marines have a golden opportunity to take Baron, and if Kuala Lumpur can fight them and get a clean ace and get the Baron buff, maybe then they'd be able to defend. But right now, it just looks like they're going to look towards the Baron. As you can see, Stark is already split pushing in the bottom lane.
Oh, Optimus gets caught out by 3. And that's going to be 1 member down for Gigabyte Marines.
But that doesn't stop the fact that Stark is slow pushing the bottom lane, and he still has his teleport play.
So that's going to be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, this is perfect for Gigabyte Marines as well, because if they do start the Baron, they do have a Varus that is super fed. He's already 907.
Oh man.
Has his armor penetration up and running, and they know that Bipolar standing on a ward.
And they do know that there will be an attempt here for this Baron. It seems they are starting it, but that's going to be dangerous. Let's looking at the bot lane. That is way too risky considering the siege that come up here. That's going to be the teleport coming from Stark. The redemption is there to try and go for a reset. That's going to be a very good equalizer taking down Bipolar and then taking down all the damage. Shiro, very good front line. This might be the Hemo Plague against everyone. This is not Brock. Hedge is just dishing out so much DPS. This is like Gigabyte Marines on the back foot for this fight without their mid laner.
That's almost as good as a clean ace. Being able to take 2 and then forcing the other 2 to probably get them off straggler kills. That's really good for Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
That's going to be Caspiel with that bonus snipe, with that collateral damage.
Yeah, but they still have to defend their base if they want any chance to win this game. What was risky? That was a very, very messy team fight. It could have been played better by Gigabyte Marines.
It seems like they were a little bit too antsy getting in there, and then Kuala Lumpur Hunters with a revenge gets the Baron buff. And even though the equalizer, yes, it did deal a lot of damage to Bipolar, but not the best positioning there. Didn't really catch out any key targets. Let's look at the replay. A lot of replays this game.
So as you can see, a very good trap line coming out from CO4. But sadly, the Rumble ultimate was really good, but it didn't do as much damage as you'd expect.
Yeah, the targets he wanted to catch out could just easily dash out. And that's going to be a lot of damage. Shiro and Hedge together really taking them down. The GA is popped there, but the damage from these guys just allow them to take the Baron.
And sadly, Kuala Lumpur Hunters are so tanky. Even with the debuff coming out from Baron, they were still able to survive the equalizer. Just shows you how the redemption actually saved them from dying.
Just caps off their health and just gives them the ability to fight back immediately against Gigabyte Marines and then take the Baron right after that. That's a lot of value, but the tempo still seems to be on GAM's side. They will be able to dictate this bot lane, I think.
Yes.
Getting a lot of stacks, a 5-man stack here in the bot lane, clearing out resources. They want this open inhibitor.
Yeah, but the mid lane inhibitor will respawn pretty quick, pretty soon. And one thing we actually missed early on is that Shiro's actually running Deathfire Touch on his Renekton. Probably a mistake in terms of his mastery setup.
That's gonna put a hamper.
Yeah, maybe that was one of the reasons why.
Yeah, he was losing lane, not having that fervor of battle against a Rumble. Of course, he's gonna get bullied. But it seems like, of course, early he did get a lot of ganks to mitigate that. So
yeah,
it's gonna be the Baron buff on Kuala Lumpur Hunters, looking to use it against Gigabyte Marines to stop the momentum of their control.
Yeah, we will see though that Gigabyte Marines have really good wave clear. So even though they have Baron buff, they have to set up the other side waves as well, or else this Baron buff will be useless, and then Gigabyte Marines will then pounce onto Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Just waiting for that Baron buff to take out. If ever Kuala Lumpur Hunters don't get too much value out of this Baron buff, it's going to be Gigabyte Marines being the ones to hunt them down. Seems like they are looking for a play here. Optimus still split pushing top lane. Seems to be Caspiel trying to go for more damage. Chunks down Stark, but doesn't seem like there's really any reason to other than to continue pushing the lane, continue the pressure.
Yes, and as you can see, even though our hedge does set up a slow push at bottom lane, their top lane is actually pushing in as well. KLH has to send someone there, probably Shiro. But then this means that their mid lane is exposed with just 3 champions. This is an opportunity for Vietnam to actually capitalize on.
Yeah, so they do send Shiro in the top lane. Optimus as well, matching that for the top lane. The Infernal Drake will be up in half of a minute if this goes to either party.
Yeah.
It's gonna be making their next team fight more explosive, more fiery.
Yeah, and one thing that's interesting about between the junglers is that Caspiel is building full-on hard carry, while Levi didn't even opt for the Black Cleaver.
He just goes full tank. Just the engage tool, the insect plays coming from Levi will be their main tool here to engage if no one's making a play on the objective.
Yes, exactly. And so as you can see, KLH already starting the Infernal Drake. They do have vision control.
Seems like that's a very fast one. Seems like the pings will come to defend the top lane inhibitor. There's going to be Shiro against Optimus if that's going to be a fight in the top lane.
Yes, but this could be a possible sandwich onto Shiro, and then a possible sandwich onto the 4 members of Gigabyte Marine.
Seems like this is going to be the team fight. Shiro getting chunked down a lot. Now they're just going to transition this to group up as a 5-man here. Seems like the fight is going to start. The Corrupting Chains gets onto Caspiel, and that's going to be Levi not opting for the Dragon's Rage there. There's going to be a good equalizer to zone out Caspiel. And Arhedge and Shiro just cleaning up here in the top lane. Pushes away Gigabyte Marines from their base.
Arhedge with the beautiful Hemo Plague. That Hemo Plague was the one that helped them win the fight, landing it on 3 core members of Gigabyte Marines.
This multiplies the damage, gets him a lot of healing, and together with Shiro himself being a big damage dealer there in the middle of everyone, that's just going to be a bloodbath.
Exactly, and Lee Sin just all beef, no damage, doesn't actually do much to Caspiel when he kicks him in. As you can see there, they realize that Caspiel is there, but then the moment Shiro and Arhedge go into the backline of Gigabyte Marines.
The tunnel vision so much on Caspiel that they weren't wary of the Arhedge plus Shiro dive duo. This actually gives away a lot of kills to Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah, Dominus AoE damage plus Cull the Meek onto the Hemo Plague plus Deathfire Touch. Just the amount of damage there was able to destroy the backline of Gigabyte Marines. They lose their mid lane inhibitor and Optimus as well in another skirmish after that fight.
It's going to be the mid lane inhibitor will be the target there in favor of Kuala Lumpur Hunters as well, having both comparing the 2 inhibitors that are down. I do think that Kuala Lumpur Hunters has an advantage here because the waves that they have to clear will be near the Baron buff, which will spawn in less than half a minute. Seems like they are setting up the vision around that.
Yeah, you have to take note though that this bottom lane, you can see Shiro already starting the slow push. Both top laners have their teleport advantage, but it's kind of more important for Stark to group with his teammates and get that initial equalizer off already during the start of the fights instead of waiting for this TP flank.
Because it's going to be more powerful. The TP flank, if it happens, without the initial equalizer, Shiro will have an advantage once he actually gets that impact with the Ruthless Predators and his AoE damage. It's going to be the Baron dance here for both teams.
Yes, but remember, it's still a Varus and a Jace on the red side.
You have to be mindful of that.
Exactly. They should be sending Stark either in the mid lane or in the bottom lane to just match that slope, fix that wave at the bottom lane.
Oh, there's going to be Caspiel looking for Levi here, gets kicked away. That is going to disengage the fight, the skirmish here in the mid lane. Arhedge, of course, and Shiro, the dive duo, might be looking for an opportunity, not letting Gigabyte Marines pressure them out of this Baron. It's going to be there starting
Optimus
it right now.
looking to backdoor the mid lane inhibitor.
Is this worth it? This might be worth it if Levi gets the Miracle Steal. It's going to be equalizer here for the rest of the game. The blue team, the Kuala Lumpur Hunters, does get the Baron buff. That's going to be Slay taken down by Shiro and Arhedge, and that's going to be Optimus. His Black Door might not be worth it.
That will be game unless Archie stops the wave from mid lane. because there are no minions. There is a gigantic wave in the bottom lane. Again, Stark did not deal with that gigantic wave, and they are now going to pay the price of losing the game.
That's death timers are really long here, and they are looking to
It
pin
could mean only
these.
a Nexus turret
Archie.
though. It's very optimistic for Kuala Lumpur to try and end this game with 30-second death timers. But the way they're pushing it so fast, it's all up to Optimus right now.
Seems like right now it's Kuala Lumpur's. Seems like they're the ones with the triple Mons and Drakes with how they're finishing off this game. That's gonna be Gigabyte Marines unstoppable here for now. Optimus does not have an effect on this fight. It's gonna be the Nexus taken by Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Impressive.
Impressive, very impressive. Coming from a deficit, even giving up first blood, they were still able to recover and end up winning the game. Kuala Lumpur Hunters are here to play.
Yeah, they are really trying to get this, even though Gigabyte Marines, they seem to be the ones higher in the power ranking. So Kuala Lumpur Hunters, what is happening that they improved so much? Is it the pressure of trying to get to the finals? Is it pressure of being up against the perceived final boss of GPL? We're gonna have to see in the next game. This might be the last one, actually.
Exactly. They could have played that last fight better had the Varus not get caught out by Shiro and Arhedge.
Arhedge and Shiro just unstoppable there. Tanky, lots of sustain. You just can't beat that alone.
Exactly. Slade just there alone while their support was so far away. Archie was there near the Baron buff while Slay was there hovering towards the Raptor camp. It was really bad for them, just getting insta-gip by Shiro and Arhedge.
That's going to be Kuala Lumpur Hunters defying expectations here in the Garena Premier League Spring 2017 knockout stage, or semifinals, as some would say it. And we're going to get back to you for our third, might-be final game. Let's see if there's going to be a reverse sweep or if it's going to be Kuala Lumpur Hunters really just surprising everyone and taking this against Vietnam. We have been your Shoutcasters. I am Atlas, and with me is Iconic, and we'll be seeing you after a 15-minute break. Gonna be 1v2 here in the bot lane. Gonna be the teleport coming from Shiro. Might be dangerous for GAM. Levi trapped there, has to flash away. That's a lot of damage coming from Shiro. He flashes in. Also, Arhedge is here. Levi safeguards, but that's gonna be the Hemoblade taking him out. Now it's Archie under attack. Double kill for Shiro. That's gonna be beating that. That's going to be Wild Growth on him. Arhedge is fearlessly going in. Tides of Blood plus Sacred Pool gets kicked away by Levi. Now that's going to be Shiro in the middle of everything. He's a very powerful beast, but not against 3. Optimus flashes away, has to rely on the Shock Blast for further damage. Archie and Levi just cleaning up here. It's going to be Stark chasing after Caspiel, and that's going to be the Flamethrower. Flame Spitter here. It's going to be Archie to finish it off. He does not have mana for it, however. And all of that damage coming from the Arhedge is now in the back line, left alone against 3. The Hemoblade deals so much damage, but that's not going to be enough, and that's more kills alone against 3. Seems like he will be Crocodile left for dead here. Levi, again, knocking up people with the help of Archie. Seems like now Caspiel is on run, gets the Sonic Wave onto him. That's a lot of damage coming from Caspiel, however, but Optimus is there for the assist. Another Sonic Wave hits while Bipolar gets executed on the other side of that wall. Stabilizer not available, but that's a lot of damage with his items. That's going to be Caspiel cornered, rocking in the wrong direction. Oh, look at that damage coming from Stark and Slay, and they're just ganging up on Shiro right now. It's going to be 3 kills. Setting everything up for the Equalizer. That's a lot of value gained from that Equalizer. Levi has to safeguard away, but the rest of the team of Kuala Lumpur Hunters falling apart. Slay just free hitting with so much attack speed. Look at him go! That's going to be a triple kill for him. A very good Equalizer taking down Bipolar and then taking down all the damage. Shiro, very good front line. This might be the Hemoblade against everyone. This is not Rock. Arhedge is just dishing out so much DPS. Gigabyte Marines on the back foot for this fight without here. The fight is going to start. The Corrupting Chains just onto Caspiel, and that's going to be Levi not opting for the Dragon's Rage there. There's going to be a good Equalizer to zone out Caspiel, but look at Arhedge and Shiro just cleaning up here in the top lane. That pushes away Gigabyte Marines from their base.
The way they're pushing it so fast, it's all up to Optimus right now.
Seems like right now it's Kuala Lumpur. It seems like they're the ones with the triple mountain breaks with how they're finishing off this game. That's going to be Gigabyte Marines unstoppable here for now. Optimus does not have an effect on this fight. It's going to be the Nexus taken by Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, a challenge.
evening, Southeast Asia, as we head on to our 8th game of the night, Game 3 for this second matchup played between, of course, Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus the Gigabyte Marines of Malaysia versus Vietnam. We're going to be your shoutcasters. I am Shinbu with one for an eye, and with me, of course, is Iconic. So Iconic on that Game 2-0 in favor of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Walk me with that Game 2.
So that game was really interesting. Like, it was really back and forth in terms of like how Gigabyte were able to get the lead after losing it in the early game, and then they still ended up losing the game when Kuala Lumpur Hunters actually turned the game around again.
What should be the main element there by Kuala Lumpur Hunters? It's just really like some fumbles from Gigabyte Marines side.
I think it was just they didn't play the Red Varus properly. Again, you should play the Red Varus. There's a right way to play it, and that wasn't the way to execute it, where your Varus isn't there near the Baron pit.
Yeah, so it's really interesting because in my thoughts, and actually as I've observed it, Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus Gigabyte Marines. Kuala Lumpur Hunters enter this match as the underdog against Gigabyte Marines. Do take note that a lot of players in the GPL group stage has been looking forward in fighting the Gigabyte Marines, knowing that, you know, a very threatening player is there. There is Optimus, and Gigabyte Marines is an overall a really strong team to compete with. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you could see onto our schedule and for our standings, again, this is 2-0 in favor of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. This means that this Game 3 is game set for them. Only one victory away in facing Ascension of Thailand in the finals of the Korean Premier League Spring 2017. But will we be seeing an opener for Gigabyte Marines to reverse sweep this one and take away and maybe, you know, have this series 2-1 so far? We'll see.
Exactly. Gigabyte Marines might still be able to reverse sweep. They might be able to pull off what Mineski failed to pull off earlier today, and get three straight wins to deny Kuala Lumpur Hunters a chance to get into the finals this coming Sunday.
Yes, and this is Gigabyte Marines we're speaking of. Of course, they have this really stellar performance in previous GPL, knowing for the fact that they've already been set to be locked in this knockout stage, or more so for this semi-finals before we head on to the finals. Again, to our viewers, we are live on gaming.youtube.com/pagegarena/live. So for some of our viewers who are watching, if ever you want to interact with us via chat, please do tell us. Please do tell us your insights. Be sure to log in your Gmail accounts, and of course, put in the hashtag for your respective teams. Whoever you support, could it be, you know, GAM win, or could it be KLH win? Now for the draft.
So as you can see, Gigabyte Marines want to ban out Vladimir because of how R-Hedge destroyed them last game with those 3-man Hemo Plagues. It was just really hard for them to deal with all that amplified damage, and R-Hedge coming out with 5 to 10% HP, then restoring, healing back up to full HP because of those Hemo Plagues.
Of course, as you could see as well, there's going to be the Malza hard to be move here by Kuala Lumpur Hunters. I could assume that there would be someone that is going to be very mobile here, or I would say maybe it would open up a lot of freedom for Caspiel, you know, to jump in using his Rengars, using his Kha'Zix, or even the Lee Sin. But we're going to be seeing the Rengar here to be banned by Gigabyte Marines.
So last thing we might see is a Graves ban, incoming Graves ban for Gigabyte Marines, and probably another Syndra respect ban towards Optimus coming out from the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. We still don't know yet, but again, as we were talking early on throughout the day, Rengar is usually a red ban pick because Red Team wants them to not be able to first pick the Rengar. So as we saw earlier in this series, how powerful blue side Rengar is on Caspiel going 13-1. I'm surprised that they actually banned it on blue team.
Okay, really interesting. That might be really like a respect ban. Notable on how Caspiel could just play this Rengar despite the sides, ladies and gents. So again, we got a Lulu to be removed here, and an Ash against Slay and Archie.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
So one thing you have to take note here is Optimus has his Syndra open.
Oh, yes. So it could be a priority here by Gigabyte Marines. Would they really reveal that that Syndra do take note that the Vladimir is banned here. So really, Vladimir actually has this nice mechanic of just Sanguine pulling out, so that he can easily dodge that Syndra ultimate. But rather, the Marines is gonna be denying, as you have mentioned, not gonna be the ban, but still a deny against Caspial. Gonna pick up the Graves for their ranks.
Exactly. So first pick Graves, very standard. If Grengar's banned out and then Graves is open, usually they get on blue side. We had the hover over Riven and then Azir. Kuala Lumpur Hunters just messing around with the Shoutcasters right now.
Yeah.
But we have Nautilus locked in. One thing you have to take note here is Nautilus is a flex pick that can go top lane or support.
Yes.
Like
So,
Kuala Lumpur Hunters actually their support Bipolar is known for playing Nautilus in the support position as well. So hopefully Gigabyte Marines are aware of this and understand that this is a possible flex coming out from Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yes. So let's see what will be the adjustment here. Right now, Caspial is gonna be locking in his Lee Sin. We don't know how this guy is really effective when it comes to this high aggro junglers, only revolving around Kha'Zix and Rengar. Even a Graves really. Now this time gonna Lee Sin. So that's gonna be the karma. I could just guess that there should be a high carry immobile champion for the ADC position here for the Gigabyte Marines, because there's really a good window here to just open up their ADC. But again, as you mentioned, they should be accounting of that Nautilus flex.
Exactly, and Caspial locking in the Lee Sin. Tired of getting kicked around, wants to kick Levi around this time around. And then we have the Karma pick. It's somewhat reminiscent of what we had last game where Blue Side had Karma and the Graves.
Yes.
But this Kennen is also another possible flex pick because this Kennen can go AD carry or top lane. So there are a lot of mind games happening right now between both teams. We have to see what they pick, what Kuala Lumpur picks in their second pick rotation.
Yes, it's really hard to utilize your last two bans here if there are lots and lots of flex. Actually, there both of these two teams are now holding on the two flex picks. We are seeing a very insightful granting picks, ladies and gentlemen. Now there's gonna be the Syndra to be denied against Optimus Arhedge, picking that up.
Yeah, Arhedge, the confidence from the interviews, he wants to show Optimus how to play Syndra in the mid lane. And as you can see, the first ban coming out from Kuala Lumpur, they actually have an option to ban either AD carries or mid laners. It would be better for them to ban mid laners because they don't have an idea whether this Kennen is going top lane or in AD carry. Either way, it actually works pretty well because on-hit Kennen does do well against Nautilus in the top lane, and he can split push like crazy compared to Nautilus and has solo kill potential against the Nautilus.
Definitely. So let's see, as you mentioned, I do agree as well that Kuala Lumpur Hunters may just default in, banning two mid laners here. The feed's gonna be removed here by the Gigabyte Marines.
So Gigabyte Marines actually being wiser, they do know that Bipolar plays Nautilus support, so they want to get rid of any possible flexes by removing a really strong top laner as well.
Yes.
Which means that they are looking into a top laner for Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah.
That means that Kennen is going into the AD carry position because they are thinking of a really strong top laner that doesn't get countered by Fizz.
Yeah,
so Kuala Lumpur also as well banning out the mid laners for Optimus, reducing his options.
Not gonna worry for the top lane anyway. Not gonna worry for the top lane anyway. So it's very likely that this Nautilus is gonna go for the bot lane. So far, accounting for the status and the tendencies of our players here, but Gigabyte Marines is still taking that time. Which top laner should they remove? Right now, there are a lot of options really here for the top lane, accounting for these two teams. I mean, it's not really that intuitive to pick up if you ban the likes of the Poppy or any heavy tank, or even actually Rumble is available here. That's the thing.
Very surprising actually. But Rumble is a counterintuitive pick coming out if they ban it out because Kuala Lumpur does not want to get Rumble.
Yes.
Because that would mean that they would have 3 AP damage sources from the Nautilus,
definitely,
the Syndra, and the possible Rumble.
Yeah.
So they don't actually want to touch onto that Rumble.
Yes, and especially if you're picking up a Varus, you may want to really give a signal to the enemy that please do not build armor here.
Yes.
And yep, actually Varus would be keeping Gigabyte Marines in check in terms of armor. So what would be recommendable here for Kuala Lumpur Hunters is, as you mentioned, if Rumble's gonna be picked up, that is like a triple AP pickup now for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. So maybe we'll be seeing an AD duelist or an AD. Yeah, AD duelist is
we
not
did
bad for
see
the
a
top lane.
hover over Israel, so this we could be wrong, and this could be Stark on the top lane.
Top lane Kennen.
It's a possibility as well.
Fizz is removed. Recton is removed though in the top lane. Accounting for the matchup, if you like really put in Kennen in the top lane, and more so it will. I'm really curious now.
Okay, so now
yeah, this is very interesting.
Very
Who is the?
interesting.
So we might be
Gigabyte
seeing.
Marines.
Yeah, we might be seeing Karma support. My guess is Karma support, Ziggs in the mid lane, and Zillion in the top lane.
No.
Oh,
What's going to happen is Zillion will go into the mid lane, while the Ziggs will go AD carry together with the Karma.
Ah, okay.
The
ADC Ziggs.
The Stark will up towards towards on hit Kennen as well.
But I'm really curious. As far as I know, the Ziggs ADC meta actually happened before the 7.5 patch. Rolling that on the 7.6, I'm still really curious. And yeah, well, anyway, we'll be seeing the ADC Ziggs, ladies and gentlemen. That still leaves us with the Rumble in the top lane, still very capable in farming despite the harass and the range that can arrive from the cannon. So at least a burst in the back line.
Yeah.
That's what they are aiming for here. And anyway, yeah, you got a Zillion actually to counter the Syndra burst.
But one thing that's really hard about this,
Gigabyte Marines is very squishy.
Yeah, Gigabyte is very squishy, and aside from that, Kuala Lumpur's Hunters did actually offer the Rumble, so they have to deal with a lot of magic damage, and it's going to be hard to itemize that way if you have a Ziggs AD carry.
Yeah.
Like, you can rush the Aegis of the Legion into the Locket of the Iron Solari after your redemption as Karma, but you can only do so much to actually keep your team alive from these really strong wombo. You could call it somewhat wombo-y kind of composition where they have their equalizer together with the Syndra.
Well, our guess for the Rumble, I was actually thinking, yeah, maybe if they're gonna go for triple A, if even not pick up the Rumble, they could go for an AD duelist in the top lane. But still, yeah, default, go for the Rumble, especially if these champions are very squishy. Actually, they're like 3 seconds in an equalizer, 2 seconds even would be hurting a lot with this kind of squishy champions, you know. So, yep, all you need is to like put that strip on in the back line here of Gigabyte Marines again. Accounting for the drop, this is a very risky drop by the Gigabyte Marines. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Especially knowing that you're actually 1 game away. If ever Kuala Lumpur Hunter takes this one, that's their victory already. That finishes up this best of 5 series, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, guys, this could be a momentous experience and of course event for the supporters of Malaysia. From Malaysia, as Kuala Lumpur Hunters from DLC is set, you know, 1 game away in taking and making their way for the finals. Indeed, their travel here in the Philippines is gonna be really interesting if ever they make it to our Sunday, and that's gonna be the finals of the GPL Spring 2017 again. So far, you know, there's this element of surprise still on a composition you won't be expecting to see. So let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Gigabyte Marines versus Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Caspiel versus Optimus, Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus Gigabyte Marines, and of course Malaysia versus Vietnam, who will make it to the finals of the GPL Spring 2017, as we are now on Game 3. Game set could be for Kuala Lumpur Hunters as they have 2-0 in this best of 5 series.
So Optimus, catches them out, knows that they actually set up a death brush, throws the bomb and figures it out.
Magnetize itself also on the guys near that pixel brush. So Optimus, it gives vision, right, that bomb. So has an idea of where there's 3 members of Kuala Lumpur might be. So at least that's the any cheesy engage here. 3 level 1. Do take note that we actually have, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in game 2 we have first blood before the minion has spawned. So yep.
But then there you have it again, the Rumble helping leash towards Raptors. Always super effective when you're on the red side. You can't expect the same amount of help coming out from the blue side unless you allocate your bottom lane to leash for you in the Raptors.
Yes, indeed. And, if ever KLH wins this one, it's a step again, as we mentioned, closer to fighting Thailand, which is a first for the representatives in GPL.
I like how they integrated the Ziggs into the
for the finals.
composition.
Yes.
So that they can actually leash so much better for Levi. But one thing that's scary about this bot lane composition is how all in they can be. The Kuala Lumpur Hunters bot lane, because the moment they go in, they can really deal a ton of damage.
Yes.
So it's up to Slay and Archie to wither Bipolar and CO4 down to prevent them from doing any all-ins.
Yes, and again, CO4 is very vulnerable really in this bot lane. That Q, every Q connecting coming in from Gigabyte Marines is going to be punishing for this virus. Would be forced in consuming his early biscuit really, or that is a biscuit.
Yeah, and aside from that, it's very interesting that Stark didn't opt for a call start.
Yes.
Usually when you see on-hit cannons go top lane, they usually go for call starts because they need to hit those power spikes earlier, and call is a worthy investment, especially at a low when you're up against a melee matchup.
Yes, it just really assures you with security in terms of getting your CS. So interesting, it would be a signal for Stark that he might be very willing to take the fight if ever Caspel visited his lane, or with Levi as well. So right now it's a pretty steady game, as I would guess Gigabyte Marines, despite this really high damage squishy competition, would want to play this one safe, because every mistake would just lead them away from staying on this GPL. And do they note that Gigabyte Marines, aside from that squishy composition that they're rolling, they also have 2 teleports.
Yeah, but as you can see, you already have Caspel full clearing his left side jungle, now going towards the wolves into the blue buff, possibly a Gromp, and then he's going to look to gank bot. He does realize that their left side is actually the weakest because of how pushed in our hedge is. As you can see, the gank already going in, but
Slay received here the max range from the dredge line, but of course, where's the Sonic Wave? First Sonic Wave coming in from Caspel, missed against Archie.
So first gank attempt coming out from Caspel, not working out. But we have to take note as well that Levi has been spotted out in the mid lane. So both junglers are aware of where their counterpart is.
Yes.
So it now depends on how they're going to execute, because they are doing Krugs now, and drop is still an option, but it looks like Caspel wants some more aggression in the mid lane.
These players can extrapolate really the position of the jungler, knowing for the availability of the camps here for the Griggs. So it would be intuitive that CO4 and Bipolar would be taking this bot lane steadier, knowing that anytime Levi could be there for the counter, knowing also that they actually have no vision established here in the bot lane.
Exactly, especially jungler of his
Not
caliber.
like this though. CO4 did not receive the first Q, but auto attack plus an ignite should be enough. I mean, first kick from Slay, and first blood in the hands of the Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, so as I was saying, junglers like Caspel, junglers of their caliber, should be able to track their enemy junglers just by looking at the minion score.
Yeah.
So Caspel and Levi should have a general idea of where the enemy junglers are. I also like how Levi and Optimus went to get early vision onto the left side jungle of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, but that kill going over to Slay, to Archie actually in the bottom lane, it's just because melee supports have a really hard time in the bot lane, because they get poked out by their enemy support counterparts. And aside from a Ziggs that also looks to poke you down, it just doubles the amount of pressure that Bipolar has
And it
to deal with.
seems that CO4 is not accounting for that fact for that instant only. I mean, really being in range, knowing that, not knowing maybe, or not accounting really that a satchel charge could displace him, and a Varus being displaced is going to be punishing, hence the first blood against him.
Yes, but so far in the middle lane, you can actually see that it's pretty even with a slight advantage for Optimus.
Wow, what is Bipolar doing here? Always connecting that dredge line in max range. Should be very rewarding if ever those mid-game fights unfold with his novels.
So I really like this Zillion pick, because a lot of people may perceive this as a utility pick, but Zillion actually works wonders versus Syndra, because Zillion can out-push and get mid lane priority over a Syndra, and also his ultimate does somewhat counter her ultimate.
Yes.
So if he does die, he can just cast his ult on himself, and then...
And that steadily removes a lot of firepower from the Syndra, if you are a Syndra, you always want that when you cast that ultimate, that's it. That's it. You finish up the kill. And look at that. That's going to be the flash satchel charge. Another displacement on the CO4. Who will Shiro make it? But of course, Dark is going to be there as well. Double kill now. And this is going to be very punishing for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Shiro, though, uses the equalizer, but doesn't matter. Gigabyte Marines has the ultimate coming in from the Zillion. Not even going to be the... Yeah, well, he casted that one. And yeah, Caspel cannot respond here instantly. 3-0 in favor. I mean, 3 kills in favor and all in for Gigabyte Marines. And again, Caspel gets dived in here. No ultimate, no. 1-for-1 as the support gets exchanged for the high aggro jungler here of Kuala Lumpur. 4 kills in exchange of 1.
Exactly.
Plus an outer bot lane turret maybe.
And the satchel charge as well, being able to take down that turret in a bit.
Oh my god. Well, that's another. CO4 may be accounting for the satchel charge, but not a flash satchel charge with,
exactly.
You know,
So,
three-man gang.
one thing you have to take note of, this is why the Zillion can do more than a Syndra, is because you can get mid lane priority.
Yeah.
You push the wave in, you force the Syndra to be under turret, frees you up to roam.
Yes.
And then suddenly you 4-man collapse onto the enemy bot lane.
Yeah, and of course your skills time warp, it allows you really to rotate between lanes easily, right? Yeah,
exactly.
That's what's so good about this Zillion pick up. And that's the thing. I mean, sometimes champions with just a lot of utility in their kit is underestimated. Like, what is Zillion? His ultimate is not a damage skill. He has, actually for the most part, he has only 1 damage skill there. But that's the thing.
So
he
as
has
you can
1
see,
skill. As long as you connect your 1 skill,
Slay with the flash satchel charge. Archie actually landing the bind onto Bipolar instead, confident that they can kill CO4.
Yeah.
Shiro should have never completed this
the teleport, yes.
Because even though it landed them a kill, it still wasn't worth it. What this inevitably did was it denied the first turret for Gigabyte Marines,
Yeah.
but it gives Stark so much time to ramp up and deny so much CS from...
in the top lane. Yes. And that's going to be very bad. Look at that. It's going to be Optimus. Lots of bomb. Time bomb. Mega Inferno bomb. In the face of Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Again, Zillion, the matchup, it just works so well, especially when you have that kind of competition.
Yeah, and all they need is to rush this game. But look at that, it's going to be Optimus getting kicked here by Caspiel. Goodbye, my friend, here. Of course, the ultimate has been casted, and Optimus is back at it once again. Oh, look at that, Bipolar is gone. Slay puts in the bomb for him as Levi will not die there.
Not die
Instead,
to the Grom.
Caspiel, though.
Will not die.
Yeah, will not die, so that's going to be a 3-for-1. And again, a big win there by the Gigabyte Marines.
Again, the question is here, how much chip damage has Stark taken onto the enemy top turret already? He's had so much alone time with that turret. He still has his teleport as well.
Yes.
And he's already building towards that wit's end because he realizes that, again, triple AP composition coming out from Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah.
He has to get that wit's end before getting the Blade of the Wind King or the Runan's Hurricane.
So it's another bomb really here in the top lane. A ticking time bomb in terms of scaling. Who will be able to deal with Stark? I mean, Caspel's going to be forced on making that really nice kick and set up at least just to shut down Stark. And Stark has no bounty in him even. Those are minions.
So as you
Those
go
are
into this
turtles.
replay, you see that Archie lands the bind onto Harhedge. Levi flashes, gets the kill. Beautiful kick coming out from Caspiel,
Yeah.
gets Archie, but Optimus lands his ultimate on himself just in time, and they still are strong enough to actually fight. The Slay has so much HP, and Levi actually smites the Gromp just for HP, almost dies to the Gromp, but Gromps today haven't been that lucky in getting kills.
Yes. Maybe on a different league.
So as you can see, like the gold lead is tremendous. 1,700 for Slay over his counterpart. 900 gold for the supports. Mid lane it's 600 gold. 1,500 for the jungler. And for top lane it's 600.
But of course, this is like the standard Kuala Lumpur Hunter approach to the game. Move as a team, group as a team together very early, really, as they want to be the aggressor for this game. No vision there. Ultimate missed from CO4. We don't want that to
That was
happen.
a beautiful play by Slay, actually displacing Arhead.
Shiro, he may want and he may wish to have Azonia's Argless here. Flash in, flash out, and Shiro will still live.
Shiro living with a sliver of HP, but that's still gonna be his turret because they have a Graves with red buff.
Yes, and my guess is he might be around 20 HP.
Yeah,
at the
and
most
again,
for that
also
kind
the
of life
bottom
bar.
lane of Kuala Lumpur Hunters is being slowly chipped away by Optimus. That was a really smart rotation from Gigabyte
Optimus,
Marines
yes.
to send their AP carry into the mid lane, while their mid laner actually rotated to the bot lane because Slay can wave clear fast, and it is the only outer turret left that they can satchel charge. That is the next objective that they are looking for, aside from
High mobility, high damage in terms of securing waves. Caspel did not get the luck of connecting to a minion. He still has the safeguard ward, but do take note that there is no more, or rather, there is still the outer inner toppling turret. And wow, collateral damage splash in the backline in the face of Caspel. Gone 1-3-1 for this Lee Sin.
Levi actually showing. It was the other way around. Levi showing Caspiel how to play Graves. Gunning him down with that ultimate.
Yes, and that's actually the max range damage of this collateral damage. So anyway, again, the power of this composition, like Gigabyte Marines, what they are doing here is definitely denying any early game rush by Kuala Lumpur Hunters. 12 minutes into the game, and that is 3 turrets already taken in by Gigabyte Marines. And the big problem here is that that kind of pressure is not even fixed by the Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
So it's very interesting how the composition actually works. This somewhat works like a Juggermaw composition in a way, where you have the Karma, you have Optimus to actually boost up your Kennen, because right now Kennen is your AD carry because he's the only one. Also, you can have the Graves as well with how he's building, but they actually scale pretty well into the mid and late game as well, as long as they don't get wombo comboed by Arhedge and Shiro like last game.
Well, what you'd be wishing for this fight would be an auto-attack AD carry, but you can see Over's itemization here. But Caspiel, a massacre against Optimus, not even going to be needing to use his ultimate. So, Kuala Lumpur Hunters, they get a number advantage. Gigabyte Marines has no AP carry here. Archer receives a Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Double kill now for Caspiel. Can he make a triple kill as the scatter doing onto Levi? Collateral damage of the Mega Inferno Bomb. Slays. Of course, the mid laner, Caspiel here, sidestep the bouncing bomb. All Slay need is an auto-attack, making himself a worthy AD carry with AP itemizations, of course.
Yeah, like, I have no idea why Archie was there, but Kuala Lumpur Hunters actually overstepping and getting punished for it, taking a 3-for-2 exchange instead. And again, Stark has been a one-man army at the top lane. He's about to take the top tier 2 as well, slowly shipping out the turret. And this is also bot tier 2 for.
Yeah, had it been he did not itemize Witch End, but Witch End is still the proper item really.
Exactly.
He could have pushed these turrets faster, you know. Imagine if he like put an AD item on itself, but right now, there it is. The Runa wants to be completed there, so at least the recurve bow would add more damage to his autos. So yep, 13-4, and seriously, this is looking very gloomy for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Their ADC is very behind. And there's a secondary AP carry here for Gigabyte Marines.
This is very interesting because this kind of composition, we've seen this a few patches back, and it's
still
very
working.
reminiscent, like having a mid lane Zillion, and then they have Ziggs AP bot lane.
Yes.
But what adds a new flavor to this is that they have a on-hit cannon in the top lane, which actually fills in the role of the missing AD carry.
Marksman, yes.
So it's actually a very well-rounded comp. I'm surprised that Gigabyte Marines had this comp up their sleeve and they finally brought it out.
Very beautiful comp. I mean, you remove this magic resistances coming in from the Wits. I mean, using the Wits End, you know, and that opens up a lot of damage once again for Slay and Optimus. Archie may have the freedom of actually building an AP item here before rushing that redemption, but you know, maybe he'd just take it safer and just really build up that redemption because there's just too much damage already for them. Even Levi has been on point in using his collateral damage. Right now, a lot of stuff has been exploding in the face of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah, and you can see Stark slowly building towards that Blade of the Ruin King. He will be able to chip anyone out when they start team
Blade
fighting.
of the Ruin King, yes. Of course. That's gonna be even worrying for any Caspiel punching him in the face. And anyway, for this game, you can see Caspiel already building defensively with a Hex Drinker. Clearly has to mitigate all this damage that can come in from Optimus Slay. And actually, the Hex Drinker has this counter mechanic as well for that collateral damage burst.
Yeah,
of
and
course.
as you can tell, like just from the EXP alone, you can see that all of Gigabyte Marines are one level up, at least one level up, while Slay is 2 levels up against his counterpart. So it's looking very grim, but now the pressure is still on Gigabyte Marines to make a play because they need to keep on sieging and keep finding of these objectives to start their gold lead from becoming smaller.
Yeah, and if they really want to sustain this lead, because right now their lead is, you know, around the 8k gold mark. Very, very big. And again, mentioning that it falls heavily in the hands of Caspel on making a play that would displace these squishy champions of Gigabyte Marines. Actually, just displace anyone from the Gigabyte Marine squad. Maybe minus Optimus because he has, without Optimus near that fight, then yeah, it should be very rewarding for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. But right now, should be an easy turret here for Gigabyte Marines. And it's so bad for CO4. This ADC is trapped, gonna be left for dead. Will be forced to flash away, but not outside the slicing Maelstrom. Now there's gonna be arrow hits, counter the weak on Stark, stops that engage. ADC is gone once again for KLH. They're gonna push for the top lane.
Yeah, but that still leaves the top lane inhibitor turret for KLH open. But
very, very smooth insect kick there, but of course there's the ultimate coming in from that Zillion. Optimus is now vulnerable, and you can see Caspel gonna go for the duel. All he needs is to account for the bomb. The time bomb is on cooldown, and Levi receives the sonic resonating strike. Double bomb stunning Caspel, but it's a shutdown already from Arhead. And this is gonna be the momentum that KLH might be wanting, but Slay is still there. Slaying against mid laner. Slaying might be on Shiro. Bouncing bomb, of course, did not connect, and Caspel managed to survive 3-4-2 as Gigabyte Marine still wins that standoff and that skirmish in front of the base of KLH.
yeah, Caspel, I don't know why he started. He did Raptors. Now it's gonna cost them their mid tier 2 as well. Like,
you just want to be efficient.
But what you can see right now is Shiro teleporting into the backline from the mid lane, and now they have to exit right for any chance to live.
Definitely, but look at the damage, look at the skills. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, Blasting Cone, rather not gonna need that. Safeguard, Slay skills are on cooldown, shut down, and I think, there we go, 2 team fights away from the top lane. It's Kuala Lumpur Hunters win this time.
Yeah, that was, they did not have any idea that the teleport was happening in the backline.
That's the thing,
and they realized it too late. They realized it right in the right time. But what went wrong there was they tried to actually turn onto Shiro instead of just trying to make their escape. Giving Caspel enough time to actually snipe Optimus with the Sonic Wave resonating strike to kill Optimus.
Caspel is a god.
Caspel with the balls on him.
On this Lee Sin, seriously, I mean, the way he played this one mechanically, like the insect kick, very smooth. Like he resonated towards a ward. Imagine that. You know, just how fast can he activate his safeguard for a combo. This time it's gonna be the Kuala Lumpur Hunters' turn to putting the kills, but do take note that Stark here, he has the wits end, and these members of KLH might be squishy. Managed to still kill Shiro! And also the Nautilus, and that's the power of this cannon! Now here comes Caspel, managed to kill Optimus, now the killing spree, but Stark triple kill. And as we mentioned, the bomb that is building up in the top lane exploded in this bottom lane.
Exactly. Again, it's like a Juggernaut composition where instead it's a Jugger Cannon. And
oh, bomb! Not even gonna be needing the Mega Inferno bomb. Just so with all those damage coming in from Kuala Lumpur Hunters, with a satchel charge, they managed to destroy this first inhibitor turn of the game. Make that the inhibitor as well may aim to look for the second inhibitor. Caspiel is doing his best to kick people in the face, but where is the damage from his teammates right now? They are getting overwhelmed here by the Marines.
That was a beautiful two-man outplay by Optimus and Stark. Stark trying to survive for as long as possible, waiting for Optimus' teleport to go in just so that he can get the ultimate off onto Stark. Stark, if he had Runan's Hurricane, he could have probably won that entire fight just because of the amount of DPS that he can dish out onto multiple targets.
Crazy situation here for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Kuala Lumpur Hunters do understand that this composition will fall off, especially if all those burst kills, won't be able to slay someone. Oh, Dredge line, what happened to Bipolar there? There's only a satchel charge, our hedge, no. Look at that, a Q did not connect, another Q did not connect. There's the collateral damage being used by Levi. At the least, Kuala Lumpur Hunters managed to dodge those Warfields getting thrown at them by the Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, but this Ocean Drake will be super useful for
Yes.
Gigabyte Marines because
Double
they have a
Ocean Drake.
Ziggs. They have a Ziggs, they have a Zillion who has Gear of the God, who has Archangel Staff already, so his mana regen is gonna be off the charts.
Oh man. Really, a lot of magic resistance completed here by Gigabyte Marines, but that's just an easy signal for Stark to just build up his AD. Do take note that Levi here is very threatening, knowing that he has a lot of freedom in building up and dishing out AD damage
Yeah,
against Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Again, like we were talking about, since they have a triple AP composition, you will expect the Locket of the Iron Solari, even though it doesn't have the magic resist aura,
Yeah.
it's still efficient in terms of mitigating a lot of the equalizer chains of corruption,
Yes.
all of these forms of damage.
Actually, the Locket of Iron Solari has been nerfed in a sense that it's little graceful, less graceful in timing your shields, but the shield is thicker.
Yeah,
that's the
the shield
thing.
is
If
thicker,
you
that's
time your shield properly, it mitigates a lot of damage here. Bipolar now has no health to take this fight. Include Shiro here. The Blasting Cone is there. Lots of ultimates will be burned here by the Gigabyte Marines. Let's see, they have no inhibitor turn to protect them. Bipolar once again being very close at that skull, and our hedge will be peeled out by that Equalizer Shiro. So again, ultimates being used to be defensive. To be on the defensive side against Gigabyte Marines. Here comes Caspel, goes for the blank kills Levi. A lot of damage to be removed here by Gigabyte Marines, but they still have more damage, AP damage that is, to destroy and allow them to open another door against the base of KLH. And maybe Shiro with a V-check here, double bomb, and whee!
Yeah, Straddler kill,
Double.
good for Gigabyte Marines, but this won't transition to anything unless they can kill all 3 other members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. It's just like padding your resume, giving you more KDA. They are setting up a set. Very cheesy, asking Kuala Lumpur Hunters to actually face check into them. The double Ocean Drake actually helping them regenerate.
Yeah,
so
man, look at
fast that they can actually do it.
Yeah.
But as I was about to say, Stark is going to start pushing the bottom lane or the mid lane because Baron is the next objective in the eyes of Gigabyte Marines. They do have pretty decent clear speed on Baron. Like, it would have been faster with the Mountain Drakes, but again, they don't have a lot of percentage damage coming out aside from Levi and Stark. So we will see how they will work this out. But as you can see, Starks almost has his teleport up, so they will probably look for him to split push or probably just set up a rush the Baron down because that's another objective as well.
Indeed. And you know, for the stylistic or the characterization here by Kuala Lumpur Hunters is that so far they really don't have that what we call a superstar ADC. But right now for this game, if ever they want to get back, they may have to rely on CO Force, you know, to stay damage. Here comes Caswell. He's now in the DR pit. Tries to land down the final smite, but rather it's gonna be
Shiro
securing.
Shiro hitting the rocket onto the Baron Nashor.
The harpoon.
Away, the electro harpoon.
Oh my god, okay, so that is nicely done. Still, Caspel efforts wouldn't be put in vain, but can they, with this Baron, defend this base with only 4 members? The final door to victory and establishing maybe a reverse sweep here for the Gigabyte Marines.
This will be really hard.
Yeah, gonna be really hard because you would want to kick someone. And yep, at least KLH, they be opting in just giving out this inhibitor. They, if I'm accounting really for the inhibitor timers here, I think yes, that's gonna be the mid lane inhibitor spawning, and well, that's just a freshly destroyed bot lane inhibitor. But let's see the replay here.
So as you can see, it's a beautiful equalizer coming out. RG actually doesn't have the Locket of the Iron Solari, so it is very risky to stay for that. But take a look at the Electro Harpoon actually getting the kill, 170 HP.
Yes, man. Damn. Nicely done there by Kuala Lumpur Hunters. And they, you know, I really like this high tempo plays that they try to pull off with the lead of Caspiel. It's a 1v1, gentlemen. All that Caspiel needs is to get that kick puts in the slow sonic wave. Resonating strike, one final E auto attack. Boom! And Levi will avenge his actually marksman. Let's call it a marksman.
I find it very interesting how Caspiel has been playing this Lee Sin. He's been playing like an assassin Lee Sin the entire game.
Yes.
And
How to Lee Sin done by Caspiel here.
yeah, so now Gigabyte Marines looking towards the mid lane because the inhibitor is there. Bottom lane inhibitor will spawn in about a minute or two as well, so they have to take note of that.
Oh my god, look at that! Scatter the weak on top of that equalizer, but it's still the ultimate is there coming in from Optimus. But a slicing maelstrom would be the front line here for the Gigabyte Marines. Look at that, KLH has the antagonist that they need. They are withstanding this damage and they are willing to take this fight. Optimus would walk away, not gonna allow themselves. KLH, that is to face check a Zillion with a double bomb.
Yeah, as well. Optimus didn't do much that entire fight. He wasn't able to land as many bombs as he wanted to. He only became an ultimate bot for Levi, but Levi getting caught out way too over-aggressive. And Archie not using his abilities to the fullest, just dies to the equalizer as well.
Well, I mean, maybe this is the face of the game, but again, there is a time limit to the power here of Gigabyte Marines. Do take note, guys, that in the triad here of skills, accounting for skills, which counters what? What counters burst is tankiness. If you fail to kill a champion and you're a burst champion, you are in for a bad spot. And what counters tankiness should be sustained damage. And what counters sustained damage, again, the sustained damage here would be the likes of CO4, okay? And ADC, and on-hit marksman. And again, what counters tanks would be sustained damage, and what counters the likes of CO4, which he has been experienced for quite a while, is burst here in the blue side jungle. The tank has been bursted, of course, using multiple skills here from 3 members of Gigabyte
So they threw
Marines.
everything and the kitchen sink as well, throwing that Mega Inferno bomb as well. So as you can see, they want to start picking someone off, and then they want to siege that inhibitor again because this is a really good opportunity for them. Stark already pushing the top lane, and there's a really big wave at top lane, so Kuala Lumpur Hunters, the pressure is on them now.
20 second the timers. What they need would be a stellar equalizer to finish this fight, but might be another inhibitor gone against Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Indeed, the pressure from this composition of the Gigabyte Marines is definitely very guilty against Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah, and one of the problems of building full offensive Graves is not having any defensive stats. Look at how Arheads just chunked Levi down with those Dark Spheres.
Yes, Levi really did went all in with the damage. Not gonna be building any statics gauge. You know, just really went at it with the damage. It's still okay for the picks, but maybe, just my thought, maybe Guardian Angel wouldn't be a bad pickup for the Graves right now in this phase of the game. Maybe Gigabyte Marines should be accounting for the scenario where they may not be able to burst down members here of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, and they may want the auto attacks coming in from Levi.
I really like how Gigabyte Marines actually timed that dragon take. They took it at 29:09, which means that the next dragon is already the Elder Drake, denying another chance for
an RNG
for one of the 3 drakes that are possible, and that just puts Kuala Lumpur Hunters on a countdown.
Talk about crazy RNG in favor here of Gigabyte Marines. 3 Ocean Drakes really on this kind of composition. All of them taking it. Damn. I mean, all the Ocean Drakes here! That's gonna be the big burst! In the back line, on top of the Mega Inferno Bomb, there's gonna be slicing Maelstrom, but look at that! It seems that members here of Kuala Lumpur Hunters are still unyielding. Only one member is gone. Shiro now opens up a double kill for Slay, and Bipolar is doing what he can. Redline on Stark, and Stark is just working on not just as the main front line here, but also the main DPS for the Gigabyte Marines. Ladies and gentlemen, they will go to a game 4 as the team from Vietnam takes their first victory against Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Whoa, nicely done by Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, and just when we were talking about them actually making a 6-minute time bomb, they actually just pulled the trigger and just end the game immediately. Just Gigabyte Marine things.
Yes. And I mean, that's like a card, a total trump card that caught Kuala Lumpur Hunter off guard. I'm pretty sure Caspiel went God mode for this game. He really wants to make it to the finals. He really wants for us to all go home, but no. Gigabyte Marines, really, they still have their preparations, and that's not the end for them in this best of 5 series.
It's somewhat very reminiscent of like how push strats were organized.
Yes.
It was somewhat the push strat where you want your mid lane and your bottom lane to win. And how they actually made it was that they needed the Kennen to actually scale into the mid game and late game. So that's why they focused most of their attention onto the bottom lane. I now understand why they banned out the Fizz and the Renekton, because both are very oppressive against Kennen, and Rumba can only push you so far under the turret, but Kennen can actually farm under the turret. Renekton and Fizz can dive you under your turret, so it's actually harder for Kennen to survive.
A stellar drop there by Gigabyte Marines with an interesting draft.
Very interesting draft. Like,
draft.
I think the coach actually planned it out the entire time.
Yeah.
This could be a possibility for a reverse sweep.
Yes, man. I mean, that kind of composition and that kind of victory really sets you up with a big momentum. Gigabyte Marines, you know, enough with the rifles, enough with the guns. Let's go for the cannons. Let's go for the bombs. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Really nicely done there by the Gigabyte Marines. The big question there is they managed to sustain that lead in this Game 3. Can they sustain the momentum in the Game 4? Still, it is Kuala Lumpur Hunters, which is one game away in taking this the victory in winning this best of 5 series. So there's still that factor. But again, momentum, guys. We're speaking of momentum here, and we're still speaking of a team, a formidable team in the Southeast Asia with a formidable mid laner on a conservative mid lane right now, you know, with a Zillion. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be our time for this game as we head on to the Game 4. We have been your Shotcasters. I am Shinbu with the one for Nai, and with me is Iconic. Just stay right there, and we'll be right back for the Green Premier League Spring 2017 Knockout Stage. Kick there, but of course there's the ultimate coming in from that Zillion. Optimus is now vulnerable, and you can see Caspel gonna go for the duel. All he needs is to account for the bomb. The bomb, the time bomb is on cooldown, and Levi receives the stunning resonating strike. Double bomb, stunning Caspel, but it's a shutdown already from our head. And this is gonna be the momentum that KLH might be wanting, but Slay is still there. Slaying a mid laner. Slaying might be on Shiro. Bouncing bomb, putting the kills, but do take note that start here. He has the wits and these members of KLH might be squishy. Managed to still kill Shiro, and also the Nautilus, and that's the power of this cannon. Now here comes Caspel, managed to kill Optimus. Now the killing spree, but start triple kill. Scatter the weak on top of that equalizer, but it's still the ultimate is there coming in from Optimus. Like Milshrow would be the front line here for the Gigabyte Marines. Look at KLH as the antagonist that they need. They are withstanding this damage, and they are willing to take this fight. Optimus will walk away. Talk about crazy RNG gamer here of Gigabyte Marines. 3 ocean breaks really on this kind of composition. All of them taking it. Damn. I mean, all the ocean breaks here. That's gonna be the big burst in the back line on top of the Mega Inferno Bomb. There's gonna be slicing Mestro, but look at that. It seems that members here of Kuala Lumpur Hunters are still unbuilding. Only one member is gone. Shiro now opens up a double kill for Sling, and Bipolar is doing what he can. Dredgeline on Stark, and Stark is just working on not just as the main front line here, but also the main DPS for the Gigabyte Marines. Ladies and gentlemen, they will go to a Game 4 as the team from Vietnam takes their first victory against Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Fight me if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your prayers have been answered. Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, the challenge.
This is looking to be one hell of a semifinals for the GPL. This is all right for the GPL 2017 Garena Premier League 2017. I'm Asarai, and here with me now is Vulcan, and we are about to start Game 4, man.
Yeah, we're coming in from Game 3 between Kuala Lumpur Hunters against Gigabyte Marines, and what a comeback for Gigabyte Marines. Not to mention, in that third game, we saw how Kuala Lumpur Hunters really, the endurance, they didn't want to give up, and they really did a really good job. But now, we will see in this Game 4, will it be Kuala Lumpur Hunters representing for the finals, or will it be Gigabyte Marines coming back with 2-2 at the same scenario as Mineski?
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about it because Kuala Lumpur Hunters have shown that they are actually able to play from any type of situation wherein it's them being, of course, on top and just, kept steamrolling the lead, or coming from a huge deficit and just, getting back on top.
Yeah, and not to mention the always, it would be Optimus to really carry the team, but really, GPL is something you have to watch out for. I mean, we saw how with the Rengar in the first game, and right now Rengar again, you gotta respect that. I hope that this time in the drafting phase, right now, it would be a bit more serious, and would be trying to focus this time onto GPL.
Yeah, let's just see if he's gonna be able to get that Rengar back on track. I mean, he has used, I believe, a Graves in the second game, but there's also the point wherein there's a lot of rotations coming out from Gigabyte Marines, and I don't know, after that fiasco with Optimus on the LeBlanc, he has been showing signs of his prowess, his strength in Game 2 and Game 3.
Obviously, they need to pin down GPL if Gigabyte Marines will have even a hope of making it to the finals, something that Kuala Lumpur Hunters are relying on to GPL right now. In the first banning phase, Kuala Lumpur Hunters on the blue side against Gigabyte Marines on the red side. Opening the ban, it will be a Malzahar and Syndra, but on Gigabyte Marines' side, it would be a Vladimir ban.
So nothing out of the ordinary there. We have seen Arhenge actually use that frequently. I mean, although it has been losing somewhat to Optimus in the mid lane. I mean, once it gets the itemizations, just because Shiro goes for like a rumble and then he's able to get, or Arhenge gets that, I think, Abyssal Scepter, it just adds to the damage output, Shiro does.
I mean, with their siege/split composition, they took the shot calling from GPL, and that is why it is so effective for KLH to follow the shot caller and captain GPL. And whereas Gigabyte Marines, they have to focus, they have to pin down GPL if they want to crumble down the team.
Right. GPL's that linchpin player. We can actually see that the previous bans are not gonna allow, that LeBlanc maybe in the second rotation, get it away from the hands of Optimus, just because even though Optimus, kind of flunked out a little bit on the first game, he still got that quadra kill, man. He's still that lethal mid laner. And let's just see how they can actually bring it out. Although,
there it
they have
is.
Slay on that Ziggs.
Opening up the Rengar, it is going to be a high priority pick for the Hunters. And right now, let's see how the Marines are going to respond with a Rengar high prioritized pick. Interestingly, they left the Rengar open again. So, is that a wise choice for the Marines, or was it a perhaps baited attempt for the Hunters?
I think it's both. Like the Marines are probably just gonna be ready already for Shiro, but then if you actually check out their first rotation bans, it's all of the tanks that should be, or sorry, for GPL rather, and then they just took out the tanks that could actually maybe give Shiro or GPL the freedom to, go for the Rengar, hunt in the jungle, keep hunting in the lanes, and do what he did on that first game.
First picking Rengar can potentially change the lineup of the Marines. They have to be ready with picking around the Rengar and
Lulu's
countering it.
Lulu's still up. Lulu is still available for
Oh
pick.
wow, you're right. Lulu is still available, and right now it would be KLH picking for their second time. We see locking on the return of the support, Camille perhaps. And let's see, will a Lulu be picked up, or will it be banned out in the second phase? We'll see with their last pick in the first phase.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lulu's going to be picked up here by Marines just so that they can counter this composition of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. And they are showing no signs of going anything other than beasts in their roster. Look at that. Rengar, Renekton, all of the champions that we have that has sharp teeth, and I think you're like jittering because you're a Renekton
I'm
player,
such a fan of Shiro's Renekton. I can't hide it anymore. I mean, I've seen his Renekton plays, and honestly, it made me wonder, like, how does he do it? And I just realized, okay, I know why he does it, because I'm not him. So the skill level, there's the difference, and there it is. The first phase completed with a Rumble top against a Renekton.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Kuala Lumpur Hunters has already shown that they're going to be using this Camille as the support. I mean, you're definitely not going to use a Renekton for support, so
why not?
It's going to be in the hands of Bipolar, man. So same thing, possibly a Kalista. All right, there you go. I was going to say possibly the Kalista pick, but then they just ban it out. So I'm thinking like Kuala Lumpur Hunters has this already in their mind, but who are they going to pick? They like banned out the 3 good enough heroes, or champions rather, they can use on that ADC role.
Kalista has been removed for KLH. Let's see.
Maybe a cannon?
We are now seeing in the second phase of the ban, focus on the marksman. We know that right now in the Season 7 patch 7.6, the utility marksman, let's see, the Virus and the Ashe have been heavily nerfed. But right now we're seeing a return of, let's say, the attack speed oriented heavy hyper carries, let's say, sometimes Twitch. But right now it's hard to build around a Twitch. Looking at their composition, I think it would be an Ashe on Marine's side.
But Ashe is banned out, so that's kind of the weird thing here. So there's a possibility
Taking
of
their
Jhin.
time.
There's a possibility of a Jhin. There's a possibility even of a Jinx.
Or a Lucian.
Or a Lucian, actually.
is still open for the Hunters or the Marines to take it in. Let's see. It would be a Zillion ban. We've seen it in Game 3 how the Marines handled it. But right now, let's see how the last ban will determine how the Hunters will pick their last lineup.
All right, Caitlyn, that's actually a pretty good pick here for Marines. Just because Kuala Lumpur Hunters are going to be all in your face. So having that extra range on your auto attacks.
So I guess the Marines, they didn't ban anyone for the last ban. So that's sort of a strategy in a way, but let's see. The Marines locking in the Caitlyn.
Yeah, could be just, I don't know, a visual bug or something, but we'll just confirm that. So I'm really thinking it should be a cannon, maybe even a Jace. I'm not really sure. Maybe an Ahri. Although
It's very, there it is, the Lucian. One of the high meta ADCs, one of the top pick. But let's see, what would be the support to complement it? I would recommend, maybe you call me old-fashioned, it could be a Braum. I mean, the Frostbite will proc pretty well, but right now, tank ADC, tank supports are having a hard time. It would be Orianna. Sorry, it's a Camille support.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see a synergy again between the Hextech Ultimatum with the Calling.
Yeah, actually, this is perfect because I was thinking like if they went for something like an Ahri mid, that would be too much, let's say, assassination potential. But the great thing about this Orianna is the ball delivery system. Put it on the Rengar. When he leaps, just explode with that shockwave, man. I am so excited to see that.
Let's see, on the Marine side, it would be a LeBlanc for Optimus. This is the hover, but obviously this would be the lock-in. 5 seconds left. There it is. Really, this is going to be a really exciting game 4.
I'm just thinking of like explosive early to mid and late game.
Yes, and we just found out that the Gigabyte Marines really didn't ban any champion in their last banning phase, which just goes to show they wanted to keep, let's say, a Caitlyn under their belt. So right now, all champions locked in. Going into Game 4, going to be a bloodbath. Renekton, Rengar, plus the ball strategy on the Kitty, plus the Marines, a Rumble and a Graves jungle. It's going to be the junglers to determine the lane phase.
That's true, and I kind of like this from Kuala Lumpur Hunters because even if you think about it, this Lucian and Camille, I would think, is going to be losing against Caitlyn and Karma just because of the range and the poke. So that would actually force, you know, Caitlyn and the Karma to overextend, and that would be like an opening for Caspiel to gank the bottom lane.
Right now, the pressure would be onto the junglers to deliver the payload
Yeah.
and the balls to engage the fight. So to our viewers out there, who do you think is going to win? Will it be the Hunters securing the victory with a 3-1, or will it be the Marines not going down without a fight for a 2-2? And we would like to thank our major sponsors, Korean Gate, Plantronics, and PLDT.
Yeah, for, of course, you know, giving support to the Garena Premier League. So, what do you think? Like this fourth game, who do you think has an edge in terms of the compositions?
It's really hard to say. I mean, it's going to be up to the junglers, but we've seen the Ranger of GPL in Game 1, but right now it is going to be Game 4, so I don't think the Marines will fall for the same thing they fell for in Game 1. So right now, here is the loading screen ready, and right now, things are looking really good.
Yeah, plus they don't have CO4 on a Kalista anymore. That was one of the main things how Kuala Lumpur Hunters got away with Caspiel, is because they had this threat. So we'll just see when we get back into the fight.
Back into the fight, and here it is, guys. Here it is, guys. Game 4 of match 2. The Kuala Lumpur Hunters on the blue side versus the Gigabyte Marines on the red side, which may be the last game for both for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters if they secure a victory. And we might drag into Game 5 if the Marines go down without a fight.
Yeah. So let's have a rundown of our teams and players. Once again, Kuala Lumpur Hunters on the top lane. It's going to be Shiro with a Renekton, Jungle Caspiel.
Oh boy.
Hold that thought. And back to the rundown. Arhenge gonna be playing on the Oriana, so ball delivery system in order, or primed and ready once they hit that level 6. CO4 gonna be playing the Lucian and Bipolar back at the Camille support.
And right now, Bipolar spotted getting some taps on the back from Archie. There is an engage from Bipolar, running the Strand of the Colossus, and right now CO4 closing in.
CO4 right here on the sidelines going to be connecting that piercing light
boy.
onto two members. Archie very low in HP. There's the Ignite actually being stopped by the heal.
Bump.
Flashes in.
Bump.
Great timing on the Ignite just to bypass the heal from Slay.
Way to bump a wall and give a first blood to the Hunters. That will be the hands for, oh boy, on CO4. And note that he started with a long sword, and right now with the first blood gold, that is 400. Will help so much in rushing that Cutlass and completing the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, and wow, that was just pure aggressive invade there by
Oh, look at
Gigabyte.
the torch! I can smell some meat being burned, and right now I'm hit. It turns out, oh wait, Levi
here. Actually engaging onto our hedge,
Oh, man.
focusing, and then gonna be forcing him to flash over. So this is Gam pulling out all the stops, and they're just gonna be diving under tower, even going to second tier if that's what it takes to get the kill.
Nerves are getting to the Gigabyte Marines. They were a team so confident getting to this knockout stage, but now they're at a 2-1, fighting for the spot to stay alive. And right now, an engage from Bipolar.
Aggressive engage there, and he actually connecting, even without the Kalista.
Man, zoning out Slay, right?
Actually, if you think about it, it's such a good mix-up here, because Lucian can just follow up with a freebie piercing light when Bipolar goes in, and it does have the shield to absorb the damage.
And
so
to add to that, Bipolar, Anna Camille has the hookshot to land, and like what you said, the gap closer is such a great synergy. Not to mention, there is a stun coming from that, but I think Slay will be respecting it and play it a bit safe.
So, you said a while ago, it's
Here
all
it
up
comes.
to the junglers,
Here
but
it is.
Bipolar is showing his fancy leg blades.
The trade and the sustain from Bipolar. He's fearless. Let's say he takes in damage, he doesn't care. He can use the tactical sweep to regenerate just from the minions, because we are on our patch 7.6, not 7.7, where Camille has been heavily nerfed in terms of sustain.
Yeah. Though, at the same time, of course, Gams, or rather Gigabyte Marines bottom lane is not going to be pushed over from that. They still have their range. They still have, of course, some of their CCs.
Optimus and
Levi's
Levi.
actually in the bottom lane. This is going to be a
members. It's going to be a party in the bot lane.
Bipolar is low in HP, but CO4
No
does
ward.
have the heal.
No vision. Let's see.
You have to be very careful. If
There's a trap.
This is a 5-man gank into the bottom lane. CO4 takes a full breath of damage.
Hello.
He does use the heal, but there's no support from any members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. It's just going to be clean up house for the Marines, and that's going to be 2-4-0, maybe even a fast bottom tier 1.
I wouldn't say right now it's not just the 5-minute mark. There is still that fortification buff, but with 5 members investing, I don't think it's enough yet, but there is the incoming wave. I think they will be rushing this bot lane. Outer turret, securing the first turret, maybe not yet. They're a bit cautious. Let's see.
Yeah. And
I mean, this is the Marines' style in their past comebacks. They do the sieges so early. They make their teleports so worth it. And canceling a Shiro's teleport is something they're happy. They'll take it.
yeah, and we haven't actually brushed up on this, but Caitlyn is one of those better champions in terms of the ADC role for the sieging. You have the range, and you have the traps. When you can like land or put down 5 Yordle snap traps behind the opposing tower.
Yes, and by
there's nobody who wants to go through that.
yeah, and by doing this, they make the map smaller for their early mid spike damage that the Hunters, in my opinion, cannot even build against just yet. It is just 5 minutes and 45 seconds in the game right now.
Yeah.
Levi saying hello to Bipolar.
Levi trying to run away. There's not a lot of CC that actually gonna hit him, so that's a little bit of a welcoming embrace there to Marines as they try to give it a little bit of invade in his own jungle.
There it is. I mean, pretty cute skin right there. But Optimus in the laning phase, still healthy, picked up the double Doran's ring plus the boost of speed compared to RH. Bit of a defensive itemization. Will be going for the Negatron clock to build against the Abyssal Scepter, maybe.
Caspiel, I mean, we saw it already on game 1 that he was so aggressive. He got like what, 2-3 kills before he was level 6. But now there isn't really much kills happening for him because Marines have flipped the switch and made their own style.
Yeah. Not to mention the style where Caspiel, looking at the bot lane, they know that 5 members were in the bot lane. Caspiel took the time to nab some resources, and that is showing from the CS of 57 to 18 on a Graves.
Yeah, he's gonna be waiting for that, you know, level 6 rush, but look at that. They engage
On the
on
hunt!
Here comes Caspiel on the hunt indeed. Flashes over. Will they actually chase him into the tower? That's might not be the smartest decision, so they stave off their hand, but still the pressure has been done by KLH. Maybe they can get this mid-tier 1, but I think Levi's going to say no.
Yeah, that is the rush to level 6, and right now, Levi.
Our hedge does not have any HP. He has to back away.
Not enough mana, so he really has to
rather.
back away.
Yeah.
So Levi is just level 5. Caspiel is level 6. Despite the Marines pushing the bot lane very early into the game, they do have the advantage of the gold lead, denying the farm for CO4, but they are putting themselves at a disadvantage because CO4 right now, he has the comfort, he has the map for him to really farm at peace. Whereas, let's say on Slay's side, now he has to go to top lane.
Yeah, and that's going to disrupt a little bit the farm of Stark, who is on a CS deficit against Shiro. I think this is like the weird thing. When you actually go for the early sieges, you get at an early tower. The problem is you kind of disrupt the laning phase, that you don't really have a lane to farm on for your carries if they don't get the kill. So you're left in an awkward spot where you're trying to get the objectives.
Archie!
And he's gonna get bombarded by the beasts.
Double CC!
He does get away with the flash, and Slay is having a party. He gets the 1 kill onto Caspiel. A little bit of too much overcommitment for the Hunters there, and Levi right to the sideline forces the dominance from the, Renekton. He's gonna try to run away, but that's gonna give Slay a double kill already. 2-0-2 on this Caitlyn. You definitely don't want that.
Now with 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Marines, giving them the room to push the top lane outer turret. Not to mention, I like to see CO4 CS right now. 52 to 71, obviously Slay have the advantage. He did pick up the BF Sword, negating the first blood that CO4 had. So the lead is gone, but right now, teleport's coming in.
Both top laners on, well, top lane. So
Equalizer is ready for Stark. Let's see what
this is gonna be the
happens.
siege, and look at that, the range of the Caitlyn. Slay is just free hitting this without KLH even having a word to counter, or an action to counter this. They have some decent wave clear, but they have to be in melee range to actually deal the damage.
GPL is on the hunt.
He is. This is 4 members though. They have to force something.
Yikes.
It's gonna be an equalizer to push them back.
Wow.
And KLH are too damn aggressive in
There
this
it is.
one. There's the catch off with the ultimate from the Orianna, but that just made it in KLH to go aggressive and may have even been caught out themselves. Look at that, 3 members of
Oh
KLH
my
down
lord.
already and low in HP.
This is the comeback that the Gigabyte Marines are so known for. Doing all this pressure with Bipolar, just being level 4 on a Camille. Look at the teamwork and the aggression.
Imagine that, like if Optimus was actually in top lane as well, not in the bottom lane. That would have been probably like 2-3 kills even.
Yeah,
cleanup.
Bipolar cannot even do proper lockdowns. He is just level 5, and the Marines are just abusing this. Right now in the bot lane, we see Optimus rotating.
He's probably
but
just gonna
does.
fast push this and get some CS.
He gets spotted by a ward. Really pressuring CO4. I thought that CO4 would have an advantage because he did get the first blood. He started with a long sword and 3 pots, but that is not the case because the Marines, man, they just deleted that advantage from CO4.
Yeah, with the early game dives, you don't really expect them to actually go 5-man dive into the duo bots territory, but they did, and Fallen for Hunters did not react in time.
That was
Like,
very close.
Look how much control Marines have. They're just pushing out, Fallen for Hunters in their own jungle, forcing 4 people to answer just 2 of the Marines.
And the next Drake would be the Cloud Drake. That will tighten the rotations of the Marines. Not to mention, right now the first Drake has not been taken, so it is still up for grabs. If ever the Marines take the Cloud Drake, they'll be hustling all over the map and marching towards the Hunters.
BF Sword plus the Zeal for Slay here. So he's actually in a pretty nice spot. I think he's gonna go for Rune and Circuit early on, just so he can get that headshot charge faster.
Towards the traps being placed, really immobilizing the Lucian. And right now here is the Camille, still not
just lining up.
Yeah, still not yet level 6. Let's see. CF4 has the calling. Caspiel has his ultimate, same with Shiro. It is Bipolar who lacks the utility that the Hunters desperately need to fend off the Marines. And right now, seeing the summoner spells ready for the Marines, flashes are up for everyone except for the bot lane duo.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I haven't seen KLH use the ball delivery system just yet. I mean, yeah, it could be a little bit dangerous and difficult to manage, but I think that's one versatile way of playing their composition that they might catch, Marines off guard. Definitely if they can get like a 2-man, 3-man shockwave just for the pickoffs, that would be huge. CO4. Alright,
CO4 is having the time of his life in the bot lane, untouched, rushing the Blade of the Ruined King, and not to mention, he is just 1-1, so he is not that far behind. But if ever the Marines are going to contest objectives, the Hunters have to respect and at least counter them. If they take the Cloud Drake, the rotations from the Marines will be just more pressuring.
And now I think this is going to be Marines starting off the Cloud
There it
Drake.
is.
And of course, KLH don't have any vision on
No
this.
wards.
It's just a safe dragon if you think about it, just because they shove the lanes. They know that Optimus is in bottom lane. He's still a threat to CO4, so KLH won't really decide to go out of their way to counter one objective if they lose so many of their members.
And we are seeing the new LeBlanc right now. You get the Hextech Revolver, you rush the Hextech Gunblade into a Lich Bane. That's why Optimus is playing the split pushing game. Right now we see the Cutlass, that will be the Hextech Gunblade followed by a Lich Bane, probably, if Optimus will be going for that split push strategy.
Yeah, I remember like before, I think it was during the Pro Gaming series when Mineski TG was still in top lane. He kind of like made quote-unquote famous the top lane LeBlanc that builds the Trinity Force. Some of the things you see. But yeah, it's a pretty optimal build. It's scary to go up against the split pushing LeBlanc, especially when you're in a composition that has quite a bit of squishy members here, except maybe for Shiro on the Renekton, but he's not really doing so well on that tanking department with his itemizations as well.
That's because the Marines have been pressuring the bot lane. After that, they went straight to the top lane, knowing that Shiro will be snowballing as a Renekton. So that is a really smart move for the Marines, respecting Shiro's Renekton. But will it be the same thing? They have to be ready. Of course, the effectiveness of the Renekton will go down as time goes by. But there is CO4 with Illusion. They have to keep in mind also our hedges, Orianna.
Yeah. Props to Marines though. I mean, you can see that they're not doing anything overly aggressive, but it's just enough that they are slowly choking KLH. And while that is happening, they are still getting more farther than them. Look at that, around 3,000 gold lead. Pretty good right now. And I don't think KLH can actually do too much. Our hedge doesn't even have his own, first core item.
And the Runans in the Caitlyn will just make this pushing just as fast. And right now, Optimus really pressuring the bot lane, denying CF4 of that freedom to farm and Bliss in the bot lane.
It's kind of sad that Bipolar's already left CO4, but really, what can he do when trying to help this Lucian? All he
There it is.
Oh, wait.
Casimir smells some bait. Let's see on the hunt.
But that fast disengage with the Karma
Teleport.
help. Oh, this is going to be huge. Stark is actually from the sidelines. He's
There
going to
it
be
is.
able to drop down a
Equalizer is
huge
ready.
equalizer. They actually line up, and that's going to be it. A wall of flame just to stop where KLH are going to
Yikes.
escape.
Levi.
Here comes Optimus from the sidelines. Shiro, the tankiest member of Hold Up for Hunters, will get roasted alive. Ultimate from the Caitlyn gets absorbed by Arhedge and CO4 right on time with the Lucian ult just to maybe stop the aggression. But that was enough. That GAM might result this into 2 towers.
Oh man.
They still want some blood. They're still looking for the tower dives, but I'm just gonna, be content with these 2 towers.
The rotations from the Marines so clean. Like, it is fluid. They know what to do. And the pressure from the equalizer really split the members of the Hunters. We saw that Levi on the Graves, he dealt a lot of damage. But Optimus was still going for the mid lane pressure.
That was true. And the real awkward thing there was all Marines had to do to stop that possible aggression, because they can hear the roar happening. I mean, all they have to do when they hear that roar is group of the Archie, let him use his AoE speed boost, and then skadoodle your way out of there.
Right now, the next drag would be the Infernal. Another important drag. We saw how the
Optimus with the really nice rotations. He's
Yes.
very scary. He's all over the map. That's all I have to say.
he knows what to do. He knows the map very well. And let's see.
Bipolar's gonna be forcing
finally hitting
something.
level 6.
Hextech ultimatum. Caspiel is right here. 2-man delivery system with the shockwave. Not even gonna connect. No chance, Jose. Archie gonna be running here, but Levi gonna be providing some
Slay.
support. Does have that red buff for that
Slay.
extra slow. Slay way out of position, but there is the Rumble ultimate, although Slay not gonna be getting that support in time.
On the hunt.
The 2-4-0 trade. Shiro gonna get shut down here, but Caspiel starting to roar himself back to the kills.
Yeah.
And there you go. He gets himself the 1. And I think Shiro got 2 in the process as well as CO4.
And we saw in the bot lane, Optimus lost to CO4 in terms of dueling. He kept pressuring CO4, pushing against the wall. Let's see the replay in the bot lane. I wonder what happened here. How did Optimus lose against CO4? There it is. There's a slow from the Gunblade. The flash! Dodge the burst and the heal for the bait. And not to mention, the minions just tapping the back of Optimus.
That was smart from Optimus, or rather from CO4. Wait, but that wasn't smart from Caspiel.
That was smarter of Optimus.
CO4 used his W on the brush to show Optimus so that he didn't have the ward.
Yeah.
So at least having that W for that slight vision
and confusion, right?
Yeah, would really help him just finalize the kill and not let Optimus get a fraction of a second to get maybe a Sigil Malice off and get that for a 1-for-1 tree.
All right, now in the mid lane, Slay, obviously one of the high priority targets. The Hunters just gobbles him up like a chew toy. And now it's just a matter of awkward transition for Stark. And not to mention the members of the Marines they were spread out all over the map while the hunters were grouping up, or members were grouping up.
Yeah.
So that's why the Marines has to watch out for and respect that Bipolar is now level 8. He does have his ultimate. They abuse the fact that Bipolar was not at 6, but they have to change the flow and how they rotate.
Yeah, but Slay though, man, way out of position. I think he just miscommunicated with his teammates. Levi.
The pressure is really on to the
That
Marines.
Infernal Drake. And even though that was a pretty good clash for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters, the pressure still on from the Marines. They really have to respect this. Marines still in their prime. They have Optimus as such a huge threat. So, you know, don't let yourselves get a little bit too, I guess, comfortable. They're still respecting it. Marines have somewhat of a, how do you say this, like a hole in this game. For the meantime.
Yes, it will be closing into the 20-minute mark with the Baron being live. And the next Drake is the Cloud Drake. Will help the Marines rotate more around the map, pressuring the Hunters against the wall. But let's see how it's going to turn out with the Baron at stake. So they have to change the way they flow around the map. But that's not the same case for Optimus. He is very aggressive.
Oh, wow. Be the Rumble ultimate. Caitlyn as well being absorbed by Bipolar, but look at the damage being dealt by Shiro, or rather by Stark, just with the Leandry's Torment. Glorious Torment.
2 ultimates down for the Marines, whereas the teleports are both up for Shiro and Stark. If ever a fight does look ugly, let's say in the bottom lane, Shiro is bending up the waves of from Optimus. If ever a fight does break out, Shiro would be the first one to respond, whereas Optimus, he has to walk away. So, is this a right move for the Marines?
I think it's a fine move for the Marines, because if you think about it, if they force the hand of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, Shiro's the only one who's going to be able to frontline for them. And when he actually teleports, all Optimus has to do is do a 2-hit combo, and there's not really any items for Shiro to, you know, absorb that and like say, meh, it didn't do any damage. When he gets into the fight, he's going to be like 140 HP, and this is going to be an awkward situation wherein the Renekton has little to no resistance to the damage output that the other members of GAM might have on that fight. So, I don't know, this still might be in favor of Marines, even though Shiro does have that teleport to get back into the fight with Kuala Lumpur Hunters faster than, you know, Optimus has.
Yes, of course. Look at that. I mean, yeah, it's obvious that the Marines were really...
Bipolar so aggressive, looking for that Hex stack, and they do connect the ultimate from Arhedge, but was that enough? That's the 1-for-1.
Slay just soaking it up.
Still looking for one. Ultimate from the Caitlyn, but here into the bottom lane, Shiro's getting roasted alive by Stark. The Dominus not even gonna have any
outplay! Call the
big! Oh,
no!
Almost! The outplay almost by Shiro, but not enough HP. Call the Meek. Not enough return on the health there. So,
so that's going
I thought it was gonna die.
Wow, the clutch from the sustain from the Call of the Mick is something you cannot underestimate when you have a 50 Fury Bar left on the Renekton. So Stark just making it alive barely, and now looking at the kill score, it is 7-9, and the gold lead is in favor of the Marines. 4,500 gold lead. Really, that's a huge lead in terms of defensiveness.
This is the really bad thing that I've seen from the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Arhedge has not yet done a good shockwave. Like before, they had at least CO4 on the Callista to set up for Bipolar, but then the strategy, what it looks like right now, is Bipolar is just going to force himself in, and then when he gets someone with that Hextech ultimatum, Arhedge will start to use his shockwave. The problem is, Hextech ultimatum pushes people that's not the target out. He's going to try to run away. Caspiel is trying to hunt, but will this beast, the Predator, get the prey? No,
right. And going back to what you said, I mean, we've seen the Arhedge. Really, just one man ultimate on the shockwave is not something very satisfying.
It's either one man or no man at all. So
no man's land.
So it's very non-value ultimate for KLH as of this moment.
If it works, it works. If you get what you want, it works.
Maybe he gets that one good ultimate. Maybe that's the way that KLH will come back into this. But unless that happens, I'm not seeing Marines being thwarted anytime soon.
Yeah, right now the Marines are not getting the momentum they need in their late game phase right now. So I think what they have to do is really just adjust the flow of the game. What happened? Why are they? Why is their momentum not the same thing they had in early phase? They don't know that Bipolar is catching up in EXP.
It's true. And our hedge not on a Vladimir. I guess that's the other thing about it. He has to like run and wait for his ball to actually get into the fight. At least when he was on the Vladimir, he could just drop the Hemo Plague and then dish out all of his other AoE and then his K. But now he has to like wait or has to actually initiate a good setup. Like before, it was only supposed to be, you know, CO4 throwing Bipolar and then Caspiel follows up and then Bipolar uses the Hex Ultimatum, that's a pickoff, and then they just, you know, keep dishing out damage. It's not happening right now, and again, it's just because of, I guess, like this awkward type of pickoffs, and then as well as the awkward usage of the ultimates, and that's another R-Hedge miss on the Shockwave, and it looks like Sam is all, or Cam is all here.
Whoa!
The one pickoff by Levy, and R-Hedge way out of position, way overextended,
The
and
snow melting for Arhesh.
Yeah.
That would be a kill for Stark. That's what you said, I guess. Arhesh was not on
Baron is
point.
ready
I mean,
for the taking.
yeah, Baron is ready for the taking, but going back to the team fight,
yeah,
we saw that Optimus was very in kill range, but I don't think it was Arhedge's miscalculation for missing the ultimate. It was the flash. I guess he didn't calculate the flash.
Could be.
Could be. Let's see.
Yeah, or you know, just they were meeting up in the top lane, and then they just tried to follow up. They kind of forced it, and the timing was a little bit off.
The Hunters right now are getting so impatient. When it shouldn't be the case for the Marines. It's solid enough for the team to push. That's the mistake where it arises. I mean, right now the Hunters, what should they do? They have 1 turret. The Marines have 5 turrets. Why are they forcing fights where instead they should just start pushing, take control of the map? They just turned that Clash win into a turret kill. So it's not something that's favorable. And right now Caspiel gets
Caspiel's
slow.
so hungry for the kills.
Oh, Optimus.
All right, so if we're gonna think about this in a way wherein Caspiel is the IGL, he's the shot caller for KLH, and he's gonna say, "All right, guys, feed me kills, and I will carry you. If you don't, Kappa Kappa, we got no wins."
Right now.
I don't know. Maybe it's just that it just feels like that's the mindset, but I don't know.
It's like
because he's forcing so much, and then it looks like Caspiel's gonna be the initiator, and then he's like, "Guys, try to follow up for me so I can get kills for myself."
It's like, send me kills. That's what Caspiel is asking for from his teammates. And a ranker as a shot caller and an initiator means getting a kill, not into objective, because what would they want for? They want to pick up. They want to snowball right now. They want to catch up in gold deficits. And the gold deficit right now is nearing 7,000. So just goes to show what is Caspiel trying to do. Get some pickups for his team and catch up in terms of the bounty.
Yeah. It's just really interesting that you know Caspiel hasn't really transformed any of his kills.
Yeah. Also, he focuses on Optimus, which, in my opinion, he is so slippery because that is LeBlanc. Why not go for Levi, Stark, or Slade? That's really low mobility champions. That's easier to pick off. Maybe it's for his Bone Tooth passive. We'll never know.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's just his urge. If he sees something pretty, he wants to destroy it. Like on the streets when you see a cute dog, you just want to step on it. And right now, on the haunt, Caspiel.
Speaking of stepping on it, here's another engage. Maybe the Hunter's going to be forcing another one.
Zone is ready for Optimus.
Into
though.
the bottom lane. Look at the HP of Shiro just depleting from Optimus. He already even packed up his Dominus. Caspiel rooted in. There's the damage.
Away.
Rumble ultimate just to burn this Rengar, forcing out the heal. And who's going to body block the Kate ult? That's going to be CO4. But you can see that Marines have full control. And here comes Optimus for the cleanup duty. And just a little bit of
Really
damage.
close call for Shiro and Caspiel. And the next Drake would be the Infernal. Oh boy, that's something the Hunters cannot lose. Or else that would be 2 Infernals for the Gigabyte Marines. Something that you do not want to give on a Graves, on a LeBlanc. Plus, not to mention Stark on a Rumble.
Yeah. Wardings for Gam here.
Pressure is really on bottom lane.
Focused more on that Baron, so maybe one pickup to the bottom lane that'll signal the other members of Marines or Gam to actually just get this Baron and start putting the nails on the coffin.
No,
Actually,
here he comes.
getting
Levi.
quite a bit of damage.
Still
from
onto
Shiro.
Optimus.
He still doesn't have the dominance.
No,
so,
it's on cooldown.
Yeah, it's on cooldown. And he
Bipolar.
will be taken down. Bipolar being dove here by Levi and
Slay.
Slay as well. And
Archie.
Archie. The party's all here. Gam's here for pushing.
And Archie is...
Caspiel once more, but...
we can't even get near it. Just being laid all over the turret area. Let's see Optimus taking so many turret hits. But the turret does get taken down. And right now, we can see in the top lane, Stark does have his teleport ready. Yeah.
Caspiel once more using his ultimate there. I really thought that like Arhedge was right around the side, maybe for a setup, but he was on top, clearing the wave. Hopefully actually trying to get that top tier 1, but to no avail. And with that, take into the bot tier 2, we are seeing a 8,000 gold lead for the side of the Gigabyte Marines.
And Caspiel trying his best to fight back the advance of the Marines. But the battle right now should be focused on the Infernal Drake. They cannot lose this to the Marines.
True that. The damage would just be too great from Optimus. Right now he's such a huge assassin threat that KLH have to keep their eyes wide open just to spot out Optimus because he has been everywhere. I mean, yeah, he hasn't got any kills in the mid, even though Marines have pushed or have engaged, but he is always there. If he can find someone in the straggler, he will get taken down, but...
Yeah, just from that play, this is the difference between the Marines and the Hunters. Yeah, the Marines is just this veteran team who have seen this type of play, this pattern, and that's why there's such a huge difference in terms of strategy. But right now, Caspiel scouting out the members of the Marines. The Baron is live, and the Drake will be live in less than 1 minute and 20 seconds. And going back to what I said, the Marines, every time they get an opportunity, they milk it. And when they milk it so hard and good, and that's why they're able to monopolize and capitalize on their lead. And right now, here's the flag from Stark!
Huge Rumble ultimate there, forcing out KLH into a very awkward positioning.
No!
There's the 1 kill onto Arhedge. They did actually force the members of KLH to flash over the wall, and Gam caught themselves 2 kills for no contestment at all from the Hunters.
And Arhedge, he did have the Guardian's Angel, but cannot even do much. And right now, Baron in the hands of the Marines, and next would be the Infernal. Why not? It would be such a huge favor for the Marines. Coming back from 2-0 now at 2-1. We might see a Game 5 in this best of 5 series. And this is why I love about the new GPL format. Right now, not anymore the best of 3, it's the best of 5. Testing the endurance, the spirit of each team.
Show your mettle in the fights. Best of 3, or best of 5 drawn out fight format. And the other thing, rather, let's go back into that clash. The real thing was like, when they saw Stark, they panicked.
Yeah, they couldn't even win.
Yeah.
They started a fight, they couldn't win again. Now it's a Baron. What is next? Maybe a Nexus. We'll never know. And Fallen Hunters have to respect when they start a fight. Make sure they're the ones who can end it and close it early.
It actually could be Optimus.
Oh, he can't get away.
He cannot get away, but
Pops
he has the Sonya's Hourglass.
Countering the ultimate.
So much shield coming in. And Arhedge, once again, the fail onto the shockwave.
It did land on the champion though, except that champion was fake. But right now, Stark in the top lane.
Shiro, way out of position there. Huge rumble coming in from Stark. Right at the edge, but Shiro, his teleport did not amount to anything for the Hunter's side.
Yeah, Caspiel was just like beside the equalizer, seeing it burn, he was like, meh, he's still gonna recall. Didn't even touch him. So right now, Shiro is down again. Bipolar is down for 50 seconds.
Still a Baron for Gambit as well. They're gonna be starting to knock onto the base of the Hunters. Mid inhibitor definitely
I don't think they're knocking. They have a hammer and they're just hammering down. They don't even need to knock. Even if the Hunters will not allow them to go in, they say, meh, we don't care. We're just gonna barge in, kick the door down, and right now 7-16 in the score. 34 minutes of the game. Infernal transition right now for the Marines.
And Optimus starting it off. Where do you think, like, if you like Optimus with his itemization solo and Dragon?
It's very defensive, actually, in my opinion. I thought he would go for the Lich Bane for the split pushing, but the Zonias just to counter the
X-Tech
ultimate from Bipolar.
Makes
Nice
sense.
debate, very satisfying.
Yeah, makes sense. So that he can, well, he can't get away, but at least he can outlast the ultimate, so he can be able to dash.
Yeah, and
from
right
that.
now, Shiro, who in the past few days couldn't even touch that champion, the Renekton. Right now, 2-7. Pretty sad. I mean, we've seen in the previous group stages he did use the Renekton Bay, but right now he's get to use it in the semifinals, but it's not working so well. We see that Stark still no death and
7 deaths for Shiro.
Yes, that's something you have to watch out for. When your team's key players has been rallying your team, is that
Oh, the damage onto Bipolars! Pretty insane. I mean, they used the ultimate of Slay, but Caitlyn with the ultimate, not too important as long as she can hit the shots or her auto attacks. Last inhibitor for KLH.
Oh man, pressure's on!
And this is
Hedge!
it. The damage being dealt by Stark is so immense. Caspiel is burning like a like a kebab. My goodness, the damage. Optimus
And
with the silence
Optimus!
dashes in, gets the kill.
Shiro!
It's gonna be Slay.
Left
Shiro,
alone.
Dominus activated
Oh,
under his own base, healing. Not gonna be enough. Redemption just for style points. And we
oh boy,
are
oh boy.
going to Game 5.
Game 5 for the Marines for securing their victory, and the endurance and the spirit not giving up just yet will carry the Hunters and drag them to Game 5 of the semi-finals.
Ending Game 4 with a 15,000 gold lead.
Yikes.
I mean,
wait, 15,000?
Yeah, 15,000. 55,000. They had 55,000, and then Gigabyte Marines had 70.
Yikes.
Yeah,
So,
right?
wow. It was just from the bot lane pressure, I bet. That started the landslide effect all throughout the map.
What did you think? Like, was the real, I guess, downside there, or the downfall of Kuala Lumpur Hunters? How they didn't, get their mojo going, so to speak.
I think, in my opinion, that the Hunters, they start fights where they can't even finish. They can't even win. And if ever Caspiel does start a fight, it doesn't transition to an objective. Let's say a Baron or a Dragon or a turret, in fact. When the Hunters start a fight, it's the Marines who end it for them. And from that fight, they transition it to a Baron or a turret, even an inhibitor. We saw how in the, let's say, in the bot side, red side, they did lose the fight, and that's why they lost the first inhibitor, and next was the top lane. It just landslided, with the Marines really out-rotating the Hunters.
Yeah. I think for me, it was just Gigabyte Marines with that aggressive dive into the bottom lane. Nobody adjusted to that, and then at the same time, even way before the game started, the drafting phase was really awkward. Bipolar was on a Camille, but then the second rotation of Gigabyte Marines banned out the Callista, so I think like Kuala Lumpur Hunters had kind of overshot what they were looking at and didn't anticipate that the Callista would be banned.
And wow, what a game it was, with the Marines winning this Game 4 with a 2-2 and carrying it until Game 5 for the best of 5 series of the semifinals of the Garena Premier League Spring 2017. We have been your shotcasters for Game 4. I am Vulcan, and joining with me was my co-caster, Asarai. We'll be back after a short break, 15-minute break, after the highlights to show you the last game, which will determine who will be heading to the finals.
Yikes!
Levi.
Here comes Optimus from the sidelines. Shiro, the tankiest member of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, will get roasted alive. Ultimate from the Caitlyn gets absorbed by R-Hedge and CO4 right on time with the Lucian ult just to maybe stop the aggression, but that was enough. That GAM might result this into 2 pickups by Levy, and R-Hedge way out of position, way overextended.
The
And
snow melting for R-Hedge. That would be a kill for Stark. And right now, here's the flag from Stark.
huge Rumble ultimate there, forcing out KLH into a very awkward positioning.
No!
There's the 1 kill onto R-Hedge. They did actually last member for KLH.
Man, pressure's on.
And this is
Hedge.
it. The damage being dealt by Stark is so immense. Caspiel is burning like a like a kebab. My goodness, the damage. Optimus Silas dashes in, gets the kill.
Shiro!
Left Shiro, Dominus activated under his own base, healing. Not going to be enough. Redemption just for style points. And we are going to Game 5.
Game 5 for the Marines for securing their victory, and the endurance and the spirit not giving up just yet will carry the Hunters.
It's more than nuts and bolts. Beyond hardware and software. Beyond ideas and innovation. It's trust and peace of mind. The connections we've made. The partnerships we've nurtured, the changes we've embraced. Together, let's go further. Work smarter. Play harder. Dream bigger. Changing the way you do business.
The new high-performance RIG 500 headset from Plantronics is designed to match the skills of an aspiring esport player with the gear they need to win. The new modular system gives you the power to adapt, upgrade, and personalize your headset for the task at hand. The RIG 500 series of gaming headsets are engineered to deliver the perfect combination of durable lightweight comfort in an immersive audio environment. 7.1 surround sound and 24-bit audio provide a stunning 360-degree sound field with directional audio. 40mm drivers with low-frequency resonators provide crisp highs and boosted bass. Clear voice noise-canceling technology provides clear communication to your teammates. From the headset company that equips the pros, the 500 series was crafted to meet the needs of esports and competitive players around the world. The new RIG 500 series of headsets from Plantronics. Respect the training. Reactions win.
Fight me, if you have the spirit. You will be tested.
Your god has abandoned you. Crude power and no technique. Pathetic. Too easy. Disappointing. Finally, a challenge.
Good evening, Southeast Asia. Time check is 10 p.m. And we are finally here on the Game 5 of our second match for the dry run of the knockout stage.
don't
Joke,
make
that's
jokes
just,
like that,
that's
Shinbu.
just a joke. That's
But
just
yeah,
a joke. But we are on the final
games of 5.
Yes, crazy runs.
Game
Crazy
5.
runs.
Game 5, sorry.
Yes,
It's
for
been a long
our
day.
GPL Spring 2017, we're gonna be your shoutcasters for this final game. I am Shinbu with a 1, 4 an I, and with me is Atlas. And again, guys, Game 5, the second match, the second best of 5 in our knockout stage to be played and has been played between Malaysia's Kuala Lumpur Hunters versus Vietnam's Gigabyte Marines. It has been a close battle where Kuala Lumpur Hunters opened up with a 2-0 for this best of 5 series, but it seems the stars is still there for the Vietnamese representatives as Gigabyte Marines takes on 2 games for themselves, which lead us to this deathmatch.
Exactly. It seems like Kuala Lumpur Hunters ran out of steam after their 2 games. We're going to see if they can rev themselves back up because their momentum was stopped in the 3rd and 4th game by Gigabyte Marines. And I've been seeing Optimus and the rest of Gigabyte Marines just popping off in those 2 games. It seems like the first 2 games, they were still observing, gathering information. And after that, the support Camille was already revealed.
Yes.
So that means they were prepared for it the second time it was picked against them.
And you know what I've observed from this last 4 games, I mean, for this best of 5 series, these are high aggro games. Really explosive fights here and
Really?
there.
Everything about GPL has just been explosive. The team is really, GPL is one of those really, one of those regions that really likes team fighting. from the Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, all of it. They just want a team fight, and their compositions are built around that.
Yes, and we even came to a point that we have that interesting game 3 where we got Ziggs in the marksman position in the bot lane and a Zillion in the mid lane, Winner ramping up Cannon in the top lane with a wit's end. And for this game 4, despite Caspil, I mean, on this recently concluded Game 4, and we have seen Caspil really going at it when it comes to this Rengar, trying to at least make consistent pick-ups against Vietnamese Gigabyte Marines, mentioning as well that Gigabyte Marines has to be on top of their game and always be on their shoes when it comes to like being on a high alert about this Caspil's really high tempo and high aggro playstyle.
Even when the power rankings are against Kuala Lumpur Hunters, Caspiel is just fearless. Always the trust in his team. He goes in, the team will support him. But that's also the case for Optimus and Levi and the rest of Gigabyte Marines. Optimus, very mechanically skilled. There were a lot of points in the game and games where Optimus could just 1v5.
Mentioning as well that for the most, there are many instances in the game. Like, I have a feeling of both of these two teams has already shown all of their trump cards. What is left there for these two teams aside from their mechanics, their raw mechanical power against each other? I mean, a full explosion early game high rush composition. Or high rush or high damage composition has been already dealt here by the Gigabyte Marines. Kuala Lumpur Hunters has been rolling the same playstyle. Really, they even came to a point of releasing a Camille support, right?
They did bring it out in their finals in their region.
Yes.
And they brought it out here. Got a very convincing win.
Yes.
And one of the first 2 games for today. And the second time, it seems like Gigabyte Marines was prepared for it.
Yeah, the big question is, what else is there for these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, Gigabyte Marines has that advantage. We didn't see them in the group stages. In the group stage, so that means they might have one last thing up their sleeve when it comes to a Game 5. Because they were watching, they were observing, they were studying, they might have something really special prepared for their last game, for the semifinals, to ensure their spot for the finals coming this Sunday.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Most
see all
likely,
that.
this is the final moment for their coaches really to influence and push their team as they try to qualify for the finals of the GPL Spring 2017. Now for the first set of bans here, what are your thoughts, Atlas?
It's going to be, of course, against our hedge, the Vladimir, being able to just dive in with Shiro. They are going to try and ban that out. The Rengar as well from Caspiel really loves diving in. The Five Malzahar, understandable support ban. Bipolar can utilize that pretty well. It's going to be the Zillion ban, obviously against Optimus.
Yeah, heavily counters the playstyle of Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yeah, if you go aggressive,
members,
going so aggressive, say a Rengar, and it just all the effort just gets cancelled out by the Chrono Shift.
Yes, indeed. Mentioning as well here that there's going to be the Karma, another utility to be denied here against Gigabyte Marines. Now,
you don't want to deal with that very high power lane, because Karma paired with anyone is going to be high power, lots of potential for poke in the game. It seems like it's going to be the Ashe pickup for Slay.
And there's going to be a very heavy investment as well in the late game here. Seeing that we get an Ashe here, we also have a Caitlyn here, so it should be intuitive that it's either a backline damage. There would be next pickups for backline damage based champions, like an example would be the Rumble or Assassins. Of course, for these two teams, like a LeBlanc would still be viable, but look at that, that's going to be the sustained game here for the Gigabyte Marines as they
going to be
actually locked in a Sona. Okay.
It's actually pretty dangerous for Gigabyte Marines already locked in this Sona. Very vulnerable in early. That means both bot laners for Gigabyte Marines are squishy, prone to getting jumped on and ganked.
Definitely.
And if Bipolar and CO4 get really good poke against Archie and Slay, it might mean that they can't fight back, even with a sustain from the Sona. But of course, Archie, known to really push his limits, push the limits of his champion. The resources definitely going to be in play here. Archie will want to maximize the value gained from his resources. It's going to be Optimus, rather Levi, going onto that Elise. High pressure.
High pressure.
High pressure.
Oh, there we go. There's the pickup. You got a tank, you got some a champion that really sustains, that really resets a fight, that
They can
is capable of
flex
resetting a fight. Yeah, Gragas is a flex pick, by the way, guys. It can actually go aside from the jungle towards the top lane as well.
If they're
So-
feeling, I don't think it's likely. I was contemplating maybe mid lane, but definitely not.
But what's so cool about the Gragas is it actually has a nice initiation tool that can easily displace a Sona or even an Ashe, which
Imagine
is going to be
this.
very rewarding.
Both Ashe and Sona,
Yeah.
if they get displaced from the fight, if
Yes.
they get out of position, Ashe especially,
Yes.
it's going to be easy pickings for whatever else Kuala Lumpur Hunters is going to take.
Indeed, and actually, what is rewarding when you pick up a Sona support is when your team always groups up. So
And
that's
getting
how
separated is
so
painful.
all the more that there is a big impact there by the explosive gas in the instance that is landed towards your team and everybody gets displaced from there. Leeson is denied here
From
against
Caspiel. Yeah, I think that's a valid ban. Caspiel, always one of the center points of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Banning that out is going to make Slay and Archie's time there in the bot lane a lot easier. On the other hand, Kuala Lumpur Hunters does not want to deal with Optimus's LeBlanc. That's going to be 2 mid lane bans, very understandable against Gigabyte Marines. Optimus, one of the stars of the show here.
Okay.
Let's see, I think Gigabyte Marines might offer another jungle ban to really
Yes.
force Kuala Lumpur Hunters into a painful decision. It's going to be the Kazakhs, actually. Another high-pressure jungler
Between
taken
these
away.
2 star players from these 2 teams, lots of investment against them in this 5 ban per team system.
Yeah, let's see
you got
what jungler.
3 junglers against Caspiel, and you got 3 mid laners as well against Optimus. So what would be the jungler here for Caspiel? I have reservations. I mean, knowing the tendency of Caspiel, will he really pick up the Gragas here?
Yeah,
But
definitely
what else is there to
not
pick? That's the
likely,
big question.
because they also banned Graves, another high-powered jungler.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 4 jungle bans for the entire both of
Longy.
these teams combined. We're going to see how they transition, how Kuala Lumpur Hunters picks their jungler. They will save that for last, while Gigabyte Marines will have their top laner and mid laner revealed after this. It'll be Rumble. Start on that Rumble. We saw that last game. That was nasty.
Yes, man.
Very painful. And it's understandable that they would pick here again. Seems like they're confident that Shiro will be able to match that later. And looking at the Summoner spells right now, if Shiro is picking up the Teleport Ignite, that might give the viewers and the casters, us, the hint that he might be planning to go the Fizz top. Yeah, Fizz top is really
available. Yes.
Fizz available would be a likely one here. The talent pickup for Optimus. That's going to be very edgy here in the mid lane.
Man.
All those blades flying.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was trying to recall when was the nerf on Talon. There was a nerf on Talon. If it is on the 7.6 or 7.7. I hope some of the viewers could actually update the other viewers when was the nerf on Talon, because I'm pretty sure there was a nerf on Talon on his Qs.
Levi, I believe, Optimus, I think, did use Talon in one of his games. I'm not sure if it's in the finals of Vietnam, but he has used that before. On the side of the pickup for the Fizz top,
yes,
I think it's gonna match the Rumble's damage quite a lot. You can actually, because you can delay the Playful and into the Trickster, you can cancel a lot of the damage from the Flame Spitter. That's
So
actually huge, and even get out of the Equalizer pretty quickly.
So is that the I actually missed out the final pick here by the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. It was a Fizz.
It was a Fizz for the top lane.
Oh, all right.
And I'm really, that was to be expected. Fizz really one of the, not one of the, he is the only top lane in competitive that will go for that Teleport Ignite, because Playful Trickster plus all his other spells is going to be the Urshin Strike.
You know,
really
in competitive play, I thought in like the regular League of Legends meta, because I can do that. I can do Teleport Ignite in the top lane.
Competitive though. That's the important part. I mean, I could go Teleport Ignite Yasuo.
Yeah, I can do that on Silver.
Feed my butt off, but in competitive, that's not going to fly. It's going to be the Fizz top lane with the Teleport Ignite. And looking at the state of the composition so far, it seems like Kuala Lumpur Hunters, both teams actually have very clear win conditions.
Yeah.
Kuala Lumpur Hunters wants to do some pickoffs, separate, divide, and conquer. Let's look at the compositions here. Yes, they will try to divide and conquer.
Yes, yes. Gonna be very rewarding really for Kuala Lumpur Hunters if they did manage to divide Gigabyte Marines here. But there's actually the assassin lurking around.
It's gonna be Levi and Optimus working together for huge burst.
Yeah,
and that's gonna be Stark following it up, plus Slay with lots of combined damage. On the other hand, Kuala Lumpur Hunters really wants to divide and conquer here. Weaver's Wall, and plus you can use the explosive cask to just really separate the team. If they can, they might even do Weaver's Wall.
Yeah.
And then have the explosive cask, and then send one or two members of Gigabyte Marines into or out of the Weaver's Wall.
Indeed,
that's
ladies
a
and
possibility.
gentlemen. So here we go. This is the final game, ladies and gentlemen.
For
Kuala
today.
Lumpur Hunters and Gigabyte Marines. Vietnam versus Malaysia. Malaysia versus Vietnam. Game 5 for our second best of 5 here in the GPL Spring 2017. Once again, please keep it up for Gigabyte Marines versus the Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Yes, indeed, and this is going to be the 5th game,
Yeah.
as you said.
And
so both of these teams, like in the previous best of 5, they are playing not to lose.
Yeah.
They won't try to go too aggressive and play to win. What they're going to do is mitigate all risks.
Yes.
If they are going to go for risks, it's going to be the ones that will be very rewarding. Like this cheese here coming from Slay and Archie. That might be a lot of poke coming from the Sona.
Yes.
Seems like they read it. Just a little bit of damage on CO4 and Bipolar.
Yes, and actually, despite picking up the likes of Atalon in this game, I would assume this mid laner here by the Gigabyte Marines would be very calculating. In every engage, every terrain would count so that just Talon could capitalize on the Assassin's Path. Assassin's Path, by
Optimus will really want to be a serial killer in this game, not just go in willy-nilly. He's going to calculate his victims' chances every time, and that's going to be his playstyle for this game. Definitely, and seems like already KLH getting pushed in here, and what is usually the lane that wants to push in the other laners, CO4 and Bipolar. Really, that is how the lane is going to be played. I think it's going to be all about the junglers.
Yes, and interestingly, it's not a biscuit pick up here for CO4 on his Luns.
Seems like he wants to go for a few defensive masteries.
Yeah, my guess is there's a high chance that he actually picked up defensive masteries here. I mean, on his the 9 point.
The
part.
12 points rather.
The 12 point is the full point mastery, or is that the... oh, it's 18, 12.
So
yes,
18, probably going 18, 0, 12
yes,
for the masteries here.
Yes, forgot. So, there, and... Actually, there's a little bit of rotation here. Yes, in front of the Ocean Ray. Caspiel gonna go out of position, not gonna be good. Despite our doubts that Caspiel will be playing Gragas, he will be playing Gragas here. Not gonna be that rewarding though. Archie is gone. Teleport still channeling here for Shiro. Did cancel that one as everybody from the Gigabyte Marines managed to win this straight up in this Riverside. And it's a 3-1, 3 minutes into the game.
Slay and Archie really pushing in CO4 and Bipolar. Allow them to respond immediately to that threat.
Yeah.
And Caspiel getting caught out like that, even with the control of the Scuttle Shrine on him. He was not expecting that.
I really hope that's not a signal of Caspiel being tired.
It is a fatigue. The best of 5 is a test of spirit.
Yes, man.
And it seems like it's going to be another gank here in the mid lane.
There we go. There is the exhaust on top of that Q coming in from Optimus. Our heads here going to be punished by the jungler and the mid laner of the Gigabyte Marines.
It's going to be a 202 Levi.
Yeah.
It's going to be a gank here in the bot lane.
Yes, of course, Caspiel may want to get back that double buff. Make sure that he gets the final hit. That's going to be the double buff on Bipolar.
The buff transfer complete to Bipolar.
Yeah.
Caspiel must be a little frustrated after that. But he's just going to go back to his own jungle and clear a little bit of the wave. Let's look at the replay here. Caspiel gets caught out here. And Archie, because they were pushing in the lane, means that very easily respond to that. Ooh, blocks the body slam by flashing into it. And Slay CO4 dives in there. Now he's surrounded by 4. Hardhead, he makes the mistake of trying to help out a little bit. That actually cost him his life with an extended chase. That actually, there's going to be another gank here in the mid lane from Levi.
Indeed, you can see there, nice block body slam there by Archie as well. Hardhead's now in the bad spot. Rappel.
Yeah, too
Did
far
not
out.
land. Yeah,
And
too far out.
I correct myself. Gigabyte Marines, they are soldiers right now. They are going in it. They're in it to win it. They're nothing
Indeed.
about that. Let's play not to lose. No,
Let's-
they are playing to win.
Let's play this double buff Lulu as well. Let's see how can
Might be the
Bipolar.
roam. Okay, the roam doesn't. I don't think it's going to pay off
Indeed.
too well. But you know, CO4 was just going to lane.
Yes.
So Bipolar, that was a little bit of time for Bipolar to roam to the mid lane. Maybe he got a chance if
And
Optimus tries to all in.
They did predict where Bipolar would be. There's actually a ping on him on the reverse side, despite Gigabyte Marines having no
He
vision
did
there.
disappear from the lane randomly.
It's obvious, actually, you know, knowing that Lulu has a double buff.
Look at the
how should he
poke
use that?
coming from Archie and Slay.
Indeed, man. In terms of laning, Sona is actually really good. If there is kind of a lack of a hard CC in the lane,
That's true.
she can harass you down with her passive plus her homing Qs. So
Yeah,
that's the thing.
They do prioritize champions if possible.
Yes.
Like Bipolar can even trade favorably to apply the red buff and help out CO4. It's going to be up to Caspiel. As I said, it's going to be about the jungler. So far, Levi has applied so much pressure in the mid lane. Taking out Arhedge, giving Optimus these 2 kills, 2 assists, that is pretty tasty for Optimus. On the
And-
other hand, Caspiel really hasn't done anything.
And he's aiming
Gonna
to
be
continue to
Arhedge.
do so. There's going to be Optimus,
Oh,
puts down the W,
man.
also the Q, gets the kill on our heads. He has the Assassin's Path. He can easily escape this one. Caspiel is here. Okay, Levi receives the Charm the Waters, gets the knock up. Not even be allowed to, reach the ground as Shiro gets that kill.
Yeah, that's going to be the consolation prize for Kuala Lumpur Hunters, but Levi always just looking for something in the mid lane.
Indeed.
Really looking to put Optimus ahead, and you can see Optimus with 3 blades in his inventory. Very edgy.
Yeah,
It's gonna
she
be
has to.
Bipolar in a little bit of trouble.
And she can. Archie is here. No exhaust available, but there is
Oh,
the Ignite
Slay.
Slay indeed. Come on, give me the kill. Bipolar will be saying bye Bipolar here as well.
Oh,
but it's
Optimus.
going to be Optimus securing the last hit.
That's gonna
Indeed, he's going to be aiming for that snowball 202 with triple long start on this talent.
Oh man, that's going to transition to probably the Serrated Dirt and Caulfield's Warhammer after he backs here.
Yeah.
And man, it seems like the positioning from Kuala Lumpur Hunters has deteriorated. Caspiel can go for a gank here in top lane.
Kills after kills after kills. There's going to be Stark.
Yeah,
I
both
don't
of-
think that Flash is necessary. It's very unlikely he'd escape that one, especially if he receives the slew from that battle row.
Okay, so it seems like both of these teams, they want the day to end.
Yes,
They
yes.
want the day to end already. They are playing to win. And that's actually, I think, costing Kuala Lumpur Hunters a lot. Because they try and force a lot of things, their positioning becomes off, which leaves them open to getting caught out.
Yeah, we're playing around 1.5 kills per minute here. 6-4 and 8-minute mark. And there's lots of damage to be removed there by the Marines in
That's
the
true.
outer bot lane turret by KLH. Again, do take note that on top of these kills, objectives are not necessarily taken. It is actually just the vision game here that is an advantage of the Gigabyte Marines. But that is an intuitive approach for a game, especially if you're facing a team with a Caspiel in it.
Yeah, Caspiel, they've really out-pressured Caspiel here. Of course, Caspiel with 100% kill participation so far.
Yeah. Actually, what we'd want to observe here is the kill distribution.
Yes, that's important.
Yeah, good thing, of course, it's obvious. A kill, and at least getting kills consistently, would actually prompt her in building aggressive. There's the mobility boots. As you mentioned, Levi's always been
Really wants
camping
to gank.
RH here. Not to mention that she is building AP. But again, there are inherent risks for an
it's
Elise
gonna be
building AP,
Arrow.
especially if you have no tank in the top lane. That's a Rumble still in the top lane. Caspiel could easily translate into a mid-game tank, especially with the Ruby Crystal here already built for him.
Yeah, that's probably going to be the
Bobby
Cinderhawk
Cinder,
being,
yes.
being built after he gets the gold for that. And
Yes.
Shiro translating later in the game. He does have 2 kills, so he can much faster scale up much faster.
Even though they out-pressured Caspiel here, 100% kill participation is still there for him. 4 assists on top of the 4 kills of KLH. All of them distributed onto Shiro and sadly on Bipolar.
It's so scary,
Yes, that's
though.
the problem here.
Optimus 202,
Yes.
Levi 213. That leaves it open for a lot more assassination. Even with Bipolar being able to enchant and protect the carries, it's still going to be pretty hard.
At the very least, you could assume that there is an obvious risk on the Elise not building tank here. Again, it's conditional really. It's very correct for an Elise to build damage, especially if he's getting kills. He needs to translate these kills to offensive damage into more kills.
More kills, more pressure.
But
and those kills into objectives is going to be important.
But it would be nice really if those kills actually landed on Stark. More so, it's working well for Optimus. But the thing here is, if you'd account for obvious threat between these two teams, Optimus in Gigabyte Marines, Shiro this time for Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
They really have to mind Shiro because once he gets his Trinity Force and transitions into tankier items, it's going to be pretty hard for Slay once he jumps on him. Can just dodge a lot of damage. Equalizer as well, plus the Flame Spitter against Stark. Easily cancel out a lot of that damage by being untargetable during the duration of that Playful Trickster.
This doesn't stop the engage here by the Gigabyte Marines, knowing
Caspiel looking for
our
something.
edge wonders, but the Caspiel is here. He can actually dive in. Does he have the flash? No.
He does have the explosive cast, but does not want to risk it too much.
And actually the first one to arrive, maybe in this bot lane, would be Optimus, but the problem there is he actually with our hedge.
And
Nice batting there by
Optimus.
Optimus.
Signal for Gigabyte Marines to go in
Obviously,
here.
of course, knowing that there's no Tali that could join this fight, but still the repel there for Elise. Let's translate this into a small 2v3 window. Here comes Optimus
CO4,
going
what are
big
you
here
doing?
against Kuala Lumpur Hunters. The third, the fourth casualty for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Make that the final bipolar. A triple kill for Optimus and an ace. 11 minutes, 25 seconds into the game.
CO4 flashing in to get the kill into Optimus. Just makes him in melee range for that Noxian Diplomacy.
Yeah, man.
So that's going to be a 6-0-2 Optimus.
Yeah,
And
on a talent.
He can very easily make those plays that Optimus is known for. Get these like 1v3 situations and then Assassin's Path out. He does have the Storm Raider Surge.
Yes.
And with this kind of lead, he doesn't need Thunderlords. He goes in, bursts you down, and he has the escape with that Storm Raider Surge.
The meta build-up enemy for Talon is really Storm Raider Surge. He actually looks like the icon of the Storm Raider Surge.
Seems like it was completely made for him. Just burst them down.
Yes.
But I have seen a few talents with the suboptimal Lord's Decree.
And now I'm seeing here that Optimus is actually preparing for the shotgun approach here by KLH of building definitely enough and sufficient magic resistances for the damage to arrive here from KLH that instantly mitigates the kill potential here of Shiro against him.
Yeah, Shiro and our hedge. If they ever go for that
Oh
top lane
no,
roll.
CO4! He may have to breathe out CO2 as Optimus is on godlike form.
7-0-2, definitely scary. Doesn't even need much help. Just needs to get
Hearing
there.
some rubble here. That's going to be a signal for our heads to join against Archie. And yeah, the support taken in by KLH still.
Yeah, that's still Optimus. Split pushing there at the top. Shiro does have the opportunity to outplay and to kill Stark. He does not have the Chum the Waters. The Equalizer is up, so it's going to be our hedge trying to take Optimus down.
That's going to be the Q in range, puts down the W. Optimus became a pop here. There's going to be the ultimate of the Ash. Despite dodging the Cocoon. Nice setup there. Open up by Slave.
Yeah,
wow.
It's going to be Caspiel. Gonna get 2v1.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be a double kill by Stark, outplaying Shiro and Caspiel. That's gonna be Gigabyte Marines with full control over this game in every lane. It's gonna be Slay.
Yeah,
gonna be in the mid lane here, pushing.
Take note, guys. There is no visible tank here for Gigabyte Marines. It's the same playstyle as in Game 3. They're actually just, dishing out big damage in front of KLH.
Go in.
Yes, KLH can still shut this down. Okay, they just need to anticipate any form of complacency from Gigabyte Marines.
But that's so hard, though.
Definitely hard because the talent is just slippery and right now is building defensive.
I think it's also the mindset. The players from Gigabyte Marines, they are seasoned veterans. Even you saw in the interview from Optimus, he was calm and collected, discussing how they're going to beat down Kuala Lumpur Hunters, and I don't think they're going to start tilting now or start being overconfident now. But of course, Kuala Lumpur Hunters, they are the go-getters. They want this win.
Indeed.
So I expect them to really step up despite the 7K gold deficit.
Yes, because damn, you cannot really afford to give any kill to Optimus anymore. Right now,
703.
Another core item. If that Black Cleaver is complete, this is going to be a totally one-sided game against Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Do take note Leandris is completed on start.
gonna be even more
Mentioning that
painful.
there's
Start.
also the Sonya's Arglas here. Jump the Waters gets an attack of displaced there by the explosive cast. Battle has been used. Enchanted Crystal Arrow won't connect to anyone. With the support of Bipolar, that is Shiro shutting down. Start, that is nice.
Actually, Shiro taking that shutdown gold, pretty big for them. Now he can complete the Triforce after he returns to base. But look at the pressure here. Levi and Optimus, always the assassination squad. Now transitioning that threat that they have. Because CO4 can't go near, the assassins become these powerful split pushers.
Indeed, they do
Caspiel
know.
looking for something.
Gigabyte Marines, if KLH made a mistake of engaging and not accounting that Gigabyte Marines knows that they have no explosive gas, it's gonna be bad for them.
Yeah, Optimus
Oh.
waiting around the wings here. Oh, our head.
There is the
Goodbye.
ultimate, but did not complete the kill. There are minions. Optimus will fall back.
Does not want to risk giving all that shutdown gold to Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
But you know, if there had been a BF sword on that one, or
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
another selected dirt, that's an instant burst on our hedge. But of course, it's still intuitive. Optimus would just want to play this one methodically, and that's a very dangerous
As
thing
I said,
against
serial
KLH.
killer assassin for Optimus here. Always going for his targets, but never overcommitted, never getting Bloodlust get in the way of his plans to kill every single member of Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
There is a good reason why all those professional players mentioned the name Optimus in their
In those
interviews.
interviews,
Yeah.
who is the team that you are most scared and want to face? Vietnam. Who's the player you want to face? Optimus.
Indeed.
703 right now. And
Tal.
still looking to improve that KDA. It's going to be the 2-3-man here in the top lane. Definitely going to take this turret down. More gold. That's going to be an 8k gold lead for Gigabyte Marines.
The Vietnam team very familiar on how to choke out their enemies, and so far no altar turrets taken in. But the Malaysian
They
team,
are going to try and take this Rift Herald, and that's going to be huge. If Stark probably going to be the recipient of this Rift Herald buff.
Yes.
It's going to make Shiro's time a lot harder than the top lane. Even with this 3-2-0, even with his Triforce, even with his Corrupting Potion with the Dark Seal, it's going to be extremely hard.
scouting happening here in the top lane. Shiro still alone, and at least there is a subtle reset in the map here in favor of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. But the problem here is that definitely they should be worrying about the vision game. Right now, the main reason why this game has toned down is because the boarding objectives against Kuala Lumpur Hunters has already been taken in. By the Gigabyte Marines.
Yeah, they have to go deep for a lot of the resources that they really want. So right now, just looking for opportunities, farming it up, extending their lead. Because look at the CS lead for the bot lane and mid lane here. Optimus is 40 above. It's going to be Shiro missing the Chum the Waters.
Yeah, that's the Chum the Waters not connecting.
Oh,
Just
Levi.
another step to be in range of the cocoon, but Caspiel is there
They
as
back
well.
off. They back off. They have to.
They have to,
After
definitely.
that, after missing that crucial ultimate.
And that's the thing. Actually, there's a very good chance that KLH may win that trade. All they need is to sidestep the equalizer, and that's a lot of damage gone already. Are not connecting against Gigabyte Marines.
But if it comes to it, a fight between Stark Levi and Shiro Caspiel, it's even without the equalizer hitting. I think it's going to go to Levi and Stark with the lead that they have.
In terms of the item lead, maybe if the torch did connect, but just my thoughts, maybe it's because of the Playful Trickster. It actually is a very nice kid, quite the signature skill really here of a Fizz. Knowing that Playful Trickster is very capable of mitigating a lot of damage here. Optimus has an idea of where Caspiel is. But of course, you'd have to account that Caspiel already built defensive for this game.
Does have a wee bit of armor penetration of lethality from the Yomu's Ghostblade.
Yes.
Looks like he will want to spend all the gold he gained. But looking at let's look at of course, Gigabyte Marines has the itemization advantage, but also because of the threat that Levi has been putting out because of Optimus just roaming around with Assassin's Path. That means that Slay and Optimus himself have had a lot of time alone with the minions. Slay, substantial. It's going to be almost 50 CS late over CO4. Optimus around 30 and over our hedge. That's huge.
Alright, so a play for the red Brambleback. All you need is to get close to him so that you just get the aggro and magnetize him to your allies.
Stark.
Yes, this is very risky for Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Just in my opinion, they could actually just stall this Baron Siege against Gigabyte Marines and push that mid lane. Again, if they lose this trade, losing 2 members, it should be an instant Baron for Gigabyte Marines, and it could be game-determining fight. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Teleport has been cast. They'll take note that they're in the bad spot for the equalizer. The ultimate by Thalia will try to stop members here for Gigabyte Marines, but look at the back line. That's going to be Optimus hammering down the members of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Shiro seems to W. One final Q did not die, but his teammates will. And once again, he will join them. That's going to be Caspiel running for his life. Assassin's Path, one final Q, and Optimus opens up the eggs with a triple kill.
Optimus just making mincemeat out of Kuala Lumpur Hunters, and with that team fight winning, it seems like they will go for this inhibitor. That's going to be the inhibitor turret. Of course, the death timers are relatively short, but look at this. This is going to be Slay just demolishing those turrets.
Very
as well as Optimus here in the
KLH.
bot lane. So this might actually be an inhibitor plus an inhibitor turret, which is huge. And if they're confident, might even get 2 inhibitors.
Well, they're going to count for the ultimates available here. Do they know that that's Thalia?
So they do back off. They do back off.
They do back
Good
off.
call, good call.
Yes.
But that is going to be a 13k, almost 14k gold lead for Gigabyte Marines after the team fight. Let's analyze what happened here. CO4 taking the brunt of the Shattered Crystal Arrow here. Even though the equalizer does not directly go on him, Slay just being surrounded by Levi as well. And look at Optimus taking all of that aggro. While they were chasing Optimus, Stark was roasting the back, putting them on the back burner. And then Optimus just turns around, shreds them apart, turns them into some barbecue, meat for barbecue there.
Actually, Malaysian kebab.
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway,
man.
actually, RH is already dead for that fight. All that Optimus needs is just to anticipate the returning blades of his ultimate. And yeah.
Yeah, imagine this. Optimus puts out so much, though. It's going to be Stark.
Oh yeah, all you need, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, of course.
There's gonna be a lot of resources
sidestep
for
a lot
Shiro,
of,
though.
yes, gonna be burning that one. Ultimate Chop the Butters on Levi, but Shiro runs out of gas with 4 members collapsing onto him. It actually opens up a probable call for a Baron, knowing that
they are looking for the Baron call here. And
did not spot the ward there.
If Gigabyte Marines does take this Baron, they're just gonna make beef rendang out of Kuala Lumpur Hunters with Stark roasting them and Optimus shredding them down. It's gonna be Optimus leading the charge again.
Yeah, and actually there's a very low kill threat against Optimus here. All they need is to actually putting down his blades, impaling members here of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. RH don't manage to burst Archie, but look at that, Optimus with a Baron buff. Double kill now for the mid laner, the god from Vietnam, as he tries and he leads the push here for the Gigabyte Marines.
That's Optimus, Vietnam's own unkillable Demon King. That was like almost 3 solo kills by him, just picking off isolating targets and then chasing them down. It seems like they will go for this with their Baron buff for this second inhibitor, while Levi taking that Ocean Drake. A little bit of a bonus there of regeneration. But the big thing here is they get the Baron, they get another inhibitor.
Yeah.
Now look at this. That's a 15.5k gold lead in favor of Gigabyte Marines. Let's look at how all of that transpired. Look at Optimus.
I want to see how
Bipolar is isolated here, using a lot of cooldowns, and Caspiel too scared, too waiting for the Baron steal here, which means Optimus just can easily shred him down as well. This is essentially a 1v3. As Optimus, with the threat he has, just pushes everyone out from the Baron pit, meaning that a steal is unlikely. And even if a steal did come, it's going to be Optimus shredding direct. Oh, that's going to be Shiro.
You know what's up with this? Oh wait, hold on, so that's gonna be the God. Will he be receiving his first death in this game? No, he did not.
They delivered him to Shiro.
Yeah, it was delivered to Shiro. There is the Shattered Crystal Arrow. Oh my God, that's gonna be the Slay, and Optimus finishes up the kill, a double kill for him against the mid laner here of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. That isolates Bipolar. Gonna be leaving the rest of the members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters for his allies. And ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be the second Nexus turret going down as Vietnam's very own Gigabyte Marines proceed to the Korean Premier League Spring 2017 Finals. Nicely done there by Optimus, by the Gigabyte Marines. And just observe, It's just really weird to say this. And anyway, it's already weird really for this game.
Optimus.
I just want to mention.
Yes.
This game, if it is a word, deja vu, it's like a deja vu really. You know, we got 2 matches best of 5, right? We got 2 matches best of 5. And actually, there is this underdog team coming in from the group stages.
Looking really good.
Yeah, it's
coming
looking
into
really
the
good.
groups.
And
Coming into
well, it's
knockouts.
actually a reverse sweep pulled off here by. It's actually
This is a different story.
Yes, but
it's still the reverse sweep potential was there.
the one who got the Talia in the game 5 losses. Do take note, Mineski has a Talia in the mid lane as well, and it's
Yes.
the same problem. I think could be a better mid laner which deals more consistent damage.
Yeah, and I do think that Optimus being so on point, never missing a beat there,
Yes.
as well as Shiro. That 2v1 as well was a huge burst of gold for him, and I think it was Levi.
Yeah.
Levi always. Without Levi, Optimus, I don't think he would have popped off, or it would have been harder for him to pop off. With Levi, so much pressure. Mid lane, top lane, and then just outpacing Caspiel at every point of the game. So later in the game, it was just Optimus shredding everyone, and then Shiro that was going to be top laner roasting everyone. As I said, making Beef Rendang out of Kuala Lumpur Hunters.
Not to mention how the Vietnam team execute these fights. The way, if you observe it, there was Levi actually setting up for the early game. But the mid game clash, if you account for it, the way Optimus tries to duel up or pull up these skirmishes, there's always this follow-up arrow.
Yes.
How can they come up with that calculated plays? Right?
As I said, serial killer calculations come from Optimus
Crazy,
together with
man.
his team.
Yeah, I mean with Slay and Optimus, right? In the one on the blue side jungle is actually okay because you know it's a corridor, it's a narrow corridor, but the one in the base, you know the way Optimus sets that fight
Really,
up.
that was also the early game. Lots of mistakes coming from Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Positional mistakes.
Indeed, it's first up by
and
Caspiel.
positional mistakes against assassins are the most lethal. Because that's going to be Levi getting onto you, biting you to death. And it's also going to be Optimus just slicing you to bits if you're out of position.
Unless you have like Saya was a Rakan to aid you, know, and this is a different story.
Not released
Gagas
yet.
there is a fat guy all alone when he was caught up in the Ocean Drake. My God, nicely done there by the Vietnamese team. I mean,
congratulations.
That game 5 was actually an all-out brawl, a play for mechanics there, and indeed. Again, guys, it was shown to us by the Vietnamese team as they qualified and head to the finals here in the GPL Manila, the GPL Spring 2017 finals to be held this April 16 live from the Samsung Hall of SM Aura.
Yeah, it seems like
Bonifacio Global City, by the way.
Yeah, it's gonna be in SM Aura. Yeah.
Yes.
It seems like the power rankings created by the analysts, the casters, were accurate.
Very accurate, man.
Of course, we're gonna see the final results of that in the finals in April 16. We'll all be seeing you there.
Yes, of course, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we thank you a lot for watching the whole stream. It's been a really long day.
It's like over 12 hours.
Yes, indeed. It's been a really long day, and still we're really pumped up for the quality of games that we get to receive. And of course, we would like to thank not just the viewers, but of course, for our partners who made this event possible.
Our major
we got
sponsors.
our major sponsors. Of course, we got Plantronics there for our headsets, PLDT for our connection, of course, our partner cafe, where our professional players gets to have unlimited practice. And that's going to be Korean Gate iCafe, official partner cafe of the GPL Spring 2017. And again, as you've seen earlier, that's going to be on April 16. We'll have a quick break for tomorrow, this Saturday. But on Sunday, we'll see each other and see who will go to the mid-season invitationals, who will be our region, Southeast Asia's representative to the mid-season invitationals.
It's gonna be at 3 p.m.
Yes, Thailand or Vietnam. Indeed. And you're going to be analyzing there.
Yeah, I'm going to be analyst desk with Iconic and Neep.
Yeah, and I'm going to be hosting there, of course. Anticipate all the other casters there. You got Azrai, you got Vulcan again, and of course, there's going to be Amplifier,
My
Neep,
boys.
Iconic, of course, in behalf of the whole GPL team. In behalf of the whole GPL team, it's been a momentous day. It's been a very, very interesting day. And kind of long one.
Long
You
day.
know,
Two game 5s.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you
Yes.
so much for watching our stream, and thank you so much for showing your support, not just on the stream, but of course for your respective teams, for your respective countries here. We are all summoners here, and as long as we continue to play the game, you know, we are like connected in some way, one way or another. So there you have it, guys. That's gonna be our conclusion for today. We have been your shoutcasters for this game. I am Shinbu with a 1, 4, and I. And of course, with me is my partner, Atlas. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be the conclusion of the knockout stage, the semi-finals of the Garena Premier League Spring 2017. We'll see you guys this Sunday at the finals. Gragas, he will be playing. Gragas here, not gonna be that rewarding though. Archie is gone, teleport still channeling here for Shiro. Did cancel that one as everybody from the Gigabyte Marines, knowing that there's no Taliyah that could join this fight, but still the rappel there for Elise. Let's translate this into a small 2v3 window. Here comes Optimus going big here against Kuala Lumpur Hunters. The third, the fourth casualty for the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Make that the final bipolar, a triple kill for Optimus, and a ace. 11 minutes. That's gonna be the Q in range, puts down the W. Optimus became a pop here. There's gonna be the ultimate of the Ash! Despite dodging the Cocoon, nice setup for the spin cast. We'll take note that they're in the bad spot for the Equalizer. The ultimate by Taliyah will try to stop members here with Gigabyte Marines by looking at the backline. That's gonna be Optimus hammering down the members of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Shiro seems to W. One final Q did not die, but his teammates will. And once again, he will join them. That's gonna be Caspiel running for his life. Assassin's Path, one final Q. And Optimus opens up the ace with, and actually there's a very low kill threat against Optimus here. All he did is to actually putting down his base, impaling members here of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. RH don't manage to burst RG, but look at that, Optimus with a Baron buff. Double kill now for the mid laner, the god from... You know what's up with this? Oh wait, hold on, Son. That's gonna be the God. Really be receiving his first damage game. No, he did not.
They delivered him to Shiro.
Yeah, he was delivered to Shiro. There is the China Crystal Arrow. Oh my God, that's gonna be the slay. And Optimus finishes up the kill, a double kill for him against the mid laner here of the Kuala Lumpur Hunters. That isolates Bipolar. Gonna be leaving the rest of the members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters for his allies. And ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be the second Nexus turret going down as Vietnam's very own Gigabyte Marines proceed to the Garena Premier League Spring 2017 Finals. Nicely done there by